Keynes and Hicks on the term structure. In the treatise, Keynes generally relies on the expectations approach for a theory of term structure, pointing to the influence of short-term rates on long-term ones. In the general theory, this is supplemented by the notion of carrying costs in speculative arbitrage in commodities and a liquidity premium for the degree of difficulty of their sale. Arbitrage would then equalize rates of return among financial assets subject to carrying costs and degrees of liquidity. Panico 1988, 160-163. Hicks relies instead on the heterogeneity of expectations to argue that interest rates would differ even under certainty. He derives his theory of the term structure by following Keynes' ideas on commodity futures markets. Dodds and Ford 1992, 173. Hicks argues that bond buyers, who are lenders, will prefer to be short because the future is uncertain and because they are risk-averse, whereas bond sellers, who are borrowers, would prefer to be long. In the face of this assumed asymmetry, that is, of the assumption that the financial market does have a constitutional weaknesses on the long side, bond buyers will have to be induced to lend long by means of a liquidity premium. Dodds and Ford 1992, 174, quote from 179. Keynes also explicitly assumes that the market contains divergent expectations, i.e., both bulls and bears, so that there are always some people who may wish to stay liquid. Dodds and Ford, 178. Most interesting, Hicks subsequently develops a theory of the term structure based on the carrying costs portion of Keynes's original argument, understood here as the costs of operations of banking and of financial intermediation. Hicks 1965, 284-292. The key point is that the viability of financial intermediaries requires that the rate of interest on deposits be less than the rate of interest on loans, and also that the loan rate be less than the expected profit rate of their customers. At this stage he only says that the deposit rate is determined by the particular structure of financial institutions. 289. As previously noted, he subsequently argues that the deposit rate is the kingpin of the whole structure of interest rates, and that it is set by the banks to attract the deposits needed to support the loans they desire. Hicks 1989, 107. My own argument on the term structure is built upon Hicks' argument, except that I derive even the deposit rate from the equalization of profit rates. 2 Post-Keynesian theories of the term structure. Post-Keynesian theories of the term structure are as varied as their theories of the base rate. The consensus view in post-Keynesian economics is that the base rate of interest is determined by the central bank, while term structure of interest rates is determined by banking costs plus profits. In keeping with post-Keynesian tradition, profits are determined by monopoly power. Thus, if costs and profits are stable, all interest rates are determined by stable markups over the base rate. Rouse sees 1985, Moore 1988, 283, Fontana 2003, 9, 14. Paley, 1996, derives a flexible markup of the loan rate over the exogenously given base rate by means of the profit-maximizing behavior of banks. On the other hand, Ray, 1990, 188, argues that speculative arbitrage establishes a term structure of interest rates that has little objective basis, being ultimately determined by rules of thumb and by norms of behavior. 6. Panico's synthesis of the classical and Keynesian approaches. Panico's great contribution is his careful treatment of the relation between the interest rate and the profit rate in the classicals, Marx and Keynes. 34 The great bulk of his book is taken up with this illuminating analysis, on which I have relied extensively. At the very end of this work, he proposes to integrate the Marxian and Keynesian strands into a single model. From the former he takes the notion that banks are capitalist enterprises that participate in the equalization of profit rates. From the latter he takes the notion that arbitrage equalizes financial rates of return up to some exogenously given illiquidity premia. Panico 1988, 184-186. The bank short-term loan rate, I, is linked to the deposit rate, I0, via an illiquidity premium. The profit rate, R, is also linked to the deposit rate by another liquidity premium 0.35. I will return to the point that Panico himself does not distinguish between demand deposits and time deposits. It is tempting to read the preceding equations as determining the levels of the loan and profit rates from some given deposit, base, rate. But Panico does not intend that, since his equations will be used to determine the deposit rate also. However, we can already see a minor problem, since combining the two equations gives. Then the interest rate may be larger than the profit rate, or else one must add the restriction that to ensure that it is not. In his formalization of the non-financial sector, he modifies the Sraffian equations to allow for net interest payments, interest paid on loans minus interest paid on deposits. This corresponds to the definition of profit in national income accounts, which implies that profit rate equalization only operates on the portion of profit over and above net interest paid. Hence, prices of production are dependent on the debt and deposit decisions of firms. Panico 1988, 186, equation 6.4. If all firms are identical in every respect, then the higher the net debt of the representative firm, the higher is its competitive price. If all firms are not alike, then presumably the firms with the least net debt would be the regulating capitals, so that the firms with no debt would determine the price of production, which leads back to the standard price of production equations in which net debt plays no role and profit rate equalization operates on the whole profit of the regulating capitals. I would argue that this is in fact the correct outcome because profit rate equalization operates on the whole of profit, so that the financial leverage of a firm merely serves to transfer a portion of profit to financiers. Net interest paid by any capital on its bank loans is a share of profit, not an input cost. This has the further implication that net interest paid on bank loans by banks on their own net debt, i.e., their own loans and deposits, is also a share of their profits, not a cost. However, in the case of banks, any interest they pay on the deposits of their customers is an input cost, while the interest they receive on the loans made to their customers is part of their sales. Equation 10.17. Panico does adhere to this last convention, but only because he ignores the net debt of banks themselves. Finally, he also assumes that the money wage is given. At this point, he has a circulating capital system with equations, n production equations, 1 bank equation, 2 interest profit rate linkages, and 1 money wage equation. He also has variables, n prices, the profit rate, the money wage, and 2 interest rates. Let P, A, and L represent the price vector, the production input-output matrix, and the labor vector, respectively, and W, R represent the scalar wage and profit rate, respectively. Panico adds a net interest to the costs of the production industries, where the first term represents the loan rate of interest, I, applied to the vector of loans per unit output, and the second term the deposit rate of interest, I0, applied to the vector of deposits per unit output. For the single banking sector, he treats interest paid on the deposits of customers as bank input cost, and interest received on bank loans as bank revenue. To this is added the 2 equations linking the deposit rate of interest, the loan rate of interest, and the profit rate by means of exogenously given illiquidity premia, as well as a third one specifying an exogenously given nominal wage, W**. Panico's formulation yields absolute levels of all variables, including prices. As he himself notes, this is because his system is driven by the exogenously given illiquidity discounts. He argues that monetary policy can change these premia, which would affect not only the term structure of interest rates but also the profit rate and the price level. For instance, restrictive monetary policy would supposedly drive up both premia and raise the profit rate, the price level, and all interest rates. Notice that in this case at least the nominal interest rate would rise with the price level, which would provide an explanation for Tooke's and Gibson's findings. Since the money wage is taken as given, such policy would also lower the real wage, Panico 1988, 187. On the other hand, a given real wage would only be possible with compatible monetary policy, Panico 1988, 187 to 188. It must be said that these are only passing remarks not followed up by any further analysis of the properties of the model or its transmission mechanisms. My own argument is quite different. First of all, I do not count net interest paid on a firm's own net debt as a cost of production, but rather as a disbursement from total profit. This applies equally well to banks. The difference is that in the latter case there is also a bank-specific input consisting of customer deposits, so the interest paid on these particular deposits is an input cost. Hence, in my formulation the overall price of the production system is the standard Sraffian one for the production sector supplemented by a banking sector in which interest paid on customer deposits per unit output is part of input cost. For comparability with Panico, I will focus on a circulating capital model. The production system being the same as in Sraffa, a given real wage determines the profit rate and relative prices. The determination of the absolute price level falls within the province of macroeconomic analysis as previously discussed in Chapter 5 and subsequently in Chapter 15 in Part 3 of this book. The banking sector has an input vector UC consisting of physical inputs into deposit activities, weighted by the ratio of deposits to loans, and loan activities. These were previously summarized by single coefficients representing real costs per unit deposits and real costs per unit loan, respectively, so that average banking cost per unit output, i.e., per unit loan, became, where. The same logic obviously applies in the case of multiple commodity inputs. Since demand deposits do not pay interest, the loan rate of interest rate, I, is determined by the profit rate for any given price level. With a given real wage, the profit rate is given and is unaffected by the price level. On the other hand, the interest rate rises directly with the price level, which is my own solution to Gibson's paradox, equation 10.8. As noted, there is no natural rate of interest, since there is a different competitive rate at each price level. It is also easy to see that we can add another equation to the system to determine the next longer-term interest rate, I2, which will depend on the base rate, I, the profit rate, and the price level, equation 10.9. In this way we can derive the term structure of competitive interest rates, which will normally be upward sloping insofar as longer-term commitments entail higher costs. But since market rates can differ from the competitive ones, the term structure can be inverted at any moment of time. 8. Stock market theories. The Wall Street Journal published a statement by one Matthew Rothman, financial economist, expressing his surprise that financial markets experienced a string of events that would happen once in 10,000 years. A portrait of Mr. Rothman accompanying the article reveals that he is considerably younger than 10,000 years, it is therefore fair to assume he is not drawing his inference from his own empirical experience but from some theoretical model that produces the risk of rare events, or what he perceives to be rare events, Taleb 2007. 1. Arbitrage and modern finance theory. Much of modern finance theory is built around the hypothesis that the mobility of capital equalizes risk-adjusted rates of return. Cohen, Zinbarg, and Zeichel 1987, 131 to 148, Dybvig and Ross 1992, 48. This includes Markowitz's return-risk trade-off, the approximate equality of risk-adjusted returns in the capital asset pricing, CAPM, and arbitrage pricing theory, APT, models, and the stochastic equality between expected and actual returns in efficient market theory, EMT. The latter is based on the hypothesis that the price of an asset should fully reflect all available information, because if it did not there would be a profit opportunity which would attract speculative capital, Dybvig and Ross 1992, 48. On the assumption that arbitrage eliminates discrepancies between actual prices and those expected on the basis of the available information, deviations of actual returns from expected returns should be random. They ought, on average, to be zero and uncorrelated with information available to the market, Tees 1993, 43. 2. Arbitrage and equity valuation. The most widely used approach to the valuation of an equity is based on this same assumption. When applied to the stock market, it leads directly to the ubiquitous dividend discount model, in which the equilibrium price of a stock is said to be equal to the discounted present value of the expected stream of dividends. Section 3 of this chapter noted that in classical theory the actual stock market rate of return is equalized with the normal rate of profit on new investment, which will produce a particular path for the stock price, equation 10.11. This equalization process can be turbulent, does not require correct expectations, and can encompass bubbles, figure 10.12. Orthodox theory assumes instead that the currently expected one-period rate of return on equities is equalized to the normal rate of profit, up to a random error which implies that expectations are essentially correct. It also implies a single agent, since otherwise we cannot speak of the expected rate of return, Lutz 1968, 218. The expected gross stock market rate of return at end of the coming period is equal to the expected dividend in the next period plus the stock price at the end of the period, both divided by the current stock price. If by assumption this is equal the expected gross normal rate of profit one period later up to a random error, we can write the current stock price in terms of the expected variables. If the currently expected rate of return 2 periods ahead is also assumed to be equal to the currently expected profit rate 2 periods ahead, the currently expected stock price 1 period ahead can itself be written as, and so on until infinity, so that. This is a whole lot of expecting, but it does not get us very far unless we can say something about the expected paths of dividends and profit, discount, rate. Not surprisingly, the search for the correct way to value common stocks, or even one that works, has occupied a huge amount of effort over a long period of time, Elton et al. 2003, 444. In academic circles, this has taken the form of making simplifying assumptions in order to get tractable models, Campbell 1991, 158. The expected profit rate, the discount rate, is assumed to be constant and the expected dividend per share is assumed to be growing at some rate. In this case, we get the familiar dividend discount model, Elton et al. 2003, 445 to 450. Note that the case of constant dividends follows from, in which case the stock price is. In the standard riskless world of neoclassical theory, we also have so that with a constant dividend per share the equilibrium stock price becomes, which makes it akin to the price of a console, and with dividends growing at some constant rate g we get. Most other dividend discount models are built on this framework. Constant dividend growth may be justified by the result of a constant retention, dividend/earning, ratio and a constant growth in earnings. The dividend growth rate may be taken to change in the second period and then remain constant thereafter, and the discount rate may be taken to be proportional to some current interest rate, but still constant over the infinite future, and so on. Finally, although some analysts adopt such models, most practitioners focus instead on earnings, not dividends. For instance, there are hundreds of models based on benchmark price, earnings ratios, Elton et al. 2003, 450 to 459, one particularly popular one being the Fed model that assumes the earnings price ratio is equal to some benchmark interest rate, equation 10.27. None of these models work well at an empirical level, but that is a mere quibble. The important point is that they are faithful to standard theory, Taleb 2007, Thompson, Baggett, Wojciechowski and Williams 2006, Bronson 2007. 11. International competition and the theory of exchange rates. Introduction. I have emphasized that the classical theory of real competition is completely different from the neoclassical theory of perfect competition. It should then come as no surprise that the theory of real international competition, i.e., the theory of real international trade, is very different from the orthodox theory of free trade. One theory of trade is a critical part of debates on costs and benefits of globalization. The theory of international trade is a critical part of modern debates about the costs and benefits of the globalization of production and finance. The world is beset by widespread poverty and persistent inequality. The annual GDP per capita of the richest countries is more than $30,000, while that of the poorest countries is less than $1,000. But even the latter sum is misleading, because the distribution of income in poorer countries is appallingly skewed. According to World Bank estimates, at the beginning of the global crisis in 2008, almost half the world's population of 2.1 billion people lived on less than $2 a day and 880 million on less than $1 a day, World Bank 2008. Some developing countries have managed to advance despite these obstacles, but many others have not, and still others have slipped back, particularly in the face of the current global economic crisis. The solution pressed upon the world for the last 3 decades by developed countries and global institutions such as the World Trade Organization, WTO, the World Bank, WB, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has been to expand the reach of free trade. Agassiz and Tussey 1993, 25, Roderick 2001, 5, 10. As put by Mike Moore, the former Director General of the WTO, the surest way to do more to help the poor is to continue to open markets, Agassiz and Tussey, 9. In practice, this has meant lowering of tariff and non-tariff barriers, reducing or eliminating subsidies, adhering to WTO rules on intellectual property rights, customs procedures, sanitary standards, treatment of foreign investors, and reforming existing tax structures and labor market rules. Roderick 2001, 24. 2. Neoliberalism theory and practice. Neoliberalism portrays markets as self-regulating social structures that optimally serve all economic needs, efficiently utilize all economic resources, and automatically generate full employment for all persons who truly wish to work. Poverty, unemployment, and periodic economic crises in the world are claimed to exist because markets have been constrained by labor unions, the state, and a host of social practices rooted in culture and history. Overcoming poverty therefore requires creating market-friendly social structures in the poorer countries and strengthening existing ones in the richer countries. This involves curtailing union strength so that employers can hire and fire whom they choose, privatizing state enterprises so that their workers will fall under the purview of domestic capital, and opening up domestic markets to foreign capital and foreign goods. Friedman 2002. The self-proclaimed task of international institutions is to oversee this process for the good of the world, and particularly for the good of the poor. 1. Neoliberal globalization became a general policy during the 1980s and gathered force in the 1990s. Yet in most countries, this latter period was associated with increased poverty and hunger. UNDP 2003, 5-8, 40. Of the 50 countries with the lowest per capita GDP in 1990, 23 suffered declines, while the other 27 grew so modestly that it would take them almost 80 years just to achieve the level of Greece, the poorest member of the European Union before it itself went into decline in the current crisis. Friedman 2002, 1. In Latin America and the Caribbean, GDP per capita grew by a total of 75% in the 2 decades from 1960 to 80, and only 7% in the subsequent 2 decades under neoliberalism. In Africa, the first period yielded a total growth of 34%, while in the second per capita GDP fell by 15%, Weisbrot 2002, 1. Only certain Asian countries escaped this pattern, and they did so by channeling the market mechanism rather than by following its dictates. Finally, international inequality also rose in the 2 decades of neoliberalism. In 1980 the richest countries had median income 77 times as great as the poorest, but by 1999 this tremendous inequality had increased to 122, 1, Weller and Hirsch 2002, 1. 3 Proponents of neoliberalism. It should be said that the debate about globalization has not generally been about the need to utilize international resources in the effort to reduce global poverty, but rather the manner in which resources should be brought to bear. Proponents of neoliberalism make a variety of arguments. They point to the indisputable fact that the rich countries are market-based economies that developed in and through the world market, Norberg 2003, 1. They draw on standard economic theory, pointing to the virtual unanimity among economists, whatever their ideological position on other issues, that international free trade is in the best interests of trading countries and of the world, Friedman and Friedman 2004, 1. Such sentiments are widespread among orthodox economists, Bugvuddy 2002, 3-4, Winters, McCulloch, and McKay 2004, 72, 78, 106. They cite empirical evidence to the effect that global poverty has been reduced since the 1990s and that trade liberalization reduces poverty by fostering growth, Winters, McCulloch, and McKay 2004, 106-107.2. And they argue that if some developing countries have not done as well as they should, it is largely because they have failed to implement sufficiently market-friendly policies, Norberg 2003, 2. 4. Critics of neoliberalism. Critics of neoliberalism dispute all of these claims. They note that rich countries, from the old rich of the West to the new rich of Asia, relied heavily on trade protectionism and state intervention as they developed and that they continue to do so even now, Agassiz and Tussey 1993, Roderick 2001, Chang 2002a. For instance, as far back as the 14th and 15th centuries, Britain promoted its leading industry, which was the manufacture of woolen goods, by taxing the exports of raw wool to its competitors and by trying to attract away their workers. In the heyday of its development from the early 1700s to the mid-1800s, it used trade and industrial policies similar to those subsequently used by Japan in the late 19th and 20th centuries, and by Korea in the post-World War II period. It was only when Britain was already the leader of the developed world that it began to champion free trade. This point was not lost on its rivals, such as Germany and the United States. Prominent thinkers in the latter countries argued instead for protection of newly rising industries. Indeed, even as Britain was preaching free trade after 1860, the United States was literally the most heavily protected economy in the world and remained that way until the end of the World War II. In doing so, the Americans knew exactly what the game was. They knew that Britain reached the top through protection and subsidies and therefore that they needed to do the same if they were going to get anywhere. Criticizing the British preaching of free trade to his country, Ulysses Grant, the Civil War hero and the U.S. President between 1868 to 1876, retorted that within 200 years, when America has gotten out of protection all that it can offer, it too will adopt free trade, Chang 2002b. And this, indeed, is exactly what happened. Similar stories of protectionism and state intervention can be told for most of the rest of the developed world, including Germany, Sweden, Japan, and South Korea. Countries like the Netherlands and Switzerland that adopted free trade in the late 18th century did so because they were already leading competitors in the world market. Even here, the Netherlands deployed an impressive range of interventionist measures up till the 17th century in order to build up its maritime and commercial supremacy, and Switzerland and the Netherlands refused to introduce a patent law despite international pressure until 1907 and 1912, respectively, so that they were free to appropriate technologies from abroad, Chang 2002b. This prior history of globalization is not just a matter of protectionism and state support as a means toward development in the West. There are also the small matters of colonization, force, pillage, slavery, mass slaughter of native peoples, and the deliberate destruction of the livelihoods of potential competitors. Globalization was brought to many at the point of a gun and many were globalized literally kicking and screaming, Milanovic 2003, 5-6. Gunboat diplomacy of the West was central in its treatment of Japan, Tunisia, Egypt, Zanzibar, and China, among others. Millions suffered in slavery and near slavery on plantations all across the world. According to recent conservative estimates, from 1865 to 1930 the Dutch East Indies Company, pillaged, between 7.4 and 10.3% of Indonesia's national income per year. 6. Many other examples of this sort can be adduced. Modern growth is also not tied to free trade. Higher manufacturing growth rates have been typically associated with higher export growth rates, mostly in countries where export and import shares in GDP grew, but there is no statistical relation between either of these growth rates and degree of trade restrictions. Rather, almost all of successful export-oriented growth has come with selective trade and industrialization policies. In this regard, stable exchange rates and national price levels seem to be considerably more important than import policy in producing successful export-oriented growth. Agassiz and Tussey 1993, 26, 30, 31. Conversely, there are no examples of countries that have achieved strong growth rates of output and exports following wholesale liberalization policies. 26, Roderick 2001, 7. Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan are the classic cases of successful development through the application of highly selective trade policies. On the other hand, Chile, 1974 to 1979, Mexico, 1985 to 1988, and Argentina, 1991, did follow wholesale liberalization, which not only wiped out weak sectors but also potentially strong ones, often at great social cost over a long period of time. Chile's economy grew at less than 1% per capita from 1973 to 1989. Mexico suffered similar setbacks and slowdowns. And Argentina, which was lauded as being a good globalizer as recently as 2002, Milanovic 2003, 30 and 29, ended up mired in deep crisis from which it recovered precisely by not following the rules. What is true is that economic growth is correlated with reductions in poverty in countries where the distribution of income remains stable. Unfortunately, income distribution does not generally remain stable in the developing world, so growth does not necessarily produce poverty reduction. On the other hand, poverty reduction is generally good for growth. Thus, the high correlation between growth and poverty reduction does not tell us the causation, and certainly does not guarantee that the former will produce the latter. Roderick 2001, 12. Right from the start, there was considerable evidence that financial liberalization leaves the real exchange rate at the mercy of fickle short-term capital movements, so that even small changes in the direction of trade and capital flows can produce large swings in the real exchange rates. It also ties the domestic interest rate to that in international capital markets, which makes it difficult to use it as an internal developmental policy variable. Roderick 2001, 23. And, of course, the current global crisis, whose roots lie in the global financialization that was part and parcel of neoliberal policies, has left a trail of economic devastation in its path. Critics of modern globalization conclude that the trade liberalization imposed on developing countries has actually led to slower growth, greater inequality, a rise in global poverty, and recurrent financial and economic crises. They fault the WTO, IMF, and World Bank for their cruel and inept actions in the face of such miseries. Friedman 2002, 3-4, Stiglitz 2002, 1, McCartney 2004. Such sentiments have begun to show up even in the principal agencies pushing for the dominant agenda. Stiglitz's 2002 damning critique of WTO and IMF policies continues to reverberate throughout the world. And eventually even the IMF itself had to grudgingly concede that, contrary to the rosy predictions of its theoretical models, a systematic examination the empirical evidence leads to the sobering conclusion that there is no proof in the data that financial globalization has benefited growth in developing countries. Prasad, Raghav, Wei, and Hankos 2002, 5-6. 5. Debate appears to be about perfect versus imperfect competition. Finally, the critics generally argue that orthodox free trade theory on which neoliberalism is premised is irrelevant because free competition does not prevail even in the rich countries, let alone the poor ones. I have previously argued, chapters 7-8, that this last point is a standard trope in most heterodox arguments. 3. Because they accept that competition is synonymous with perfect competition and are thereby forced to anchor their own arguments on the absence of competition, i.e., in imperfect competition and monopoly power. 6. Real competition does not imply comparative costs, resituating the debate. The purpose of this chapter is to demonstrate the conventional, Ricardian, theory of free trade is wrong on its own presupposed grounds of international competition, precisely because real competition is very different from perfect competition. From this point of view, it is not the real world that is imperfect because it fails to live up to conventional theory. Rather, standard theory is inadequate to the world it purports to explain. Indeed, from the perspective of the classical theory of competitive advantage, globalization has been working as would be expected, which is to say that it generally favors the developed over the developing and the rich over the poor. 2. The theoretical foundations of conventional trade policy. 1. Conventional free trade theory. Conventional economic theory concludes that trade and financial liberalization will lead to increased trade, accelerated economic growth, more rapid technological change, and a vastly improved allocation of national resources away from inefficient import substitutes toward more efficient exportable goods, all conclusions being derived from the underlying structure of neoclassical theory. It admits that such processes might initially give rise to negative effects such as increased unemployment in particular sectors. But any such negative consequences are viewed as strictly temporary, to be addressed by appropriate social policies until the benefits of free trade begin to take hold. From a policy point of view, this means that the best path to economic development involves opening up the country to the world market, the elimination of trade protection, the opening up of financial markets, and the privatization of state enterprises. 2. Two crucial premises, comparative costs and full employment. This powerful set of claims is based on two crucial premises. 1. The premise that free trade is regulated by the principle of comparative costs, and 2. The premise that free competition leads to full employment in every nation. 3. Comparative costs. The principle of comparative costs is so familiar that it has come to be seen as a truism. It is most often presented in the form of the proposition that a nation would always stand to gain from trade if it were to export some portion of the goods it could produce comparatively more cheaply at home, in exchange for those it could get comparatively more cheaply abroad. Hence, a nation is enjoined to focus on producing and exporting goods which are comparatively cheaper at home. Implicit in this presentation is the claim that the market will then ensure that exports will be exchanged for an equivalent amount of imports, so that trade will be balanced. Dernberg 1989, 3. Comparative costs are said to be relevant here, not the absolute costs. It should be said that the term cost in the Ricardian literature refers to prices of production, i.e., cost-based competitive prices. Neoclassical theory builds the normal profit rate into average cost so that it represents a price of production, Chapter 7, Section I. On the other hand, Smith and Marx distinguish between unit cost, unit wages, materials and depreciation, and price of production, since no capital is guaranteed a normal rate of profit. This becomes important when we turn to the international expression of real competition in Section V, because then the price leader, the regulating capital, is the one with the lowest unit costs, and we are forced to distinguish between prices and costs. Given the widespread use of terms such as comparative and absolute costs, I can only try to remind the reader that in the international trade literature it refers to the price of production. A normative proposition that trade should be aligned with comparative cost-based prices has little value unless it can be shown that free trade among market economies operates to actually bring it about. After all, in the world market it is not nations which barter some goods for others but rather myriad firms in different countries who buy and sell goods for money, all with the aim of earning profits on the export and import of an ever-shifting variety of commodities. Therefore, if conventional trade theory seeks to appear more realistic, it moves to a second stage in the argument in which a quite different, positive claim, is substituted for the previous normative one. Here it is argued that free trade will always move the terms of trade of a nation to the point which equates the values of exports and imports. Hence, even when the actual agents of international trade are multitudes of profit-seeking firms, the end result is the same as if each nation directly barters a particular quantity of exports for an equivalent value of imports. Dornbusch 1988, 3. Since this applies equally to advanced and developing economies, no nation need fear trade due to some perceived lack of international competitiveness. In the end, free trade will make each nation equally competitive in the world market. Arndt and Richardson 1987, 12. In order to underpin this transition from a normative proposition about what nations should do to a positive one about what free trade will do, it is necessary to claim that the terms of trade will fall whenever a country runs a trade deficit and that the trade deficit will diminish when terms of trade fall, with the opposite in the case of a trade surplus. For full employment. Finally, in order to complete the standard argument on the benefits of free trade, it is also necessary to assume that full employment is the norm in countries with competitive markets. Without this additional assumption, even automatically self-balancing trade would not necessarily lead to gains from trade for the nation as a whole. After all, who is to say that balanced trade constitutes a gain from trade if that outcome is achieved at the expense of sustained job losses? The theory of comparative advantage lies downstream of the theory of comparative costs, prices. Since these comparative costs and comparative advantage are frequently confused, it is worth dwelling on their difference. We have noted that the principle of comparative costs claims that the terms of trade of every nation will automatically adjust so as to balance international trade. In such a process, each nation will find that its cheapest goods, the ones in which it is presumed to specialize, are those in which it has the lowest relative, i.e., comparative, cost. For example, if trade were opened between nations with equal wages but great disparities in technology, comparative cost theory would say that even if one nation was absolutely more efficient in producing all goods, it would nonetheless end up with lower international prices only in those goods in which it was relatively, comparatively, most advanced. Conversely, the absolutely less efficient nation would nonetheless end up with lower prices in those goods in which it was comparatively least backward. Hence, it is comparative efficiency, not absolute, which would ultimately rule free trade in this case. On the dual assumptions that trade is ruled by comparative costs and that full employment always obtains, the Heckscher, Olin, Samuelson, HOS, model of comparative advantage claims that differences in national comparative costs are rooted in differences in national endowments of land, labor, and capital. As always, the argument proceeds under the usual assumption of perfect competition, international identity of production functions and factors, non-reversibility of factor intensities, international similarity of preferences, and the constant returns to scale. Johnson 1970, 10-11. Two widely touted conclusions emerge. First, that within a system of free trade, nations with capital-intensive factor endowments will have lower comparative costs in capital-intensive goods. Hence, they will have a comparative advantage in the production of such goods and will tend to specialize in them. And second, that international trade by itself, without any need for direct flows of labor and capital, will tend to equalize real wages and profit rates across countries, the factor price equalization theorem. 5. Summary of standard trade theory. In summary, three propositions are essential to the whole corpus of standard trade theory. 1. The terms of trade fall when a nation runs a trade deficit. 2. The trade balance improves when the terms of trade fall. And 3. There is no overall job loss generated by any of these adjustments. All of these mechanisms are assumed to operate over some period short enough to be socially relevant. The trouble is that each of these three foundational claims of standard trade theory has been widely criticized for its theoretical and empirical deficiencies. We will consider each proposition in turn, in reverse order, because this is the order in which they are best known. 6 Problems with standard trade theory. Let us begin with the claim that full employment is a natural consequence of competitive markets. The International Labour Organization, ILO, reports that as much as one-third of the world's workforce of 3 billion people is unemployed or underemployed, ILO 2001, 1. Even in the developed world prior to the current crisis, the unemployment rate ranged from 3% to 25% across countries. Matters are much worse, of course, in the developing world, where there were 1.3 billion unemployed or underemployed people at the start of the 21st century, many of them with no prospects of reasonable employment in their lifetime. It does not take much reflection to recognize the linkages between persistent unemployment and intractable poverty. Given such patterns, it is hardly surprising that there remain a significant body of analysts who argue that there is no automatic tendency for full employment even in the advanced world. Indeed, this has long been the foundation of Keynesian and Kaleckian thinking. The claim that a fall in the terms of trade will improve the balance of trade, at least after some initial negative effect called J-curve, ISARD 1995, is equally problematic. This proposition lies at the root of the famous elasticities problem, which has long been the subject of great controversy. The difficulty lies in the fact that a fall in the terms of trade, which implies a cheapening of exports relative to imports, has two contradictory effects. A lower relative export price implies that each unit of exports earns less for the country. But since the exports are thereby cheaper to foreigners, the quantity of exports should rise. This means that the value of exports could fall, stay the same, or rise, depending on the relative strengths of two effects. The obverse would apply to imports. Thus, the overall response of the balance of trade to a fall in the terms of trade would depend on the combination of the two sets of responses, i.e., on the respective price elasticities of exports and imports. We come finally to the most important claim of all, namely that the terms of trade automatically move to eliminate trade imbalances. As noted earlier, this hypothesis requires that terms of trade continue to fall in the face of a trade deficit and continue to rise in the face of a trade surplus, until trade will be balanced so that the value of exports equals the value of imports, Dernberg 1989, 3. To put it another way, it says that this particular real exchange rate will adjust to make all freely trading nations equally competitive, regardless of the differences in their levels of development or of technology. At an empirical level, this leads to the expectation that on average, over a decade or so, ebbs and flows of competitive advantage would appear random over time and across economies, Arendt and Richardson 1987, 12. This proposition has never been empirically true, not in the developing world, not in the developed world, not under fixed exchange rates, not under flexible exchange rates. On the contrary, persistent imbalances are the sine qua non of international trade. This will come as no surprise to those familiar with the history of developing countries. But it is equally true in the developed world. For instance, for most of the post-war period the United States has run a trade deficit, and Japan has enjoyed a trade surplus, Arendt and Richardson 1987, 12. Similar patterns hold for most other OECD countries, see section 6 of the present chapter. Since the HOS theory rests on the assumption of comparative costs, it is not surprising that it too has had grave difficulties at an empirical level, Johnson 1970, 13-18. In addition to the empirical difficulties it inherits from the theory of comparative costs, it has the further problems that it fails to correctly predict trade patterns about half of the time, that technologies differ markedly across countries, and that real wages remain persistently unequal even across developed countries. As McGee, 1980, 14, puts it, the history of post-war international trade theory has been one of attempting to patch up either the Ricardo comparative costs or Heck-Scher-Ohlin model to fit the facts as we know them. It is acknowledged among experts that this persistent failure of the most fundamental propositions of standard trade theory has undermined confidence in its whole structure, Arendt and Richardson 1987, 12. 3 reactions to the problems of standard trade theory. In light of the many deficiencies of the standard theory, the natural question is, where does the theory goes wrong and how should we correct for that? Two general approaches are widespread, and I address them here. But in the next section I will go back to the root of the problem, which is Ricardo's derivation of the principle of comparative cost. This will enable the development of an alternate theory of international trade based on the classical notion of absolute costs, which has the great advantage of being consistent with the facts. 1. Reaction 1 to problems of standard theory, slow adjustment. The first type of reaction to the problems of standard theory focuses on the fact that the basic predictions of the theory of comparative costs and or purchasing power parity, PPP, are meant to hold over the long run. The trouble is that it might take a data span of 70 years or longer to distinguish between a stationary real exchange rate and a path-dependent one generated by a unit root process. Fruit and Rogoff 1995, 1657, 1662, Rogoff 1996, 647. Keynes's pithy phrase about the long run comes quite naturally to mind here. A time horizon such as this leaves considerable room for deviations from the basic principles, and economists have happily supplied a host of short-run models to fill the gap. Isard 1995, Stein 1995, Harvey 1996. Unfortunately, these models tend to contradict one another, not to mention the reality they claim to explain. Even from the point of view of proponents of the standard theory, the evaluation of these contemporary models shows why economists have been so disappointed in their ability to explain the determination of exchange rates and capital flows. Stein 1995, 182. The difficulties of the standard theory have become so acute that neoclassical economists have expressed increasing frustration over their failure to explain exchange rate movements. Despite the fact that this is one of the most well-researched fields in the discipline, not a single model or theory has tested well. The results have been so dismal that mainstream economists readily admit their failure. Harvey 1996, 567. Nonetheless, the notion of comparative advantage continues to dominate thinking among economists. Milberg 1994, 224. Yet these failed models continue to be offered as the dominant explanation of exchange rate determination, even though most scholars are aware of the deficiencies of these models. Stein 1995, 185. Worst of all, these same models continue to have a major influence on economic policy, having long provided the underpinning for the policies of the IMF and the World Bank. Frankel and Kahn 1993. 2. Reaction 2 to problems of standard theory, introduce imperfections. The other major reaction to the empirical troubles of standard theory has been to modify one or more of its assumptions concerning perfect competition, factor mobility, and returns to scale. For instance, the new trade theory approach assumes that the crucial weakness of standard theory lies in the fact that actual competition, indeed the actual world itself, is imperfect. It therefore situates itself within the problematic of imperfect competition and seeks to fill the gap between theory and the empirical evidence by incorporating oligopoly, increasing returns to scale, and various strategic factors into the standard analysis. Milberg 1993, 1. New trade theory shares the standard view that trade openness is generally good but admits that it is not always so. Therefore, the focus shifts to identifying particular conditions under which trade can produce real gains and act as an engine of growth. The task is to explain why, in contradistinction to standard theory, most trade occurred between countries with similar resource endowments, was intra-industry in character, was carried on primarily in intermediate as opposed to final goods, in the presence of apparently monopolistic market conditions, and took place without significant reallocation of resources or income distribution effects. UNDP 2003, ch. 2. In order to explain these phenomena, increasing returns to scale and imperfect competition are introduced into the traditional HOS framework. Point 5. The aim is to make the principle of comparative advantage consistent with specialization in goods rather than specialization in whole industries. Thus, countries might end up exporting a particular type of automobile while importing another type of automobile, so that its international trade would be intra-industry. Similarly, economies of scale in the face of a larger market could potentially overturn the HOS prediction that free trade would serve to equalize international factor prices, real wages and profit rates. In addition, the composition of trade, as opposed to its mere volume, becomes important, since it may lead to significant effects such as differential elasticities of demand, the Prebis, Singer thesis, 6 or differential transfers of technology. Finally, differences in knowledge, which includes technology, also modify the standard results. Once the notion of factor endowment is expanded to include accumulated and/or institutionalized human knowledge, this changes the predicted patterns of comparative advantage, benefits of trade, and international rates of growth, Romer 1987, Lucas 1993. All of these give rise to a set of possible exceptions to the standard results, which in turn provide some, limited, room for state intervention in certain strategic sectors and certain strategic activities such as R&D, UNDP 2003, ch2. But the models involved in the new trade theory, even with a few factors, are extremely complicated in terms of their outcomes, potentially generating multiple equilibria and complex patterns of adjustment to or around them, Durrani-Yagala and Fine 2011. So in the end the theory provides few unambiguous conclusions. 4. I would argue that these difficulties are rooted in the Ricardian principle of comparative cost upon which these models are founded. So it behooves us to return to foundations. For Ricardo's principle of comparative cost. 1. Real competition. In real competition within a nation, firms constantly seek to cut their costs in order to be able to cut their prices and displace their competitors. There are no guarantees in this process, and failure is an ever-present prospect. Firms with lower operating costs, unit wages, materials, and depreciation, tend to emerge more often as winners, while those with higher costs are more likely to end up as losers. This is the central selection mechanism of capitalist competition. Adam Smith extends this principle to the analysis of international trade, which implies that capitals located in nations with more efficient production and/or lower wages are likely to be more successful in the international arena than those with the opposite conditions of production. In other words, the principle of absolute cost advantage 7 applies equally well to competition within a nation as it does to competition between capitals in different nations, regardless of whether the absolute cheapness of the products involved is determined by natural or acquired advantages. Allen 1967, 53-56, Dosey, So et, and Pavitt 1990, 29-30, Shaikh 1995, 6667. Smith emphasizes that the key factor in the employment of capital is the lure of profit. Private profit is the sole motive which determines the owner of any capital to employ it either in agriculture, in manufactures, or in some particular branch of the wholesale or retail trade. Smith 1973, 474. This applies as much to production destined for domestic use as it does for that destined for foreign use. The point is that international trade is conducted by profit-driven exporters and importers, not by nations. Emmanuel 1972, 240. 2. Ricardo also begins from profit-seeking firms. Ricardo understood this full well. Like Smith, he aims to explain how national trade patterns arise from the actions of individual profit-seeking capitals in different countries. Indeed, Ricardo even begins from a Smithian vantage point. He opens his argument by considering two nations, England and Portugal. Portuguese capitals are assumed to be more developed than the English, an inside joke, since Ricardo was an Englishman of Portuguese descent, so they are initially able to outcompete English capitals in internationally traded goods. In national terms, the greater efficiency of Portuguese capitals initially makes Portugal a net exporter and England a net importer, so that the former has a trade surplus and the latter a trade deficit. 3. Ricardo on macroeconomic consequences of unbalanced trade. Ricardo now considers the macroeconomic consequences of an imbalance in international trade. Since Portuguese capitals are more efficient, Portugal's export earnings will tend to exceed its imports purchases, leading to a net inflow of funds into Portugal so that its money supply will rise. The opposite would hold for England, whose capitals are less efficient so that its money supply will fall. Ricardo was a proponent of the quantity theory of money, see Chapter 5, Section 3.1. From his theoretical perspective, an increase in the Portuguese money supply would tend to raise Portuguese prices and costs, while the decrease in the English money supply would tend to lower English prices and costs. The relative rise in the costs of Portuguese capitals would erode their competitive advantage and reduce Portugal's trade surplus. The corresponding relative fall in the costs of English capitals would lessen their general disadvantage and diminish England's trade deficit. Therefore, Portugal's initial cost advantage will be progressively undermined by the macroeconomic consequences of its successes, while England's initial disadvantage is progressively mitigated by the consequences of its failures. As this proceeds, an increasing number of Portuguese capitals will slip into the losers column while an increasing number of English capitals will turn into winners. Ricardo notes that this process must continue as long as trade is unbalanced, for it is the trade imbalance which induces the money flows between nations. Hence, if they stay the course, both countries will arrive at a point of balanced trade. In other words, both countries will end up being equally competitive in the international arena regardless of their continued differences in efficiency. The direct implication is that there is no need for a less developed country to modernize if they just put their trust in free trade and wait for it to do its work. Shaikh 1980 c. 204. If one adds in the assumption of automatic full employment, as neoclassical theory does, then even any potential adjustment problems disappear. Workers displaced in the losing sectors simply find jobs in the winning sectors. One can see why the story has become the mantra of neoliberalism. 4. Fixed versus flexible exchange rates. Ricardo himself assumed that exchange rates were fixed between Portugal and England, in his case because each country was assumed to peg its currency to gold. But his argument applies equally well to flexible exchange rates. Emmanuel 1972, 240-243. The initial Portuguese trade surplus implies that Portuguese exporters are accumulating more English pounds through their exports than their compatriots need to buy English goods. The resulting excess supply of English currency on the foreign exchange market will drive down the value of the pound relative to that of the Portuguese escudo. The currency of the trade surplus country, Portugal, will appreciate, which will make Portuguese goods more expensive in England and hence erode the Portuguese trade surplus. The opposite will take place in England. These are the same outcomes as with the case of fixed exchange rates. Under fixed exchange rates, changes in national price levels do the work, while under flexible exchange rates, changes in exchange rates bring about the same result. In either case, the terms of trade, the ratio of export prices to import prices in common currency, will rise in the surplus country and fall in the deficit one until the balance of trade and hence the balance of payments goes to zero. 5. Transformation of rule of absolute costs to rule of comparative costs. In order to bring out of the stark logic of his argument, Ricardo begins by assuming that Portuguese capitals initially have lower cost-based prices in all commodities so that they dominate both English and Portuguese markets. But then, as money flows into Portugal from England, Portuguese costs and prices rise and English costs and prices fall. We can imagine that as Portuguese goods become progressively more expensive and English goods progressively cheaper, the Portuguese commodity with the smallest advantage over its English counterpart will be the first to fall from the winners column to the losers. From the English point of view, this will be the commodity with the smallest disadvantage. But unless trade becomes balanced, the process will continue and the Portuguese commodity with the second smallest advantage, the English one with the second smallest disadvantage, will switch columns, and so on. All of this obtains through the actions and reactions of individual profit-seeking producers in the two countries. 6. Ricardo's shift from trade undertaken by capitals to trade undertaken by nations. When the Ricardian process comes to rest, it will appear as if Portugal had chosen to specialize in producing the goods in which it had a comparative cost advantage, exchanging them for commodities of equal money value, since trade is balanced at the rest point, consisting of goods in which England had a comparative cost advantage, Ricardo 1951b, 134-136, Shaikh 1980c, 216. This makes it possible for Ricardo to jump from the argument that the behavior of individual profit-seeking firms will lead to the rule of comparative cost to the proclamation that countries should use comparative costs to determine their trade patterns. Trade can be beneficial if the country with the all-around inferior efficiency specializes in the lines of production where its inferiority is the slightest, and the country with the all-around superior efficiency specializes in the lines of its greatest superiority. Yeager 1966, 4.8. In neoclassical economics, this switch in focus is greatly abetted by treating international trade as an exchange process between two individuals called England and Portugal, each of whom trades in order gain something. This procedure has the additional virtue of instilling the false notion that the very purpose of free trade is to benefit all nations, rather than to make profits for their businesses. Ricardo's implicit reduction of the balance of payments to the balance of trade is extremely important to his construction. A country's balance of payments is the sum of net inflows into the country, exports minus imports, the trade balance, direct investment in the country by foreigners minus investment abroad by domestic agents, short-term capital inflows such as private or business bonds purchased by foreigners, i.e., loans made by foreigners to domestic agents, minus similar financial transactions made in foreign countries by domestic agents, and so on. Ricardo proceeds as if commodity trade flows are completely separated from financial flows, so that a trade balance is synonymous with a balance of payments. Money appears in his story as a medium of circulation, but never as financial capital. This is extremely odd from a historical point of view, since the export and import of financial capital, international borrowing and lending, is intrinsically linked to the flow of funds arising from the export and import of commodities. More important, it is equally odd from a theoretical point of view because it implies that money and finance are completely divorced from each other. Both Marx and Harrod seize on this point, and we will see that their restoration of the connection between the two flows overturns a key step in Ricardo's path to his conclusion. Section V. Ricardo's argument solves three distinct problems that any theory of trade must address. First, it specifies the agents, which in Ricardo's case are quite properly identified as profit-seeking capitals regulated by the principle of lowest cost production. Second, it specifies how the actions of individual agents determine the overall balance of trade, which in Ricardo's argument comes to rest with exports equal to imports. And third, it specifies that the balance of payments is in equilibrium only when the balance of trade is zero. These points are important because we will see that a classical theory of trade solves the same three problems, yet leads to the conclusion that absolute costs determine trade and those countries with less competitive capitals will suffer chronic balances of trade deficits covered by chronic external debt all through the workings of free trade itself. But first, we need to examine Ricardo's process in more detail. 7. Numerical example of the Ricardian adjustment. We begin with Ricardo's own example. England and Portugal each can produce two goods, cloth and wine. But since Portugal is more developed, it has lower prices of production, i.e., cost-based competitive prices. In order to emphasize that the logic is not restricted to fixed exchange rates or the gold standard, I will assume that there is a flexible exchange rate between English pounds and Portuguese escudos, represented by euro, which is the current symbol for the euro. Portugal's initial exchange rate is, and all international prices are measured in English pounds. Given that the English pound is the international benchmark, Portugal's international prices will change with the exchange rate, whereas England's international prices will remain the same as its domestic ones. Lastly, at each exchange rate the lowest price for any commodity, its regulating price, will be indicated in bold. Table 11.1 depicts the initial situation in which Portuguese capitals have the absolute cost advantage in both goods. In the preceding situation, Portuguese capitals will be able to sell more cheaply at home and abroad. So Portugal will run a trade surplus as its customers avoid the more expensive English goods, and England will run a trade deficit as its customers seek out the cheaper Portuguese goods. According to Ricardo's logic, the Portuguese exchange rate, E, will appreciate in the face of Portugal's trade surplus. England's exchange rate 1/E will depreciate in the face of its trade deficit. In the initial situation, Portuguese capital has an 11% price advantage in cloth and a 50% price advantage in wine. It is then clear that the exchange rate must rise by more than 11% if English capital is to get back into the game by gaining the price advantage in cloth. On the other hand, it cannot rise by more than 50% because then the absolute price advantage would shift entirely to England, in which case Portugal would have a trade deficit and its exchange rate would fall back. It follows that only an exchange rate which permits each country to have one export good is feasible, because it is only in that range that trade could be balanced and the exchange rate remain stable. In the present example, this means an exchange rate which is higher than the initial one by between 10% and 33.33%, that is, a new exchange rate between and. Notice that the initial point is not important because the feasible exchange rate must always lie somewhere between the domestic currency comparative price ratios in cloth and in wine. That is Ricardo's central point. Table 11.2 depicts the situation with an exchange rate, which happens to lie within the feasible range, thereby giving English capital the price advantage in cloth and Portuguese capital that in wine. In the opposite case of fixed exchange rates, Ricardo's argument implies that the inflow of funds into Portugal due to its initial trade surplus will increase its money supply and raise its price level, while the reverse will occur in England. These price level movements will erode the advantages of Portuguese capitals and reduce disadvantages of English ones, until at some point each country has one good with a lower price. It should be obvious that in order for this latter outcome to obtain, Portugal's price level must rise by more than 11%, and by less than 50%, relative to England's the very same limits as in the case of a flexible exchange rate under given national price levels. Table 11.3 depicts an outcome of this type in which Portuguese prices have risen by 15% and English prices fallen by 14%, so that the relative price level of Portugal has risen by 33.33%. The particular numbers have been picked to give us the same Portuguese comparative prices as before, in cloth, and in wine. The direction of trade is determined by comparative price advantages, but the volume of trade depends on additional factors. Ricardo himself is not much concerned with the exact exchange rate and the quantities at which trade supposedly balances. The conventional closure nowadays would be to say that demand for the two commodities depends on the relative price of the commodities, the neoclassical emphasis, and the level of income in each country, the Keynesian emphasis, with the parameters of the relevant functions representing the underlying preference structures of consumers and businesses in both nations. The important point is that the exchange rate and/or price level will be within the Ricardian range and that free trade will make each country competitive on a world scale, in the sense of achieving trade balance, regardless of differences in demand, income, or levels of development of the countries involved. A key point in Ricardo's logic is that each comparative price, example the price of cloth in Portugal relative to the price of cloth in England, adjusts steadily as the exchange rate and/or the national price level moves in the appropriate direction. Since the two movements are logically equivalent, I will focus on the former. We notice from tables 11.1 and 11.2 that as the exchange rate rises there is a corresponding rise in the levels of Portugal's international cloth and wine prices expressed in S, while the levels of English prices remain the same because they are already denominated in S. Hence, Portuguese commodity prices rise steadily relative to their English counterparts, i.e., Portuguese comparative prices rise and the price advantage of Portuguese capitals is steadily eroded. Yet for any they still have an absolute advantage in both commodities, so the international price ratio of cloth to wine is determined by Portugal's internal price ratio. The latter is in turn the production price ratio of cloth to wine determined by Portuguese technology and its real wage. Hence, for any, the international relative price is regulated by Portuguese price of production. Conversely, 4. English capitals would have an absolute price advantage in both commodities and the international relative price would be determined by English costs of production. It is only in the Ricardian range of that the international relative price is divorced from the cost structure of either country. Hence, it is only in this range that the international price ratio can be determined by the requirement of balanced trade. Figure 11.1 depicts this intrinsic feature in Ricardo's theory in which comparative commodity prices change smoothly but ruling international prices remain cost-bound except within the Ricardian range. In the first chart we see that the comparative prices of Portuguese to English producers change smoothly with the exchange rate, and that these are both less than 1 for exchange rates below, so that Portugal dominates both international industries, that in the exchange rate range 1.11 to 1.50/euro the Portuguese comparative price for cloth is above 1, hence England's below 1, while that for wine is still below 1, so England now dominates cloth production while Portugal retains wine, and for exchange rates greater than 1.50/euro, Portuguese comparative prices are both above 1 so that England's capitals rule both industries. In the second chart, we see that international relative prices nonetheless do not change at all when we are outside the comparative cost range. We will see that this duality arises from an inconsistency between Ricardo's exposition and his prior classical foundations. Correction of this error removes the duality. But then Ricardo's claim that free trade transforms absolute cost advantages into comparative ones is also invalidated. Ricardo's theory of free trade is held to be a sacred tenet of modern economics even by those who go on to argue that actual international trade is different because the real world fails to live up to the assumed conditions of competition. Krugman 1987, 131. However, we will see there are a few weighty exceptions to the imperfectionist chorus: Smith, Marx, Keynes, and Harrod. To locate a classical alternative to the standard argument, we need to return to the basic question: how does competition work on an international scale? Real competition implies absolute cost advantage. 1. Introduction. The Ricardian argument is a story about the determination of international regulating capitals. When trade opens, Portugal and England each produce both wine and cloth, so there are two different producers for each good. Despite the fact that Portugal has the initially lower cost-based prices in both goods, the comparative costs argument says that international competition will end up selecting British firms as the regulating capitals for cloth, leaving Portuguese firms with the regulating role only for wine. 2. The first difficulty: feedback from prices to cost. Within the theory of real competition, the price leader, regulating capital, in any industry is the one with the lowest unit operating cost, the term cost now defined in the proper business sense as the sum of unit wages, materials, and depreciation. Then the first difficulty with the Ricardian argument is that changes in the relative international prices of goods will also affect the relative costs of these same goods. This is the logical extension of Sraffa's central point that prices and costs are inextricably intertwined, Chapter 9, Section 11. It turns out that when we allow for this feedback effect, comparative costs may not change at all in response to any changes in the real exchange rate, nominal exchange rate and/or the relative national price level, in which case Portuguese capitals remain the ones with lower comparative costs, the regulating ones, in both goods. Even if comparative costs do respond to changes in real exchange rates, they may not respond sufficiently to displace Portuguese capitals from their thrones. Worst of all for the Ricardian thesis, comparative costs may change in the wrong direction, i.e., they may make the absolute cost advantage of Portugal even greater. This means that even if the real exchange rate did automatically vary with the trade balance, as Ricardo supposes, comparative costs will not move in the Ricardian manner as long as real costs, real wages and productivity, are determined at the national level. 3. The second difficulty: trade imbalances and balance of payments. The second problem with the Ricardian theory is that real exchange rates need not change at all in the face of trade imbalances. Ricardo's argument elides the distinction between the balance of payments and the balance of trade by making it seem as if changes in money supply only affect national price levels. He notes that a country with a trade surplus will incur a net inflow of funds, which means that it will have a balance of payments surplus. On the strength of the quantity theory of money, he further claims that an increased supply of money leads to an increase in the price level, which then would undermine the cost advantage of the country's producers. This is where Marx's argument branches off from Ricardo's. On Marx's logic, the country with a trade surplus will experience an increase of liquidity which will lower its interest rate, while the country with the trade deficit will experience a tightening of liquidity and an increase in the interest rate, all through the normal functions of capital markets. The trade-created interest rate differential will then provoke a short-term, and hence relatively rapid, capital outflow from the trade surplus country to the trade deficit one. In effect, the country with a competitive advantage will enjoy a trade surplus which will enable it to be an international lender, while the country at a competitive disadvantage will suffer a trade deficit and become an international borrower. These are extremely familiar patterns in the actual history of international trade, up to the present day. As Harrod remarks, it is not possible to maintain a Ricardian separation between international trade and international finance. The two are inextricably linked through the money supply, Harrod 1957, 115. But then, with capital flows offsetting trade balances, the net effect on the balance of payments will depend on the relative magnitude of these two effects. The exchange rate may not change at all, or if it does, it may change in the wrong direction, that is, the exchange rate of the trade surplus country may depreciate rather than appreciate. For the classical theory of free trade, the argument about the feedback effects of international prices on costs leads to the conclusion that free trade will lead to persistent trade imbalances if there are structural differences in international competitiveness, while the argument about the linkages between trade imbalances and international finance liquidity implies that persistent trade balances are compatible with balance of payments through countervailing short-term capital flows. Taken together, they give us a classical analysis of free trade which is very different from the standard one and is consistent with the empirical evidence. In what follows, I will address each of these points in turn. 5. Regulating capitals in an international context. The first issue concerns the feedback from international prices on unit costs in each industry. Once competition becomes international, producers of a particular commodity in one nation confront producers of the same commodity in other nations. Industries cut across borders. As is always the case with real competition within an industry, the relevant variable is unit cost because the lowest cost determines the regulating capital and hence the regulating price of production. Chapter 7. Prices of production prior to trade. We begin with standard circulating capital Sraffian price of production systems in two separate nations, A, B, producing two different goods, 1, 2, and not yet involved in international trade. The notation is the same as in Chapter 9, Section 6. The real wage WR in each country is expressed in terms of commodity 2, which we can consider to be the consumption good, so we can replace the money wage W by. In keeping with most economic traditions, the price level, where are reference quantities of the two commodities, is taken to be determined by macroeconomic considerations, chapters 5 and 15. Then under autarky, we have three equations in each country, one for each industry and one for the country's given price level, in three variables, so each autarkic system is determinate in the levels of industry prices. 11.1. 2. Comparative costs. Once international competition opens up, each commodity will acquire a common international market price in any given currency through the usual turbulent process, subject in practice to transportation costs, tariffs, and taxes, and so on. This is the same principle as competition within an industry in a given nation. Let be these international market prices expressed in some common currency. We will analyze the forces that regulate these prices shortly, but for now it is sufficient to assume that they exist. In order for the costs of production of a given commodity to be comparable across countries, These costs must be expressed in terms of a common currency and evaluated in terms of the ruling international prices. Such a comparison is crucial because in classical logic the country with the lower cost in a particular commodity will be the regulating capital and hence the likely exporter of that commodity. Let the currency of country A have units euro and that of country B have units so that the exchange rate of country A, E, has units, /euro. Then from equation 11.1, we can write the common currency comparative unit production costs of each commodity in the two countries as. The foregoing expressions can be simplified by noting that they depend only on the real wage and the relative international price. 3. Absolute costs. We are now in a position to consider Ricardo's own starting point in which all industries in country A, Portugal, happen to have an absolute advantage over those in country B, England. If Portugal had the initial absolute cost advantage in both commodities, its domestic prices of production would be the ruling international ones and it would run a trade surplus. Ricardo argues that domestic price level and or the exchange rate in Portugal would then rise, which would in turn raise the international price of both commodities. On Ricardo's own argument, so long as Portuguese capitals remain dominant, the relative international price will remain equal to the Portuguese production price ratio. But then from equation 11.3, the Portuguese comparative cost advantage will not change as long as real wages are given. So we run headlong into the central problem of Ricardo's story. Portugal's comparative cost advantage cannot change unless the international relative price changes, but international relative price cannot change unless Portugal loses its comparative cost advantage. Hence, Ricardo's theory falls apart even if Portugal's price level and or exchange rate rises when it has a balance of trade surplus. 4. Benchmark case of equal technical compositions but different efficiencies. The difficulty cannot be surmounted by assuming that money wages are sticky, for even in this case a rise in international prices would lower both Portuguese and English real wages to the same degree. Depending on the exact constellation of coefficients, this could well reduce Portugal's relative cost and make its absolute advantage even greater. It is useful to pursue the last point in more detail by considering the benchmark case in which producers of the same commodity have equal technical proportions but different efficiencies. Suppose that labor and materials coefficients in, say, Industry 1 in country A are all proportionally smaller than the coefficients of Industry 1 in country B, for example, for some relative efficiency factor, and then from equation 11.3, the comparative costs of Portuguese to English goods in each industry would be v. Complete independence of comparative cost from relative prices in the benchmark case. If Portuguese real wages were the same as in England, the expressions in parentheses are the same in the numerator and denominator of each expression in equation 11.4, so that comparative cost depends only on efficiencies. In this case, absolute advantages and disadvantages would arise solely from efficiency advantages and would be completely invariant to changes in the international relative price, P, and even to changes in the levels of real wages, due to sticky real wage adjustments, as long as national real wages remained equal. Then the only way for English capitals to become internationally competitive would be for them to raise their efficiencies faster than their Portuguese counterparts, who, of course, will be driven to try the same. This is precisely the avenue Ricardo dismisses on the grounds that free trade would make the countries equally competitive without having to catch up in technology. The other possibility, also dismissed as unnecessary in the Ricardian story, is that English capitals could try to keep English real wage growth lower than that in Portugal. But while technological change is a local interaction between each firm and its labor force, real wage growth is a macroeconomic phenomenon involving capital, labor, profitability, population growth, and the overall rate of technical change. See Part 3, Chapter 14. 6. General case. In the general case of unequal technical compositions and unequal real wages, one can see from equation 11.3 that with given real wages in each country the comparative cost in any industry is a ratio of two linear functions of the relative price and may fall or rise with the relative price depending on the constellation of coefficients. Moreover, the extent of any such a movement is itself limited by the relative structures of production, as is evident from the cases depicted in equations 11.4 and 11.5. The upshot of these considerations is that international competitiveness will be tied to differences in efficiency, real wages, and technical proportions, and there is nothing in free trade itself that will eliminate absolute cost advantages or disadvantages. 7. The Smithian decomposition. The Smithian decomposition of price developed in Chapter 9, Section 3, is particularly useful in exploring this issue. We saw that any price for the JTH commodity can be written as, where is the integrated unit labor cost, VULC, and is the integrated profit, wage ratio in industry J. Then for any two countries A and B, the ratio of common currency integrated comparative unit labor costs for industry J is. This seems to offer a direct path to the Ricardian argument. If Portugal's comparative costs in both industries are less than those in England, then Portugal will have a balance of payments surplus due to its a balance of trade surplus. The money supply will rise so that with fixed exchange rates the Portuguese price level will rise. Ricardo himself supposes that real wages are tied to a standard of living that essentially depends on the habits and customs of the people. Ricardo 1951b, 96-97, Dobb 1973, 91-92, 152. Then the Portuguese money wage will rise, and this will erode Portugal's absolute advantage and diminish its trade surplus. The process will continue as long as trade is unbalanced, so in the end trade must end up being balanced. The same effect obtains if the increase in the money supply only raises Portugal's exchange rate, since this too will raise its comparative costs and will continue do so as long as there is an imbalance in trade. In either case, it seems that free trade must lead to balanced trade. But there is a catch here. In the case of fixed exchange rates, the rise in the Portugal's price level will raise its domestic and international prices because Portugal's prices are the regulating prices since it has an absolute advantage in both industries. Then English workers will experience the same rise in prices as Portuguese workers. It follows that nominal wages in both countries must rise to the same degree if both sets of workers are to maintain their real wages, in which case comparative costs in equation 11.6 would not change at all. If instead the Portuguese price level were to stay constant and its exchange rate were to appreciate, Portuguese nominal wages would remain constant at any given real wage. But in England, the ruling prices would rise by the full amount of the exchange rate appreciation, so that English nominal wages would have to rise to the same degree as the exchange rate in order to maintain the English real wage. In terms of equation 11.6, WA would remain constant, E would rise, and WB would rise to the same degree, so that comparative costs would once again be unchanged. In either case, the Ricardian error stems from a failure to take into account the effect of ruling prices on costs. This effect can be easily formalized. Let the real wage be, where PC is the price of some common bundle of consumption goods. Then we can write the comparative integrated real unit labor costs of commodity J as 8 integrated comparative real costs. At Ricardo's level of abstraction, all goods are internationally traded, non-tradable goods will be addressed later, and subject to the law of one price, which implies that any common bundle of goods will have the same price in any given currency, that is. Notice that this step incorporates the effects of international prices on integrated costs, which is crucial to the classical argument. Then the common currency integrated comparative real unit labor costs of a given good in two countries depends only on relative national real wages and relative national integrated unit labor times, the latter being the inverse of integrated productivities. So long as real wages are socially determined in each country, comparative cost advantages will change only if relative real wages or relative integrated productivities changes. Then Ricardo's argument has no purchase unless free trade causes one of these variables to move in such a way as to automatically balance trade. For instance, even if relative real wages were to rise in the more competitive country, as they have been doing in China lately, this would diminish but not necessarily overturn its cost advantages. The latter outcome would require the real wages to continue to rise until trade becomes balanced. The standard free trade story therefore implicitly requires that relative real wages be endogenously determined by the requirements for balanced trade, i.e., that the national real wages serve as market clearing variables for international trade. Such a claim would be inconsistent with the classical notion of socially determined real wages to which even Ricardo subscribes, as well as being inconsistent with the neoclassical argument that real wages serve to clear the labor market in each country, i.e., bring about full employment. It is perfectly sensible to say that real wages may be affected by international outcomes, but it is a different thing altogether to claim that real wages will be determined by the requirements for trade balance. Hence, Smith is right and Ricardo is wrong. Free trade will lead to persistent trade surpluses for countries whose capitals have lower costs and persistent trade deficits for those whose capitals have higher costs. 9. Possible outcomes in classical 2x2 case. Up to this point, it has been sufficient to assume that competition within each international industry establishes a set of international prices. We now turn to the determination of these prices. In the two-commodity two-country case, there are 3 possible outcomes of international competition. It may be that both regulating capitals are in country A because both producers have the absolute cost advantage, in which case the international regulating prices will be determined by the prices of production of country A. The opposite case would be if both regulating capitals are in country B. Since the two cases are symmetric, it is sufficient to analyze the first one. Production prices in Euros will be determined in country A in accordance with its real wage and general price level, see equation 11.1, and these translate into prices in S in country B. The money wage is, where WR is the real wage and is the price of the consumption good. The regulating capitals are listed in bold type here, which therefore does not denote vectors and matrices in this case. Both industries in country A will receive the general rate of profit, but in country B, each industry will get a different profit rate consistent with its efficiency and its real wage in the face of international prices. This is always the case with non-regulating capitals, Chapter 7, Section 4. While the level of prices and costs in S in country B depends on the exchange rate, comparative costs in the two countries do not because their elements must be expressed in common currency, say S, so that the exchange rate cancels out from the numerator and the denominator. The remaining possibility would be if each country happened to have an absolute advantage in one commodity, say commodity 1 for country A and commodity 2 for country B. In this case, the equalization of profit rates across regulating capitals occurs on an international scale resulting in common currency international prices of production for some given international price level. In equation set 11.11, the two regulating capitals and the given world price level listed in bold type form a determinate system of 3 equations in 3 variables. These same international prices will then determine distinct profit rates for the non-regulating, import competing, capitals in each country. This reminds us that average rates of profit will not be equalized across countries even if profit rates are equalized across regulating capitals, Chapter 7, Figure 7.7. Note that all variables here are expressed in international currency. X. The intermediate case is the general one. The intermediate case in equation 11.11 is in fact the general one. At a concrete level, country A will export and import a multitude of commodities in relation to a multitude of trading partners whom we can lump into country B. Then we can safely assume that each such country has a set of exports and a set of imports. We have already learned from Sraffa that within any given technique the profit rate and all relative prices are determined by a given real wage. In equation 11.11, the relative international price is now also the terms of trade of country A, its export price relative to its import price, in common currency. The key point is that the terms of trade are pinned by national real wages and structures of production. Then it follows that the terms of trade cannot also move to endogenously balance trade. The Ricardian theory of comparative costs and automatic trade balance, which is the foundation of the standard theory of international trade, simply does not hold up. 11. Tradable and non-tradable goods. It is possible extend the preceding analysis to the case of a non-tradable good, commodity 3. The price of this commodity will affect input costs insofar as the good enters into production, and it will affect the money wage insofar as the good enters into the broader wage basket as consumption goods. In the latter case, it is useful to define the average international price of consumption goods so that we may express the money wage as. Note the given world price level determines the absolute levels of individual prices, whereas the average consumption price is determined by these same individual prices. Finally, even though a non-tradable good does not directly participate in international competition, some capitals within it are local regulating capitals and subject to the same domestic investment flows as national and the regulating capitals in internationally traded goods. Hence, the price of non-tradables will be regulated by the same profit rate as the regulating capitals. Non-regulating capitals, tradable or non-tradable, are different since their lower profit rates are an expression of their inferiority in competition and hence of their limited value for new capital flows. This is precisely why they tend to be left out of the picture in most analyses of competition. Once ignored in theory, they tend to be forgotten altogether. Then their real existence appears to be an indication of the imperfection of competition when it is actually an indication of a too rapid move from the abstract to the concrete, an imperfection of the theorist rather than of the theory. As previously, all variables are expressed in international currency, S. The 7 equations listed in bold type form a determinate system in 7 variables. As before, the 2 remaining equations serve to determine the profit rates of non-regulating capitals. And now the money wage, in international currency, in each nation incorporates the local price of the non-tradable good. Note that country A will be an exporter of commodity 1 in which it has the absolute cost advantage, while country B will be an exporter of commodity 2. 12. Purchasing power parity and the law of one price. Competition within international industries equalizes the common currency price of individual tradable goods. This is the hypothesis of the law of one price, LOP. When applied to some aggregate bundles of goods in 2 different countries, this is called the purchasing power parity, PPP, hypothesis. In real competition, the LOP encompasses transportation costs, taxes, and tariffs. Even in competition within a nation, firms with new lower-cost capitals cut prices and older firms only partially match these price cuts so that there is always a distribution of price differentials, Chapter 7, Section 6.1. The same thing happens in international competition. With fixed exchange rates, the process is similar to that of competition within a nation. With flexible exchange rates, firms face the additional complication that the international expression of their prices can change solely because of variations in the exchange rate. The difference between the 2 cases is not as great as it may seem, since fixed exchange rate pegs can always be changed. The degree to which international prices reflect changes in exchange rates is known as the degree of pass-through, Goldberg and Netter 1997. Whether exchange rates are conditionally fixed or openly flexible, the basic principle is the same: firms must adapt their prices to those of their competitors in order to maintain their market shares. In practice, the LOP therefore holds only in an approximate sense and requires time for its adjustment processes. At the aggregate level, the expectation of price equalization is known as the PPP hypothesis. Since the PPP is an aggregate version of the LOP, it does not imply any particular causation between national price levels and the exchange rate, ISARD 1995, 59-60. But for it to obtain, 2 further conditions are necessary: 1, that the bundle of goods has the same composition across countries, and 2, that the non-tradable, tradable price ratio is the same in both countries. If the common set of weights is, then the common currency price indexes of countries A and B depicted here are weighted geometric averages, more appropriate for trend data. Point 9. In each price index, the first 2 terms represent the tradable component and the third term the non-tradable one. It follows that PPP, i.e., the equality of the price indexes expressed in common currency, also requires that the ratio of the two components be the same in both countries. The problem with testing the PPP hypothesis is that the baskets of goods used to construct national price indexes are not the same across countries. The Producer Price Index, PPI, includes domestically produced consumption and producer goods but excludes services and imports. On the other hand, the Consumer Price Index, CPI, excludes producer goods and exports but includes domestic services and imported services and consumption goods. Point 10. In neither index is the composition of the basket restricted to tradable goods. Nor are the overall baskets the same across countries. It is no surprise, therefore, that the real exchange rates based on PPI or CPI-based prices do not turn out stationary even over very long data spans. Indeed, they often turn out to be trend. ISARD 1995, 64, figure 64.61, which is yet another problem in the long-standing PPP puzzle, McDonald and Ricci 2001, 6. As an aggregate test of the LOP, the PPP requires equal compositions of national price index baskets. Given that actual baskets are not equal, a proper test of the PPP requires a positive answer to the following question: once we adjust for compositional and non-tradable/tradable price effects within each national price index, is the ratio of the remaining elements stationary over time? The Smithian decomposition is particularly useful here. Since the JTH price is itself determined by the corresponding regulating price, we can always write, where is the regulating integrated unit labor cost, the consumption goods price index, the regulating real wage, and is the regulating disturbance term. Then we could replace each of the prices in equation 11.13 by the corresponding product of regulating costs and disturbance terms. Obviously, the substitution would not change the relation between the price indexes of the two countries. With this in mind, we can say that in the classical approach the real exchange rate is determined by its regulating components. The national prices of consumption goods in each country can be expressed as, where PT will be defined as the price of a bundle of tradable goods which is the same in both countries, commodity 2 in equation 11.12. Then the LOP implies. In keeping with the empirical results of Chapter 9, see equation 9.5, we can also assume that the disturbance term is relatively small so that. Then the classical argument implies that the real exchange rate is essentially driven by two components, relative real regulating costs and the ratio of non-tradable/tradable goods. 13. Purchasing power parity and the compositional component of the real exchange rate. Equation 11.13 established that if two national price indexes had the same overall composition in the sense of having the same composition of goods and the same ratio of non-tradable to tradable prices, the two indexes would be proportional if the LOP held at the individual level. Then their ratio, which is the real exchange rate, would be constant and PPP would hold. Conversely, if compositional effects are significant, the real exchange would not be stationary even if the LOP did hold. IVs. Actual costs as proxies for regulating costs. In practice, we only have data on actual costs. But the Smithian decomposition also applies to actual prices, costs, and profit, since profit is the difference between price and costs. Hence, we can also express the JTH price as, where now is the actual integrated unit labor cost and is the actual integrated profit, wage ratio in industry J. If the industry is the regulating one, then the actual terms are equal to regulating terms. In equation 11.12, this applies in country A to industry 1 whose commodity is an export and to industry 3 whose non-tradable commodity is nationally competitive. On the other hand, it does not apply to industry 2 of country A, because it is a non-regulating industry whose costs would be higher than the regulating costs and integrated profit, wage ratio correspondingly lower. Still, an import-competing industry like this could only survive if its cost remains within striking distance of the regulating costs. The two costs can never get too far apart. Then actual costs would have similar trends as regulating costs, so we might write the latter as functions of the former. The remaining issue involves a proxy for the non-tradables/tradables factor. Given that the producer price index, P, covers many more tradable goods than either the consumer price index, PC, or the GDP deflator, PGDP, we could use the ratio of either of the latter two to the former. Alternately, since the ratio of non-tradable/tradable prices has been found to be correlated with real GDP per capita, RGDP-PC, we could use the latter as a proxy for the former. This yields three possible formulations in terms of some general functional form. Putting equations 11.16 and 11.8 together yields the following general empirical form. While we do not have any a priori specifications of the functional forms and, there are two widely used possibilities, or in which case where a, b are unknown parameters. The former can be directly utilized in 11.16, by using actual real costs in place of regulating costs, and the actual ratio of consumer price index or the GDP deflator to the producer price index for the non-tradable/tradable price term. 11 The existence of unknown constants does not matter in this case, since they would not affect the stationarity or non-stationarity of the real exchange rate. On the other hand, we could only make use of the log linear functional forms through regressions in which the parameters could be estimated. The empirical analysis in section 6 will begin with the former assumption and move on to the latter. 6. Trade balances, capital flows, and the balance of payments. This brings us to the second problem: if free trade leads to persistent trade imbalances, how is the balance of payments maintained? The answer, suggested by Marx but only fully worked out by Harrod, is that the international money flows created by unbalanced payments will lower interest rates in the trade surplus country and raise them in the deficit 1,12, and this interest rate differential will induce financial capital flows from the former to the latter until payments are in balance. Given that differences in real costs cause trade imbalances, the overall payments will be in balance when the surplus country exports its surplus as international loans while the trade deficit country covers its deficit through international borrowing. All of this occurs through the operations of free trade and free financial markets. Ricardo relies on the quantity theory of money to argue that the money inflow incurred by the trade surplus country would raise its price level. Marx was strongly critical of the quantity theory, Chapter 5, Section 3.2, and his response to this step in Ricardo's argument is visceral, Shaikh 1980a, 34. It is indeed an old humbug that changes in the existing quantity of gold in a particular country must raise or lower commodity prices within this country by increasing or decreasing the quantity of the medium of circulation. If gold is exported, then, according to the currency theory, commodity prices must rise in the country importing this gold, and decrease in the country exporting it. But, in fact, a decrease in the quantity of gold lowers the interest rate, and if not for the fact that the fluctuations in the interest rate enter into the determination of cost prices, or in the determination of demand and supply, commodity prices would be wholly unaffected by them. Marx 1967 ch. 34, 551. We do not know whether Marx ever pursues the implications of this point. All that we know is that nothing more on it appears in the specific parts of Marx's writing that Engels chose to compile into Volume 3 of Capital. But we do know that Harrod arrives at the same conclusion almost a century later, in the third revision of his own book on international economics, Harrod 1957, ch. 4, Sector 5 and ch. 7-8. Classical theory, he says, tends to treat international capital flows as if they were independent of trade flows. However, short-term capital movements may be triggered by exchange rate movements and or interest differentials, 96, 115 text and N1. The money flows induced by a surplus in the balance of payments will reduce liquidity in the country, rather than raising its price level. This will tend to reduce interest rates in the country 13 and stimulate a capital outflow without necessarily affecting the trade balance. To the extent that domestic investment is responsive to the interest rate, this may stimulate the level of output and increase imports through the Keynesian channel. This may reduce the trade surplus, but it will not eliminate it, 130, 131 to 133, 135, 139. The important point is that trade imbalances and short-term capital flows are intrinsically linked. The capitalists of a country may be tempted to invest, or borrow, abroad precisely because of the conditions which the balance of trade has brought about. 115, emphasis added. Harrod notes that his version of the balance of payments adjustment is classical in that it postulates a self-righting mechanism at work. But it attributes the self-righting effect to the capital movements induced and not to a change in the commodity balance. Harrod 1957, 132. In the case of fixed exchange rates, the same effect can be partially or wholly produced through policy by having the central banks raise interest rates in countries with balance of payments deficits so as to induce the capital inflows needed cover the deficit. This may be necessary to prevent the drain in reserves that may otherwise occur. Then the central bank would be doing what the market would have done in the case of flexible exchange rates, 85 to 86. Finally, the short-term capital flows induced by a payments imbalance will tend to eliminate the interest rate differentials that stimulate these, so international interest rates will tend to be equalized. 116. Harrod makes several other important points. Prices of tradable goods are equalized across countries, while those of non-tradable goods are not. Harrod 1957, 54 to 56, 62 to 63. Real wages are also not equalized across countries. 63.14. And with flexible exchange rates, the equilibrium exchange rate is determined by the condition that the balance of payments be zero. This implies that imbalances of payments not only change liquidity and affect interest rates but also spill over to the foreign exchange market. Lastly, he notes that the law of comparative costs is often presented as an account of the direction which trade ought to take, or, what is the same thing, of the way in which countries ought to dispose of their productive resources. 39, emphasis added. However, actual international trade is undertaken by profit-seeking firms whose only concern is whether they can get a remunerative price. 70. The exporter or importer knows nothing about comparative costs, all he knows are the quoted prices at home and abroad. 73. The real question, therefore, is not how trade ought to be conducted but how it is conducted. 7. Summary of the classical approach to free trade. Several themes emerge from the preceding analysis. First, industry comparative costs and terms of trade are determined by relative real wages and relative productivities of regulating capitals, and the effect of non-tradable/tradable goods. Equations, 11.3, 11.8, 11.11, 11.12, 11.16. Second, the direction of a nation's trade balance is determined by its absolute cost advantage or disadvantage, a classical channel, while its size will also depend on relative national incomes, a Keynesian channel. Changes in the latter will affect the trade balance but will not permanently switch it from surplus to deficit unless they switch comparative costs. Third, trade imbalances will create imbalances of payments which will affect interest rates and induce short-term international capital flows, a classical channel, and perhaps also change national income through their influence on investment, the Keynesian channel. The end result will be that countries with absolute cost advantages will recycle their trade surpluses as foreign loans while countries with absolute cost disadvantages will cover their trade deficits through foreign borrowing. All of this will arise through the workings of free trade and free financial flows, although policy measures may produce similar effects. Harrod 1957, 85 to 86. 6. Empirical evidence. At an empirical level, standard and classical theories of free trade differ on the expectations about balance of trade and the real exchange rate. In the first domain, the comparative advantage hypothesis implies that the real exchange rate will vary so as to ensure that trade remains balanced in the face of changing circumstances. Automatic real exchange rate adjustments will ensure that trade will be balanced so that the value of exports equals the value of imports. Dernberg 1989, 3. This hypothesis gives rise to the empirical expectation that even though an economy's international competitiveness might rise and fall over medium-term periods, on average, over a decade or so, ebbs and flows of competitive advantage would appear random over time and across economies. Arndt and Richardson 1987, 12. Milberg, 1994, 224, notes that the notion of comparative advantage continues to dominate thinking among economists. A nice illustration of this is Krugman's, 1991, insistence that comparative advantage continues to operate in the modern world and would automatically lead to balanced trade among nations if only it were given free rein. Even the theorists of the new international economics school, who emphasize oligopoly, increasing returns to scale, and various strategic behaviors, begin from the premise that comparative advantage would hold in the absence of such imperfections. Milberg 1993, 1. It is from this perspective that Krugman and Obstfeld, 1994, 20, inveigh against those who believe that free trade is beneficial only if your country is productive enough to stand up to international competition. The classical argument leads to exactly the conclusion they dismiss: differences in competitiveness are rooted in differences in real costs, productivities and real wages, that give rise to persistent trade imbalances. The empirical evidence strongly favors the classical hypothesis over the Ricardian neoclassical one. In the post-war period, neither competitive advantages nor trade balances have been the least bit random across space or time. On the contrary, the appearance of persistent, marked competitive advantage for countries such as Japan and marked competitive disadvantage for countries such as the United States, coupled with persistent, marked trade balance surpluses for Japan and deficits for the United States, have characterized much of the post-war period. Arndt and Richardson 1987, 12. Neither the fixed exchange rate regimes of the Bretton Woods period, nor the flexible and highly volatile exchange rate regime which came into being in 1973, have altered this unpleasant fact. Figure 11.2 depicts the trade balances of 15 major countries from 1960 to 2009. These are measured as the export-import ratio in common currency, so that a ratio greater than 1 signifies a trade surplus and a ratio below 1 signifies a trade deficit. Finland, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Norway, and Sweden in Panel 1 all move from trade deficits to trade surpluses over the half-century span. Korea's path from a huge trade deficit to a modest surplus is quite remarkable, as is Norway's steady move in the same direction. Panel 2 depicts a similar set of steady improvements from deficit to surplus for Denmark, Italy, and the Netherlands. Panel 3 looks at 4 steady countries, Germany and Canada with persistent trade surpluses and France and Spain with modest and large persistent deficits, respectively. Finally, in Panel 4, we find 3 countries with generally rising deficits, including the United States and Australia, the latter having run a balance of trade deficit in 43 of the 50 years from 1960 to 2009, and a current account deficit in 48 of those years. Mason 2010. Figure 11.2 Trade balances in major countries, 1960 to 2009, exports/imports. We now consider the empirical implications of standard and classical theories of real exchange rates. Standard theory says that the terms of trade will move to automatically balance trade, while the classical theory says that the terms of trade are pinned by real costs so that trade will generally be unbalanced. The empirical evidence on persistent trade imbalances clearly favors the classical theory. However, both theories make use of the LOP, albeit in different forms. The LOP in turn implies that PPP will obtain for baskets of goods with the same composition. Conversely, PPP may not obtain if baskets are different across countries, or if the LOP did not apply in the first place. It was noted in the preceding section that if PPP did not obtain, one could distinguish between the first and second causes through the empirical estimation of the real costs, adjusted for tradable/non-tradable goods, of the 2 national baskets, equation 11.6. This would also address in passing an alternate hypothesis that competitive processes equalize unit costs across nations, Officer 1976, 10-12. The PPP hypothesis requires that real exchange rates to be stationary over the long run. 15 The large empirical literature gives rise to several enduring PPP puzzles involving the real exchange rate. First, it is not stationary over the short run no matter which general price index is utilized, ISARD 1995, 63-65. Second, while it may display reversion to a target level over runs greater than 10 to 20 years, that target level is not the PPP value because it is not stationary, Engel 1999, 21. Third, standard econometric tests have been shown to have very low power in distinguishing between unit root and stationary processes, 20 to 22, and this has given rise to sharply differing positions. Some conclude that PPP may not hold after all, McDonald and Ricci 2001, 5. Still others argue that there is a trend to the real exchange rate, but it can probably be explained by the relative price of tradables to non-tradables, Engel 1999, 22, although the actual evidence on this is mixed, Raghav 1996, 660-662. Finally, even if there is reversion to a non-stationary mean, the speed of convergence is extremely slow in comparison to what is theoretically expected, Raghav 1996, 647. Standard theory requires that the adjustment toward a stationary center of gravity be quite rapid because in perfect competition the lop is taken to be immediate, ISARD 1995, 60-61, and because neoclassical theory assumes that a monetary shock should be absorbed in prices and exchange rates with a lag of about 2 years overall, McDonald and Ricci 2001, 5. The latter condition translates into the requirement that the real exchange rate revert to its stationary mean with a half-life of about 1/3 of a year. 16 Yet the typical half-life reported in studies is between 3 to 4 years, McDonald and Ricci 2001, 5, which is roughly 10 times too large. Not surprisingly, this has led to a search for alternate explanations for the movements of the real exchange rate, macroeconomic factors, tradable/non-tradable goods prices, Harrod, Balasat, Samuelson effects, real interest rate differentials, portfolio balance effects, pricing behavior of exporters, terms of trade fluctuations, transportation costs, tariffs and taxes, and costs of distribution of goods and services, McDonald and Ricci 2001, 5-7. It is important at this point to distinguish between speed of convergence and center of gravity issues. Neoclassical theory requires that convergence be very rapid, but classical theory only requires convergence in the form of a cycle of fat and lean years, say 7 to 11 years. The latter implies a half-life of around 1.5 years, i.e., a mean reversion speed of 6 years or so. Ims et al. 2005, 1-2, argue that if one takes into account the fact that different components of a price index have different speeds of adjustment, the average half-life may fall to as low as 11 months, significantly below the consensus view of 3 to 5 years, 36 to 60 months. Similarly, neoclassical theory only admits the tradable/non-tradables effect as a source of deviations from stationarity, while the classical argument also allows for differences in real unit labor costs. Figure 11.3 charts the real effective exchange rates in terms of producer prices for the United States and Japan. It is eminently clear that these are not stationary in either the short run or the long run. This too is a perfectly general pattern, and we can immediately see why tests based on aggregate price indexes overwhelmingly reject purchasing power parity as a short-run relationship, Raghav 1996, 647, and why even the 50-year span of the post-war period does not provide much support for the notion that real exchange rates are stationary in some putative long run. It is this difficulty that forces some supporters of the PPP hypothesis to argue that any convergence which might exist must be extremely slow, 647, requiring perhaps 75 or even 100 years of data in order to become distinguishable from a random walk, Fruit and Raghav 1995, 1657, 1662. Figure 11.3 Real Effective Exchange Rates, PPI basis, United States and Japan, 1960 to 2009. Source, BLS and authors' calculations. One can also formulate the PPP hypothesis in terms of the rates of change of the relevant variables, in which case the hypothesis implies that nominal exchange rates will depreciate at the same rate as inflation, so as to maintain a constant real exchange rate. Figure 11.3 also makes it clear why this relative version of PPP is equally unsupportable as a general empirical proposition. However, in the particular case of high inflation, relative PPP does appear to hold. Fruit and Raghav 1995, 1651, ISARD 1995, 62, as illustrated in Table 11.4. This turns out to be an important piece of evidence because the classical theory of trade predicts both the trend nature of real exchange rates shown in the figure 11.3 and also the correlation between nominal exchange rates and inflation rates in the case of high relative inflation, Shaikh 1995, 73 to 74. The reason is simple. We can see from equation 11.20 that the rate of change of the nominal exchange rate equals the rate of change of a function of relative real costs plus the rate of change of a function of non-tradable/tradable price minus the relative inflation rate. The first two elements will be small because international relative real wages and relative productivities do not change much from year to year. Then if the relative inflation rate is also small, it will not dominate so that relative PPP will not hold. However, when the relative inflation rate is large it will dominate so that changes in the nominal exchange rate will roughly correspond to relative inflation and relative PPP will appear to hold. This is exactly what Barrow, 1984, 542, Table 20.24, finds at an empirical level, only he presents its evidence in support of the PPP hypothesis. 1. The persistence of empirically weak theoretical models as a guide to policy. The travails of orthodox exchange rate theory have led to four types of reactions, as noted. Some have focused on factors that might account for the slow convergence and non-stationarity of the real exchange rate, others reject the very notion that exchange rates are regulated by any underlying economic factors, Harvey 1996, 581, and still others, like those in the New International Economics School, retain the principle of comparative advantage but modify its conclusions by introducing imperfections such as oligopoly, economies of scale, and strategic factors. Despite these problems, both PPP and comparative advantage hypotheses continue to be widely used in economic models, ISARD 1995, 59, 73, Krugman 1995, 63. Stein, 1995, 185, claims that even though most scholars are aware of the deficiencies of these models, the profession continues to use them wholly or partly because they do not have a logically satisfactory substitute. More significantly, these same models continue to have a major influence on economic policy. For instance, the PPP hypothesis is frequently used as a policy rule of thumb because when a country establishes or adjusts an exchange rate peg, it generally relies on some type of quantitative framework, such as the PPP formula, in order to help assess the appropriate level for the new parity, ISARD 1995, 70. In a similar vein, the assumption that an unencumbered real exchange rate automatically makes all trading nations equally competitive regardless of their differences in technology or levels of development lies behind many of the modern neoliberal programs of the IMF and the World Bank, Frankel and Kahn 1993. The empirical and policy implications outlined above are of considerable importance because the classical theory of free trade leads to very different conclusions. First, the real exchange rate of a country will follow the time path of its relative real unit costs. Since these may be rising or falling over time, real exchange rates will generally be non-stationary. This is consistent with the evidence in Figure 11.3. In addition, relative real unit costs of production tend to change relatively slowly over any length of time because they reflect changes in relative wages and relative productivities. Hence, long-run changes in the corresponding real exchange rate, i.e., the difference between the rate of change of nominal exchange rates and relative national prices, will also be small. This implies that when some country has a relatively high rate of inflation in any given year, its nominal exchange rate must depreciate at roughly the same rate in order to make the real exchange rate track the trend rate of change in real unit costs. Equation 11.21. This explains why neither absolute nor relative PPP works when inflation rates are low, as evidenced by the trends in figure 11.3, and also why relative PPP does appear to work when inflation rates are relatively high, as shown in table 11.4. 2. Empirical evidence on the relation between real exchange rates and real costs. We turn now to the empirical test of the foregoing classical hypothesis based on results reported in Shaikh and Antonopoulos, 2012. The first test will be a direct comparison between real exchanges rates and their hypothesized fundamentals for both the United States and Japan as derived in equation 11.20. On the econometric side, the two variables will be shown to be co-integrated with speeds of adjustment which are statistically significant and of the correct sign as reported in tables 11.5 and 11.6. This evidence supports the classical hypothesis that long-run variations of the real exchange rate are regulated by real unit labor costs adjusted for the mixture of tradable/non-tradable goods. Dependent variable equals LRXR1 US. The deviations of the real exchange rate from its fundamentals depend on conjunctural factors within a country or outside of it. These include policy changes and market factors. Since trade imbalances will tend to be persistent for any given constellation of real underlying factors, overall equilibrium requires a zero ex-ante balance of payments. Autonomous foreign capital flows can change the balance of payments and change nominal and real exchange rates as well as nominal and real interest rates. Alternately, an autonomous change in the real interest rate can induce foreign capital inflows and lower the interest rate. Thus, high real interest rates in the United States in the early 1980s attracted a large capital inflow, which caused the exchange rate to appreciate and the interest rate differential to fall. More recently, the crisis in Europe has precipitated a capital flight from southern Europe into Germany, driving up the interest rates in the former and driving them down in the latter, Castle 2011, B4. But since Germany is now within the European Union, internal flows such as this have no direct impact on the euro. These examples make it clear that at best only a portion of the deviation of the real exchange rate from its fundamentals is likely to be correlated with interest rate differences. Nonetheless, in the absence of a more fully developed model of the factors involved, I include the real interest rate differential between the domestic real interest rate and a trade-weighted average of foreign rates, as a potential explanatory variable of short-run deviation. The theoretical hypothesis in equation 11.16 says that relative common currency price, the real exchange rate, will be regulated by its center of gravity, which is the corresponding regulating best practice, vertically integrated unit labor costs adjusted for non-tradable/tradable goods effects. All country variables were measured relative to a bundle of major trading countries, excluding themselves, because in international competition countries compete against others in the same league, so to speak. It is also empirically appropriate for the consideration of international capital flows, since capital flows out to many locations, and flows in from many others. For this reason, any conclusions about the bilateral relation between the United States and Japan would have to be drawn from their separate multilateral relations with their competitors and trading partners. The central difficulty in constructing empirical measures of the necessary variables arises from estimating best practice vertically integrated unit labor costs. First of all, since the commodities which comprise the tradables of a given country may have corresponding best practice techniques in some other countries, one might use the unit labor costs of these other countries to construct the overall average best practice cost of the tradables bundle in question. Alternately, one might assume that any given country is one of the best practice producers of its own exports, so that if we pose our question in terms of common currency export prices, export price deflated real exchange rates, the problem reduces one of estimating the unit labor costs of a given country's export sector. Unfortunately, neither approach is easily implemented due to a lack of appropriate data. The present study uses producer price indexes for the construction of trade-weighted effective real exchange rates and manufacturing real direct unit labor costs 17 as the proxy for the corresponding integrated real unit labor costs, since estimation of the latter would require input-output tables for all of the countries involved over a sufficient time span to permit the creation of an adequate time series. Finally, the ratio of the price of all consumption goods to tradable consumption goods was proxied by the ratio of the CPI to the PPI on the grounds that the latter covers more tradable goods than the former, Harburger 2004, 10. The CPI excludes tradables such as producer goods and includes services, many of which are non-tradables. The PPI, on the other hand, includes all exportable goods and excludes all services, both of which tilt its composition in favor of tradables. The reliance on direct unit labor costs, CPI and PPI, has the further advantage that all the variables are available for all of the major OECD countries over a long time span. Further details are in Appendices 11.1 and 11.2. Despite these empirical approximations, the results are quite strong. Figures 11.4 and 11.5 show that the real effective exchange rates of the United States and Japan do indeed gravitate around the corresponding real unit labor costs, adjusted for non-tradable/tradable effects, both variables being defined relative to the trading partners of the country in question. Given that the price data involves index numbers whose scale is arbitrarily defined by the base year, the real unit labor cost variable was rescaled to have the same period average as the real exchange rate. This facilitates visual comparison but, of course, has no effect on the econometric tests. The classical notion of turbulent gravitation is perfectly compatible with deviations of the real exchange rate from the more slowly changing real unit labor costs. Fluctuations in the real exchange rates can be linked to changes in nominal exchange rates and relative national price levels. In the case of relative price levels, the two oil shocks in 1973 and 1979 are obvious candidates for explanatory factors, since they may have a greater effect on countries that rely more heavily on energy imports. In the case of the nominal exchange rate, fluctuations in international short-term capital flows are likely candidates. In the United States, the real exchange rate deviates sharply from its fundamentals in the 1980 to 1987 and 1997 to 2003 periods, but then returns toward it. The first period has been widely discussed in the literature, and there is considerable debate over its underlying causes. One prominent explanation has been that the large run-up in the interest rate differential between the United States and its trading partners led to large short-term capital inflows, which in turn gradually extinguished the interest rate differential, Friedman 1991. The second period is associated with the equity price bubble from the late 1990s to the early 2000s. Here the relevant variable might be the differential in equity market rates of return, rather than the interest rate differential. We will nonetheless utilize the latter as a proxy for the former, given the lack of consistent data on OECD equity market rates of return. In the case of Japan, the matter is complicated by several well-known short-term interventions in the exchange rate market. The most significant of these are deemed to have been in 1976 to 1978, 1985 to 1988, Plaza Accord, 1992 to 1996, and 1998 to 2004, Nanto 2007, CRS4. In this light, we test whether interest rate differentials remain influential in explaining the deviations of the Japanese real exchange rate from its fundamentals. This brings us full circle to the question of the validity of the LOP. I showed that even if the LOP held for individual prices, PPP would not hold at the aggregate level unless both the composition of commodity bundles and the relative price of non-tradable/tradable was the same in both countries. Conversely, If the LOP held but the latter factors differed across nations, the actual real exchange rate would gravitate around the adjusted real unit labor cost ratio derived in equation 11.16. It follows that the appropriate aggregate test of the LOP is to look at the deviation of the real exchange rate from its fundamentals. Figure 11.6 depicts this ratio for both the United States and Japan. Given the data limitations discussed earlier, and the large impact of the anomalous 1980 to 1987 period, it is remarkable how stable this ratio is over the long run. This measure then provides us with a robust policy rule of thumb for the sustainable level of the real exchange rate, which is clearly superior to the widely used PPP hypothesis, recall figure 11.3. It remains to provide an econometric test of our general hypothesis that the real exchange rate is determined in the long run by real unit labor costs, with the real interest rate differential as a possible explanatory variable of short-run deviations. In order to test for the existence of a long-run relationship between the real exchange rate and relative unit labor costs, we deployed the ARDL method, Pasaran, Shin, and Smith 2001, using Microfit 5.0. The main advantage of this bounds test method is that no prior unit root testing is required. There are two steps in the ARDL method. In the first step, an F-test is used to investigate the possibility of a long-run relationship between the variables in an error correction model, ECM. The computed F statistic for both countries indicates the existence of a long-run relationship, with the causation running from real unit labor costs to the real exchange rate. Once a long-run relationship has been established, we estimate the long-run coefficients from the underlying ARDL relationship along with the error correction coefficient from the associated error correction mechanism. The appropriate lag length of this ARDL is chosen by using the Akaika Information Criterion, AIC. The final results indicate a strong stable long-run relation running from real unit labor costs to the real exchange rate, with moderate speeds of adjustment. The dependent variable in each case is the log of the real exchange rate, and the independent variable the log of the direct real unit labor costs adjusted for tradable/non-tradable goods. The real interest rate differential was tested as a determinant of short-run fluctuations in the real exchange rate and was statistically significant in the United States but not in Japan. Further details are in Appendix 11.1.4. 3 implications of the classical approach to long-run exchange rates. Several practical implications can be derived from the preceding results. First, it allows us to derive a practical policy rule of thumb for the movements of the real and nominal exchange rate. The sustainable real exchange rate is that which corresponds to the relative competitive position of a nation, as measured by its relative real unit labor costs. Second, it tells us that since the real exchange rate is pinned, through competition, by real unit costs and other factors, it is not free to adjust in such a way as to eliminate trade imbalances. Indeed, such imbalances will be persistent and will have to be covered by corresponding direct payments and/or capital inflows, foreign debt. It follows that currency devaluation will not, in itself, eliminate trade deficits. Rather, it would be successful only to the extent that it affects the real unit costs, via the real wage, and/or the non-tradable, tradable price ratio of consumer goods, Shaikh 1995, 72. And that depends on the ability of workers and consumers to resist such effects. 18. Third, it tells us that the real exchange rate of a country is likely to depreciate when a country's relative competitive position improves, other things being equal. Just as in the case of competition within a country, in which an industry with relatively falling costs will be able to lower prices, so too in international competition will a country's export prices fall relatively, in common currency, when the corresponding relative real costs of production fall. It should be added that just as a cost-based decline in a commodity price is very different from the fall in its price due to distress in the industry, so too is the competitive depreciation of a currency quite distinct from its depreciation in a crisis. A fourth implication is the real exchange rate between two countries that will be stationary only over an interval when their relative competitive positions and relative degrees of openness remain unchanged. In the absence of these special conditions, the real exchange rate will be non-stationary, which implies that in general PPP will not hold, figure 11.3. Fifth, because relative real unit labor costs can only change modestly in a given year, the same is likely to apply to the long-run trend of real exchange rates. Shorter-run factors are discussed later. For example, if relative real unit labor costs of a country happen to rise by 3% over some interval, then a relative inflation rate of 40% would imply a nominal depreciation of about 37%. In this way, relative PPP would appear to be a good approximation in the particular case of high inflation countries, Table 11.4. Sixth, free trade is beneficial to a country only when it is strong enough to stand up to international competition. This is precisely the proposition that orthodox economists such as Krugman and Obstfeld, 1994, 20, dismiss as a myth. Finally, of great practical importance to policy, the classical approach allows us to distinguish between two basic routes to increasing a country's international competitiveness: 1. The high road that operates by continuously improving productivity, and 2. The low road that seeks to depress real wages and shift the burden of adjustment onto the backs of workers. The key point here is that rising productivity is compatible with rising real wages, even in the extreme case in which the latter rise faster than the former, so long as overall costs in the export industries are low enough to retain an absolute advantage. The path from a theory of real exchange rates to a theory of the trade balance involves several further steps which can only be sketched here. Consider the fact that over the last 3 decades Japan has run a trade surplus while the United States has run a rising deficit, figure 11.2, panels 1 and 4. Yet over this same interval the Japanese real exchange rate has risen somewhat and the US rate declined modestly, figure 11.3. We have shown that these patterns are driven by corresponding changes in relative real unit costs, figures 12.6 and 12.7. Then how does one explain the maintenance of a Japanese surplus in the face of a deterioration of its competitive position, and a worsening of the US deficit even as its competitiveness has improved? The first thing to note is that real exchange rates, and relative real unit labor costs on the other side of equation, 11.16, are based on price indexes, so they provide no evidence on the relative levels of these variables. Hence, we can only address the trend, not the level, of each country's competitive advantage. This is important, because the competitiveness of a country will normally encompass a mixture of competitive advantages and disadvantages, and without information on cost levels we cannot analyze the absolute sizes of either. It is obvious, for instance, that Chinese costs of production are much lower than those in the United States. But having started at rock bottom, they have room to rise relative to US costs, as they have been doing, while still remaining considerably below them. Third, aggregate exports and imports also depend on the income of a country relative to its trading partners, and we know that a country's trade balance often worsens when its relative income rises because this pulls in more imports. Given the limitations of our data, we can only expect that a fall in a country's real exchange rate would improve its balance of trade, while a rise in its relative income would worsen it. Shaikh 2000/2001. Figure 11.7 displays the main variables for the United States, and we see that the real exchange rate and relative GDP do indeed pull in opposite directions. It follows that the observed deterioration of the US trade balance is consistent with the observed improvement in its average competitive level. One last point is particularly relevant. The massive trade deficit of the United States over the last 30 years has been accompanied by a growing chorus of commentators who seek to place the blame on US trading partners, most notably China, just as in an earlier time others had targeted Japan and Germany. It is said that the problem stems not from the reduced international competitiveness of the United States, but rather from the manipulation of exchange rates by more successful trading partners. This claim is not based on any direct evidence, but rather on an inference derived from standard international trade theory. Since the latter predicts that free trade will automatically lead to balanced trade, the large and persistent U.S. deficit must be rooted in some obstacles to free trade. The large surpluses of some U.S. trading partners such as China then make them natural candidates for opprobrium. Of course, if the standard theory is incorrect, this line of inference collapses. From the classical point of view, free trade does not automatically eliminate trade imbalances. On the contrary, it reflects imbalances in international competitiveness. In a recent article on China, David Leonhardt, 2010, says that there is no question that China's currency remains undervalued because the huge demand for Chinese goods should be driving up the price of its currency. Since China's large trade surplus has not driven up its exchange rate, he concludes that Beijing has been intervening to prevent that. Note that this explicitly relies on the standard theory. Leonhardt also cites estimates of the extent to which China's exchange rate is supposedly undervalued. Yet all such estimates are also derived from models based on standard theory. Paul Krugman takes the same stance, accusing China of obstructing the automatic mechanisms of international trade which would otherwise bring about automatic balance. Krugman 2007, 2010a, b, c. As a renowned trade theorist in his own right, Krugman explicitly links his inference to the underlying expectation that free trade will automatically lead to balanced trade, a proposition which he has elsewhere called a sacred tenet of standard theory. It is precisely this sacred tenet that the classical approach disavows. Trade imbalances are perfectly normal, at both theoretical and empirical levels. This does not exclude the possibility that China intervenes to lower its exchange rate below the free market level. It is just that we cannot simply deduce this from the existence of the Chinese trade surplus with the United States. In real international competition, there are always winners and losers. Part 3. Turbulent Macro Dynamics. 12. The Rise and Fall of Modern Macroeconomics. Introduction. Classical theory begins from the understanding that profit is central to both microeconomics and macroeconomics. Part 2 of this book argued that firms are active profit seekers, not passive profit maximizers. They generate new products and continually transform the production process in order to reduce costs so that they can cut prices and get a jump on others. They operate under conditions of conflict and uncertainty created by their own actions. This is competition as it actually exists, in which the profit motive drives pricing, production, technological change, relative prices, interest rates, the prices of finance assets, and exchange rates. Chapter 7 emphasized that individual capitals are constantly trying to expand by cutting costs and cutting prices. Growth originates at the cellular level, and the profit of an enterprise is both the measure of its success and the fuel for further growth. The expansion of the scale of production, circulating, investment and the expansion of capacity, fixed investment, are both driven by the net profit rate, RI, operating over different time horizons. The determination of the interest rate by the profit rate was previously addressed in Part 2, Chapter 10, and will be picked up again shortly. This part of the book will analyze the manner in which the same forces manifest themselves at the macroeconomic level. The present chapter focuses on the rise of modern macroeconomics, beginning with Keynes's attempt to break away from the ruling orthodoxy of his day and ending in the recapture of macroeconomics by a resuscitated neo-Walrasian orthodoxy. Chapter 13 will lay out the foundations of a classical approach to the relations between profit, growth, effective demand, and unemployment. Chapter 14 will address the classical notion of persistent unemployment arising from competition itself and compare its implications to those of the conventional notion of persistent, natural, unemployment arising from supposed imperfections in competition. Chapter 15 will extend the classical argument to the theory of inflation under modern fiat money regimes. Chapter 16 will then trace the concrete links between the profit rate, the interest rate, and post-war long waves that led to the great stagflation of the 1970s, the subsequent great boom of the 1980s, and the eventual bust that gave rise to the current global economic crisis. As always, alternate theories will be discussed and empirical evidence will be examined. Chapter 17 will summarize the structure of the book and address some further implications, including the relation between recurrent general crises and long waves, between the turbulent equalization of wages and profit rates and the corresponding distributions of wage and property incomes, and between the dramatic rise in the profit-wage ratio in the neoliberal era, Chapter 14, and sharp rise in inequality detailed in Piketty, 2014. 1. Macroeconomics as the aggregate consequences of individual actions. Macroeconomics is about the aggregate consequences of individual actions. Such outcomes will not generally mimic individual behaviors or fulfill individual intentions. On the contrary, economic theory has always emphasized that many fundamental outcomes are entirely unintended. The movement of labor in search of higher income ends up turbulently equalizing wage rates. The movement of capital in search of higher profits ends up turbulently equalizing profit rates. The desire to adopt cheaper methods may, in order to make more profit, lower the average profit rate, and so on. These central features of the invisible hand are certainly not intentional. As always, I will use the term classical to refer to Smith, Ricardo, Malthus, Mill, and Marx, and the terms neoclassical and neo-Walrasian to refer to all variants from the pre-Keynesian orthodoxy to the recent new neoclassical synthesis. 2. Central tendencies versus idealized worlds. Classical political economy attempted to get underneath the tempestuous surface of capitalism to identify the central tendencies of the actual system. Neoclassical economics took the opposite tack. From the very start, it was focused on the task of constructing a vision of perfect capitalism, optimal, efficient, and thoroughly idealized, all under the guise of analytical refinement. Real competition was replaced by perfect competition, the aggressive cost-cutting firm turned into a passive price taker, and the turbulent movement of real markets was substituted with the smooth path of equilibrium as bliss. In the midst of the Great Depression of 1873 to 1896, Jevons, 1871, and Edgeworth, 1881, were refining the list of requirements for perfect competition, while Walras, 1877, was weaving these elements into the general equilibrium model which still dominates orthodox macroeconomics. It is a particular historical irony that Walras, a French socialist who looked to the state for proper guidance on the installation and maintenance of free competition, would become the patron saint of conservatives who defend corporate capitalism and revile the state. Friedman 1955, 900, 908-909. We will see that even those who seek to return to the task of analyzing the actual system generally begin from the Walrasian framework in order to introduce selective imperfections here or there. What a strange manner of proceeding. First, one invents a fictitious idealized world, a veritable Garden of Eden where even the snake of scarcity works for the general good. Most of the effort is then dedicated to explicating the properties of this paradise, although sometimes it becomes necessary to address the clamorous multitudes outside the gates. Then the intellectual problem becomes one of positing particular imperfections that can be used to account for otherwise inexplicable behaviors of the obdurate masses. This is the modus operandi of all orthodox economics after Keynes, with differences among the schools arising from disputes about specific attributions of imperfections. Proceeding in this manner ensures that orthodox theory can never be deemed to be wrong. It is only a matter of finding the right set of imperfections to explain each particular deviation from the ideal. I do not subscribe to this procedure because I reject its very starting point. I would argue that real macrodynamics is just as different from Walrasian general equilibrium as the classical theory of real competition is from perfect competition. The difference between classical and neoclassical approaches is not about abstraction itself, but rather about the method of abstraction. Abstraction as typification begins from the real in order to identify typical patterns and their underlying drivers. Abstraction as idealization begins from the ideal and inevitably ends up with a vision of the real as a catalogue of imperfections. Chapter 17. 3. Macroeconomics, emergent properties, and turbulent laws. While Keynes may have originated the modern form of macroeconomics, Snowden and Vane 2005, 698, the issues involved are much older. Like Keynes, classical economists understood that aggregate relations between demand and supply, output and capacity, population and employment, and exports and imports have their own relative autonomy. Neoclassical macroeconomics insists that aggregate results can, and must, directly mimic individual behaviors. In classical and Keynesian macroeconomics, aggregate relations are founded upon individual behavior but do not mimic it. The average agent will generally not behave in the manner of any single representative agent. I argued at length in Chapter 3, Section 2, that the neoclassical claim rests on a fundamental methodological error because interaction among the individual elements causes aggregates to have different properties from their components. Delegati, Gaffio, Galligati, Giuliani, and Palestrini 2008, 63. Aggregation is transformational. It is increasingly common nowadays to suggest that the recognition of aggregate emergent properties is somehow tied to the rise of quantum mechanics. But this is not so. Every culture in every time has known in both theory and practice that an interconnected whole may be greater than the sum of its parts. More interesting is the modern notion that macroeconomic equilibrium is maintained by a large number of transitions in opposite directions, Feller 1957, cited in Delhi et al. 2008, 63. As a concept, this is perfectly compatible with both turbulent equalization and mere turbulence without equalizations, since both can imply a stable distribution of outcomes. I have already argued in Chapter 8, Section I.10, that real competition is completely consistent with a stable distribution of profit rates, and that authors such as Farjoun and Mockover, 1983, 39-40, 47-49, 52-53, fail to see equalization as consistent with a distribution of outcome because they retain the conventional notion of equilibrium as a state of equality. On the other hand, as elaborated upon in Chapter 17, modern tools grounded in statistical thermodynamics are new and can provide powerful means of investigating observed patterns. Yakovenko 2007, Delhi et al. 2008. 4. Neoclassical macroeconomics and representative agents. Neoclassical macroeconomics gets around the problem of the relative autonomy of aggregates by eliminating the very possibility. All consumers are assumed to be identical so that there is only one effective individual consumer. The same applies to firms. Capital and labor are also assumed to be uniform substances. Then the sole macroeconomic interaction is between a single representative consumer and a single representative firm, both endowed with infinite foresight and rational expectations. The bulk of Chapter 3 was devoted to a critique of hyper-rationality as a representation of actual behavior or even as a norm, Sen 1977, 336. The real function of notion of hyper-rationality is to provide a foundation for the portrayal of capitalism as supremely efficient and optimal. It is, of course, true that individual agents make choices, that incentives matter, and that decisions have personal and social consequences. But it is equally true that individuals are socially situated, structured and shaped by nationality, gender, ethnicity, class, income, and wealth, slaloming along life paths that sometimes run parallel and other times collide. A central implication is that observed patterns can be explained without any reference to hyper-rationality because shaping structures such as budget constraints and social influences play the decisive roles in producing aggregate patterns. What we gain in starting from this basis is realism and relevance. What we lose is market worship, which is a loss only to the ideologues. 5. 10 Critical issues in macroeconomic analysis. The preceding considerations give rise to 10 critical issues in macroeconomic analysis. Microeconomic features need not carry over. First, the existence of interacting and socially structured heterogeneous agents implies that microeconomic features such as Granger causality, co-integration among variables, over-identifying restrictions, and even particular dynamic properties do not necessarily carry over to the aggregate level. For the same reasons, fitted aggregate functions do not have to match the functional form assumed at the microeconomic level. Yet even though the functional form can change from micro to macro, certain key variables do generally carry over. For instance, in the four disparate models of microeconomic consumption behavior presented in Chapter 3, income, prices, and the minimum level of necessary good consumption continue to be relevant at the aggregate level, while other social factors show up through their effects on aggregate parameters. 2. Macro has always grounded itself in micro behavior. Viewed in this light, it becomes evident that macroeconomics has always grounded itself in models of individual behavior without conflating macro relations with micro ones. Keynes, Kalecki, and Friedman are eminent examples of this approach. At the microeconomic level, Keynes explicitly recognizes the influence on savings and consumption decisions of personal income, a variety of personal subjective and objective factors, and institutional and organizational structures. Yet, at the macro level, aggregate real consumption is reduced to a function of aggregate real income with a marginal propensity to consume of less than 1. Kalecki's theory of price displays a similar transition from micro to macro. He begins with a microeconomic specification in which the price of an individual firm depends on the relative size of the firm, its sales promotion apparatus, and the union power of its employees. Yet the industry price has a different functional form that relies on a reduced set of variables consisting of the industry's average unit costs and average degree of monopoly power. Friedman also follows this path. At the micro level, the demand for money depends on individual preferences, wealth, the interest rate, and the expected rate of inflation. Yet, at the aggregate level, this is presented as a stable relation between the aggregate demand for money, real balances, and the real interest rate, Snowden and Vane 2005, 166-169. Similar transitions can be traced in Smith, Marx, Schumpeter, and many others great macroeconomists. Macroeconomics was already rigorous long before it was diverted into the dead end of hyper-rational representative agents. 3. Many micro foundations are consistent with some given macro pattern. A third implication is that there are generally many micro foundations consistent with some given macroeconomic pattern, so that empirical support for some aggregate form does not necessarily validate the associated micro foundation. To test the validity of competing microeconomic approaches, one must examine the implications of their differences, be they macroeconomic or microeconomic. Lucas himself points out that short-term macroeconomic forecasting models work perfectly well without choice-theoretic foundations, Snowden and Vane 2005, 287. Of course, if one wishes to draw social or policy implications from, say, an increase in aggregate income, one must model the way people feel and behave about the change in national outcome, their own gains or declines, those of their friends and enemies, those of other nations, and so on. But then there is no reason whatsoever to derive policy implications from foundations that systematically misrepresent human behavior. For notion of turbulent equalization requires corresponding tools. Fourth, the classical notion of equilibrium as a turbulent process requires a compatible set of mathematical and econometric tools. Turbulent gravitation implies that balance is achieved only through recurrent and offsetting imbalances, so that the equilibrating process is inherently cyclical, noisy, and subject to self-repeating fluctuations of varying amplitudes and duration. Such processes will generally give rise to stable distributions of outcomes, not single points, Chapter 17, 3. V. Temporal dimensions differ, fast and slow processes. Fifth, once we admit that equilibrating processes do not produce as rest states, we must investigate the typical lengths of time involved in intrinsically turbulent paths. Fast and slow processes exist at the same time but operate at different speeds. Keynesians typically argue that quantities adjust faster than prices, monetarists say the opposite, and new classicals assume that both adjust so rapidly that markets can be taken to be continuously in equilibrium. Different types of production processes take different lengths of time, and since commodities generally take more time to create than financial assets, the prices of goods prices generally adjust more slowly than financial prices and foreign exchanges. Gandolfo 1997, 533 to 535. Dornbusch's famous overshooting model of exchange rates is built upon such a differential. Dornbusch 1976, Snowden and Vane 2005, 377. A similar issue arises for the difference between the time of adjustment of aggregate demand and supply and that of aggregate output and capacity. The period of production is generally shorter than the lifetime of plant and equipment, so that the former can respond more rapidly than the latter. The difference between fast and slow variables is important to the analysis of stability because it permits us to investigate the adjustments one at a time. In fast time, the slow variables such as the capital stock in neoclassical analysis or the level of investment in Keynesian analysis may be taken as given. Conversely, in slow time the fast variables such as demand and supply can be taken to be, roughly, in equilibrium, so that the stability discussion shifts to the slow adjustment. Particularly in the case of nonlinear equations, this is an important methodological device. Gandolfo 1997, 533 to 535. From a classical perspective, temporal differences are features of reality. Insofar as this fact is problematic within a particular theory, the imperfection surely lies in the theory. 6. Growth is the normal state. 6th, growth is the normal state of affairs. This speaks against the pernicious habits of treating the long run as some future state always just outside the reach of short run, and of treating the levels of variables as something determined separately from their growth paths. Furthermore, once it is recognized that growth is normal, we must either work with growth rates or with ratios such as the investment propensity or the consumption propensity, investment or consumption relative to net output. 7. Expectations, actuals, and fundamentals are reflexively related. 7th, it is important to recognize that the interplay between expectations, actual outcomes, and their regulating centers of gravity can affect the centers themselves. This is a central theme in Soros's theory of reflexivity, which explicitly rejects the independence of fundamentals from variations in expected and actual outcomes. He advances three theses: 1. Expectations affect actuals, 2. Actuals can affect fundamentals, and 3. Expectations are in turn influenced by the behavior of actuals and fundamentals. The end result is a process in which actual quantities oscillate turbulently around their gravitational values. Expectations can induce extended disequilibrium cycles in which a boom eventually gives way to a bust. Soros 2009, 50-75, 105-106. Since expectations can affect fundamentals, the gravitational centers are themselves path-dependent. Arthur 1994, David 2001. Point 1. The future is not a stochastic reflection of the past, the overall system is non-ergodic. Davidson 1991, 2. And to quote Ramsey, discounting the future is a practice which is ethically indefensible and arises merely from the weakness of the imagination. Frank Ramsey, cited in Raghupathy and Volupila 2011, 4. The existence of extended disequilibrium processes also invalidates the efficient market hypothesis, while the dependence of fundamentals on actual outcomes invalidates the notion of rational expectations. Soros 2009, 58, 216-222. It is important to recognize that although expectations can influence actual outcomes, they cannot simply create a reality which validates them. 40-44. On the contrary, gravitational centers continue to act as regulators of actual outcomes, which is precisely why booms eventually give way to busts. Shaikh 2010. Of the expectations that matter, none is more important than that of profit. Keynes emphasizes that an entrepreneur is interested, not in the amount of the product, but in the amount of money which will fall to his share. He will increase his output if by so doing he expects to increase his money profit, even though this profit represents a smaller quantity of product than before. Keynes, cited in Sardoni 1987, 75. Capitalist economic activity is driven by the quest for money. Profits and natural resources are not developed, mechanical equipment is not provided, industrial skill is not exercised, unless conditions are such as to promise a money profit to those who direct production. Mitchell 1941, Preface. 8. Real competition implies downward sloping demand curves. 8th, it was established in chapters 7 and 8 that under real competition, individual firms face downward sloping demand curves, set prices, have costs that differ, that the low-cost producers become the regulating capitals whose price of production becomes the industry regulating price, and that profit rates are equalized only across regulating capitals. Hence, the conventional claim that perfect competition is the only acceptable micro-foundation for macroeconomics is simply false. Snowden and Vane 2005, 361. On the contrary, as I argued in Chapter 8, Section I.4, perfect competition is an entirely unacceptable micro-foundation because it is internally inconsistent. If all firms are alike and well informed, they must know that they are alike and that when one responds to some market signal, all the others will do so in exactly the same manner at exactly the same time. In this case, an increase in production by one is an increase by all, which will decrease market price. It follows that under the conditions of perfect competition, each firm must know that it faces a downward sloping demand curve. Conversely, to assume that perfectly competitive firms believe that their demand curve is horizontal is to assume that their expectations are irrational. The theory of perfect competition is internally inconsistent because it requires firms to hold irrational expectations. By implication, rational expectations cannot be grounded in the theory of perfect competition. This issue will play a central role in the critique of the many forms of Walrasian-based macroeconomics. 9. Real competition does not imply continuous market clearing. 9th, in perfect competition, firms are assumed to passively take the market price as given. Thus, when demand and supply are unequal, the market is assumed to modify the price. The trouble is that there is no agent to undertake this adjustment, so that the received theory of perfect competition contains no coherent explanation of price formation. Roberts 1987, 838. By contrast, in classical competition, firms set prices and adjust quantities in the light of their individual demand and supply conditions. Markets do clear, but only in the usual turbulent manner conditioned by individual sectoral periods of production. It is therefore false to claim that competition requires continuous market clearing, and that the absence of this is a symptom of price, or wage rigidity, or other such imperfections as is commonly asserted by both new Keynesians and post-Keynesians. Snowden and Vane 2005, 360. Say's law and the split in the classical tradition on external demand and neutrality of money. Finally, there are certain notable splits in modern macroeconomics that have their roots in a split in the classical tradition itself. As previously discussed in Chapter 5, Section 3.1, Ricardo favors the quantity theory of money and Marx strongly opposes it. An equally fundamental split occurs on the issue of Say's law, which Ricardo affirms and Marx denies. Both of these divides carry forward to modern macroeconomics. All variants of neoclassical economists build upon the quantity theory and Say's law, while Keynes and his followers reject both. There are 4 propositions connected to Say's law. There is the claim that aggregate supply creates an aggregate demand sufficient to buy back the supply, so that a general glut is impossible. If one assumes that commodities buy commodities, money becomes a veil that plays no independent role. And if supply creates its own demand, the limit to production can only come from the availability of exogenously given inputs, labor, land. Finally, while it is admitted that sectoral discrepancies between supply and demand can occur, these are thought to be automatically corrected through movements in relative prices and the mobility of capital. Schul 1957, 615. Ricardo states that there is no amount of capital which may not be employed in a country, because demand is only limited by production. Each man, by producing, necessarily becomes either the consumer of his own goods, or the purchaser and consumer of the goods for some other person. For it is not probable that he will continually produce a commodity for which there is no demand. There cannot, then, be accumulated in a country any amount of capital which cannot be employed productively until wages rise so high in consequence of the rise in necessaries, and so little remains for the profits of stock, that the motive for accumulation ceases. Ricardo 1951, 290, Schul 1957, 615. Of particular interest is his claim that an exogenous infusion of aggregate demand would have no impact on supply, since the latter was already determined by a fully utilized stock of capital. In his testimony before the House of Lords on March 24, 1819, Ricardo is asked, "Do you mean to say that an extra demand for the commodities of the country would not produce any increase in its manufactures?" His answer is firm: "I should very much doubt whether it would. The amount and value of the commodities produced is always limited by the amount of capital employed, and therefore foreign trade may alter the description of the commodities produced, but cannot increase their aggregate value." The questioner persists on the related issue of the impact of new purchasing power created by new credit. "Do you not know that when the demand for our manufactures is great in this country, the very credit which that circumstance creates enables the manufacturer to make more extensive use of his capital in the production of manufacturers?" Ricardo does not budge. "I have no notion of credit being at all effectual in the production of commodities. Commodities can only be produced by labor, machinery and raw materials, and if these are employed in one place they must necessarily be withdrawn from another." Ricardo 1951-1973, 5:434, 436. It follows that an increase in the quantity of money would only increase the price level without having any real effects. Money is neutral. Ricardo was well aware that crises did occur in the real world, but he believed that they would induce wages and prices to quickly fall until consumers purchase excess products. He was on record that the crisis of 1815 would soon be over, and affirmed that belief each subsequent year until 1820. Stigler notes that on this issue, Ricardo was continuously wrong. Stigler, cited in Davis 2005, 32-35, 39. Marx specifically argues against the notion that supply creates its own demand. He points out that in monetary economies, commodities first exchange against money, and there is always the possibility that conditions may arise in which money received from sale is held back from being spent again, thereby interrupting the progress of reproduction. 3 No one can sell unless someone else purchases. But no one is forthwith bound to purchase, because he has just sold. If the split between the sale and the purchase becomes too pronounced, the intimate connection between them, their oneness, asserts itself by producing a crisis. Schul 1957, 621, Marx 1967a, 113-114. Marx also argues that capital is never fully employed in the Ricardian sense. In the circuit, some part of aggregate capital is always in money form, m, looking for new commodities to invest in, some in machines, materials, and labor power, c, looking to be engaged in production, some in production, p, itself, and some in finished product, c, looking for glittering redemption, m. Normal production also involves the economic utilization of the existing stock of capital, so that normal one-shift, or two-shift output with an 8-hour working day at normal intensity may be very far from engineering capacity involving 3 shifts and long intense working days. Chapter 4. It is extremely important to grasp these aspects of circulating and fixated capital as specific characteristic forms of capital generally, since the effect of new demand, even the effect of new gold and silver producing countries on general production, would otherwise be incomprehensible. If it were not in the nature of capital to be never completely occupied, then no stimuli could drive it greater production. Note the senseless contradictions into which the economists stray, even Ricardo, when they presuppose that capital is always fully occupied. So that they must explain an increase in production by referring exclusively to the creation of new capital, Marx 1973, 623. Furthermore, plant, equipment, and materials are themselves produced goods, so that even if a stimulus to production is first accommodated through the more intensive utilization of an existing stock of fixed capital, this stock itself can be increased. In addition, labor is not the ultimate limit because capitalism creates and maintains a pool of unemployed workers. In the end, Marx concurs with Smith and Ricardo, and Keynes, that profit is the ultimate limit to production, and concurs with Keynes that capitalism does respond to the stimulus of new purchasing power and does suffer general gluts. Money is not neutral, it has real effects. These issues are addressed in more detail in section 3 of this chapter and in chapters 13 to 14. Neoclassical economics utilizes Say's law in a particular manner. It begins from the proposition that production is determined at the full employment level in the short run, and that demand automatically adapts to this particular supply through the movements of the real interest rate, Snowden and Vane 2005, 38-49. In this version of Say's law, a given aggregate supply is supposedly always met by an adequate aggregate demand. A direct implication is that an exogenous increase in purchasing power, say through an increase in the money supply, will only fuel a rise in prices without affecting the real economy. This is Ricardo redux. Keynesian economics rejects all of these central neoclassical claims. Output is not normally at the full employment level, supply that adapts to demand, not the other way around, and an exogenous increase in purchasing power, say through a money, government deficit spending, will generally increase production and employment, Snowden and Vane 2005, 59-63. Money is definitely not neutral. The parallels between Keynes and Malthus have been often mentioned, but those with Marx are not as well noted, 13, 49-50, 69. I will return to all of these issues shortly, but first, it is useful to set up an accounting framework encompassing the relations between aggregate demand, supply, and capacity in the commodity market. 6. Accounting for aggregate demand, supply, and capacity. I ex ante 3 balances. Aggregate demand, D, for domestically available final goods is the sum of consumption, C, investment in desired stocks of fixed capital and inventories, I, government, G, and export, X, demands, while domestically available supply of final goods is the sum of domestic supply, Y, and imports, IM. Let T equals total private sector taxes, households and business. Then, over any time period, aggregate excess demand, ED, is the difference between aggregate supply and demand. This can in turn be written in terms of 3 sectoral contributions to excess demand: the private sector deficit, which is the excess of its expenditures over its disposable, i.e., post-tax, income, the government deficit, and the trade deficit of the nation's trading partners, that is, its own foreign trade surplus. It is useful to note that the private sector deficit can be expressed in terms of the balance between aggregate private savings and investment. The excess of disposable private income over consumption expenditures is private savings, which can in turn be written as the sum of household savings, SH, and business savings, SB, that is, retained earnings, RE. Then we get where 2 ex post balances. Nothing in this ex ante relation requires that the 3 balances add up to 0. If aggregate demand happen to exceed aggregate supply at given prices, then the excess demand which is not accommodated through price changes would lead to unplanned changes in inventories. New output takes time to produce, so that the first hit on the quantity side usually takes place as unintended changes in inventories. National accounts incorporate the unplanned inventory change into investment, redefined as the sum of desired fixed investment and total, desired and unplanned. This accounting device converts the non-zero ex ante balance in equation 12.2 into a zero balance ex post identity. 3 equilibrium balances. The trouble is that an ex post accounting identity is not a constraint. Any sum of three sectoral balances can be accommodated in equation 12.3. Theoretical economists therefore implicitly or explicitly add a further condition, that aggregate demand and supply gravitate around each other over some period of time called the short run. The imposition of this equilibrium condition converts the three balances identity in equation 12.2 into a constraint operative over some putative short run. 4 time dimensions. How long is the supposed short run? Neoclassical authors typically assume that equilibrium is instantaneous and continuous. Keynes generally focuses on comparative statics, so time disappears from view. But elsewhere he does recognize that production, and hence the working out of the multiplier, takes time. In his exposition, he tends to switch back and forth between a given observational time period which is short enough to investigate the workings of the multiplier and a period long enough for the multiplier to work itself out and hence for short-run equilibrium to obtain. Asimakopoulos 1991, 52, 67-68. Modern macroeconomic analysis skips over these issues by simply assuming that supply and demand equilibrate fast enough to allow us to treat observed, usually quarterly, data as representing equilibrium outcomes. Pogno 1998, 155, Godley and Lavoie 2007, 65. Godley and Cripps implicitly do the same thing by treating the identity as a budget constraint within the annual or quarterly time period defined by available data. Godley and Cripps 1983, 33, 60-61. On the other hand, from Walras's law, the mutual adjustment between aggregate demand and aggregate supply is linked to the adjustment between money supply and money demand. One estimate of the latter yields a 50% closure in 2 quarters, so that it takes about 12 quarters to achieve a 99% adjustment. McCulloch 1982, 27. Finally, given that excess demand is expressed through unplanned change in inventories, it is useful to note that what we now call the business cycle refers to the 3 to 5 year, 12 to 20 quarter, inventory cycle. Van Duygen 1983, 7-8. The difference between continuous balance and a 3 to 5 year turbulent regulation has obvious implications for macroeconomics theory and policy. V. Basic savings, investment relation. In what follows, the key is the relation for excess demand in equation 12.2. Since I do not assume that the private propensity to save is exogenously given, as is commonly done in orthodox, Keynesian, Keylekian, and post-Keynesian macroeconomics, the path toward short-run equilibrium represented by equation 12.2 will affect the level of output at the equilibrium depicted in equation 12.5. Even if we take the level of investment as given in the short run, we cannot determine the level of output without knowing how we got there. The intrinsic issue is clearest if we abstract from government and foreign trade imbalances by assuming that, because the critical role of private investment as the fundamental driver of demand and output then comes to the fore. 6. Output and capacity. In addition to demand and supply, we must also consider capacity. In the Keynesian framework, investment is typically treated as being exogenous, albeit volatile, in the short run. Harrod argued that such a treatment is inadequate. It is commonplace to note that investment is motivated by the profits expected on the new plant and equipment under consideration. But implicit in any such relation is a desired rate of utilization of the prospective new capital. Garagnani 1992, 150-151. Given some expected growth in demand for and the capital intensity of new technology, the amount of investment which is justified depends on the economically desired rate of utilization. Recalling the discussion in Chapter 4, let us define normal capacity real output YRN as the normal, potential, real output corresponding to the desired utilization rate of the existing capital stock, i.e., the utilization rate at which the operation of a given plant is at its lowest cost point. 3 things should be noted. First, that normal capacity output is generally quite different from engineering capacity, wire max, which is the maximum sustainable output of a given structure of plant and equipment. Within the limits of engineering capacity, production can be expanded, or contracted by varying the length of the working day, overtime, more shifts, etc., and by varying its intensity, speed up, etc. Thus, any given capital stock implies a variable range of utilizations and hence of outputs. But since unit costs will also vary with utilization, not all utilization levels will be equally profitable, and the lowest cost point of these defines economic capacity. It is this point which determines whether actual or prospective capacity is under or overutilized. Harrod 1952, 150 to 151, Foss 1963, 25, Coors 1986, 37 to 38, 43 to 44, Shapiro 1989, 184. Hence, it is this point which will serve as the crucial regulator of changes in capacity, i.e., of investment itself. To illustrate these notions, consider an average plant with engineering capacity, which can be potentially operated up to 2 equal shifts, each shift producing up to 20 units of output. Suppose we adopt the common assumption that unit prime costs, average variable costs AVC, are constant at all levels of output within a given shift. Andrews 1949, 80, Lavoie, Rodriguez, and Sekarussia 2004, 129. The first shift has overhead costs equals 100 and unit prime costs equals 20, while the second shift has a 30% premium on both of these items. The resulting average fixed cost, AFC, average variable cost, AVC, and average cost, AC, curves are depicted in figure 12.1 as solid lines. Under the assumed cost structures, the lowest average cost point is at the end of the first shift, which defines long-run economic capacity, that is, the normal level of output, though, of course, under different cost curves it could equally well be at the end of the second or even third shift. Chapter 4, Section V. Suppose actual output. Then relative to normal capacity, the actual rate of capacity utilization is, the normal rate of capacity utilization is, and the physical maximum rate is. Figure 12.1 Output, costs, and normal capacity. The fact that the normal rate of capacity utilization can be well below the engineering rate tells us that firms typically have a great deal of short-term unused capacity. Capital is never fully occupied. But in itself this is not evidence of persistent excess capacity, because an optimal amount of unused capacity exists and depends on economic costs. Winston 1974, 1301. What matters in the classical notion of competition is the lowest cost point of utilization. For instance, if demand happens to be outrunning normal capacity, the average firm can always move to a second shift in the short run. But since competition among producers favors those with lower costs, it behooves firms to try to expand their capacity relative to demand so as to return to the lowest cost point of production. If the resulting macroeconomic process is stable, Shaikh 2009, normal capacity will grow faster than demand and the rate of capacity utilization will fall back toward normal. Thus, over the long run, capacity utilization will continually fluctuate around the normal rate. At a more concrete level, the output corresponding to normal capacity utilization will include some desired level of reserve capacity needed to meet demand fluctuations and to survive against competitors, so that the normal competitive level of utilization may be somewhat below the exact ideal point. Winston 1974, Coors 1986. As we can see from figure 12.1, it is better to be on the lower cost portion of the cost curve to the left of YRN than on the higher cost portion to the right. The existence of positive reserve capacity does not necessarily imply excess capacity, just as the existence of positive money holdings does not necessarily imply an excess supply of money. True excess capacity arises only when the actual rate of capacity utilization is below the desired rate, i.e., when actual reserves are greater than desired reserves. We have just seen that the normal rate is determined by the real cost structure of firms. So then the question becomes, can changes in the actual utilization rate affect the normal rate, say through effects on real wages and hence, real, prime costs? This possibility is addressed in figure 12.1 by means of dotted lines. The new AVC is, say, 25% higher in each shift, i.e., 25 in the first shift and 32.50 in the second, which in turn shifts the AC curve up. But as is evident from figure 12.1, this need have no effect whatsoever on the normal rate of capacity utilization, because even with these changed costs, the minimum cost point remains. The same result could obtain if the second shift output had been the lowest cost point instead, say because the cost premium on the second shift was small enough to make it so. In either case, the minimum cost rate of capacity utilization can be largely immune to variations in the actual rate of capacity utilization, though it might change in the long run due to changes in capital intensity of production, changes in work week, and so on. 7. Normal capacity utilization does not imply Say's law. Lastly, a gravitational balance between normal capacity and demand does not imply Say's law. As previously noted, Say's law amounts to the claim that any supply will generate a matching demand, so that the only important limits are those to supply such as the availability of labor at full employment, Foley 1985, Sowell 1987. On the other hand, the classical and Herodian notion of normal capacity utilization says that normal capacity and demand will mutually adjust to achieve some kind of balance, and endogenous technical change creates and maintains a normal pool of unemployed labor so that the supply of labor is not generally a constraint. Chapter 14. With this in mind, we define actual and normal rates of capacity utilization as: the variable is the key internal indicator for the investment of a firm. It should be obvious that normal capacity utilization represents the point at which the actual capital stock predicated on long-run output expectations is consistent with actual output. Equivalently, normal capacity utilization exists when the actual output, capital ratio, is equal to the desired output, capital ratio. Normal capacity utilization is therefore a particularly important form of stock flow consistency. 2. Pre-Keynesian macroeconomics. 1. The displacement of classical economics by neoclassical economics. Neoclassical economics displaced the analysis of actual capitalism with that of a fictitious idealized system. It replaced the theory of real competition with that of perfect competition, transformed Smith's notion of the turbulent invisible hand into the fairy tale of general equilibrium, sidelined the effects of aggregate demand on output by embracing Say's law, and reduced the price level to a reflex of the money supply by adopting the quantity theory of money. The last two assumptions, both taken over from Ricardo, underpin its claim to the mantle of classical economics, a claim that has been so ideologically successful that even Keynes has considered classical economists such as Smith, Ricardo, Mill, Marshall, and Pigou as being reasonably homogeneous in terms of their great faith in the natural market adjustment mechanisms as a means of maintaining full employment equilibrium. Snowden and Vane 2005, 36. To this day, judicious observers such as Snowden and Vane still claim that in Adam Smith celebrated an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations. The main idea is that the profit and utility maximizing behavior of rational economic agents operating under competitive conditions will, via the invisible hand mechanism, translate the activities of millions of individuals into a social optimum. Snowden and Vane 2005, 13. 2. Walrasian roots of neoclassical economics. The roots of the general equilibrium framework that continues to dominate orthodox micro and macroeconomics, Snowden and Vane 2005, 222, can be traced back to Walras, whose framework relies on the notions of perfect information and demand-indifferent behavior. Preferences, technology, and initial stocks of capital goods and labor power are taken as given, and all agents are assumed to operate in commodity-specific auction markets managed by benevolent all-seeing auctioneers who successfully direct the tatonement process to the point where prices balance each market. Actual trading is forbidden except at prices that clear all markets simultaneously, so that actual sales and purchases are always at general equilibrium. Hicks 1934, 342, Walker 1987, 854 to 861. Given that no action is undertaken unless offers to work are matched by offers to hire at some appropriate wage, actual employment is always full employment. Harrod 1956, 313. It is a testament to the opiate influence of this vision that even its critics can speak of real-world trading as false trading and of real-world outcomes as coordination failures that arise because agents respond to wrong, false, price signals. Snowden and Vane 2005, 72. Price-taking agents are assumed to ignore demand in making their calculations. This is essential to the Walrasian story. During the Teutonoment process, individual agents are required to make decisions only about quantities they would desire to offer or obtain in response to announced prices, without any regard to the feasibility of any such actions. Hence, individuals are not responsible for equilibrating markets. This is why Walras is forced to invoke some superagent as the embodiment of the market forces who will change prices until demands and supplies balance in all markets. Makowski and Ostroy 2001, 480 to 484. Individual agents are then freed to concentrate on optimally choosing among the fruits in this Edenic garden, except for those on that one special tree, of course. The Walrasian parable represents a particular, fictional, institutional framework that serves to underpin the assumption that individuals ignore demand in constructing their notional offer curves. The theoretical difficulty is that one must then justify such behavior in a different context, in a theoretical world populated by capitalist enterprises and households. This is the function of the quantity theory of perfect competition. I have already argued that perfect competition is internally inconsistent because it requires firms to hold irrational expectations. Conversely, even modestly informed firms would understand that they each face downward sloping demand curves. Shaikh 1999, 120 and 125. Hence, the theory of rational expectations is incompatible with perfect competition, and vice versa. 3. Pre-Keynesian neoclassical orthodoxy. Core orthodox propositions attacked by Keynes. Keynes took aim at certain core propositions which he attributed to the orthodoxy of his time, even though these notions were only properly formalized after his attack. Snowden and Vane 2005, 37, 96. The orthodox model assumed rational maximizing agents operating with perfect knowledge under perfect competition and stable expectations about the future. Markets, including the labor market, were assumed to always clear and to return to equilibrium quickly and efficiently when perturbed. Hence, full employment was considered to be the normal state of affairs. Aggregate output was determined at the level required by the full employment of the available labor supply. A matching quantity of aggregate demand was forthcoming via automatic adjustments in the real interest rate so that Say's law was maintained, and the general price level was determined by the quantity theory of money. The classical dichotomy was assumed to hold, so that real variables, including the real interest rate which was determined by the real profit rate, were determined in commodity and labor markets, and the quantity of money only served to determine the nominal values of these variables through the general price level. Money was neutral because it had no effect on the equilibrium values of real variables. Not surprisingly, government intervention was neither necessary nor desirable. 37 to 39. 2. The neoclassical argument on full employment supply. The building blocks of this argument are now well known. Under the assumed conditions of perfect competition, the individual firm maximizes its profit by producing an output YRI such that its marginal costs equal the ruling market price, which implies. Skipping blithely over all aggregation issues, Chapter 3, Section 2.2, this condition is then transformed into an equivalent aggregate condition. The individual firm's production function is similarly scaled up to yield a short-run aggregate production function in which real output, year, is the maximum real output that can be produced from a given real capital stock and some amount of labor, L, Chapter 4. With a given capital stock and given level of technology, represented by the parameter, short-run aggregate output is solely a function of labor input. The shape of this curve is assumed to be such that its slope declines with the amount of labor used. Because labor is the only variable input, the slope is also the marginal product of labor. The assumption of diminishing returns ensures that larger levels of employment are associated with lower marginal products of labor, and given that, the real wage must be lower to support higher employment. Using signs underneath a term to signify the effect of a rise in it, this translated into the notion that the demand for labor falls as labor becomes more expensive as, with P, rises. On the other side, individual households are supposed to maximize their utility subject to the trade-off between labor and leisure. A higher real wage makes leisure more expensive in terms of foregone income, so more labor will be supplied, the substitution effect, but it also makes labor income higher, so workers can afford more leisure, the income effect. Once again, skipping over aggregation problems, neoclassical theory assumes that the substitution effect is stronger than the income effect, so that aggregate labor supply rises with the real wage. Equilibrium in the labor market then determines a particular market clearing real wage and corresponding level of full employment, which subsumes frictional unemployment due to the time of transition between jobs. The full employment of the labor supply requires a corresponding level of output from the production function, as shown in figure 12.2. Beginning in the lower panel from the labor market equilibrium at real wage, with P, asterisk and employment L asterisk, one moves up from the ladder to the production function in the top panel and then across to the corresponding full employment output. An increased supply of labor would increase employment but only at a lower real wage. Conversely, attempts by unions and the state to increase real wages above their market equilibrium levels would only result in unemployment. For example, a real wage above, with P, asterisk in figure 12.2 would correspond to a labor demand less than labor supply, Snowden and Vane 45. Figure 12.2 The neoclassical full employment outcome. 3. The neoclassical argument on aggregate demand and the interest rate. Full employment output is only sustainable if it can be sold, which requires a sufficient amount of aggregate demand. To understand the logic of the basic neoclassical model, it is useful to consider the expression for aggregate excess demand in equation 12.6. Neoclassical theory assumes that private investment is a negative function, and private savings is a positive function, of the real interest rate, IR. Private investment is simultaneously viewed as the demand for loanable funds and savings as the supply as depicted in figure 12.3. Then excess demand in the commodity market, also implies an excess demand for loanable funds in the funds market. The latter would drive up the interest rate, decreasing investment and increasing savings until in which case aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply. Since aggregate supply is fixed at the full employment level, aggregate demand does all the adjusting through the effects of the real interest rate. This is a version of Say's law. If households were to decide to save less, i.e., consume more, their savings curve will shift inward, which will raise the interest rate and hence reduce investment until excess demand is back to zero. But since aggregate commodity supply remains at the full employment level throughout, this can only mean that the increased consumption demand of households has been exactly offset by the lowered investment demand of firms. 5 In the end, the system quickly and efficiently produces an aggregate quantity of output that provides full employment and simultaneously generates an aggregate demand sufficient to realize that same output, Snowden and Vane, 39-54. The claim that a decrease in aggregate demand will lead to a fall in the price level is particularly important because it implies that employment will rapidly return to its normal full employment level. On this reasoning, even an event such as the Great Depression should be allowed to run its course because it would soon self-correct, Snowden and Vane 2005, 14. Government intervention was viewed as counterproductive because it interfered in the efficient workings of the market, 55. These were the bedrock conclusions in orthodox macroeconomics of Keynes's time and remain central to the orthodoxy of this very day. 3. Keynes's breakthrough. 1. Keynes's practical experience after World War I. In the devastating aftermath of World War I, almost a decade before the Great Depression and 15 years before he wrote the General Theory, GT, Keynes was already proposing large-scale public expenditures to lift Europe was out of the morass of widespread unemployment. When the Great Depression arrived, he strongly advocated that the necessary expenditures be financed by large-scale government deficits, WAPSHA 2011, 32, 57, 135 to 137. At one point Keynes even explicitly proposed that the world's finance ministers should print money in concert. As a means of restoring confidence in a world market that had frozen in the face of economic failure, 136. The key point was that they should pump additional purchasing power in the economy, Harrod, cited in WAPSHA 2011, 135. A reduction in taxation balanced by a reduction in government expenditures would not do because this merely represents a redistribution, not a net increase, of national purchasing power, Keynes, cited in WAPSHA 2011, 135.6. On the practical side, Hitler's massive rearmament program in 1933 had already proved that such public expenditures could be extremely successful. Within a year, Germany, dogged by mass joblessness since World War I, was enjoying full employment, 189. So Keynes was already convinced that real markets did not work in the manner prescribed by the orthodoxy. Still, he had to struggle to identify the crucial flaws in the Walrasian perspective, Snowden and Vane 2005, 72, Solfatis 2010, 242. 2. Keynes's new formulation. In the end, he focused his attack on two critical claims of the orthodox argument, that the real interest rate would automatically move to make aggregate demand match any quantity of produced output, Say's law, and that the real wage would move quickly to maintain the full employment of labor. Production takes time, so ruled by expected profit. He begins by noting that since production takes time, firms must produce on the basis of expected demand, in which the crucial factor is profit, not merely sales, Davidson 2005, 455, 462. 2. Aggregate demand has autonomous components. On the other hand, actual aggregate demand consists of two parts: induced consumption that is dependent on the income generated by current production, and autonomous consumption and investment that are independent of the income generated by current production. There was no reason to believe that actual aggregate demand emanating from the expenditures of thousands and thousands of consumers and firms would just match the demand expected by tens of thousands of firms. Indeed, the investment component of actual demand was itself ruled by expectations of the long-term profitability of a myriad capitals being put into place, and these diverse expectations were notoriously volatile, subject to tides of irrational optimism and pessimism that were dominant in the short run. Snowden and Vane 2005, 59.7. Keynes handles this aspect of his argument by taking investment as given in the short run but capable of rapid change from one short run to the other. Asimakopoulos 1991, 39. Then aggregate supply is ruled by the short-term profit expected by thousands of individual firms from their sales of finished products, and aggregate demand is ruled by the long-term profit anticipated by thousands of individual firms from their new fixed capital being put in place. The normal state of affairs would be an imbalance between the two sides, i.e., a positive or negative aggregate excess demand in the commodity market. 3. Savings adjusts to investment. Since Keynes assumes that investment is given in the short run, savings must do the adjusting. However, savings is the dual of consumption, and consumption is proportional to the income created by production. So in the end, it is production that must adjust so as to make savings equal to investment, i.e., to make aggregate supply equal to aggregate demand. This is Keynes's law, his answer to Say's law. 4. Derivation of the investment, savings relation and the multiplier. Keynes specifically assumes that the induced portion of consumption is proportional to household income through a stable, marginal, propensity to consume. This implies that savings is similarly proportional to current income through a stable marginal propensity to save. Then if ever volatile investment were to increase, Restoration of equilibrium in the commodity market would require that the portion of income that is savings, must rise by the same amount as investment. Consequently, income itself, and hence the output that generates it, must rise by a multiple of the increase in investment, the multiple being the reciprocal of the savings fraction. This is the celebrated Keynes's multiplier, Snowden and Vane 2005, 60-62. Consumption is supposed to have an autonomous component, CA, and an induced component proportional to income through a given marginal propensity to consume, C. Investment is determined by the excess of the expected rate of profit on new capital, the marginal efficiency of capital, and the interest rate, both of which are provisionally taken as given in the short run. Finally, in short-run equilibrium, excess demand must be zero. It follows from equations 12.9, 12.11, that the equilibrium level of output, y*, is a multiple of the investment that drives it. This would in turn determine a corresponding quantity of labor input, and there was no guarantee that this would be sufficient to fully employ the available labor force. Indeed, if profit expectations were depressed, a persistent state of unemployment might ensue. A further implication was that a fall in the savings rate, a rise in the propensity to consume, would raise the equilibrium output level. Hence, the famous Keynesian paradox of thrift, with the expected profit rate, R, and the interest rate, I, provisionally given in the short run, saving at a lower rate will pump up the economy, Lavoie 2006, 94. Let C equals the marginal propensity to consume and marginal propensity to save. Then, V effects of profitability and interest rates on level of output. This leads to two critical questions: what determines the profit rate and what determines the interest rate? Within Keynes's framework, the equilibrium level of output depicted in equation 12.10 varies positively with the expected profit rate and negatively with the interest rate. This investment, savings, IS, relation meant that a rise in the expected profit rate or a fall in the interest rate could in principle raise output and employment to the point of full employment. On the question of the actual profit rate, Keynes was clearly aware that the inverse relation between the real wage and the profit rate was central to classical theory. Indeed, he conceded that persistent unemployment would erode not only money but also real wages, Bhattacharya 1987, 276-279, so that eventually profitability, investment, output, and hence employment would rise. Keynes attempts to throw up a series of theoretical roadblocks to this feedback loop. A drop in demand that generated unemployment would also lower prices, so that at any given money wage, the real wage for those who remained employed might actually rise, in which case the free market would have made things even worse by making workers more expensive in the face of a shortage of jobs. Second, bargaining between workers and employers was about money wages, so at best unemployment would put pressure on the money wage. In a society characterized by decentralized wage bargaining, each wage reduction would have to be fought out at the local level, which would result in wasteful and disastrous struggles that could not be justified on social grounds. Keynes, cited in Snowden and Vane 2005, 66. Lower wages might also make things worse by decreasing consumption demand. By reducing costs they might also lead to further reductions in prices, which would negate or perhaps even reverse the required real wage effect. The reduction in prices might also undermine business confidence and make profit expectations even worse. Snowden and Vane 2005, 68. Keynes therefore argues that in a crisis, it would be far better to have the state engage in fiscal policy to directly increase aggregate demand and employment. Even if prices rose somewhat and led to a fall in the real wages of employed workers, this would be less likely to provoke resistance, since all workers would be in the same boat and would in any case be counterbalanced by an increase in overall employment. Snowden and Vane 2005, 66-68. So in the end he counters the traditional claim that unemployment would cure itself by arguing that at least in a time of crisis the necessary adjustments would take a long time and would be socially disastrous. Keynes's concern with the traditional linkage between unemployment, the real wage, and profitability is an implicit recognition that the expected and actual profit rates must be related. On the interest rate, he was certainly aware that the state does sometimes fix the interest rate, Rouse sees 1985, Moore 1988, 283, Fontana 2003, 9, 14. But he was concerned with the general theory of free markets, and given the central role that the interest rate played in the neoclassical argument, he knew he had to address the issue head-on. Point 8. Keynes therefore takes direct aim at the neoclassical claim that the interest rate was determined by the supply and demand for loanable funds in the short run and by the rate of profit, marginal product of capital, in the long run. Garagnani 1988, 205 to 206, 213. Not so, says Keynes. The interest rate is determined by the demand and supply for money balances. Money supply is determined by the state, Asimakopoulos 1991, 86, 94, 117. On the side of money demand, the interest rate is not the reward for postponing current consumption, but rather the reward for parting with liquidity, i.e., for giving up some part of money holdings. Money is held for variety of reasons, as insurance against rainy days, to facilitate transactions, and perhaps to invest some time later, precautionary, transactions, and speculative demands. In all of these, the state of confidence in the future played a central role. This is precisely why a collapse of confidence triggered by a crisis could precipitate a flight from financial assets into cash, thereby provoking a rise in the interest rate at the very time that a fall was needed. Rather than facilitating a recovery as the neoclassicals suppose, the free market would then make things worse. Keynes threw in another counterargument for good measure. Even if a combination of a fall in aggregate demand and nominal wage cuts did reduce the price level and thereby increase the real money supply, reduce interest rates, and stimulate investment, the interest rate effect might not be very great if the economy was in a state in which people did not want to reduce money holdings any further, a liquidity trap. Then investment might also not be very responsive to the interest rate. Under such circumstances, even monetary policy aiming to increase the money supply and reduce the interest rate would be ineffective. Snowden and Vane 2005, 62-63, 68-69. Most important, the fact that the interest rate is determined by the demand and supply for money, not by the finance gap, i.s., meant that savings could not be made equal to investment through automatic variations in the interest rate. Snowden and Vane 2005, 69. Keynes's liquidity preference, money supply, LM, theory therefore seemed to effectively block the short-run neoclassical route to Say's law. On a longer horizon, Keynes tries to reverse the classical and neoclassical argument by arguing that the interest rate determines the rate of return on the last investment put in place, i.e., the marginal efficiency of the marginal investment. Asimakopoulos 1991, 76, Tzolfidis 2010, 258-259. Although the validity of this argument is disputed even within the Keynesian tradition, Moore 1988, 261, Panico 1988, 146-156.9. 3. The Hickschian is.L.M. representation of Keynesian economics. In his 1933 lectures, 3 years before the GT and even in his first draft of the book, Keynes himself used a set of is.L.M. equations to summarize his argument. Snowden and Vane 2005, 113. In a conference in 1937, 1 year after the GT, both Harrod and Hicks presented papers that represented Keynes's theory in terms of a system of simultaneous equations. Keynes gave his cautious approval to Hicks's paper, although he did complain that Hicks had downplayed the importance of expectations. Harrod's equations, which were similar to those of Hicks's, were received more enthusiastically by Keynes. Hicks, who had seen Harrod's equations and heard Mead's exposition prior to writing his own paper, added a diagram which rapidly became famous, Demand 2000, 121 to 122. Hicks's exposition was also closer to the Walrasian general equilibrium model, which proved important in its subsequent widespread adoption by the ever neo-Walrasian profession, Neville 2000, 138 to 141. Leaving aside autonomous consumption, the Keynesian multiplier relation in 12.12 reduces to where both y and I are in nominal terms and the volatility of the expected rate of profit plays the dominant central role. Hicks eliminates the expected profit rate altogether by citing Keynes' own argument that investment proceeds to the point where profit rate on the last investment put in place is equal to the interest rate. Then investment, and hence output for any given savings rate, becomes a simple negative function of the interest rate, Neville 2000, 139. Hicks's LM relation, which is also in nominal terms, similarly downplays the important role of expectations in determining the possibly volatile holdings of money for precautionary and speculative purposes, Asimakopoulos 1991, 95. He reduces the demand for money to a stable positive function of the level of current, rather than expected, income and a negative function of the interest rate, since a higher interest rate of financial assets will induce agents to hold less idle money balances. The money supply is taken as given and determined by the state, and in equilibrium the demand for money is equal to the supply. A higher income level would raise the demand for money, and this would have to be counterbalanced by a higher interest rate in order to lower the demand for money, if the overall demand was to remain equal to the given money supply. Hence, in y-I space, the LM curve would be upward sloping because higher levels of income would be associated with higher levels of the interest rate, Snowden and Vane 2005, 104. The intersection of the IS and LM curves, as depicted in figure 12.4, would simultaneously determine the equilibrium levels of output and interest rate. The key point from a Keynesian perspective is that the equilibrium output Y** could be different from full employment output YFE. The Hickschian formulation is easily extended to allow for government and export demand as complements to investment demand in the IS loop. Then expansionary fiscal policy could shift the IS curve upward, which would raise the equilibrium level of output at the cost of a higher, nominal, interest rate. On the other hand, expansionary monetary policy would increase in the money supply at a given price level and shift the LM curve outward, thereby increasing output but lowering the interest rate. From this point of view, the state could always exercise some combination of fiscal and monetary policy to bring output to the full employment level, YFE depicted in figure 12.4, without affecting the interest rate or even the price level, Snowden and Vane 2005, 61, 106. The conclusion that the state can make up for deficiencies in market outcomes is central to the Keynesian perspective. Finally, it should be noted that a reduction in the savings rate at a given level of investment raises the IS curve, which raises the level of output, the paradox of thrift, but also raises the equilibrium interest rate, which mitigates but does not overturn the initial effect. Thus, Hicks's framework also retains the Keynesian paradox of thrift, albeit in an attenuated form due to the induced rise in the interest rate. In the end, the IS-LM model remained at the heart of macro theory and policy for a considerable length of time. It was the point of entry for Friedman's counter-revolution, and its various modified forms still dominate most intermediate macroeconomics textbooks, Neville 2000, 133, Snowden and Vane 2005, 102, 113, 169, 174. Some Keynesians rightly point out that the IS-LM representation in terms of stable functions has tended to bury Keynes's own emphasis on the volatility of both constituent relations, Asimakopoulos 1991, 95. A much more appropriate representation would be one in which both curves continually fluctuate in response to shifting expectations, and sometimes move in tandem in the face of changes in confidence. For instance, A rise in business confidence would shift the IS curve upward and raise output, while at the same time it might reduce the demand for idle funds, which would shift the LM curve outward and reduce the interest rate at any given level of output. Then a boom could be initially attended by rising output and stable or falling interest rates until various limits began to assert themselves. At some point, confidence might collapse, leading to a sharp fall in the IS curve as the expected rate of profit falls, and a sharp inward shift in the LM curve as holding idle money becomes the more attractive alternative. 4. The rise and fall of Keynesian theory and policy. Keynesian economics rose to prominence in the throes of the Great Depression of the 1930s because of its ability to make sense of the events of the time. It held sway in both theory and policy for over 3 decades, only to be felled by its inability to make sense of events in the Great Stagflation of the 1970s. In the aftermath of the Great Depression and World War II, governments all over the developed capitalist world expressed a strong commitment to maintaining a high level of employment and rising levels of incomes, at least in the center. From this point of view, the period from 1950 to 1973 became viewed as a golden age sustained by Keynesian policies. Snowden and Vane 2005, 15-17. 5. The rise and fall of the IS, LM/Phillips curve model. The Hickshian IS, LM model dominated macroeconomic analysis in this era. With profit expectations dropped out of the picture on the investment side and precautionary and speculative expectations dropped out on the money holding side, this tame version of Keynes's argument became the standard tool. At the theoretical level, an increase in aggregate demand was supposed to raise real output and employment until full employment was achieved, after which further increases in demand were to raise prices, figure 12.4. Robinson had already proposed at a theoretical level that prices would be expected to start rising somewhat before full employment, Backhouse 2003, 460-461, and by the early 1960s, this notion was operationalized by adding a price version of the Phillips curve to the basic Keynesian toolbox, Snowden and Vane 2005, 23. Phillips's original finding was that money wages rose in a nonlinear manner when unemployment was below some critical level and fell in a similar manner when unemployment was above that level. Lipsey, 1960, offered an explanation for the original Phillips relation between the rate of change in nominal wages and the level of unemployment by expressing it in terms of excess demand for labor. Labor supply was the sum of the employed and unemployed, while labor demand was the sum of the employed and the number of vacancies. Then the relative excess demand for labor was the difference between relative vacancies and the unemployment rate. The original Phillips wage inflation, unemployment curve was translated into a price inflation, unemployment curve through the assumption that prices are tied to marginal or average costs, the former being the marginal labor cost. Hansen, 1970, derived a particular equation for the Phillips curve through the hypothesis that the unemployment rate was proportional to the vacancy rate, where was the coefficient of friction in the labor market, Snowden and Vane 2005, 139-142. The end result was a theoretical curve in which inflation rose more rapidly as unemployment fell. At first the empirical evidence seemed to provide strong support for this construction. Figure 12.5 displays the actual relation between the two variables in the United States from 1955 to 1970 and a fitted curve, the dashed line, on the same scale as charts to be displayed subsequently. Notice that by extension the fitted curve implied that we could have zero inflation, i.e., stable prices, at an unemployment rate of around 7%, point A on figure 12.5. From the point of view of Keynesian-oriented policymakers, the curve also implied that the system could sustain a much lower unemployment of about 4% if people were willing to tolerate a modest inflation rate of around 3%. This inflation-unemployment trade-off played a big role in policy debates. Appendix 12.1 provides the sources and methods and Appendix 12.2 the actual inflation and unemployment data used in the present chapter. By the early 1960s, everything seemed in place. But by the 1970s, things began to fall apart as Keynesian theory struggled with the intractable facts of the Great Stagflation, Snowdon and Vane 2005, 23. The Phillips curve hypothesized that inflation would fall as unemployment rose, and the data seemed to support this premise until 1970. Beginning in the 1970s, unemployment rose, in which case inflation should have fallen. Yet as shown in figure 12.6, inflation also rose, in direct contradiction to the standard hypothesis. Unemployment rose by 46% over its previous level, yet inflation rose by 142% over its previous level. Figure 12.7, scaled in the same manner as figure 12.5, displays the same variables in the subsequent decade. The Phillips curve had disappeared. In case there is any doubt about the reason for demise of this construct, figure 12.8 displays the data from 1950 to 2010. Similar pattern reversals appeared in all major countries. Hydraulic Keynesianism had hit a reef, and the revival of the monetarist and new classical counter-revolutions was gathering force. Snowdon and Vane 2005, 23. I will show in chapter 14 that there is indeed a stable Phillips-type curve, just not in the rates of change of money, wages or prices. For the return of neo-Walrasian economics. Keynesian economics came to power in the 1930s because of the inability of neoclassical theory to explain the events of the Great Depression. Keynes claimed that his was the general theory and that neoclassical theory was a special case only applicable in situations of full employment. Neoclassical theory came back into power in the 1970s because of the inability of Keynesian economics to explain the events of the Great Stagflation. And now it was the neoclassicals' turn to claim the mantle of general theory and to relegate Keynesian economics to a special case arising from wage and price rigidities. To add insult to injury, the Great Stagflation itself was deemed to be a direct consequence of Keynesian policies due to their interference in the proper workings of the market. Snowdon and Vane 2005, 18, 23, Solfidis 2010, 301-302. The counter-revolution actually began to take shape in the 1950s and 1960s. Samuelson's enormously influential restatement of economics in Marshall-Lian mathematical terms dominated the field. Canterbury 2001, 243-244. Maximize, optimize, never let scarcity evade your eyes. 10 By the 1950s and early 1960s, it had become an established notion that the introduction of downwardly rigid money wages into the neoclassical framework could account for Keynesian outcomes. Keynes himself had suggested something like this, and Keynesian policy was still widespread, so the wage rigidity hypothesis actually became the orthodox justification for existing interventionist policies. On the other hand, at a theoretical level, this approach reinstated the pre-Keynesian notion that wage and price flexibility would automatically lead to full employment, which was exactly the proposition that Keynes had set out to overthrow. Snowdon and Vane 2005, 122-123, 145. The Samuelsonian counter-revolution in turn prepared the ground for the claim that neo-Walrasian economics alone possessed the rigorous micro-foundations that Keynesian theory supposedly lacked. Snowdon and Vane 2005, 299. I have already disputed the micro-foundations claims of neoclassical economics in Chapter 3, Chapter 7, and Sections I.1, I.5 of the present chapter, and I will develop the argument further in Chapter 13 in the exposition of a classical approach to macroeconomics. From my point of view, Keynes's project can be far better grounded in the theory of real competition, in which aggressive price-setting firms face downward sloping demand curves and the mobility of capital equalizes profit rates of the regulating capitals in each industry. Heterogeneity of agents, expectations, actions, tactics, and outcomes are central to the real regulating processes of the invisible hand. This is precisely why macro outcomes differ from micro processes, something which the classicals, Keynes, Kalecki, and even Friedman understood full well. On the other hand, the Walrasian idealization built upon hyper-rationality, perfect competition, perfect information, demand indifferent firms, and aggregate representative agents who directly embody micro-processes, which is decidedly unrigorous. It is also decidedly unrealistic, not because it is abstract, but because it is based on the wrong sort of abstraction. The symptom of this ongoing difficulty is that sets of imperfections must be introduced into the basic model in order to enable it to mimic key features of reality. The various neo-Walrasian schools that developed out of the original consensus view of the 1960s all share a basic commitment to the Walrasian paradigm, differing only on the particular imperfections they favor. First up at bat was monetarism. 1. Monetarism. I. The old quantity theory of money. The quantity theory of money, QTM, can be traced back to Hume and others in the 18th century. In its original form, the accounting identity is transformed into a causal relation by assuming that the velocity of circulation is stable in the short run, Chapter 5, Section 3.1. Then a change in money supply translates into an equal change in nominal output. However, we still need to separate out the effects on real output from those on prices. Implicit in the original theory was the classical notion that real output growth was driven by profitability, Ricardo 1951b, 120-122, Ayakper 1995, 438, 450. Hence, in the classical version of the QTM, the price level would only rise if the quantity of money rose faster than the profit-determined level of output, that is, prices would rise only if, year, rose. This was meant to be a long-run effect because it was well understood that in the short run an increase in the money supply would affect prices, wages, interest rates, profits, and the level of production, Ebeling 1999, 472. Most important, the classical argument did not require that profit-driven output be equal to full employment output. 2. The new quantity theory of money. Modern quantity theorists such as Brunner, Metzler, Schwartz, and most of all Friedman were neoclassical economists. Friedman started out as a socialist and became a Keynesian before moving on to become a great opponent of both traditions and an equally great proponent of laissez-faire capitalism, Wapsha 2011, 247-248. His first major contribution was to resituate the quantity theory in Keynes's own terms of money demand versus money supply, with certain crucial modifications. At the micro level, real money demand, /P, was assumed to be a function of individual real income, the rates of return on various financial alternatives to holding money, institutional factors, and various personal preferences, Friedman 1956. At the macro level, where like all good macroeconomists Friedman switches to a different functional form and drops out variables such as individual preferences, the money demand, supply relation translates into a velocity of circulation that varies in response to historical events and changes in institutions. In his subsequent empirical work, he explicitly distinguishes between short and long-run changes in the velocity of money, notes that changes in the money supply can affect output and employment in the short run, and points to the short-run procyclical variations and the long-run secular decline in velocity, Friedman 1959, Friedman and Schwartz 1963, Lothian 2009, 4-7. Still, even though changes in the velocity of money might absorb some of the effect, a change in the money stock was taken to be the major factor determining the change in nominal income, Moore 1988, 6. To put it differently, the new QTM required that the demand for money relative to nominal income be a stable function of a small number of variables, Snowden and Vane 2005, 168. Up to this point Friedman's theoretical focus had been on restating the velocity of money in terms of the money demand and supply. His empirical work with Schwartz, Friedman and Schwartz 1963, concentrated on per capita money supply, which was taken to be a proxy for per capita money demand. His argument was that an increase in the relative money supply would manifest itself primarily as an increase in nominal per capita income. Given that the money supply can be controlled by the state, in principle the nominal income could be controlled. However, because the lags between the two are long and variable, attempts to fine-tune the process were likely to fail. Hence, his policy recommendation was to maintain a fixed growth of the money supply so as to maintain stability in growth of nominal income, Snowdon and Vane 2005, 173. 3. Friedman on the Great Depression. Friedman's strong belief in the essential stability of capitalism required an alternate explanation of the Great Depression. Keynesians attributed the latter to the bursting of a bubble that triggered a wave of bank failures and a catastrophic collapse in aggregate demand. Friedman placed the blame on the Federal Reserve for raising the discount rate in the 1920s and in 1931, thereby converting what would have been a normal recession into a Great Depression. Snowdon and Vane 2005, 163 to 165, 171. Friedman proposed a rule for money growth as a means of maintaining price stability. But he was criticized for not having explained why a growth in nominal income would come from changes in the price level rather than changes in real output. Snowdon and Vane 2005, 170, 174. He subsequently suggested that total real output can be regarded as constant. Friedman 1966, 77. To ground this, he turned to the neoclassical flex-price full employment version of the Hicks-IS-LM model, in which real output is determined by the labor supply and the real interest rate is independent of monetary factors, thereby leaving price to do all the adjusting to a change in the money supply. Friedman 1966, 79-80, Snowdon and Vane 2005, 169, 174. 4 further problems remained for the new QTM. First, the existence of private credit tended to undermine the notion that the state controls the money supply. Friedman himself evades this problem by imagining that the state prints the money supply and drops it by helicopter onto a grateful population, a device that has been rightly called a helicopout. Canterbury 2001, 283. A more formal argument would be that the state determines bank reserves, which are in turn fully utilized by extending credit until the limits of reserve requirements, themselves determined by the state, are reached. This has been called the verticalist position because the state supposedly determines both the cash in circulation and the total credit granted. At the opposite pole, the horizontalist position is that the banking sector supplies the credit demanded by private sector and the state provides the reserves needed to keep the system afloat. Moore 1988, ch. 1. I will return to this issue in the next chapter. The second difficulty stemmed from the previously mentioned assumption that real output is at a full employment level and that it is fixed in the short run. This implies that prices rise only after full employment has been achieved. Keynesian theory makes essentially the same argument. The difference is that Keynesianism focuses on getting to full employment, whereas monetarism claims that the economy is normally at full employment. A third difficulty is that the QTM logic implies that with output fixed at the full employment level, YRFE, an increase in money supply would only increase the price level. In order to explain inflation, i.e., continuously rising prices, one would have to assume a continually rising money supply, that is, a continually rising. Even if full employment output was itself growing, inflation could only come from a growing ratio. In his subsequent argument on the natural rate of unemployment, Friedman explicitly assumes that there is an unanticipated acceleration in aggregate nominal demand. Friedman 1977, 456, emphasis added. The fourth problem proved to be the most intractable. Benjamin Friedman, 1988, 51-53, points out that by 1979, Milton Friedman's proposed stable relation between the money supply and the price level had utterly fallen apart despite various efforts to rescue it by changing the definition of money. This difficulty held throughout the advanced world. Snowdon and Vane 2005, 169. So in the end, the new QTM lasted no longer than the Keynesian theory it sought to displace. 2. The natural rate of unemployment and inflation in the context of adaptive expectations. The problem facing macro theories in the 1970s. By the 1970s, all macro theories faced the difficulty of explaining rising unemployment occurring hand in hand with rising, rather than falling, inflation. As noted, compared with the period of 1955 to 1970, average unemployment over the next 15 years, 1971 to 1986, rose by 46%, and yet average inflation actually rose by 142%, figure 12.6. 2. Frictional employment in Keynesian and neoclassical theories. Keynesian theory had already recognized that some portion of measured unemployment included people who were not really unemployed because they were in transition from one job to another. This was called frictional unemployment. But it seemed clear that the bulk of the unemployed were those who wanted jobs but could not find them, i.e., the involuntarily unemployed. From a Keynesian point of view, frictional unemployment was simply a reality arising from the fact that actions take time. The difficulty was to explain the persistence of non-frictional, i.e., involuntary, unemployment. The matter looked different from a neoclassical point of view. Under perfect competition, orthodox theory claims that real wages adjust until the system arrives at a normal rate of unemployment which is exactly zero. All workers who wish to work can find employment at that real wage. Conversely, those who are not working have chosen not to work, so they are voluntarily unemployed. Since the theory abstracts from the time involved in any acts of production and consumption, although savings is supposed to involve a timeless consideration of time, persistent unemployment could only arise from the imperfection that actual behavior is not timeless. 3. Natural rates of employment and unemployment. What both Phelps, 1967, 1968, and Friedman, 1968, realized was that the existing imperfection-based economics, IBE, could be extended to include involuntary unemployment by expanding the list of real behaviors categorized as imperfections. As noted previously, IBE is an infinitely expandable domain, since the starting point is so at odds with reality in the first place. Rather than questioning that improbable foundation, it serves to preserve it by encrusting it in an ever-accreting list of deviations from the ideal. In this respect, they were following a path already blazed by Robinson, Chamberlain, and Kalecki, upon which modern post-Keynesian economics is founded, Chapter 8, Sections I.8, I.9. Friedman called the IBE unemployment rate the natural rate. He defined it as the level that would be ground out by the Walrasian system of general equilibrium equations provided there is embedded in them the actual structural characteristics of the labor and commodity markets, including market imperfections, stochastic variability in demands and supplies, the cost of gathering information about job vacancies and labor availabilities, the costs of mobility, and so on. Friedman made no effort to show that a Walrasian general equilibrium system could indeed perform this task, and his claim to that effect did not go unchallenged. Point 11. Nonetheless, the notion of a natural rate that regulated the actual rate of unemployment proved enormously successful, Snowden and Vane 2005, 186. The key point was that the natural rate depended only on real as opposed to monetary factors, the effectiveness of the labor markets, the extent of competition or monopoly, the barriers of encouragement to working in various occupations, and so on. Since the real interest rate was also determined in the real sector, money was neutral in the long run, it did not permanently affect real factors. Friedman 1977, 469. The natural rate might itself change over time in the face of structural changes. The growing participation of mobile workers such as women, teenagers, and part-time workers would increase frictional unemployment. Higher levels of income assistance and unemployment benefits would increase the time between jobs, and ever-changing opportunities in dynamic growing economies would induce people to switch jobs more often. Friedman 1977, 459. In all cases, the natural rate pool consists of workers who are either in transition from one job to another or who choose not to work because they prefer the income from non-labor. Blanchard and Katz 1997, 53-54. All natural unemployment is therefore voluntary. Friedman subsequently emphasizes this point when he says that his definition of the natural rate of unemployment is the same as Keynes's definition of full employment, in which anyone who is willing to work for the current wage has a job. Snowden and Vane 2005, 205. Of course, it is not likely that Keynes would have accepted the claim that actual unemployment was natural in this sense. Phelps's definition of natural unemployment pertains to involuntary unemployment. The key point is that informational imperfections lead to a pool of those individuals without employment who are actively seeking a job, at going real wage rates, and of the more passive without work who would accept a job opportunity, at the going rate, were it known to them. Phelps 1968, 684. Phelps further advanced the hypothesis that the natural rate is an endogenous variable dependent on a variety of real influences such as technology, social values, and institutions including social entitlements, oil shocks, and most of all the rise in the real interest rate after the mid-1970s that lowered incentives to accumulate capital, and, for a given real wage, led to a reduction in labor demand. Snowden and Vane 2005, 407-408. The end result is an onerous volume of involuntary unemployment whose function is to keep workers from quitting too easily or too often and taking their training with them to other jobs, and to keep firms from having to try to outpay one another in order to retain workers. Phelps 2007, 545.12. This last point is a striking echo of Marx's argument, formalized by Goodwin, 1967, that capitalism generates a persistent pool of unemployed workers, and that this pool serves to discipline labor and holds its pretensions in check. Marx 1967a, ch 25, Sector 3, 638. I will return to the comparison between Phelps, Goodwin, and Marx in Chapter 14. For now, it is sufficient to note that the Friedman, Phelps natural rate of unemployment emerges from supposed imperfections in perfect competition, whereas in Marx and Goodwin it emerges from real competition itself. 4. Short-run versus long-run effects of changes in aggregate demand. The next step in both arguments is to explain why an increase in aggregate demand raised output and employment at all, i.e., lowered the unemployment rate below the natural rate. Both authors relied on the notion that deviations from the natural rate are driven by short-run misperceptions. Phelps 2007, 549. In perfect competition, firms change their profit-maximizing level output only if the relative price of their product changes. This is, of course, a consequence of the assumption that under perfect competition, all firms believe that they face horizontal demand curves. I have already argued that any such belief would be irrational, and that in real competition firms will necessarily face downward-sloping demand curves. Then an increase in aggregate demand would shift the average demand curve upward and firms would expand output even if they believed relative prices to be unchanged. In any case, beginning from effective full employment at the natural rate, if an increase in aggregate demand were perceived to raise all prices and money wages equally, then each firm would have no incentive to raise its output, since its nominal costs would rise in the same proportion as its money price. From this point of view, if competitive firms do raise their output in the face of an increase in aggregate demand, it can only be because they misperceive the demand increase to be tilted in their favor and therefore likely to raise their product price more than that of others. These are characteristic IBE arguments. For Friedman, such a response further requires the demand increase to be unexpected, for otherwise the firm would have already responded. Only surprise matters. Friedman 1977, 456. It should be added that in Friedman's case the reduction in unemployment is an unwelcome deviation from competitive equilibrium, while in Phelps's case is it a welcome boost which will actually make things better by reducing involuntary unemployment. Phelps 2007, 549. Nonetheless, in both cases, the short-run effect is unsustainable. As perceptions catch up to the reality of a general increase in aggregate demand, firms will cut back on their mistaken output increases, employment will fall, and the rate of unemployment will return to the natural rate. Friedman 1977, 457. V. The link to inflation. The last step is to link the preceding arguments to inflation. On the assumption that deviations from the natural rate of unemployment are temporary, Keynesian policies that seek to maintain a lower rate of unemployment would have to continually pump up the system through unexpected increases in aggregate demand. A theory of inflation is clearly implicit. Any such theory would also have to explain why inflation seemed to rise over time even though the observed unemployment rate also rose. Friedman 1977, 455 to 456. As previously noted, a QTM explanation would require an ever-rising money supply relative to the real output associated with the natural rate and would have to further explain why this natural rate rose over time. Phelps, who was not a monetarist, and Friedman, who was, arrived at similar arguments in which expectations played a key role in inflation and structural changes account for changes in the natural rate. The first point is that workers care about real wages, so that changes in nominal wages have to be assessed in light of changes in prices. It follows that real wages can fall due to a fall in money wages or a rise in prices. This much would be perfectly sensible to any classical economist. Then, at any given degree of unemployment, higher inflation would imply a higher rate of change of nominal wages. In other words, the original Phillips curve would shift with the rate of inflation. Insofar as nominal wage bargains are made in terms of expected inflation, the Phillips curve would shift with the rate of inflation expected by workers. The resulting expectations augmented Phillips curve, which seemed at first to be a boon to Keynesian theory, turned out to be its Trojan horse. Second, a new set of imperfections are invoked to explain why real labor markets do not behave like idealized ones. Friedman explains the existence of long-term labor contracts as arising from employer costs of acquiring information about employees, while Phelps locates contracts in employer costs of wage bargaining. Both costs are imperfections because in perfect competition all such actions are assumed to be costless. Long-term commitments in turn imply that markets do not clear instantaneously through price changes alone but also through lagged price and quantity changes. Third, imperfections once again enter the picture, this time on the side of workers whose imperfect knowledge about current and future prices changes leads them to misperceive at least some part of nominal wage changes as being changes in their real wages. Phelps 1968, 697, Friedman 1977, 455 to 456. This resulting IBE argument is illustrated in the now classic diagram in Figure 12.9. In a static economy with a constant price level, the initial equilibrium position is at the natural rate of unemployment at a corresponding constant money wage, that is, a zero rate of change of nominal wages, which is point A on the initial Phillips curve. Snowden and Vane 2005, 175 to 180. In Friedman's argument, an acceleration in the money supply would tend to raise all prices in all markets. If firms were to correctly perceive that all prices had been raised proportionally, they would know that their relative prices were unchanged and would therefore leave their supply unchanged. If workers were to be similarly perceptive, they would know that their nominal wages would now have to grow at the same rate as this higher objective rate of inflation, in which case the Phillips curve would jump to point E. Then the only effect of an increase in the money supply would be a rise in inflation at the same natural rate of unemployment. We see that this is exactly what Lucas argues on the basis of rational expectations. Figure 12.9 short and long-run expectations augmented Phillips. But Friedman assumes that firms tend to misperceive a rise in their nominal product price as being a partial rise in their relative price due to a local increase in demand, so they raise output and employment to some degree and unemployment falls to point B on the diagram. On the other side, workers initially mistakenly expect prices to continue to be constant, so the original Phillips curve remains in force. Then a drop in the unemployment rate provokes a positive growth rate in nominal wages which moves the economy to point C. However, as firms catch on to the fact that the increase in their costs, input price and nominal wage increases, are greater than originally expected, they reduce output and employment, and the unemployment rate starts to move back toward the natural rate. Meanwhile, as workers catch on to the reality of higher prices, their expected rate of inflation rises so that the Phillips curve shifts upward. The net result is a move to point D. This process continues until both sets of perceptions fully catch up to the reality of higher inflation, that is, until the Phillips curve has shifted to the extent that it intersects the vertical line passing through points A and E. Hence, in the short run, money is not neutral because an unanticipated increase in the money supply has real effects, but in the long run, it is neutral because the ultimate effect of an increase in aggregate demand is an increase in inflation with no change in output. Friedman 1977, 469-470. The long-run Phillips curve is therefore vertical, as indicated by the line passing through points A and E, Snowden and Vane 2005, 176-181. It follows that any attempt to maintain unemployment permanently below the natural rate would result in accelerating inflation and require the authorities to increase continuously the rate of monetary expansion, ultimately leading to hyperinflation. Conversely, if unemployment is held permanently above the natural rate, accelerating deflation will occur. In turn, the natural rate of unemployment can itself be reduced by supply management policies that are designed to improve the structure and functioning of the labor market and industry. Snowden and Vane 2005, 181-182, 186. Phelps comes to the same conclusion by different means. The initial stimulus in his argument is an increase in aggregate demand, which need not be identical to an increase in money supply, since he is not a monetarist, and his firms and workers are imperfectly competitive entities. But misperceptions once again play a key role. Each firm raises its price and its wages by too little because it does not realize that other firms will be doing the same, i.e., that its costs will also be rising. This mistaken evaluation of its profitability leads it to expand output and employment, so the employment rate rises. At the same time, workers misperceive the wage increase as a relative wage increase which lowers their quit rate. Both of these effects reduce the unemployment rate. Over time the firm realizes that its price and wage increases were inadequate, so it raised both, while workers realize that their relative wage had not actually risen as much as they thought, so their quit rates begin to go back up. In the end, the system is back to the natural unemployment rate but with higher prices and nominal wages. Phelps 2007, 546-547. Phelps's natural rate of unemployment is that rate which will make expected inflation equal to actual inflation. He assumes that prices are tied to marginal or average costs. Phelps 1968, 680-681, that nominal wage growth is driven by excess demand in the labor market and by the expected rate of inflation. On the further assumption that the unemployment rate is a proxy for excess demand, this yields the expectations augmented Phillips curve in equation 12.13, in which so that stable expected price levels conform to stable money wages levels for any given structural factors determining the shape of the curve. Then if actual prices are proportional to wage rates, equation 12.14, an equilibrium between expected and actual inflation, equation 12.15, yields a natural rate that is independent of the actual rate of inflation. Phelps 1968, 680-685. Combining equations, 12.13, 12.15, implies that the equilibrium unemployment rate is equal to the structurally determined natural rate. 6. Non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment. Both Friedman and Phelps assume that expectations gradually adapt to actual outcomes. This subsequently led to the non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment, narrow, claim that the natural rate of unemployment is the rate at which inflation rate will be stable, see Chapter 15. Conversely, if actual unemployment is held below the natural rate for any reason, the inflation rate will spiral ever upward into hyperinflation. Phelps 1968, 682. In the simplest case, adaptive expectations can be represented as the hypothesis that the change of expected inflation is proportional to the gap between actual and expected rates of inflation. This adjustment mechanism replaces the previous assumption in equation 12.15 that expected inflation catches up to actual inflation. Combining equations 12.13 and 12.14 yields the dynamic process in equation 12.18. With the actual unemployment rate held below the natural rate so that expected inflation rises continuously, which in turn continuously raises nominal wages, and hence actual prices. Like Friedman, Phelps concludes that management of monetary demand cannot engineer an arbitrary unemployment rate other than the natural level without sooner or later generating a continuing disequilibrium manifested by rising inflation or mounting deflation, then collapse. Phelps 1995, 15. In the eyes of the orthodoxy, Keynesian-style policies were doomed to fail. 3. Rational expectations and the new classical theory. Role of expectations in Friedman and Phelps. Friedman and Phelps developed the notion that the long-run equilibrium of a capitalist economy is at some natural rate of unemployment. Their task was to then show how and why Keynesian demand pumping did in fact increase output and employment, if only for a while. Their claim was that even though a demand increase would actually raise all nominal prices and therefore leave the real wage and all relative output prices unchanged, workers and firms would initially misperceive the situation by thinking that the real wage and each firm's relative price had actually risen. These effects would at first lower the rate of unemployment on the initial Phillips curve, point C in figure 12.9, but as the expectations of both sets of agents gradually adapt, the Phillips curve would shift ever upward until it intersected the true equilibrium point at which expected inflation is equal to actual inflation and unemployment has risen back to the natural level, point E. Friedman himself argued that only an unexpected demand increase would produce such misperceptions, that is, only surprise matters. Friedman 1977, 456. He therefore advocated systematic monetary policies based on pre-announced changes in the growth of monetary aggregates and avoidance of discretionary policies including manipulation of interest rates and exchange rates. Simon 2011, 3. 2. The new classicals build upon this framework. The new classicals start with this framework. They adhere to the notion of a natural rate of unemployment, to the notion that only surprises in economic policy can bring about deviations from the natural rate of unemployment, and to the claim that all such deviations must be temporary. But they transfer their allegiance from Marshall to Walras by explicitly assuming generalized perfect competition, complete price, wage, and interest rate flexibility, perfect arbitrage, continuous market clearing, and absence of money illusion, so that only relative prices matter for agent decisions. And they bring a new weapon to the fray, the concept of rational expectations. Snowden and Vane 2005, 223. 3. Hyper-rational expectations. All major figures in economic thought have noted that expectations are central to human activities. For instance, Marx and Keynes both emphasized that accumulation is driven by the expected rate of profit. 13. What distinguishes rational expectations from all the others is a particular set of claims rooted in the neoclassical assumption that all agents possess perfect knowledge of the present and the future and employ this knowledge in a hyper-rational manner to further their goals. Muth, 1961, 330. Argues out that theoretical agents populating a model universe must then also be presumed to know the structure of a model in which they exist and to make use of this information in an efficient manner. Muth's rational expectations hypothesis, RE, posits that the expectations of the average agent must be stochastically correct because they are informed predictions of future events, and hence essentially the same as the predictions of the relevant economic theory. This requires that the subjective probability distribution of outcomes be distributed, for the same information set, about the prediction of the theory, or the objective probability distributions of outcomes, 316 to 317. In standard fashion, Muth asserts that the only real test of the RE is whether it is able to explain observed phenomena any better than alternative theories, 330. As I previously noted in Chapter 3, Section 4, this ignores the fact that it is perfectly appropriate to distinguish among theories by testing the assumptions themselves, since micro-behavior is part of the set of testable phenomena. Muth also notes that under his hypothesis, an announced policy change will not substantially affect economic outcomes because it will already have been factored into expectations. Only unanticipated policy, Friedman's surprise, will be effective. A further claim is that the character of dynamic processes is typically very sensitive to the way expectations are influenced in the actual course of events. 315. It is, of course, long known that expectations play a major role in business investment and particularly in speculative activities. And it is equally well known that widespread expectations of a major event such as a war will affect consumption behavior. Yet, as I argued in Chapter 3, most aggregate outcomes are robustly indifferent to the details of the micro-behavior because structural factors tend to dominate. As for real and speculative investment, I will argue in Chapter 13 that such processes are much better represented by Soros's notion of reflexive expectations. Walters, 1971, makes many of the same points as does Muth. He emphasizes that expectations must be based on current information, not just on past outcomes. With this in mind, he defines consistent expectations as those consistent with predictions of the model, in the sense that the agents in a model are assumed to adopt its economic theory, apply its specific parameters to their own calculations, and end up being stochastically correct in their expectations. Walters, 1971, 275. He notes that for actual outcomes to deviate from expected ones, there must be random or unforeseen components in the model, i.e., surprise. And like Muth, he argues that expectations will affect the actual parameters of the model. Muth himself militates in favor of hyperrational behavior as the basic case into which we can subsequently introduce various imperfections such as systemic biases, incomplete or incorrect information, poor memory, etc. Muth, 1961, 330. Walters, on the other hand, says that while consistent expectations have to be consistent with the theory, they do not need to be rational. Walters, 1971, 273 and 271. The distinction between consistency and hyperrationality is important because a model in which actual outcomes over and undershoot equilibrium is internally consistent if its agents are assumed to know that such patterns do exist but do not necessarily know when to get in or get out because the objective turning points are themselves affected by subjective stances. This is one of the central themes in Soros's notions of reflexive expectations. The expectation of a rise in a stock price can raise its actual price above its fundamentals, and may even raise the fundamentals themselves, but as the gap between actuals and fundamentals widens, i.e., as the bubble grows, expectations of further increases in price become progressively more fragile, until at some point positive expectations give way to their negative counterparts. In his beauty contest analogy, Keynes argues that agents must devote their intelligences to anticipating what average opinion expects the average opinion to be and so on, with the actual outcome depending on the volatile of interactions among these anticipations. Keynes, 1964, 156. Then some features of the outcomes are fundamentally uncertain. The world is non-ergodic in the sense of Davidson, 1991. And conclusions built on models using the rational expectations hypothesis are useless. Snowden and Vane, 2005, 228-229. This is a more fundamental objection to the RE than those founded on IBE factors such as the costs of acquiring information or of assessing conflicting predictions. For Lucas combines the natural rate hypothesis with the notion of model-consistent expectations that are also hyperrational. As in Friedman and Phelps, nominal output is determined by aggregate demand, and imperfections play a key role. But now the central imperfection is a lack of information on the part of workers and firms about some prices relevant to their decisions, rather than misperception of available information. Individual agents make errors because of incomplete information, but under the hypothesis of hyper-rational expectations, the representative agent nonetheless makes optimal, rational, inferences about unobserved prices that turn out to be accurate up to a random and hence unpredictable error. Lucas 1973, 326, 328. Systematic errors and serially correlated errors are specifically excluded on the grounds that the representative agent would learn from the patterns and eliminate them. Snowden and Vane 2005, 226-227. It follows that only unexpected changes in policy, surprises, will change economic outcomes. Snowden and Vane 2005, 226. In terms of the expectation augmented Phillips curve depicted in figure 12.9, an expected acceleration in aggregate demand would yield the same result as in Friedman and Phelps. It would only increase the rate of inflation without changing the level of real output or employment, so the economy would move along the vertical long-run Phillips curve from points A to E. When the acceleration in aggregate demand is a surprise, the initial effect is the same as in Friedman and Phelps. Firms lack sufficient information to distinguish a general acceleration in prices from an increase in their own relative price, so they increase output to some extent. This reduces unemployment and induces a rise in the rate of change of money wages, so that the economy moves from points A to C on the original Phillips curve. But once their information set is updated, agents immediately deduce the true outcomes. Firms realize that relative prices have not been changed, so output returns to the level associated with the natural rate of unemployment. Workers realize that inflation is higher, so they, somehow, immediately increase money wages by a corresponding amount, and this shifts the Phillips curve to the point where it intersects a vertical line passing through the natural rate of unemployment. Hence, the economy jumps from point C to point E. Unlike the story in Friedman and Phelps, in Lucas there is no extended effect of a policy surprise. After a brief drop in unemployment, the economy moves directly up the long-run Phillips curve. Zolfidis 2010, 334-335. Phelps says that he finds this quite unconvincing because in a dynamic, changing economy, there will be multiple expectations about a future that remains to be fully determined, so the concept of rational expectations does not apply. Phelps 2007, 547-548. Nonetheless, Lucas's argument rapidly became the new gospel. The claim that policy surprises have a temporary, albeit much truncated, effect allows new classical theory to offer an explanation for certain observed empirical macro correlations. Lucas and Rapping, 1969, 737, 748. Proposed to explain the association between higher unemployment and lower real wages through the hypothesis that those who report themselves as newly unemployed are really indicating that they prefer not to work, that is, they prefer to indulge in leisure rather than labor because the real wage has fallen below what they consider normal. They are therefore voluntarily unemployed. Snowden and Vane 2005, 233. The surprise hypothesis is used by Lucas, 1973, to argue that policies which increase nominal income in a stable inflation country like the United States have a greater initial impact on real output and employment than in a rising inflation country like Argentina because the surprise factor is greater in the former country. See Chapter 15, Section V, and Figures 15.12 to 15.16, for an alternative take on inflation in Argentina. The surprise hypothesis is also invoked to explain the empirical correlation between an increase in the money supply and an increase in real GDP, as in the movement from points A to C in figure 12.9, as well as the subsequent correlation between a rise in unemployment and a rise in inflation as in the movement from points C to E. The crucial claim is that traditional Keynesian attempts to reduce the unemployment rate below the natural rate will only result in accelerating inflation. Aside from the jump portion of the argument, these claims are similar to those in Friedman and Phelps, Snowden and Vane 2005, 234-235, 266. A more distinctive feature of the new classical argument is Lucas's adoption of the Muth and Walter's argument that the structure of the macroeconomy is itself the result of dynamic optimization by representative agents, so that it must change when agents adjust their behavior to changed policies. This Lucas critique has not found strong support at an empirical level. Snowden and Vane 2005, 266-267. I have already argued on theoretical grounds in favor of the alternative hypothesis that aggregates are generally robustly indifferent to the details of individual actions, as illustrated through the use of 4 different micro-foundation models, Chapter 3, Section 3. For real business cycle theory. Given the new classical assumptions of continuous market clearing and completely flexible wages and prices, temporary misperceptions in the face of surprises become crucial in explaining the positive correlations between demand, inflation, real output, and employment over the business cycle. Snowden and Vane 2005, 236-240. By the early 1980s, mounting evidence against the monetary surprise and informational confusion hypotheses led them to be widely regarded as inappropriate. Snowden and Vane 2005, 268. One way out was to abandon the notion of continuous market clearing. This was the path subsequently taken by the so-called New Keynesians. But the real business cycle theory, RBCT, branch of new classical theory chose instead to retain the hypotheses of rational expectations and continuous market clearing. Nelson and Plosser, 1982, had shown that the path of observed real output could be viewed as a random walk with drift, which raised the question of the nature of the source of the random components of such a process. See Chapter 13, Section 2.9. Kydland and Prescott, Kydland 1990, proposed that random technologically based productivity shocks could generate aggregate fluctuations that mimicked actual ones even under new classical assumptions. In keeping with this approach, agents are assumed to be hyper-rational optimizers operating under perfect competition with continuous market clearing and completely flexible wages and prices so that equilibrium always prevails. Agents have rational expectations and the aggregate economy is still treated as an interaction between a representative firm and a representative household. Business cycles are viewed as equilibrium phenomena driven by productivity shocks. But instead of the price signal extraction problem in Lucas's model, agents now have to distinguish temporary changes in productivity from permanent ones. A technology shock is propagated through the economy by the consumption smoothing response of households, the investment, time to build, responses of businesses, and by intertemporal substitution between labor and leisure. Full employment always obtains, so any drop in the employment is simply due to the fact that workers simply prefer to substitute leisure for labor. In such a framework, monetary policy is sidelined because it cannot influence real variables. Finally, the distinction between the short run and the long is abandoned since all phenomena are within continuous equilibrium and fluctuations are inseparable from trends. Snowden and Vane 2005, 307-309. Analytical structure of the real business cycle theory model. The RBCT model begins from a neoclassical aggregate production function in which the technical change shift parameter is subject to random shocks. Since the technical change process does not have a unit root, a single representative agent, Robinson Crusoe, is assumed to engage in production as an indirect route to consumption, and to choose between consumption and leisure by maximizing the expected discounted sum of current and future utility over an infinite time horizon, subject to the constraint that consumption plus investment do not exceed total production and that fractions of the day spent on labor and leisure do not exceed 1. A temporary positive shock to productivity, say good weather, induces the representative agent to produce more output over its lifetime by working longer now so that it may work less later when productivity falls back down. Then hours worked will increase and employment will be procyclical. This response being optimal, the economy remains Pareto efficient despite its fluctuations. After the random shock, the economy returns to normal, but output and employment are higher than before because the shock causes capital stock to build up to a new higher level. Snowden and Vane 2005, 309-311. As in previous approaches, the first task is to explain why employment drops in a business downturn. If the real income of the representative agent drops, then its labor becomes relatively cheaper and it will substitute toward leisure, i.e., work relatively less. This same drop in its real income will induce it to consume less leisure, i.e., relatively work more. RBCT argues that if the productivity shock is temporary, the substitution effect will dominate so that a downturn will be associated with a voluntary decrease in employment. On the other hand, if the productivity shock is permanent, the income effect will dominate and voluntary employment will rise. Others have argued that if the real interest rate falls, this would make the representative agent supply less labor now because the compounded value of labor income in the future would be lower. This will strengthen the substitution effect. Finally, since business cycle evidence indicates that large changes in employment are associated with relatively small changes in the real wage, voluntary employment in the RBCT model must display great sensitivity to changes in real income of the representative agent. A small decrease in real income must be supposed to provoke a large intertemporal substitution of leisure for labor. The claim that observed changes in employment over booms and busts are purely voluntary is not supported by the empirical evidence and has been met with due skepticism. Snowden and Vane 2005, 312-313, 328. The second ongoing task is to explain the observed positive correlation between money supply and real output over the business cycle. Money and financial variables supposedly have no real effects since the whole story is cast in terms of utility and real variables. Hence, RBCT is forced to move away from the monetarist claim that money shocks induce short-run changes in real output toward an endogenous money approach in which planned increases in real output induce the prior expansion of credit because the latter is needed to enable the former. This is, of course, the same argument advanced by the banking school as far back as the mid-19th century and has long been central to post-Keynesian theory. Snowden and Vane 2005, 311, 323. 2 Policy implications of the real business cycle theory. The central policy implications of RBCT is simple, given that observed economic fluctuations are taken to be Pareto-optimal responses of the hyper-rational representative agents to random productivity shocks in a situation of continuous equilibrium in all markets including labor. Hence, continuous full employment, government taxation, and spending policies can only do harm. In general, concrete policy issues are addressed through dynamic games that lead to questions of commitment, credibility, reputation, and so on. Snowden and Vane 2005, 297, 331-332. 3 Calibration for mimicking some real patterns versus econometric testing. Attempting to explain some, but only some, real patterns has long been central to the neoclassical macroeconomic project. The paradigmatic example is the quasi-empirical claim that observed changes in employment are entirely voluntary. RBCT theorists take this project to new dimensions by eschewing econometric testing in favor of simulations of model economies. Parameters are selected to make the model mimic some observed patterns and then changed to investigate the supposed impact of changes in policies and structure. The end result is a pool of competing models relatively free from the constraints of empirical testing. Snowden and Vane 2005, 321-322. 4 Further considerations on empirical relevance of the real business cycle theory. The RBCT reliance on a single representative Robinson Crusoe agent has been rightly criticized as an outright evasion of the aggregation and coordination problems associated with the existence of millions of heterogeneous individuals and firms. Snowden and Vane 2005, 336. An aggregate production function is another key assumption, as is the implication that the Solow residual is an index of technical change. I have already argued in Chapter 3, Section 2.2, that aggregate production functions are not viable constructs, and that the so-called Solow residual is merely the weighted average of the rates of change of wages and profit rates. From this point of view, the residual is likely to be correlated with output growth because of the procyclical association between the latter and capacity utilization and real wages. The empirical evidence seems to indicate that the real wage is mildly procyclical, that labor hoarding causes employment to fall less than output during a recession and thus raises measured labor productivity, and that capital utilization falls more than the capital stock, which in turn raises measured capital productivity. Snowden and Vane 2005, 333. Microeconomic investigations indicate that the voluntary substitution of labor for leisure on which RBCT theory relies is also far too weak to account for observed variations over the cycle. Moreover, because technical change diffuses slowly, empirical evidence does not support the notion of productivity shock large enough to drive business cycles. Nor is there evidence of regular technical regress which RBCT needs in order to account for business cycle downturns. Snowden and Vane 2005, 326-334. There is considerable criticism of the RBCT claim that changes in employment in a downturn, even one as large as the Great Depression, should be viewed as voluntary reductions in working hours and increases in voluntary quits. In the end, RBCT theory rests on weak empirical foundations. Snowden and Vane 2005, 336. Hence, over time, proponents of this work have backed away from the assumption that the business cycle is driven by real as opposed to monetary forces, and they have begun to stress the methodological contributions of this work, namely that real business cycle models represent specific, dynamic examples of Debreu general equilibrium theory. From this point of view, RBCT's evident empirical weakness is not crucial because the whole movement from monetarism to new classical theory to real business cycle theory has made the field of macroeconomics increasingly rigorous and increasingly tied to the tools of microeconomics. Manka 2006, 34. Evidently one should not let reality get in the way of rigor. 5. New Keynesian economics. The neoclassical impulse has always been to argue that the solution to the apparent failure of the demand-oriented Keynesian model to account adequately for rising unemployment accompanied by accelerating inflation was to devote increasing research effort to the construction of macroeconomic theories where the supply side has coherent micro-foundations. Snowden and Vane 2005, 299. RBCT represents the apogee of the consequent retreat from the very reality that supply-side economics initially claimed to have explained better than Keynesian theory did. Inevitably, in the face of the patent lack of reality of new classical assumptions, there has been a chorus of voices arguing for models with greater empirical relevance provided that they remain within the general confines of rigorous neoclassical theory. Manka 2006, 38. New Keynesians accept standard micro-foundations and the general equilibrium framework in which it is embedded. Most of them also retain the assumption of rational expectations. Snowden and Vane 2005, 365. Their trek in the general direction of reality was sparked by the recognition that if continuous market clearing is abandoned, then nominal disturbances such as an increase in the money supply can be shown to affect real variables such as output and employment even if agents had rational expectations. Then rational expectations alone were not enough to justify the claim of policy ineffectiveness and the latter proposition fell from favor. Snowden and Vane 2005, 268. New Keynesians reject perfect information, perfect competition, zero transaction costs, and the assumption that there are markets for all things, in favor of asymmetric information, heterogeneous agents, and imperfect or incomplete markets. Continuous market clearing is rejected because prices and wages are sticky, which makes room for substantial quantity effects. Perfect competition is rejected so that firms can be treated as price setters. In the latest twist, the new neoclassical synthesis combines rational expectations with intertemporal optimization by representative agents, costly price adjustments, and imperfect competition in markets for commodities, labor, and credit. Snowden and Vane 2005, 29. The key point is that various real-world features, viewed as imperfections of course, are used to account for Some, observed patterns. The overall goal becomes to justify the rationality of rigidities by throwing veritable bucketfuls of grit into the smooth-running neoclassical paradigm, Snowden and Vane 2005, 365. Given the grave inadequacy of the underlying theory, there are a large number of potential imperfections from which to choose. Hence, new Keynesian economics now consists of a bewildering array of theories, whose quasi-religious adherence to micro-foundations has become a disease, Snowden and Vane 2005, 343, 360 to 364, 429. 6. Conventional behavioral economics. Akerlof has consistently argued that the neoclassical micro-foundations from which both new classicals and new Keynesians begin are inadequate. His goal has been to construct realistic behavioral macroeconomics in the original spirit of John Maynard Keynes' general theory, thereby rebuilding the micro-foundations that were sacked by the new classical economics. Akerlof 2002, 411, 413. In this vein, he emphasizes asymmetric information, credit rationing, group norms of fairness, imperfect competition, rules of thumb behavior, and weaknesses of certain cultures, identity-based theory of disadvantage, as factors that can be incorporated into the standard framework. Akerlof 2002, 412 to 421. In the simplest case, we suppose that a person chooses actions to maximize her utility, given her identity, the norms, and social categories. She balances her standard commodity utility and her identity utility. Akerlof and Cranton 2010, 18. I would argue that this standard framework is itself the central problem. If, as he states, the goal of modern behavioral economics is to discover the wild side of macroeconomic behavior, Akerlof 2002, 428, the first step would be to abandon any such idealized starting point. There are, of course, other approaches. Post-Keynesian macroeconomics has long relied on a synthesis of imperfect competition and Keynesian, Kaleckian effective demand theory, while the Austrian school has long held itself distinct from neoclassical theory. I have discussed the micro-foundations of both in Chapter 8. Lastly, there has been a surge of interest in micro-foundations rooted in agent-based simulation and/or statistical mechanics, whose important contribution is to show that large-scale properties tend to be robustly indifferent to micro-details. Nonetheless, individual intentions, hopes, and expectations remain important for the understanding of individual actions and their social and political implications, see Chapter 3. At this juncture, mainstream arguments remain dominant in academic life and public discourse. To quote Blinder, many economists continue to fiddle around with theories of Pareto optimal recession and avocation that might be called neuroclassical economics, Snowden and Vane 2005, 335. The current global crisis has at least shaken public perceptions of the economic orthodoxy whose macroeconomics, as Paul Krugman has rightly said, was spectacularly useless at best, and positively harmful at worst. Krugman, 2009. In the next chapter, I will present a different sort of construction rooted in a synthesis of Keynes and the classics. V. Kalecki. Kalecki's theory of macroeconomics has notable similarities to Keynes's. In the short run, aggregate demand is assumed to have an autonomous component, investment, and an induced one, consumption, that responds to income. He adopts Keynes's view that over the longer run investment responds positively to the gap between the prospective rate of profit and the rate of interest, Kalecki 1937, 85. The interest rate is determined by monetary factors, Sawyer 1985, 98, and the profit rate is determined by the wage share and the rate of capacity utilization, discussed later. It should be said that Kalecki subsequently links current investment to past investment and current and past profits in a manner entirely consistent with the notion that investment is driven by the rate of return on new investment as approximated by the incremental rate of profit, Chapter 7, Section 6.4, Point 14. Unlike Keynes, Kalecki incorporates class into his analysis through the partition of total income into labor and property income. In the simplest case, workers are assumed to consume all of their income, so that aggregate savings comes only from aggregate profit. Kalecki, 1968, 96-99, does say that investment decisions are strongly influenced by the internal finance, savings, of firms, and that business savings are different in nature from the savings of capitalist households. Yet, in the end, he merges both types of savings into one category linked to aggregate profit through an overall fixed, marginal, propensity to save, 59. With this step, he abandons his own argument that the amounts that businesses save is linked to the amounts they plan to invest. The significance of this lapse will be addressed in Chapter 13, Section 2.3. For now the key point is that in Kalecki, the average propensity to save is the income share weighted average of the exogenously given propensities SW, SP to save out of wages and profits, respectively. Then aggregate savings and since value added, so that the average savings rate is 12.19. Given the equilibrium condition of zero excess demand, that is, savings equal investment as in equation 12.11, the Kaleckian multiplier relation is the same as the Keynesian one in equation 12.12, except that now the aggregate propensity to save out of net income depends on the class distribution of income. Kalecki's original argument on effective demand was in terms of free competition, Chrysler 2002, 624-625, which made it even more congruent to Keynes. But the incorporation of the class shares introduces a variable that requires further explanation, which is why Kalecki's subsequent turn to imperfect competition becomes relevant to his macroeconomics. Individual firms are said to mark up their prime costs by a monopoly factor in order to determine their prices. Given that prime costs are the sum of unit wage and materials costs, the aggregate wage share, and hence its dual aggregate profit share, is determined by the degree of monopoly power and by the ratio of the materials bill to the wage bill, Kalecki 1968, 16-18, 28-29. For any given level of productivity, the real wage is therefore also determined in the same manner, Sawyer 1985, 108-109. For given unit material costs, productivity, and degree of monopoly, money prices are proportional to money wages, Sawyer 1985, 109. Hence, inflation is rooted in increases in money wages, see Chapter 15. This feature is precisely what made markup pricing so useful to post-war Keynesian theory in its search for a practical theory of inflation. It enabled the transformation of the original Phillips curve in terms of the rate of change of money wages to one in terms of inflation and the unemployment rate, section 3.5. Yet even if one accepts the original money, wage Phillips curve, Kalecki's argument implies that the real wage and the wage share are not affected by the unemployment rate as long as the degree of monopoly is unaffected. In that case, a rise in the money wage due to a tightening of the labor market might initially also raise the real wage and wage share at given price and productivity levels, but as prices adjust the two latter variables would return to their original levels. One can detect here a possible inspiration for the subsequent arguments of Friedman and Phelps. If true, it would imply that the working class was powerless to change even its real wage, let alone its wage share. Kalecki shies away from this conclusion because the historical record indicates that an increase in money wages tends to go hand in hand with an increase in the real wage and sometimes even in the wage share. He therefore raises the possibility that wage increases can reduce the degree of monopoly, Sawyer 1985, 111-112. Point 15. Then a reduction in the unemployment rate that leads to a higher money wage can also lead to a higher real wage and wage share. Kalecki's modified theory therefore admits the possibility of three types of Phillips curves whose theoretical and empirical foundations will be further examined in Chapter 14. Phillips type relations concern the effect of unemployment on wages. The other half of this loop has to do with the reverse effect of wages on unemployment. Neoclassical theory emphasizes that higher real wages tend to raise the unemployment rate, Chapter 14, Section 2. But Kalecki was convinced on empirical grounds that higher wages do not affect the unemployment rate in any particular direction, Sawyer 1985, 112. So like Keynes, he advances a series of arguments against the standard claim, the principal one being that the initial effect of an increase in real wages is to raise aggregate demand. This is because higher wages immediately increase the consumption expenditures of workers, while investment is slower to react since it is undertaken on the basis of decisions made in prior periods. Thus, even if profitability, the markup, were to be negatively affected, the initial effect would be to raise aggregate employment and capacity utilization. Then the profit rate is subject to two conflicting pressures. A rise in the wage share lowers the normal capacity profit rate while a rise in capacity utilization raises the actual profit rate. The latter effect requires that average costs do not rise too much whenever capacity utilization rises. As discussed in Chapter 4, Sections 3, 4, post-Keynesians generally argue that prime costs are constant throughout, so that average total costs fall due to falling average fixed costs. I will return to this issue shortly. Kalecki believed that both unemployment and excess capacity were normal features of a capitalist economy and that the state had the technical capacity to eliminate both, Sawyer 1985, 115. Deficit spending could directly add to aggregate purchasing power and would be self-financing because the resultant increase in output and income generated by the multiplier would create new savings sufficient to cover the sum of investment and the budget deficit. 16 Upward pressure on the interest rate could be negated by proper monetary policy, and if needed interest rates could even be lowered to stimulate private investment demand. Inflation could be kept in check by not pushing beyond full employment and full capacity utilization. Redistribution of income from the rich to the poor could also be used to raise the average propensity to consume and strengthen consumption demand. Finally, the burden of interest payments on national debt could be controlled by levying taxes on personal and business assets, Sawyer 1985, 125-135. Kalecki was nonetheless pessimistic about the political likelihood of maintaining full employment. He correctly perceived that this would weaken the power of the capitalist class by eliminating persistent unemployment as a disciplining mechanism for the working class, by encroaching on areas previously under the control of private capital, and by generally undermining the notion that self-interest should be sine qua non of social life, Sawyer 1985, 136-142. This stance reflects a fundamental ambiguity in Kalecki's work. The wage share is determined by the aggregate monopoly markup, but since individual firms set their markups in light of competitive pressures from other firms, the power of trade unions to impose firm-level increases in wages, and hence labor costs, encourages the adoption of a policy of lower profit margins. In the end, the degree of monopoly may be inversely related to the strength of labor unions, Kalecki 1968, 12, 18. Rujitsky 2013. Therefore, there may be an inverse relation between the wage share and the unemployment rate. Higher unemployment erodes the strength of labor, raises the monopoly markup and hence lowers the wage share. This issue will be at the heart of Chapter 14. 6. Post-Keynesian Economics. 1. Introduction. The post-Keynesian tradition encompasses Keynesian and Kaleckian wings. They share 5 central beliefs: that aggregate demand drives output, that money is endogenously created through the banking system, that both persistent excess capacity and unemployment are the normal outcomes of market processes, and that the state can achieve effective, full employment with tolerable levels of inflation. Beyond this, the post-Keynesian tradition is quite diverse and I can only touch on its main features here. 2. Davidson. Davidson is a leading representative of the Keynesian wing. He divides post-Keynesian economists into 2 groups, the largely American camp like Schick, Minsky, Eichner, Kriegel, Moore, Weintraub, and himself, who accord a high place to money and financial processes, and the largely European camp like Harcourt, Kahn, Calder, Kalecki, Robinson, and various Keynesians coming from SRAFA who still cling to variants of classical economics because they focus on the behavior and functioning of the real economy while ignoring, or at least downplaying, monetary and financial implications. Davidson 2005, 541-452. In Davidson's view, post-Keynesian economics rests on 5 propositions. First, that demand has an autonomous component in the short run whose autonomy derives from the fact that credit can make spending independent of current funds. Investment is the paradigmatic autonomous variable because it can always be funded at any level justified by expected net returns. Davidson 2005, 454, 459. Second, a capitalist economy is money-driven. Businesses invest money in labor, materials, and machines with the intent of making more money, the whole process being conducted in terms of money contracts for present and future deliveries. 462. Although Davidson does not say so, this is Marx's notion of the circuit of capital as which Keynes himself cites approvingly, Marx 1977, ch. 4, Ishikara 2004, 84-85. Third, money is endogenous because it is credit-driven and has real effects on production, growth, and employment. For instance, a credit-fueled injection of purchasing power for investment goods creates money which is used to finance increased demand for producible goods, resulting in increasing employment levels. Hence, money cannot be neutral as neoclassical economists assert. The non-neutrality of money has nothing to do with agents suffering from some putative money illusion. Rather it is rooted in the fact that money has real effects. Davidson 2005, 459-460. Finally, there is no guarantee that expected outcomes will be realized because the future is fundamentally uncertain, non-ergodic. Uncertainty in this sense implies that the future has many unforeseeable outcomes to which no probabilities can be scientifically assigned. This is different from the notion of risk as defined in orthodox theory, in which the outcomes are known and can be associated with probabilities. For rational expectations to hold, the future must be ergodic, time average of future outcomes but not be persistently different from the time average of past ones, and the subjective distribution of future outcomes must be equal to the objective ones. Non-ergodic processes dominate the real world so that one cannot even form rational expectations. Davidson 2005, 460-465. The fundamental uncertainty of the future is also why liquid assets are important and why the demand for liquidity rises when the fear of the uncertain future increases. Davidson 2005, 471. Davidson favors policy that strives for full employment and reasonable price stability and seeks to make markets more efficient and more directed toward the social interest. 473. 3. The Kaleckian structuralist wing of post-Keynesian theory. Kalecki once wryly observed that economics is the science of confusing stocks with flows. Kalecki's verbal statement circa 1936, cited in Robinson 1982, Godley and Lavoie 2007, 1. Godley and Taylor fall within the Kaleckian structuralist wing of the post-Keynesian tradition that places special emphasis on consistent stock flow accounting, although Taylor is careful to note that accounting consistency is compatible with most schools of thought. Taylor 2008, 641. Godley and Taylor approach this requirement as post-Keynesians and have incorporated many subtle and complex elements into their various models. As members of this school, both believe that aggregate demand drives aggregate supply and that prices reflect costs via monopoly markups. Godley and Lavoie 2007, 17, Taylor 2008, 649. Godley's abiding interest lay in the construction of small-scale macroeconomic simulation models, which in his case meant from 30 to 90 equations. Godley 2007, 312 to 313, 379 to 466. Taylor, on the other hand, has been more concerned with explicit links to the foundations of post-Keynesian theory and with direct contrasts with orthodox macroeconomics. Whereas Godley's focus was on the United Kingdom and the United States, Taylor is the leading post-Keynesian voice in the debates on the theory and practice of economic development. I cannot address their many important contributions here because my present concern is largely with their theoretical foundations. Godley incorporated markup pricing from the start, his preferred version involving markups on normal costs calculated at normal capacity utilization, in the tradition of Hall and Hitch, Chapter 7, Section 6.1. Since materials and depreciation are themselves costs of bundles of goods, this inevitably turns into a markup on unit labor costs. In Godley's case, the markup also depends positively on the real interest rate because the latter is treated as an element of cost, in the manner of Tuck, Godley and Lavoie 2007, 274 to 275. This allows him, like Tuck, to explain the positive association between the price level and the interest rate as being driven by the latter. Taylor 2008, 643, 650 to 652, 659. I have argued for the opposite causation, in which profit rate equalization reduces the interest rate to a price of provision for finance, and the general price level affects the nominal interest rate by affecting the nominal operating and capital costs upon which all prices of production, including the interest rate, are founded. Chapter 10, Section 2. Also in keeping with the modern post-Keynesian tradition, Godley generally treats the nominal interest and exchange rates as being fixed by the state. Taylor 2008, 643, 649, 650 to 652, 659. Markup pricing translates quite naturally into a wage-driven theory of inflation. In Godley's hands, this becomes a conflict theory of inflation. With prices set by markups on unit labor costs, the markup determines the wage share and hence fully determines the class division of national income. Point 17. This is a characteristic Keynesian outcome, and it implies that real wages rise in proportion to productivity as long as the markup is fixed. However, in the process nominal wages may rise if the resulting real wage is below the target of workers, which may cause prices to rise in turn, and so on. Hence, inflation can arise from a conflict between the target markups of firms and the target real wages of workers. Godley and Lavoie 2007, 275, 302 to 304. This need not imply higher inflation at lower levels of unemployment, nor accelerating inflation if actual unemployment falls below some effective full employment level. Godley therefore does not even accept the price Phillips curve, let alone the vertical curve required for the Friedman, Phelps, narrow story. Godley and Lavoie 2007, 275, 302 to 304, 341 to 342. Like most post-Keynesian authors, Godley treats capacity utilization as a free variable in the sense that actual capacity utilization is assumed to be generally different from normal capacity utilization. Godley and Lavoie 2007, 269 to 270. This contradicts the assumption that prices are set on normal capacity utilization costs, since such costs have no bearing if actual output is not related to normal capacity output. A proposed solution by Godley and Lavoie is to allow the markup to change if actual and normal costs diverge for a long time. But this does not lead actual utilization to oscillate around normal utilization, so it leaves the contradiction in place. Indeed, the contradiction cannot be resolved because certain fundamental post-Keynesian propositions such as the paradox of thrift and the paradox of costs require that capacity utilization be different from any normal level. Section 6.4. One of Godley's signal theoretical contributions was his development of the three balances framework developed in Section I.6 of this chapter, in which the national income accounting relation between demand and income can be expressed in terms of three sectoral gaps between expenditures and income relative to GDP. My argument in that section is a direct extension of his core framework. In the 1970s and 1980s, the private sector balance tended to be both small and stable in most developed countries. This initially led Godley and his co-authors to the New Cambridge hypothesis that the foreign trade deficit would mirror the government deficit. The search for a possible explanation for such a phenomenon led Godley and Cripps, 1983, to the theoretical hypothesis of a stable desired norm between private sector net financial assets and private disposable income. In the 1990s, the splurge of debt-fueled household spending plunged the private sector balance deep into negative territory so that it could no longer be viewed as small. Papadimitrio, Shaikh, Dos Santos, and Zeza 2002, 1, 3. However, the economic crisis which unfolded over the ensuing decade forced the balance sharply back into positive territory as debt reduction became paramount. Hence, it is certainly possible that the relative private sector balance will settle once again at some sustainable level, so that we will go back to the sibling deficits implicit in the New Cambridge hypothesis. Then the liberal economic prescription for continued expansion in budget deficits to raise employment will result in larger trade deficits, while the conservative prescription for reduced deficits will lead to lower trade deficits but higher unemployment. Shaikh 2012b, 132 to 135. The notion of a stock flow norm is an important but somewhat neglected contribution of Godley and Cripps 1983, 22, 40, 43 to 44, 61, Taylor 2008, 644 to 646, Shaikh 2012b, 129 to 131. Godley and Cripps assume that private savings is undertaken to maintain a specific desired ratio of the stock of net financial assets to the flow of income. Since national income has a particular level in a static system, when the actual net financial asset stock is equal to the desired one, there will be no further need to save. In a growing system, savings must be sufficient to generate the desired additions to the stock of net financial assets. It follows that in equilibrium, the private sector savings rate is proportional to the rate of growth of output, i.e., the saving rate is endogenous. Since output growth is driven by demand growth, and the latter is in turn driven by exogenously given investment, the equilibrium saving rate adapts to investment needs. Shaikh 2012b, 126, 134. This aspect of Godley's work is seldom mentioned in the post-Keynesian tradition, which prefers to rely instead on the standard Keynesian and Keylekian assumptions of fixed propensities to save. Although I will arrive at it differently, the notion of an endogenous and adaptive savings rate will play an important role in the discussion of classical macrodynamics, Chapter 13, Sections 2.1, 2.4. 2. Taylor is the preeminent voice in the post-Keynesian structuralist tradition with a particular focus on economic development, which is outside the scope of this book. In his view, structuralism aims to model the interactions among agents in the context of institutions and in the light of stylized facts. Output is taken to be determined by aggregate demand, which is in turn driven by exogenous investment, government spending, and imports. Savings rates are given for each type of class income, which is why output is assumed to bear the burden of adjusting to make aggregate savings equal to investment. The interest rate is also generally taken as given. Social accounting matrices, SAMs, are a characteristic feature of most models, and capacity utilization is typically treated as a free variable. Baghirathan, Rada, and Taylor 2004, 305 to 311, 313, 323. Finally, investment is generally taken to respond positively to profitability, and in some versions investment is driven by animal spirits, that depend on variables such as interest and profit rates. Here Taylor uses the ratio of the profit rate to the interest rate, R/I, as the key indicator, which he links to Minsky, 315. This is, of course, also the basic argument in Keynes and Marx, Chapter 13, Section 3, and in at least one of Kalecki's formulations, Sawyer 1985, 98. At the most abstract structuralist level, wage struggles cannot affect the real wage because money wage increases provoke proportional money price increases. However, this changes somewhat when we consider the dynamics of the conflict-driven wage price process. Workers bargain for a nominal wage with a target real wage in mind. Firms set a markup with a profit share in mind, and the resulting price determines a real wage which may be different from what workers had in mind. Then nominal wages adjust, which changes the profit share, so firms respond by raising prices. Insofar as this is localized, a local wage increase leads to a local price increase. But if there is wage indexing, then other wages will automatically rise, which will raise other prices too. Hence, wage indexation can lead to ever-rising prices, 311 to 312. By implication, it could also lead to runaway deflation, although this aspect is not emphasized. In any case, at a more concrete level, the real wage and hence the wage share, which depends also on productivity, emerge from relations describing money wage inflation, money price inflation, and labor productivity growth, Taylor 2004, 5. This leads to a central question: how does a change in the wage share affect growth? A lower wage share has two effects: lower worker consumption demand but a higher profit share, which implies higher investment and higher capitalist consumption demand. According to Taylor, the net effect can go either way. If growth moves in the same direction as the profit share, it is considered profit-led, whereas if it moves in the same direction as the wage share, i.e., declines with the latter in this case, it is wage-led. An additional complication is that an increase in the growth rate will raise capacity utilization, which will in turn raise productivity growth. Once again, the overall effect is ambiguous, since faster growth may increase the wage share more than productivity growth reduces it. If the overall effect of growth on the wage share is positive, the result will be a profit squeeze, at least at the top of the cycle. For instance, Barbosafio and Taylor, 2006, find that the U.S. economy can be characterized as having profit-led demand and profit squeeze distribution dynamics, 313. The effects of exchange rate devaluation are also viewed as ambiguous. The effect on real output and employment may be contractionary by raising the price of imports, reducing real wages, and hence reducing workers' consumption demand. On the other hand, since the fall in real wages will raise the profit share and stimulate investment and other profit-related demand, the final effect could equally be expansionary, 311. Taylor makes the interesting argument that the interaction between the growth rates of real wages, productivity, and capacity utilization can be expressed in a manner similar to Goodwin's, 1967, model of Marx's reserve army of labor. Goodwin assumes a real wage Phillips curve in which the rate of change of real wages responds positively to the employment rate, negatively to the unemployment rate, and productivity growth is exogenous, so that the rate of change of the wage share responds positively to the employment rate. On the other side, Goodwin assumes that the capacity-capital ratio is constant over time, that output equals capacity so that the capacity utilization is at some normal level, and that the rate of growth of capital is a function of the rate of profit. Since capacity remains proportional to capital and output is equal to capacity, the rate of growth of output is therefore a function of the profit rate. The reserve army dynamic arises from the fact that an increase in the employment rate raises the wage share, lowers the profit rate, and hence lowers the growth rate, which in turn tends to bring the employment rate back down and bring the wage share back up. The Goodwin cycle implicitly represents a long-run process because output is assumed to be equal to capacity so that capacity utilization stays at some normal level. Taylor transforms this into a short-run cyclical process by allowing the utilization rate to vary in response to fluctuations in growth. The rate of growth of capacity utilization is the difference between the rate of growth of output and the rate of growth of capacity, which is assumed equal to the rate of growth of capital. Under certain specific assumptions such as profit-led growth and the presence of a Keynesian multiplier in a dynamic context, Taylor ends up with a relation in which the rate of growth of capacity utilization responds negatively to its own level and to the level of the wage share, i.e., positively to the profit rate in the latter case. On the other hand, by his own account, the story of the rate of growth of the wage share is more tangled. The growth of real wages is taken to respond positively to rate of capacity utilization and to the level of the wage share 18, and the rate of growth of productivity is assumed to rise with the growth rate of output, which itself responds positively to the utilization rate. The rate of growth of the wage share being the difference between real wage and productivity growth, it can end up responding positively or negatively to capacity utilization. In the former case, the point representing the equilibrium values of the wage share and the rate of capacity utilization is stable, while in the latter case, it is unstable. In either case, the adjustment process will involve counterclockwise loops with the wage share on the vertical axis and the rate of capacity utilization on the horizontal axis. Taylor 2004, 284-286. Taylor displays such loops for actual U.S. data and estimates an econometric model to account for them. 286-292. It is important to note that Taylor treats capacity utilization as a free variable in the sense that there is no particular reason for actual output to equal economic capacity. Indeed, in the stable version of his model, the equilibrium point is a particular wage share and capacity utilization rate around which actual values must gravitate. 286, figure 9.2. Moreover, a positive demand shock can lead to a permanent increase in the long-run labor share and utilization rate. 292. Yet the latter need not correspond to the normal rate desired by firms when they put the capacity in place. This result is characteristic of post-Keynesian approaches. Taylor emphasizes the differences between his methodological approach and those in the orthodox tradition. Mainstream theory is deductive, whereas structuralism starts from with observed phenomena, what is out there, and then works backward to a theory. Structuralism rejects the notion of a general theory, which in his view lead to one-size-fits-all policy prescriptions. 318-319, 323. For example, orthodox economics sees inflation as money-driven while structuralism sees it as cost-driven. But inflation typically goes hand in hand with some degree of money supply growth. Structuralist theories can therefore be tailored to fit an economy's specific institutions. Each economy's inflation is sui generis and context-specific. Some blend of the two approaches has to be designed to fit the situation at hand. 317-318. 2 points are relevant here. First of all, a general theory does not require one-size-fits-all approaches to empirical phenomena or policy conclusions. On the contrary, the whole point is to move from the abstract level that highlights fundamental processes to successively more concrete levels in which other factors are given their place as countervailing forces shaped and limited by the general dynamic. One may correctly say that the law of gravity pulls all masses downward, and that they will fall at the same rate in a vacuum. But this does not imply that all objects will fall in the same rate in a fluid such as air. The shapes and weights of each object now become relevant, and they can be grouped into classes according to their concrete properties. Indeed, some objects may even rise if they are lighter than air. No one would take this as a rejection of the generality of the law of gravity. In a similar vein, Chapter 7 of this book began with two general principles: price equalization within an industry and profit rate equalization between industries. Their intersection gives rise to the further distinction between regulating and non-regulating capitals, which in turn implies that cost and profit margin will vary in determinate ways among firms within industry and between industries. And so we arrive at a concrete expression of the general processes underlying real competition, whose phenomena are comparable to monopoly power theories but distinguishable from them. Chapter 11, Section 6, and Table 11.4 show how a similarly constructed general theory of the real exchange rate can explain both why the PPP hypothesis does not hold at low rates of inflation and why it does roughly hold at high rates. The second point is that while social structure and institutions do indeed play a central role in Ricardo, Marx, Veblen, Keynes, Schumpeter, Priebus, Singer, Lewis, Myrdal, and others cited by Taylor and his co-authors, Bhagirathn, Rada, and Taylor 2004, 308, it is equally well true that these writers differ from each other on some basic issues. Taylor, more than anyone else in the post-Keynesian tradition, is keenly aware of the contributions of other theoretical traditions and draws upon them through a variety of specific models adapted to particular questions and circumstances. I would argue for a different methodology in which post-Keynesian macro-dynamic concerns can be addressed without having to abandon the notion of a normal rate of capacity utilization, as is commonly done within the post-Keynesian tradition, or the notion that the finance needed for investment ties the saving rate of firms to their own investment rate. 4 general themes in post-Keynesian theory. Lavoie, who is a leading post-Keynesian, summarizes the features that distinguish post-Keynesian economics from other heterodox schools. He is careful to point out that there are many strands within post-Keynesian theory, so at best one can only describe general positions common to most. Lavoie 2006, 18-24. First and foremost, it is supposed that aggregate demand drives production. This requires that investment be essentially independent of savings not just in the short run but also in the long run. Lavoie 2006, 12-13. Then come the familiar arguments that the money supply is endogenously fueled by private bank credit, prices are formed via monopoly markups on costs, inflation is caused by conflicting claims, that in a modern economy, the base interest rate is determined by the central bank and private bank rates are determined by markups on this, that the volume of employment is determined by the exogenous components of demand, and that the state can create and maintain full employment through appropriate fiscal and monetary policies. Lavoie 2006, 44-53, 54-58, 59-64, 129-130, 131-132. The presumed independence of investment is the foundation of 2 key post-Keynesian arguments. The paradox of thrift arises from the standard Keynesian, Kaleckian multiplier story, equation, 12.12, in which equilibrium output V falls relative to its trend if the propensity to save rises, i.e., average thriftiness increases. The paradox of costs arises from the Kaleckian version of this same argument in which the overall savings rate is an income-weighted average of the savings rates of the 2 classes, equation, 12.19, with workers assumed to have the lower savings rate. Lavoie 2006, 91-95, 117-111. The share of wages in total value added being the same as real unit labor cost, that is, the ratio of the real product wage to productivity per worker. 19 A rise in real unit labor's costs implies that a greater proportion of income goes to labor and the average savings rate declines, which ushers in the paradox of thrift. Lavoie justifies the claim that investment is independent from current outcomes on 2 possible grounds: the Keynesian assumption that investment is motivated by the long-run expectations of entrepreneurs, or the Kaleckian assumption that investment depends on lagged realized profits. I would argue that neither argument stands up once we ask how current outcomes such as realized profits compare to those expected at the time that investment was undertaken or even in some preceding period when expectations were last revised. It is perfectly sensible to say that actual outcomes are often different from expected ones, but it makes little sense to say that expectations remain immune to such errors. Past expectations determine the actions that give rise to current outcomes, and current outcomes modify current expectations and hence shape future outcomes. The present is not independent of the past, just as the future is not independent of the present. Orthodox theory solves this problem by invoking rational expectations, while post-Keynesian theory often tries to sidestep it. There is another reason why investment cannot be independent of current outcomes. Consider the standard post-Keynesian argument that capacity utilization is a free variable even in the long run, that is, it can be permanently different from the normal level. Lavoie 2006, 114, 20 It makes sense to say that an increase in aggregate demand relative to its anticipated trend will raise capacity utilization in the short run. But as Harrod, 1939, had pointed out decades before, investment will also respond to discrepancies between actual and normal capacity utilization, Chapter 7, Section 6.1. When utilization is above normal, investment will accelerate, capacity will rise faster than demand, and this will lower the utilization rate. The opposite occurs when utilization is below normal. Hence, over a sequence of short runs, capacity utilization will be tied to its normal level, actual output will fluctuate around normal capacity output, and their common rate of growth will be driven by the rate of accumulation. The stability of the Harrodian path is established in Chapter 13, Section 2.5. It should be added that a normal rate of capacity utilization is perfectly consistent with a persistent rate of involuntary unemployment, Chapter 14. Harrod's argument has been largely ignored by the post-Keynesian tradition. This is quite curious because it represents an important form of stock flow theoretical consistency as opposed to mere accounting consistency, Shaikh 2009, 462. In the face of stringent criticism of the free variable notion of capacity utilization, Coors 1986, Auerbach and Scott 1988, Palumbo and Trezzini 2003, 112, some authors have attempted to resolve the discrepancy between the post-Keynesian long-run equilibrium rate of capacity utilization and the corresponding normal rate by assuming that the latter adapt to the former, Amadeo 1986, Lavoie 1995, Dude 1997. Then actual capacity utilization remains free enough to generate the paradox of thrift, while at the same time, the actual rate and the normal rate become equal in the long run. However, this result derives from a crucial change in the definition of the normal rate of capacity utilization. We saw in section I.6 and figure 12.2 that the classical and Harrodian definitions of normal capacity refers to the point of lowest unit costs, and that this need not change at all as actual capacity utilization changes, i.e., over the business cycle. We can label this normal as cost-competitive capacity utilization. On the other hand, the post-Keynesian writers substitute a different notion, normal as situational capacity utilization, in which the latter supposedly adjusts to the actual utilization rate. 21 From classical and Harrodian points of view, the claim that the operating rate which firms come to desire depends on what they happen to get 22 does nothing to address the claim that actual capacity utilization can be at levels arbitrarily different from the lowest cost point, which includes economically necessary reserves. Not surprisingly, this attempt to displace the issue has been subject to severely criticism, Palumbo and Trezzini 2003, 114, Flaskell and Scott 2006, 318 and 13. Wage-led and profit-led growth, alternate short-run outcomes or successive long-run phases. Given the cost-competitive notion of the normal rate of capacity utilization, the relevant issue is that a rise in the real wage has a positive impact on worker consumption at existing levels of employment and a negative impact on the normal capacity profit rate. Then even if the former effect outweighs the latter in the short run, as post-Keynesian authors believe, 23 the recursion to a normal rate of capacity utilization will make the fall in the normal rate of profit the dominant feature over the longer run. Wage-led and profit-led growth are represented in the post-Keynesian literature as two potential outcomes, and Lavoie, 2006, 122 to 123, concedes that in the latter case, the paradox of costs is no longer inevitable, it is merely a possibility. But if a direct or demand-induced increase in real wages leads to a fall in the normal rate of profit, then wage-led growth will be followed by a profit-led decline. The two will be phases of a temporal sequence. This casts a different light on Kalecki's concerns about the possible opposition of the capitalist class to demand management. If pumping up the level of output can reduce the normal profit rate and slow down the growth rate, then what is gained in terms of the levels of output and employment is subsequently paid for through a slowdown in their rates of growth. So it becomes crucial to ascertain the conditions under which a rise in the real wage causes the normal rate of profit to fall. Chapter 14. 2. Long-run growth limits. Post-Keynesians are adamant in their refusal to accept the notion that the long run is in any way constrained by supply. Hence, for them, the principle of effective demand is always relevant, both in the short run and in the long run. Lavoie 2006, 13. But then if the demand-led growth rate happens to be different from the growth rate of effective labor supply, that is, from Herod's natural rate of growth, which is the sum of the growth rate of the labor force and that of productivity, the unemployment rate would rise or fall without limit. Hence, from a post-Keynesian perspective, it is necessary to posit that the natural rate of growth adapts to the growth of effective demand. The growth of the labor force may adapt through increases in the participation rate and/or though immigration, and the rate of growth of productivity may rise with output growth either because technical change accelerates and/or diffuses more rapidly. 119 to 122. It is useful to note that a similar issue also exists in classical theory even when capacity utilization gravitates around some normal rate, so that it is not a free variable, and output growth is regulated by profitability rather than exogenous demand, except that here the problem is not one of the autonomy of effective demand but rather of the influence of labor struggles on the wage share. Chapter 14, Section 3. 3. Unemployment can be eliminated through appropriate policy. A final notable feature of Keynesian, Keylekian, and post-Keynesian approaches is the belief that persistent involuntary unemployment can be eliminated through appropriate fiscal and monetary policies. This is precisely what neoclassical economists, beginning with Friedman and Phelps in the 1970s, challenged through the argument that attempts to pump up employment would merely lead to accelerating inflation. They did this by insisting that observed unemployment was structural in the sense that it arose from imperfections and interferences in market processes, that the corresponding natural rate of unemployment would reassert itself despite attempts to abolish it, and that attempts to hold this natural rate at bay would require an ever-increasing demand stimulus and hence an ever-increasing inflation rate. Section 4.2. What is striking is that within the classical approach, Marx and Goodwin also argue that capitalism generates and maintains a normal rate of unemployment. As in Keynes, this unemployment is involuntary and derived from real competition itself. Chapter 14 is devoted to the analysis of the normal rate of unemployment and to a comparison between its implications and those of the natural rate. This does not imply unemployment below the normal rate triggers inflation, let alone accelerating inflation. Inflation itself is addressed in Chapter 15. I argued in Chapters 7 and 8 of this book that the classical concept of real competition is capable of explaining the pricing patterns of concern to the post-Keynesian tradition without having to rely on the theory of imperfect competition. The key is to move carefully and systematically from abstract arguments to their concrete expressions. Part 3, beginning with the present chapter, aims to follow a similar path for macroeconomics. The goal is to show that it is possible to explain the positive impact of aggregate demand, which is so central to Keynesian and post-Keynesian economics, within a framework that can also explain the existence of a normal rate of capacity utilization as inherited along with the negative feedback between the wage share and profit rate which drives the classical theory of growth and generates a persistent rate of involuntary unemployment. 13. Classical macrodynamics. Introduction. Neo-Walrasian macroeconomics rests on three central premises. 1. The theory of perfect competition based on demand and different agents. 2. The claim that aggregate demand adjusts to realize any given aggregate supply, Say's law. And 3. The notion that flexible real wages lead automatically to the full employment of labor. Part 2 of this book was devoted to the critique of the theory of perfect competition, to the construction of the theory of real competition, and to the empirical testing of both. Chapter 12 opened Part 3 with an analysis and critique of orthodox macroeconomics. The present chapter aims to construct a framework for classical macrodynamics, and the subsequent chapters will focus on theories of employment and unemployment, inflation, and crises. A central notion of the classical approach is that the rate of growth of capital is driven by the expected net rate of profit, i.e., by the difference between the expected rate of profit and the interest rate. The very same proposition is essential to both Keynes's theory of effective demand, Chapter 12, Section 3, and that of Kalecki, 1937, 85. But in the classical tradition, the expected rate of profit is linked to the actual rate of profit in the manner similar to Soros's theory of reflexivity, whereas in Keynes's theory the expected rate of profit is left hanging in the air perpetually outside the short run on which he concentrates. So we begin with a re-examination of the theory of effective demand. 2. A reconsideration of the theory of effective demand. Given the economic conditions in the 1930s, Keynes had been in a rush to get the general theory into print. It is not surprising, therefore, that there are contradictory statements in his text, Asimakopoulos 1991, 55-59. Harrod and Kalecki also struggled with many of the same questions whose reconsideration will lead to a different approach to the theory of effective demand. 1. The micro-foundations of effective demand. Keynes begins his treatment of effective demand by noting that firms must produce on the basis of expected proceeds because production takes time, Asimakopoulos 1991, 40-41. He then turns to the notion of a perfectly competitive firm which takes the expected market price, PE, as given and chooses a corresponding profit maximizing output X*, Asimakopoulos 1991, 40-42. The aggregate supply price, the expectations of proceeds, is therefore the expected market value of the profit maximizing output of a perfectly competitive firm. By assumption, such a firm does not take market demand into account because it believes it can sell all of its output at any given price. In a similar vein, he adopts the traditional first postulate of the neoclassical theory of employment in which the profit maximizing condition implies that the real wage is equal to the marginal product of labor. Once again, this rests on the notion of demand-independent firm, Asimakopoulos 1991, 42, 55, 57.1. On the other hand, when Keynes gets to the aggregate demand function, he assumes that individual firms do take the demand for their own product into consideration, which, as Asimakopoulos remarks, is a relation that does not hold for a perfectly competitive firm, 1991, 43. Hence, on the demand side, individual firms are assumed to downward sloping demand curve in direct contradiction to his supply side assumption of a perfectly competitive firm, Asimakopoulos 1991, 45 text and N17. In 2 articles published after the GT, Keynes deepens the puzzle by explicitly stating that entrepreneurs have to endeavor to forecast demand, they endeavor to approximate to the true position by a method of trial and error. Contracting where they find that they are overshooting their market, expanding where the opposite occurs. It corresponds precisely to the higgling of the market by means of which buyers and sellers endeavor to discover the true equilibrium position of supply and demand, Asimakopoulos 1991, 48, emphasis added. This is, of course, a classical notion of turbulent equilibrations, balances in and through errors, not the neoclassical one of equilibrium as a state of rest. In their magisterial survey of modern macroeconomics, Snowden and Vane, 2005, 376, wonder why Keynes adopted the classical/neoclassical assumption of a perfectly competitive product market rather than basing himself on the theories of imperfect competition being developed by his followers such as Kahn and Robinson. They say that if Keynes had followed the latter path, the GT might have been very different, much closer to Kalecki and the post-Keynesian tradition, Snowden and Vane 2005, 376. This view is echoed by Canterbury, 2001, 267, who concludes that if Keynes were alive today, he most likely would be a post-Keynesian. I would argue instead that Keynes rejects imperfect competition because he is struggling to express a notion similar to that of classical real competition. Keynes based his arguments in the GT on the existence of atomistic competition because he claimed that competition itself could result in persistent unemployment. Indeed, we know that he was adamantly opposed to theories which derived unemployment from rigid wages, monopolies, labor unions, minimum wage laws, or other institutional constraints on the utility-maximizing behavior of individual transactors, Lejeunhufvud 1967, 403. Davidson, 2011, rightly insists that Keynes's theory of effective demand does not require market imperfections. Chrysler, 2002, 624-625, points out that even Kalecki's theory of effective demand was originally formulated on the assumption of free competition, so that this too does not require imperfect competition. So at least the founders of effective demand theory did not seem to believe that capitalist unemployment derives from so-called imperfections in competition. Yet Keynes's critics, as well as his and Kalecki's followers, insist on grounding the theory of effective demand in various imperfections. This is because the only conception of competition they know is perfect competition. I argued in chapters 7 and 8 that the theory of perfect competition is internally inconsistent because it supposes that firms are aware of everything and yet unaware of the fact that when they act to increase output, their identical kin will do the same and hence drive down the market price. Conversely, in real competition, individual firms set prices in the practical knowledge that each faces a downward sloping demand curve. Hence, Keynes is exactly right to say that the individual firm must be demand conscious. As I noted in Chapter 7, Section 6, Andrews, Brunner, and Harrod arrived at essentially the same conclusion. Kalecki, on the other hand, avoids the issue of firm-level demand altogether, concentrating solely on markup pricing, Chapter 8, Section I.9. 2. The temporal implications of the multiplier sequence. The Keynesian and Kaleckian multiplier was expressed as an equilibrium relation in Chapter 12, Equation, 12.2. But the multiplier process itself is really a sequence. Suppose we begin from a short-run equilibrium in which aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply, so that investment is equal to savings, and equilibrium output is. Now suppose investment rises to, which makes investment greater than savings. It was previously noted that both Keynes and Kalecki assume that this finance gap will be filled entirely by new bank credit. The corresponding injection of purchasing power will create excess demand, and on the standard telling, this will cause output and income to rise to fill this excess demand, so. At this point, demand and supply are once again equal at a new higher level. However, the rise in income will cause consumption demand, Chapter 12, Equation, 12.9, to rise by, which will in turn lead to a matching rise in income and a corresponding induced increase in consumption of, and so on. We can then see that the total change in equilibrium output over successive rounds will be. Equation, 13.1, depicts the standard version of the multiplier process whose end result is the equilibrium multiplier in Chapter 12, Equation, 12.12, Snowden and Vane 2005, 60. It implicitly supposes that all, positive or negative, excess demand in a given period is met by an equal change in nominal output within the same period. But one could equally well suppose that in any period output responds by only a fraction of the level of excess demand in that period. Then the general Keynesian adjustment process can be written as. Keeping in mind that investment is volatile, we can express the Keynesian output path through equation, 13.2, where investment with the random error term representing the variability in investment around its static level I. It is easy to show that for a given level of investment, this process is stable around the Keynesian equilibrium, in which case as in equations, 13.1, and, 13.2, Appendix 13.1, Section 1. On Keynes's argument, a permanent increase in investment would occur if the net expected rate of profit were to rise permanently. Conversely, if this variable were to rise and then fall back to its original level, say over a stylized business cycle, the final equilibrium value at the beginning and the end would be same. Figures 13.1 and 13.2 depict the paths of output in response to a temporary and to a permanent rise in investment, respectively. The dotted and solid lines represent the adjustment path without and with random shocks, respectively. Figure 13.1 Keynesian multiplier process with a temporary rise in the level of investment. A second temporal issue surfaces in figures 13.1 and 13.2. Even with a high response parameter, it takes roughly 24 periods for the system to adjust to the new equilibrium value. This raises the question of the time dimension of the multiplier process. Keynes was perfectly aware that the response of output to a change in investment would have a temporal dimension because the response of production to changes in demand and of consumption to changes in income take time. Asimakopoulos 1991, 47, 52. In his exposition, he switches back and forth between a given observational time period, which is a fraction of the time it takes the multiplier to work out, and an operational time period long enough for short-run equilibrium to obtain. This becomes a potent source of error even in his thinking and may have contributed to his failure to distinguish between the national accounts equality between ex post savings and investment and the quite different ex ante equality in short-run equilibrium, Chapter 12, Section I.6. Another difficulty is that the Keynesian operational time period has to be long enough for the multiplier to work itself out, but short enough for the expansion of capacity to be small relative to existing capacity so that investment can be taken as given. Keynes seemed to believe that the multiplier worked rapidly, and since he was usually concerned with comparative statics, he was able to avoid the issue at a theoretical level. Nonetheless, the multiplier's time dimension remains a highly relevant issue at a practical level. Asimakopoulos 1991, 67-69. 3. Credit as the fuel and debt as the consequence of the multiplier. Keynesian and Kaleckian theories posit that aggregate investment is independent of aggregate savings. But how could total investment expenditures be greater than savings? Where would the extra funds come from? The neoclassical view had always been that savings provided the funds for investment through household purchases of equities and business bonds. From this point of view, investment could not be independent of savings except to the extent of temporary changes in money balances. Ayakper 1995, 25.2. Yet Keynes and Kalecki both asserted the contrary. It was only after they had produced their respective major publications that they each admitted that they had implicitly assumed that any gap between investment finance and available savings would be filled by freely available bank credit at prevailing interest rates. Asimakopoulos 1983, 222-227, Sawyer 1985, 93, Shaikh 1989, 69. The real foundation of the multiplier, and hence of the paradox of thrift, turned out to be an assumed injection of purchasing power created by the automatic extension of bank credit at a given interest rate. The same principle of purchasing power injection applies to Keynesian treatments of government deficit spending and to the excess of exports over imports. The multiplier sequence expressed in equation 13.2 is a familiar result. Less noted is the implication that each round in this process is generated by a fresh injection of purchasing power fueled by bank credit because the excess of investment over savings in any particular round is assumed to be financed by bank credit. This is why there is a multiplier in the first place. But then the change in output in each period is also the change in the bank debt of firms in that period. It follows that the multiplier story is predicated on the assumption that the total rise in business debt that is exactly equal to the total rise in output. The multiplier story implicitly assumes that all savings, including the retained earnings of firms, is used to finance investment and any remaining gap is filled by fresh bank credit. But since bank credit implies interest and amortization payments, we run into the following difficulty. If some portion of business retained earnings is set aside for debt payments, then the resulting investment finance gap and hence new credit required to fill will be larger by this portion. Alternately, if all business saving is used to finance investment, then the new credit is required to cover the debt repayment obligations. In either case, the standard multiplier story requires Ponzi finance for changes in investment. We will see that when investment is growing, income and hence savings are also growing at the same rate, in which case the Ponzi finance applies to deviations from this trend, i.e., to situations of positive or negative excess demand. The problem arises from the implicit assumption that the business savings rate is independent of the financial needs of firms. Conversely, as Olin long ago noted, allowance for debt payments implies a variable savings rate, Olin 1937, 239 to 240. For the significance of a constant savings rate in Keynesian theory. The multiplier process depends crucially on the assumption that the savings rate is independent of the finance gap between investment and savings. If investment rises and the savings rate is fixed, income must rise by some multiple of its original value until savings is once again equal to investment. Consider the opposite case in which a discrepancy between aggregate investment and savings provokes an increase in the savings rate which is sufficient to make up the gap. Suppose, and so that and the finance gap. Suppose that the savings rate were to rise too. Then the finance gap would be entirely made up and there would be no need for income and hence output to rise. The multiplier would be zero. An intermediate case between the full multiplier and the zero multiplier arises when the gap between investment and savings causes the savings rate to change to some extent, thereby reducing the scope of the multiplier. This issue will figure prominently in next section's analysis of a classical alternative to the Keynesian multiplier. I will argue that the business component of the savings rate, i.e., the fraction of profit that goes into retained earnings, cannot be independent of the business investment rate, since both decisions are made by the same firm. Then even if the household savings rate was completely independent of business financial needs, the overall savings rate will respond in some degree to the finance gap because its business savings component does so. Both Keynes and Kalecki miss this critical point because they adopt the standard neoclassical assumption that firms dispense all of their net income to households, so that all savings is done by the latter. Godley and Shaikh 2002, 425, 431. It then seems as if savings and investment decisions are made by entirely different groups with disparate motivations. We will see that the classicals begin instead with business savings and investment both determined by the firm itself, in which case the intrinsic connection between the savings rate and investment finance is in the forefront from the start. Then the further consideration of household savings does not change the basic endogeneity of the savings rate. The obvious generalization of the multiplier story is to allow for the possibility of a partially endogenous savings rate. The following simple model encompasses both a fixed savings rate with its corresponding full multiplier and a fully endogenous savings rate with a corresponding zero multiplier. In each round, output responds to excess demand in the last period, and the saving rate responds to the relative finance gap, relative to income, since the savings rate is also relative to income, existing when investment is being considered. Then B equals 0, a constant savings rate, leads to the full multiplier, and B equals 1, a fully adaptive savings rate, leads to a zero multiplier. 4. The final outcome then depends on the responsiveness of output to excess demand and the responsiveness of the savings rate to the finance gap, i.e., on the parameters A and B. With B equals 0, fixed savings rate, the results are the same as the Keynesian full multiplier in figures 13.1 and 13.2. With B equals 1, the savings rate becomes fully endogenous, so there is no multiplier at all. This would be the classical case. Figures 13.3 and 13.4 illustrate the general case with partial output response in any given period, A equals 0.3, and also partial savings rate response, B equals 0.5. The first chart depicts a temporary rise in the level of investment and the second a permanent one. The two charts are scaled in the same manner so that the size and duration of the multiplier effect can be directly compared. As is evident, when the savings rate is endogenous, the multiplier effect is damped because part of the stimulus is absorbed by a rise in the savings rate. The analytical properties of the generalized multiplier are developed in Appendix 13.1, Section 2. 5. The relation between actual and normal capacity utilization. The traditional static Keynesian argument implies a continually falling rate of capacity utilization. A given expected net rate of profit implies a given level of investment, and hence a given level of equilibrium output. The trouble is that investment also expands the capital stock, and hence expands capacity. With a given level of equilibrium output and a rising level of capacity, the capacity utilization rate must be steadily declining. The static argument is stock flow inconsistent. Robinson, 1962, corrects this defect by making the rate of accumulation, rather than the level of investment, into a function of the expected net rate of profit. This is exactly the classical argument. Then some particular level of expected profitability, animal spirits, implies a particular growth rate of capital, which in turn implies a stable rate of capacity utilization. So at least the problem of a declining rate of utilization is resolved. To see this, it is useful to link the equilibrium rate of accumulation to the utilization rate in Chapter 12, Equation 12.7, to the short-run equilibrium condition. The latter is traditionally in nominal terms, but as a ratio we can write it in real terms by deflating both sides by the price index of real capital, in which case the maximum rate of profit is a current ratio in the sense of Chapter 6, Section 8, and Appendix 6.2. Where the normal capacity, capital ratio, with a fixed savings rate and given production conditions that determine Rn, any particular rate of accumulation will define a corresponding rate of capacity utilization. On the dynamic Keynesian argument, a given state of expected profitability determines a specific rate of accumulation, and this in turn determines a specific rate of capacity utilization. The causation is from profit expectations to the actual rate of utilization. There is no reason why the output level induced by a particular state of animal spirits should correspond to normal capacity output. Hence, the actual rate of utilization will generally differ from the normal rate. Harrod, 1939, had already shown only 3 years after the GT that only one rate of accumulation, which he calls the warranted rate, is consistent with a normal rate of capacity utilization. If we require that the rate of capacity utilization be normal, then equation 13.7 tells us that the warranted rate of accumulation is completely determined by the savings propensity and by the conditions of production that define Rn, and so we arrive at an impasse. Point 3. If expected profitability drives accumulation, as in the classicals and Keynes, the capacity utilization rate will generally differ from the normal level. Conversely, if accumulation is to maintain normal capacity utilization, as in the classicals and Harrod, then the rate of accumulation is given by the savings rate and production conditions. This is where the previously discussed endogeneity of the savings rate takes on another dimension. It permits accumulation to be driven by expected profitability and the capacity utilization rate to be normal over the long run. Shaikh 2009, 476-482. 6. The relation between expected and actual outcomes. In Keynes and Kalecki, investment depends critically on the gap between the expected profit rate and the interest rate. Harrod, 1969, 186, 193-194, Sawyer, 1985, 98, Snowden and Vane, 2005, 59. Kalecki does not develop the link between prospective and actual rates. Keynes does, but his treatment of the relation between the two variables is famously unclear. Asimakopoulos, 1991, 70-84. He argues that the expected rate, the marginal efficiency of capital, is the internal rate of return that equalizes the expected flow of profits over the lifetime of a given investment with its current market price. This prospective rate need not equal the currently realized rate of return. Indeed, the difference between expected and realized returns can be a powerful factor in actual economic outcomes. A boom begins precisely when the expected rate rises over the current one, and collapses in the opposite case. The driver of current investment therefore has a certain degree of autonomy with respect to actual profitability. Solfatis, 2010, 251-252. Yet the current rate of return is the realized value of the rate that was expected when the investment was undertaken. If the previous expectation turns out to be wrong, as it generally will, the error will surely influence current expectations of the future rate. At the same time, since expectations are forward-looking, the envisioned future must also play a part. In economic theory, the theory of adaptive expectations relied on the assumption that only past errors would modify expectations, while the theory of rational expectations jumps over the problem by assuming that expectations are always correct up to a random error and hence not capable of being forecast. Chapter 12, Section 4.3.4 Soros's theory of reflexivity assumes that expectations can affect the actuals, and that the former can rise above the latter for a considerable length of time, before it is brought crashing down to earth. In that sense, reflexive expectations imply that the expected rate of profit affects the actual rate, and vice versa, so that the two fluctuate in a turbulent manner around a mutually constructed center of gravity. That is clearly the general presumption in Marx and Keynes. 7. Adjustment processes in a dynamic context. A dynamic perspective leads us to reconsider the short and long-run adjustment processes. When demand is generally changing, the multiplier process must operate around a moving trend. In this case, the multiplier process needs to be expressed in terms of ratios and growth rates. Abstracting from the government and foreign sector, we can write relative excess demand as, where. The crucial point here is that demand is generally a moving target. Experience teaches us that in order to hit a moving target, it is necessary to track its path, aim for where it is expected to be, and then adjust this aim in light of over or undershooting errors. Then the multiplier process in equation 13.2 can be restated in terms of two separate processes. Firms undertake output growth in light of the growth in expected demand with some allowance for the current degree of excess demand, and expectations are roughly correct in a turbulent sense, that is, up to some error. Both of these propositions are explicitly advanced by Keynes when he says that firms produce on the basis of expected proceeds and that in their endeavor to forecast demand, most firms do not, as a rule, make wildly wrong forecasts of the equilibrium position. Asimakopoulos 1991, 48. The reflexivity argument goes one step further by specifying the manner in which expectations relate to actuals, and vice versa, but its general conclusion is the same: the two gravitate around one another over some characteristically turbulent process. Since relative demand, so in combination with equations 13.11 and 13.12, we get. It should be obvious that this dynamic short-run adjustment process is completely stable because and if equation 13.13 implies that dt would fall and hence approach 1, and if then dt would increase and approach 1. Therefore, the equilibrium position is, that is, relative excess demand, which is the same as in chapter 12, equation 12.12. This is a formalization of Hicks's stock flow adjustment principle, Hicks 1985, ch 10, 97-107. The exogeneity or endogeneity of the savings rate plays no role here. The crucial factor is that the expected and actual variables respond to one another. The Hicks adjustment principle can equally well be used to prove the stability of the Herodian adjustment of output to capacity, Shaikh 2009, 464-467. The adjustment of capacity and hence of capital stock is a slower process in which planned capacity targets expected production, which from the short-run adjustment successfully targets actual demand, and the feedback error is the gap between actual and normal capacity utilization. Once again, this is a perfectly general principle that applies equally well to the case where the target is stationary. Since, for small rates of change and the long-run process is also completely stable, there is no knife edge on the Herodian warranted path. Where the reaction coefficient, some zero mean errors and 8 exogenous demand in the Herodian system and the so-called Sraffian supermultiplier. In the traditional Keynesian story, investment is exogenous, the savings rate is given, and the corresponding equilibrium level of output is determined via the multiplier relation. From this point of view, output growth comes from growth in exogenous demand. Harrod overthrows this claim by noting that while investment demand may appear exogenous in the short run, it is actually endogenous in the long run because it adapts to eliminate discrepancies between actual and normal capacity utilization. Then, capitalist growth is internally, not externally, driven. One of the striking features of the Harrodian warranted path is that the short-run effect of a fall in the savings rate is to raise the level of output via the multiplier, but the long-run effect is to lower the endogenous, warranted, rate of growth. Equation 13.9. What happens in the Harrodian system if we add exogenously growing government and export demand to the mix? With given savings, tax, and import propensities S, T, IM, respectively, the multiplier relation becomes 5. Where autonomous, exogenous, demand, the sum of government and export demand and. However, output is also, roughly, equal to capacity because investment adjusts to maintain a normal rate of capacity utilization. Since and the change in the capital stock, along the warranted path, so where. Ignoring second-order difference terms 6, the warranted, normal capacity, rate of growth of output is then given by. Where the pure warranted rate of output growth, the term captures the combined effects of tax and import propensities T, M, and of exogenous demand, and the variable capture the effects of the turbulent equalization of demand, supply as well as of output, capacity. Here fluctuates around zero over the longer run, although it may not have a zero mean because fluctuations can be asymmetric. Within the Harrodian system, the introduction of true exogenous demand has two contradictory long-run effects on growth. The term, in the square brackets on the right-hand side of equation 13.18, indicates a positive effect on warranted growth from the expanded portion of the total savings rate, because in Harrodian growth the savings rate is the ultimate driver. On the other hand, in this same square brackets the ratio of exogenous demand to capital stock enters as a negative term, which implies a lower warranted rate. To complicate matters further, the two sides of equation 13.18 are not independent, since the warranted growth rate on the left-hand side has an impact on the path of normal output in the denominator of the last term in the square brackets on the right-hand side. It turns out that the effect of exogenous government and export demand on output growth depends on the manner in which the growth rate of total exogenous demand relates to the existing warranted rate. If the growth rate of exogenous demand is below the pre-existing warranted rate, it will enhance long-run output growth, but if it is above the pre-existing warranted rate, it will reduce the overall rate of growth. Shaikh 2009, Sector 7, 469 to 471, Appendix B, 486 to 490. In the former case, the share of exogenous demand will be continuously falling because output is rising faster, and in latter case, the share will be continuously rising. Stable shares obtain only when the rate of growth of exogenous demand is equal to the pre-existing warranted rate, 489 to 490. In all cases, capacity utilization is maintained at the normal rate. To grasp the significance of these results, consider an initial situation in which the term "so that warranted growth is at the pure rate." Since the term in square brackets is simply the sum of the budget surplus and the trade deficit shares in net output, the pure growth rate obtains when the two balances offset one another, that is, when we have twin deficits in which, say, a budget deficit equals the trade deficit. This corresponds to the New Cambridge hypothesis of Godley and his co-authors, Featherston and Godley 1978, Godley 2000. Now suppose that exogenous demand starts growing faster than the pre-existing rate of growth. The short-run effect will be to raise the level of output relative to its previous trend path but to lower the overall rate of growth of output. What is gained in the short run will be lost in the long run. Conversely, if exogenous demand drops below the pure warranted rate of growth, this will lower the level of the output path but speed up its growth rate. Shaikh 2009, 470 to 471, figures 3 to 4, and 472 text. It follows that the only way to raise the level of output without changing its rate of growth is to raise the level of the exogenous demand path while keeping its growth rate equal to the warranted rate. Since one cannot raise the level of a variable without initially raising its growth rate, this amounts to first raising the growth rate of exogenous demand above the pure rate until a new level is achieved and then dropping the exogenous demand rate back down to the pure rate. The preceding results have a bearing on a debate around the so-called Sraffian supermultiplier. 7 Serrano, 1995, 71-72, argues that when there is a positive level of autonomous expenditures in long-period aggregate demand and capacity utilization is maintained at the normal rate, the overall economy can be considered to be demand-led and the corresponding level of effective demand will be a multiple of the level of autonomous expenditures. On the demand-led proposition, we have seen that the pure Herodian system is not demand-led precisely because investment is endogenous. Exogenous demand then either modifies the warranted rate of growth or leaves it unchanged. If exogenous demand grows faster than the pure rate, it imparts a positive impulse to the level of output but a negative impulse to the growth rate. If it grows more slowly than the pure rate, it does the opposite, and if it grows at the pure rate, it has no effect on the level or growth rate of output. So we can say that output growth is never demand-led, it is at best demand-modified, in which case the growth modification is in the opposite direction from the impulse in the growth of exogenous demand. Conversely, the level of normal capacity output may be demand-led through temporary pulses in growth only if the underlying growth rate of exogenous demand itself adapts to the pure warranted rate. Then so that in which case it only appears as if output is entirely driven by exogenous demand, Trezeni 1998, 57. Finally, since the Herodian system relies on an exogenously given savings rate, it follows that with a constant capacity, capital ratio, Rn, the pure warranted rate of growth is also constant. Some authors have argued that a rate of growth of exogenous demand which is different from the pure rate is incompatible with normal capacity utilization, so that true demand-led growth requires capacity utilization to be generally different from the normal rate. Trezeni 1998, 57-58, Palumbo and Trezeni 2003, 116-117, 135. This is, of course, the standard post-Keynesian conclusion, Chapter 12, Section 6.4. We have seen that this is not true in the present case because the general warranted rate in equation, 13.18, can vary with the rate of growth of exogenous demand even though the pure warranted rate is constant. However, the deeper divergence from the Herodian and post-Keynesian frameworks is that accumulation is driven by expected net profitability and the savings rate is endogenous. Section 2.4. 9. Deterministic versus stochastic trends. Suppose that we now consider the specific case in which expected net profitability follows some turbulent growth path around a time trend. In Keynesian theory, the level of investment is a function of expected net profitability, so investment and equilibrium output will follow related time paths. Allowing for fluctuations through some random variable, we can write here, whether the savings rate is fixed or variable, the log of output will have a deterministic time trend f, t, as in equation 13.20. This is because in the Keynesian framework, it is the level of investment, it, that responds to expected net profitability, so if the latter has a time trend, then so too will investment and output. The resulting paths are unlikely to result in steady positive or negative growth rates of investment because the profit rate is bounded from above by the maximum profit rate Rn and from below by 0. Indeed, if is stationary, then, according to the Keynesian theory, investment, output, and employment must also be stationary. We have seen that the classicals, Robinson, Harrod, and others argue instead that it is the ratio of investment to capital, that is, the rate of growth of capital that responds to expected net profitability. 8. But, then even if is stationary around some constant value alpha, in which case, this immediately implies that so that has a stochastic trend because it follows a unit root process. Nelson and Plosser 1982, Enders 2004, 186-187, Shaikh 2009, 473. In the previous Keynesian scenarios depicted in figures 13.1 and 13.2, a temporary rise in expected net profitability has only a temporary effect on the level of output and employment. But in the present classical case expressed in equation 13.20, a temporary rise in expected profitability will permanently change the level of both through temporary changes in their growth rates. This is a rather dramatic difference. Section 3.4 will elaborate on the implications of this point. 10 Implications of the endogeneity of the money supply for interest rate theory. In the GT, Keynes assumes that the money supply is determined by the monetary authorities, Asimakopoulos 1991, 86-95, 117. Yet previously in the Treatise on Money, he had emphasized that bank credit is based on the private decisions of borrowers and lenders, and we have just noted that after the GT, he admitted that he had assumed that any gap between savings and investment would be funded by bank credit at any given interest rate. In that case, the money supply varies directly with the demand for credit, which makes the former endogenous. Kalecki's ideas on money and finance are fragmentary, but he does see money largely as credit money and the money supply as being largely endogenous, Sawyer 1985, 17, 88, 93-94. In Keynes's case, the endogeneity of money contradicts the very foundation of his LM construction, because liquidity preference is not sufficient to determine the interest rate once the money supply is endogenous. We need some other means. The post-Keynesian solution has claimed that the central bank fixes the base interest rate and private banks add monopoly markups over that to get the market rate. This provides no guidance on Keynes' original question, how do competitive markets determine the interest rate? I have previously argued in Chapter 10, Section 2, that competitive markets determine all interest rates, even the base rate, through the equalization of the profit rates of regulating capitals in the financial sector. This can be taken to be an alternate solution to one of Keynes's main concerns, which was to show that a competitive interest rate is not free to also adjust to make aggregate demand equal to full employment supply. 11. Aggregate demand and the price level. In Keynes's framework, an immediate consequence of the existence of involuntary unemployment is that increases in aggregate demand will primarily raise output and employment, with prices bearing the brunt only in the vicinity of full employment. Snowden and Vane 2005, 61, 142. This put him in direct opposition to the classical quantity theory of money, which claims that an increase in effective demand consequent upon an increase in the money supply will only increase the price level. From Keynes's point of view, the quantity theory, like other facets of neoclassical economics, only becomes applicable at full employment. Snowden and Vane 2005, 70. And even then it may not work, because the precautionary and speculative components of money holdings depend on expectations and the state of confidence, so that money demand could fluctuate sharply. Snowden and Vane 2005, 70, in direct contradiction to the central requirement of the quantity theory that the demand for money be a stable function of income and the interest rate. Chapter 12, Section 4. The Phillips curve allowed Keynesian economists to explain why prices began to rise before the point of full employment. The original Phillips relation between the rate of change of nominal wages and the rate of unemployment was translated into an inflation-unemployment curve through the assumption that prices are set as markups on costs, ultimately reducible to labor cost. Everything seemed fine until the Phillips curve fell apart during the great stagflation of the 1970s, and Friedman and Phelps carried out the neoclassical counter-revolution from which arose new classical theory, real business cycle theory, and ultimately new Keynesian theory. Chapter 12, Section 4. It is important to note that Keynesian economics shares a crucial commonality with all variants of the counter-revolution. Both sides assume that prices only begin to rise when aggregate demand exceeds full employment supply. But there is another way to look at the matter. From a classical growth perspective, the maximum growth rate of a system is when the surplus product is fully reinvested, i.e., when the rate of capital accumulation is equal to the profit rate.
Such a limit is implicit in Ricardo's Corn model and in Marx's schemes of expanding reproduction and is explicit in von Neumann's and Robinson's 9 treatments of growth. From this point of view, the ratio of the actual rate of accumulation to the profit rate can be viewed as an index of the utilization of an economy's growth potential. This ratio is simply the share of investment in profit, and its determinants will be derived subsequently. I will use this in Chapter 15 to construct a classical theory of inflation that is capable of explaining events during the Great Stagflation as well as the paths of inflation in a variety of countries. 12. Underutilized resources as a normal phenomenon. Keynes held capitalism in high regard and respected the basic theoretical foundations of the economic orthodoxy of his day. But his experience in the world had convinced him that capitalism was always capable of expansion even in the short run, and that involuntary unemployment was the normal state of affairs in an unregulated capitalist economy. Snowden and Vane 2005, 65. He further stated that once this major defect was remedied and full employment restored, neoclassical theory would become fully applicable, and there is no objection to be raised against neoclassical analysis of the manner in which private self-interest will determine what in particular is produced, in what proportions the factors of production will be combined to produce it, and how the value of the final product will be distributed between them. Keynes, cited in Snowden and Vane 2005, 21. He presented his own theory as the general one and neoclassical theory as a special case applicable only in a state of full employment. Justifiably immodest, his goal was to rescue both neoclassical theory and capitalism itself. Unfortunately, the economic policies invoked in his name ran out of steam a mere 2 decades after his death in 1946. The opening that he himself had provided to neoclassical theory was then turned back on him with a vengeance when Friedman and Phelps and Lucas incorporated persistent unemployment into orthodox theory and linked it to actions taken by unions and the state. The perfect world of neoclassical theory was thereafter viewed as the general case and Keynesian-type outcomes as special cases arising from wage and price rigidities. Chapter 12, Section 4. In Chapter 14 I will argue the opposite. Capitalism maintains a certain degree of normal involuntary unemployment through the workings of a competitive system in which real wages are completely flexible. The task there will be to show how and why normal unemployment is different from natural and narrow rates of unemployment. 1. Profit regulates both supply and demand. Profit is central to macroeconomics. Without profit, there is no production, no labor or property income, hence no household income on which to base consumption demand and no prospects on which to base investment demand. Since production takes time, capital must be first committed to expenditures on materials and labor, with actual output following at a later date. Production is always initiated on the basis of prospective profit. Prospective profitability is in turn regulated by actual profitability. Depending on the strength of prospects, production may be undertaken at levels greater or smaller than in the past. These possibilities can be summarized by saying that circulating investment, the additional capital involved in the change in inputs and labor, see Chapter 4, may be positive or negative, depending on estimated profits. In turn, fixed investment may expand or contract capacity, also dependent on individual prospects of profit over a longer time horizon. At any one moment, some firms will be expanding and others contracting, depending on their differing expectations and fortunes. The same applies to household incomes and expenditures. At the macroeconomic level, both effective supply and demand are regulated, through different channels, by expected profitability. And since the channels are different, there is no reason why the two sides should automatically balance. Neoclassical macroeconomics is supply-side because it claims that in the short run the level of output is determined by the profit-maximizing utilization of the stock of capital and the full employment of the stock of labor. If the labor supply is growing, then, over the long run, output and capital will adapt to the growth rate of labor. At the same level of abstraction, Keynesian macroeconomics is demand-side because it claims that the short-run output, and hence the utilization of capital and the employment of labor, is regulated instead by the relatively autonomous component of aggregate demand, autonomous consumption and investment. Then output growth derives from the growth of autonomous demand, which may or may not be sufficient to maintain full capacity utilization and/or full employment of labor. Classical macroeconomics is neither supply side nor demand side, it is profit side. Profit operates on both demand and supply, on their levels and on their growth paths. 2. Endogeneity of the business savings rate. There is a second sense in which profit mediates the balance between aggregated supply and demand. Marx's path-breaking schemes of reproduction in Volume 2 of Capital demonstrate that an increase in aggregated supply can create a matching increase in demand in both stationary and growing economies. The problem is not one of appropriate proportions between sectors, because the sectoral issue disappears if we operate at a purely aggregated level as Keynesians and neoclassicals do. The key issue in Marx's case is that the saving rate is not independent of investment, because business savings and business investment are undertaken by the same entity. Firms not only invest but also provide part of the necessary finance through their own profits. To drive this point home, Marx begins by abstracting from bank credit, which can provide finance independently of current funds, and from household savings lent to businesses. Then the only way for the totality of firms to finance an increase in investment is to retain a greater amount of their own total profit. Point 10. Suppose firms increase employment and materials by 100, i.e., engage in circulating investment, of which 60 goes to hire new labor and 40 for additional materials. The first amount will directly increase the demand for labor by 60, and the second amount will directly increase the demand for commodities, materials, by 40. Under the assumption of pure internal finance, the total investment will be financed by an increase in retained earnings of 100, which will decrease the portion of profit paid out to the owners of the firm by 100 and hence reduce total household income by 100. On the other hand, the income of newly hired workers will increase household income by 60. The net effect will be to reduce total household income by 40, which under simple reproduction will reduce consumption demand by 40. In the end, an increased demand for materials of 40 will be offset by the reduced demand for consumer goods of 40. If actual outputs adapt to demand in each sector, output proportions will have shifted away from consumption goods toward materials, but aggregate demand will not have changed. Marx 1967b, 506-507, Shaikh 1989, 85 and 2. In this limiting case, the multiplier is zero. An increase in aggregate investment creates no increase in aggregate demand or output because the savings rate adjusts to match the investment rate. If firms collectively choose to finance investment only partially by business savings, they must be able to borrow the rest from banks. Then there will be a multiplier, but it will be a variable one. Consideration of fixed investment does not change the overall conclusion. The endogeneity of the overall savings rate also plays a prominent role in the arguments of Godley and Cripps, 1983, and Ruggles, 1992. In the United Kingdom, the observation that the private sector balance tended to be small and stable in developed countries led Wing Godley and his co-authors to conclude that the trade deficit would then tend to mirror the government deficit, as implied by equation 12.1, in Chapter 12. This became the twin deficit hypothesis of the New Cambridge view. In their 1983 book, Godley and Cripps tried to provide a theoretical foundation for their empirical finding by hypothesizing that the private sector balance was driven by a stable norm between private net financial assets and disposable income. When investment is determined by profitability and income is given to the individual household or firm, the overall private savings rate must adjust to make the actual ratio of financial assets to income equal to the desired ratio. In the United States, Ruggles followed the same thread of evidence to a different set of conclusions. Upon carefully decomposing the empirical evidence on household and business savings, they found that over the post-war period, the excess of household disposable income over non-durable consumer expenditures, which was their definition of savings, was roughly equal to household expenditures for durable consumer goods. Similarly, business savings, retained earnings, were close to business expenditures on new plant and equipment. This led them to hypothesize that each sector was driven by the common behavioral principle that the purpose of savings was to fund capital formation. Note that from a Keynesian point of view, savings is defined as the excess of disposable income over all consumption expenditures. Then the Ruggles' findings imply that, under the Keynesian definition, the household savings rate is zero and the business savings rate is equal to the investment share in profit, Shaikh 2012b. Both schools give rise to the idea that the savings rate adapts to investment needs. The endogeneity of the savings rate has contradictory implications for effective demand theories. On one hand, it reduces the scope of the multiplier argument. In the standard Keynesian case, any gap between investment and savings is filled by changes in the volume of output because the savings rate is assumed to be unchanged. To the extent that the savings rate itself adjusts to fill the gap, the multiplier is reduced, section 2.4 of this chapter. In the Ruggles and the basic classical case in which households do not save and firms save what they need for investment, the multiplier is a transient whose duration depends on how long it takes for business savings to adapt to investment needs. On the other hand, an endogenous savings rate allows us to reinstate the notion that growth can be ruled by the expected profitability of investment as in Marx, Keynes, and Kalecki, while retaining the notion that actual capacity utilization will fluctuate around its normal level over the long run, as in Harrod, Shaikh 2009. More recently, several authors have argued that the business savings rate need not be independent of business investment, Ruggles and Ruggles 1992, 119, 157 to 162, Blecker 1997, 187 to 188, 223 to 224, Gordon 1997, 97, 107 to 108, Pollan 1997. As Blecker, 1997, 188, notes, if business savings rates were indeed linked to their investment decisions, it would radically change the policy implications of the empirically observed saving-investment correlation. The important point is that business saving and investment decisions cannot be taken to be independent of one another. Indeed, in 2007, just before the global crisis, U.S. corporations financed 100.5% of gross investment from internal funds. That figure rose to 567% as investment collapsed when the crisis hit in 2007. In the pre-crisis post-war period 1947 to 2006, gross savings averaged 110% of gross investment for non-financial, corporate and non-corporate, business as a whole, and during the crisis from 2007 to 2011, the ratio rose to 140% of gross investment as businesses added to their liquidity. 11 This tells us that the business savings rate closely tracks the business investment rate in normal times. Yet theoretical models routinely assume that the aggregate savings rate is given completely independently of the needs for investment finance. For instance, Kalecki, 1966, 96-99, begins by making the correct point that investment decisions and investment finance take place prior to actual investment. He even emphasizes that investment decisions are strongly dependent on the internal finance, savings, of firms. But then he rather casually subsumes the savings of firms under total gross private savings and links the latter to wages and profits through fixed, marginal, propensities to save out of each, 59. With this one step he severs any link between the business savings rate and the investment rate, and hence between the overall savings rate and the latter. Robinson explicitly discusses business saving, but she links it to the firm's depreciation and dividend policies, not to its investments, Asimakopoulos 1991, 170. Standard Keynesian models often go one step further and assume that savings is done entirely by households at a constant savings rate which is completely independent of the investment rate. This would imply that businesses first disperse all their profits and then promptly borrow back what they need to finance the whole amount of their investment at interest, of course. The corresponding outflows of interest and amortization payments from firms to their creditors are generally ignored in such models, Godley and Shaikh 2002. 3. Profit, investment finance, and growth. In what follows I will build up a classical account of macro dynamics by introducing one element at a time, starting with a closed private economy in which initially there is no bank credit or equity market, hence no corporations. Pure internal finance of investment by each firm. Proprietors and partners, henceforth proprietors, pay operating costs consisting of materials costs, depreciation, and wages and salaries of workers and managers. What is left over from their sales is profit, which can be dispersed as proprietors' income, added to the firm's money balances, or retained as investment finance. Suppose firms do not lend to each other, so that all investment finance is internal. At this stage, there is no market for investment finance, so there is also no relevant interest rate. Then, except for the limited flexibility provided by pre-existing money balances, each firm's actual investment relative to its existing profit, investment share, would be constrained by its maximum business savings, the proportion of existing profit above the lower limit needed for personal income and maintenance of money balances. Within this limit, a higher investment share would generally require a higher fraction of profit going to investment finance. This fundamental requirement can be expressed as the principle that the business savings rate responds to the gap between the ratio of desired investment to profit and the current savings rate, Shaikh 2009, 476-482. Understanding that we are only considering business savings at the moment, and abstracting from price changes so that nominal ratios are equivalent to real ones, let S equals savings, P equals profit, I equals investment, the investment share in profit, the savings rate out of profit, the time rate of change of the savings rate, switching to differential changes, and F some general functional form. 13.21. Since investment is equal to the change in the capital stock, the investment share in profit, which will play an important role in the theory of inflation developed in Chapter 15, can be expressed as the ratio of the growth rate of capital, the accumulation rate, and the profit rate. In the general classical argument, the accumulation rate is driven by the expected rate of profit of enterprise, where the expected profit rate over the lifetime of the investment and I equals the current nominal interest rate. Note that the interest rate only appears as the benchmark against which the expected profitability of investment is compared. This is similar to Keynes's argument that the level of investment depends on the excess of the marginal efficiency of capital over the current interest rate, Asimakopoulos 1991, 72-74, except in this case, it is the ratio of investment to capital, the rate of accumulation, that responds to the expected net profit rate. The presence of the nominal interest rate, I, rather than the Fisherian real interest rate, where the rate of inflation, was previously discussed in Chapter 10, Section 2. To begin with, the classical measure of profit is inclusive of interest and taxes paid, which makes it the same as the business measure of earnings before interest and taxes, EBIT. Second, it was pointed out in Appendix 6.2, Section 2, that SRAF's rate of profit is, in which profit P is the current price of the vector of surplus products and capital K is the current price of the vector of industry capital stocks, K. It is evident that this is a real rate of profit because deflating both the numerator and denominator by any common price index does not change R. Now consider the interest equivalent of capital tied up, where I equals the current nominal interest rate and K is once again the current cost of the stock of capital goods. Then we can define the nominal flow of aggregate profit of enterprise 12 as and the corresponding profit rate of enterprise as. Once again, dividing both numerator and denominator by the same price index does not change their ratio, so RE is also a real rate. But then the proper measure of the real profit rate of enterprise is the current profit rate minus the current interest rate. Finally, it is clear that subtracting the inflation rate from both R and I in equation 13.22 yields exactly the same profit rate of enterprise, now expressed as the difference between Fisherian profit and interest rates. In what follows, I will refer to the amount of profit of enterprise as net profit and the corresponding profit rate as the net rate of profit. Returning to the main theme, the investment share in profit is the ratio of the rate of accumulation to the profit rate. The actual rate of accumulation is in turn a function of the expected profit rate of enterprise as well as reactions to discrepancies between supply and demand and between normal and actual capacity utilization. Shaikh 2009, 476 to 482, 490 to 492. It is important to note that the determination of the normal capacity growth rate of the capital stock by net profitability does not exclude the influence of other factors. Suppose that the net rate of profit was low enough to make the rate of accumulation equal to zero. Then the capital stock, capacity, and output would be constant. Now suppose some exogenous factor was to increase demand to a new higher constant level without changing normal net profitability. Then output would increase, capacity utilization would rise, and this would stimulate an increase in the capital stock until capacity utilization was back to normal. Even if realized net profitability went up in the interim, it would fall back to the unchanged normal rate, zero in this case. The overall result would be a permanent rise in the level of the output, capital, and capacity but no change in their normal rates of growth. Such issues will play an important role in the next section of this chapter and also in the next chapter, but for now I will abstract from them so as to concentrate on the role of expected profitability. The key to the dynamic in equations, 13.21, 13.25, is that for any given expected rate of profit the accumulation rate is a negative function of the interest rate, except that here the savings rate adjusts to fill any finance gap until savings and investment are equal. As in Keynes, over the short run, the expected rate of profit can differ from actual rate, just as the interest rate can differ from the normal interest rate derived in Chapter 11. At this stage in the argument, there is no borrowing or lending of investment funds, so there is no interest rate. Then a sufficiently low expected profit rate could lead to a zero rate of accumulation and a zero investment share, so that the equilibrium business savings rate would also be zero. All profit would be paid out as property income and no additions to money balances would be necessary because the system would be static. This is a stationary system, as in Marx's simple reproduction, Marx 1967a, ch 20, driven by expected profitability as in Marx and Keynes. 2. Aggregate internal finance of investment by business as a whole. The next step is to allow for the transfer of funds between firms. Businesses whose desired investment share exceeds their free funds could borrow from those in the opposite circumstance. This implies a loanable funds market with a corresponding interest rate. Firms that borrow will have to pay back interest and amortization payments to firms that lend, and these will cancel out in the aggregate, so that aggregate business savings will equal aggregate investment. A demand for loanable funds greater than the supply of such funds will raise the short-term interest rate, which will tend to redirect funds from firms' money balances and from payments into proprietors' income. Under the present assumption of no household savings, all household income, wages, salaries, and proprietors' income, goes entirely into consumption. A rise in interest rates will therefore generally tend to reduce the business demand for idle money balances as Keynes famously insisted, but it can raise the business savings rate itself as the pre-Keynesian orthodoxy claimed. Hence, once we allow for loanable funds, the interest rate responds positively to the finance gap while the savings rate responds positively to the finance gap and the change in the interest rate. It follows that the finance gap continues to regulate the business savings rate. 3. Stability of aggregate internal finance. The stability of the adjustment process is straightforward. Beginning from a point of balance, a rise in the expected rate of profit will raise the accumulation rate so that the investment share will exceed the savings rate. From equation 13.27, this will directly raise the savings rate, and from equation 13.26, it will raise the interest rate which, from equation 13.25, will lower accumulation rate. In the end, the initial finance gap will be closed from both sides. Such processes should be understood in a reflexive sense.
In a business cycle boom, spurred perhaps by a rise in the expected rate of profit, the demand for funds will rise relative to the supply, and this will cause the interest rate to rise and the labor market to tighten, the latter causing the actual profit rate to fall. But the expected rate of profit may continue to rise for some time, so that the expected net profit rate may rise even as the actual net rate falls. At some point, the influence of the actual over the expected will assert itself, and the upturn will give way to a downturn and interest rates will reverse course. Hence, if we observe the cycles in which modern industry moves: state of inactivity, mounting revival, prosperity, overproduction, crisis, stagnation, state of inactivity, etc., we shall find that a low rate of interest generally corresponds to periods of prosperity or extra profit. A rise in interest separates prosperity and its reverse, and a maximum of interest up to a point of extreme usury corresponds to the period of crisis. Marx 1967 ch. 22, 360. Keynes's theory of the business cycle says much the same thing. A rise: the marginal efficiency of capital sparks a boom, which eventually leads to rising interest rates and rising costs. At some point, some catalyst, often minor in itself, causes market sentiment to shift, and precipitates a downward movement, in which there is a sharp decline in the marginal efficiency of capital. Asimakopoulos 1991, 132. It may seem as if the flexibility of the interest rate is the key to ensuring the turbulent balance between savings to investment. Indeed, if the business investment and savings rates reacted only to the interest rate, this would be the case. A rise in the expected rate of profit would create a finance gap, which would cause the interest rate to rise, which would have two further effects: it brings down the accumulation rate and hence the investment share in equation 13.26, and it would raise the saving rate via equation 13.27. Both of these would narrow the finance gap until the savings rate would equal the accumulation rate at some equilibrium rate of interest. This is the pre-Keynesian loanable funds argument discussed in Chapter 12, Section 2.3. The interest rate story would work even if the savings rate did not react to either the finance gap or the interest rate, i.e., if it was fixed, so that the burden of adjustment fell entirely on the accumulation rate. But if the rate of interest was determined by something other than the demand and supply for loanable funds, it would not be possible to bring about the equality of savings and investment through the interest rate. This is what motivated Keynes to relocate the theory of the interest rate outside of the loanable funds market and also assume that the savings rate is fixed. On the first issue, he argues that the interest rate is determined instead by supply and demand for money stocks, LM, so it cannot also adjust to make aggregate savings equal aggregate investment. On the second issue, the assumed constancy of the savings rate allows him to argue that it is the level of income which must adjust to bring savings into line with investment, is, see Section 3. For interest rate is not the key adjustment variable. My argument is different. Suppose the interest rate happens to be given. A particular expected rate of profit will then yield a corresponding investment share and finance gap. Yet even with a given interest rate, the savings rate will nonetheless adjust to close the gap. It was argued previously in Chapter 10, Section 2, that once we recognize that a capitalist money market 13 involves money dealing firms with costs and profits, the normal interest rate at any given price level is the one which yields a normal rate of profit for regulating financial capitals 14, subject to the constraint that the interest rate be less than the profit rate, i.e., that the net profit rate be greater than zero, for otherwise there would be no net demand for funds. Thus, in the long run, the interest rate is indeed given in this sense. Where, nominal operating costs for deposits and costs per unit loan, the deposit-to-loan ratio, nominal capital per unit loan, the reserve-to-deposit ratio, and the reserve-to-loan ratio. As in Keynes, the normal interest rate is determined by forces outside of the immediate supply and demand for loanable funds, but unlike Keynes, the savings rate cannot be taken as independent of the accumulation rate. The net rate of profit rises with the general rate of profit.
We can now show that the normal net profit rate itself rises with the normal profit rate. Equation 13.28 implies that the interest rate is a linear function of the profit rate for any given real cost structure and price level, with a positive intercept and a positive slope, which must be less than 1 for financial capitals to be able to offer feasible interest rates. Plotting the interest rate on the vertical axis against the profit rate on the horizontal axis and comparing this with the 45-degree line representing the profit rate, we can see the net profit rate always rises with the general profit rate, but is only positive beyond some minimum value of the latter, i.e., in the region where the interest rate is depicted by a solid line. A higher price level does not affect the profit rate because sales, operating costs, and capital costs are also all higher, Chapter 10, Section 2. On the other hand, an increase in the price level would raise the intercept of the interest rate line as well as raise its slope, both of which would reduce the profit rates of enterprise at any given rate of profit. Reductions in the real operating costs and capital requirements of financial capital would have the opposite effect. 6. Modified interest rate adjustment process. The introduction of a normal rate of interest rate as the center of gravity of the market interest rate requires a modification of the interest rate adjustment process. As in the case of any other commodity, supply and demand fluctuate around a moving balance point defined by the financial price of provision. We can capture this by modifying the interest rate adjustment to represent the movements of the market rate around the normal rate, that is, replacing in equation 13.26 with to get a reformulated interest rate adjustment in equation 13.29. 7. Household savings. Now suppose we allow for household savings. The pre-Keynesian orthodoxy argued that the household savings rate depends on the interest rate, i.e., that a higher interest rate induces a greater amount of savings out of a given level of income. Keynesian orthodoxy assumes that the overall household savings rate, the dual of the consumption rate, is exogenously given and impervious to the interest rate, in which case the interest rate only affects the composition of savings between money balances and financial assets. At the present stage in the analysis, the only financial asset is a deposit in a money market account. According to pre-Keynesian theory, the household savings rate will rise with the interest rate, whereas in Keynesian theory it will not. But this does not really matter in the classical argument because the business component of the overall savings rate will adjust when the desired investment share is different from the overall saving rate, which makes the latter endogenous in any case. It is useful at this point to restate the savings rate and investment share in terms of net output, Y, rather than profits. From the national accounting identity, where N/P equals Prop Inc plus DV plus NINT plus RE equals proprietors' income plus dividends on equities plus net interest paid by business plus retained earnings, business savings. Total household income is the sum of wages, salaries, proprietors' income, dividends, and net interest paid by businesses to households, since interest paid by business to business cancels out in the aggregate, so it is the difference between value added by business and retained earnings. Total savings, household savings, business savings, RE, which can be expressed in terms of the corresponding savings rates, and it should be said that when the accumulation rate is zero, i.e., when the interest rate is equal to the profit rate, there will be neither a demand for loanable funds and nor net household lending to the business sector. Point 15. 8. Interest rate sensitivity of household savings rate does not change the dynamic. We now see that it actually makes no fundamental difference to the classical dynamic whether the household savings rate is interest sensitive or is exogenously fixed. In the first case, the household savings rate will change in response to changes in the interest rate, and in the second case it will not. But since the business savings rate already changes with the interest rate, the overall savings rate would in any case encompass an interest rate effect. Second, for any given price level, the long-term interest rate would still be determined by the profit rate even when households direct funds to the money market, so the interest rate would not automatically bring investment and savings into line. Finally, the business savings rate, and hence the overall savings rate, would still adjust whenever investment differs from the total finance provided by equity sales and borrowed funds, and it is this response which helps bring the two sides into line. The only difference between the previous case and this one is that the profit share, P/Y, now also plays a role. 9. Private bank credit. Savings merely transfer funds within a closed economy, between individual firms, between individual households, and/or between households and businesses. Then aggregate investment can exceed aggregate savings only to the extent permitted by individual money balances. 16. Any increase in aggregate purchasing power can widen these limits. Ever since the invention of fractional deposit banking, private bank credit has been able to create new purchasing power which can permit investment to expand faster than savings and consumption to expand faster than income. In the earlier time of commodity-based money, the flood of new gold flowing out of California mines in the 1840s enhanced global purchasing power and raised global output as it spread from the New World to the Old. Rist 1966, 242 to 245, 288, Marx 1973, 623. And, of course, the invention of the money printing press by the already enterprising American colonists in the 17th century and its subsequent enthusiastic applications in the American and French revolutions greatly expanded commerce. They also eventually increased prices at a dizzying rate. Galbraith 1975, 46 to 59, 62 to 66, which is an issue to which I will return in chapter 15. In the era of fiat money, most governments can print money, although there are limits arising from the effects on the internal and external value of the currency, or from political constraints imposed on central banks. Private bank credit is the system's internal mechanism through which current expenditures can exceed current incomes. Banks can create new purchasing power which can permit investment to expand faster than savings and consumption to expand faster than income. However, credit must be paid back with interest since banks are profit-making enterprises. Bank loans provide an injection of new purchasing power to the borrower while their repayment creates a corresponding leakage from purchasing power over the life of the loan. A bank loan of 100 in order to enable new demand of 100 will have to be paid back in installments of, say, 20 in each of 5 periods for a total of 100, plus interest payment of, say, 5 in each period for a total of 25. From the point of view of purchasing power and money stock, the injection/leakage pattern over successive periods will be 100. If all debts are paid off, they add up to exactly 0. On the other hand, the total interest payments of 25 constitute a net transfer from the borrower to the bank, so they do not change either aggregate purchasing power or the money stock. This is the law of bank credit reflux. Rist 1966, 56, 197 to 198. A new round of borrowing of, say, 100 in the second period will create a net injection of 75, but, of course, a heavier set of leakages in the subsequent periods, so that now the pattern becomes 100, 75. It follows that only new net injections can stave off the law of reflux. Whether or not the resulting debt proves onerous to the system depends on the effects of these injections on output, employment, and prices. Bank credit provides a foundation for cycles. Bank credit raises 3 important questions: how does it affect the cycle, the scale of production, and the trend of production? Over the cycle, it enhances the boom and deepens the slump. It is the real foundation of industrial business cycles. Production takes time, so individual firms must make their production decisions on the basis of expected sales. The decision to reproduce gives rise to demand for raw materials and labor power, and these turn spur other decisions to produce, the effects rippling through the economy in a well-studied manner. A positive expected climate, a burst of animal spirits on the side of businesses and banks, who have to be persuaded that the loans they issue will indeed return to them with sufficient profit, can create a boom insofar as bank credit enables demand to exceed current supply, i.e., to the extent that it permits actual investment to exceed current savings. If desired investment exceeds existing savings, Firms now have the option of increasing their own savings rate, inducing households to buy more bonds or equities, or borrowing from banks. As long as part of the finance gap is met through increased business savings, the overall savings rate will continue to be endogenous. Then rising capacity utilization and sales in excess of current supply, met through inventory rundowns, will raise the realized profit rate above its normal level. Investment brings in newer methods, so technical conditions change. At the same time, the rising demand for labor can raise the actual real wage, which lowers the normal rate of profit. The actual profit rate may continue to diverge from the normal rate for a while, but the very existence of a widening gap will undermine expectations until at some point the upturn changes into a downturn. At some point enthusiasm gives way to apprehensions and excess demand turns into excess supply. This boom-bust sequence is exactly how aggregated demand and supply are equilibrated and the expected profit rate made to fluctuate around the normal rate. Yet once the dust settles, neither the real wage nor the technology need have returned to their original state. 17 Hence, the normal rate of profit may itself be altered, it can be path-dependent. The scale of production can be different at the end of a cycle, even if there is no overall trend, and the trend itself can change if underlying factors do not return to their original values. This is Soros's point once again, a familiar one in business cycle history but too often lost in economic theory. 11. Government deficits and foreign demand. Similar considerations arise in the case of government deficits. Insofar as they are financed by the sale of bonds to the private, non-bank, sector, this involves a transfer of purchasing power from one sector to another. For instance, an increase in government spending on commodities can be funded by the sale of an increased supply of government bonds in relation to their normal trend. This would decrease bond prices and raise their interest rate, creating a relative shift in demand toward government bonds. But in the long run, the interest rate will revert to its normal path determined by the profit rate and the price level, only now there will be a higher proportion of government bonds in private portfolios. Under fiat money, government bonds may also be purchased by the central bank itself. In this case, a portion of the government deficit is financed by domestic public credit, that is, by printing of fiat money through the back door by monetizing government debt. Ritter, Silber, and Udall 2000, 412. Foreign credit would obviously be similar. The immediate effect is the same as private bank credit. An injection of purchasing power creates new demand and raises output above its normal path. The difference is that in a fiat money system, the state as borrower can resort to the same mechanisms to fund the repayment obligations on its debt. The limits of this process assert themselves through the effects of government expenditures and money creation on output, employment, exchange rates, and inflation, chapters 14 to 15. And on the willingness of domestic and foreign lenders to continue participating in the spiral. In addition, there is the fact that some part of domestic demand is directed toward foreign goods, while some part of the demand for domestic goods originates with foreigners. Hence, net exports are another potential source of injections or leakages of aggregate purchasing power. Finally, insofar as we are concerned with effects on aggregate output and employment, what is important is the amount of credit directed to expenditures on commodities rather than on financial markets, speculative activities, and in the case of central bank activities, to repairs of the private and public sector balance sheet. 18 Further details are provided in Chapter 15, Section V. 4 Summary of the classical dynamic. For a given price level and profitability, rate and share, the classical system in equations, 13.25, 13.32, embodies a set of reflexive relations between the expected and actual profit rates, demand and supply, output and capacity, and the actual and normal interest rate. The rate of profit is the linchpin of the whole system, and we will study the empirical patterns to which it gives rise in Chapter 16. In a growing system, when demand exceeds supply, the nominal output accelerates, i.e., the growth rate of nominal output rises, and when output exceeds capacity, the capital stock accelerates. And when the actual interest rate is higher than the normal one, capital flows more rapidly into the financial sector. Hence, demand and supply are turbulently equalized over some short-run process, while output and capacity as well as the actual and normal interest rate are equalized over some longer runs. This also implies that over the longer run the actual profit rate and share correspond to their normal capacity levels, which for now we take as given. Finally, the expected profit rate will correspond to the normal profit rate over some reflexive run. Notice that this picks up the Keynesian relation that accumulation is driven by expected net profitability, the classical relation that expected profitability is regulated by normal profitability, the Keynesian notion that demand may be relatively autonomous due to injections of new purchasing power, and the Harrodian notion that the actual rate of capacity utilization is regulated by the normal rate. The turbulent equalizations in the preceding equations can be collapsed into a single disturbance term which fluctuates in some reflexive manner around zero. Fluctuations around zero need not be symmetric, so may not have a zero mean. Moreover, once we introduce persistent influences such as consumer debt, government deficits, and export surpluses, may have a systematic component. Abstracting for now from the distinction between nominal and real output, in the Harrodian system with exogenous government and export demand, the overall growth rate in equation 13.18 was, where the pure warranted rate driven by the exogenously given private savings rate S and the variable represented the effects of the turbulent equalizations of demand, supply and output, capacity. In the classical system in which accumulation is driven by net profitability and the savings rate is endogenous, the analogous expression for accumulation incorporates a driving term that accounts for expectations and demand, supply. Since output and, the appropriate classical expression for output growth becomes, where the variable now encompasses turbulent fluctuations arising from expectations, demand, supply and capacity utilization driven by various factors including injections of purchasing power from consumer debt, government deficits, and export surpluses. This relation will play a central role in Chapter 14. Returning to the rate of accumulation, under normal circumstances, the term will fluctuate around zero because demand will fluctuate around supply and supply around capacity, each over their own intrinsic periods. Then accumulation would essentially be driven by the profit motive. But if there is a systematic component to, actual accumulation may differ from pure profit-driven accumulation for extended periods. We will see in Chapter 15 that pumping up the economy through sustained increases in net purchasing power, which corresponds to raising, will raise the wage share and lower the normal net profit rate, in which case the two components of the rate of accumulation can no longer be treated as independent. But for now, the normal net profit rate will be taken as given. The long-run share of investment in output is so equation 13.36 defines the path of capital, and since we can use that to derive the path of capacity, then, for a given price level and normal profit rate, the long-run equilibrium paths of the classical system are given by equations 13.38, 13.41. I. Classical equilibrium. Two properties of classical equilibrium. In general, all the variables are functions of time. But for given Rn, hence, and forcing term, the simple diagrammatic exposition in figure 13.6 allows us to address the effects of changes in the level of each variable. The equilibrium investment share curve in equation 13.38 is shown in the right orthant as a negative function of the interest rate. A given normal rate of profit defines a normal rate of interest in figure 13.5. Then in figure 13.6, starting from the vertical axis, the interest rate yields an investment share on the curve. Taking this down to the 45-degree line and then across to the s-axis yields the corresponding, endogenous, savings rate. Moving further across to the left at the given normal saving rate Sn to the capacity growth rate curve then determines the normal rate of growth. The latter result has the same form as Harrod's famous warranted path relation, see section 2.5 above, except that here growth rate is ruled by net profitability and the savings rate is endogenous, whereas in Harrod, the savings rate is given and the growth rate is ruled by the savings rate, Shaikh 2009, 464. A rise in the price level, whose analysis is deferred to Chapter 15, will raise the nominal interest rate and lower the accumulation, savings, and output growth rates. A reduction in real banking costs will have the opposite effect. A rise in the interest rate will lower investment share, savings rate, and the normal rate of growth. A rise in the capacity, capital ratio RN will shift the investment share curve downward, with similar effects as a rise in the interest rate. A fall in the normal profit rate will also shift the investment curve downward, but we know from figure 13.5 that this will also lower the interest rate by a lesser amount than the net profit rate will fall, so the investment rate, savings rate, and normal growth rate will fall. Table 13.1 summarizes these effects. It is important to keep in mind that the investment share curve shifts in response to short and long-term changes in the variable arising from variations in animal spirits, aggregate purchasing power, and various factors determining the difference between the market and normal interest rates. Hence, in the short run, the curve will jump up and down, as Keynes emphasized in his response to Hicks' IS.LM formulation, Demand 2000, 121-122. Insofar as these factors cause to fluctuate around zero in the long run, the curve in figure 13.6 represents a long-run average of a set of fluctuating short-run curves. The preceding equilibrium ratios imply that the levels of savings and investment depend on both the interest rate and the level of output, just as in traditional macro analysis. The difference is that now the interest rate is not a free variable and the savings rate is linked to the investment rate. In addition, the equilibrium paths depicted here embody conditions in which demand and supply are equal, traditional short-run equilibrium, and output and capacity are equal, traditional long-run equilibrium. I stress that equilibrium paths do not represent actual outcomes but rather the centers of gravity around which the observed variables turbulently gravitate. First of all, demand and supply fluctuate around each other, involving the mutual adjustment of the average level of demand and the average level of production. When sales are not equal to output, the demand gap is initially manifested in a deviation of final goods inventories from their desired level. I have argued that the dance of demand and supply is expressed through the inventory cycle, what we nowadays call the business cycle. This implies that the classical short run is on the order of 3 to 5 years. Second, the normal level of output, economic capacity, associated with a given stock of capital, plant, equipment, and inventories, is defined by the minimum cost point of the average cost curve, as argued in Chapter 12, Section I.6. Actual output, and hence actual capacity utilization, will generally differ from the normal level. Any such discrepancy will trigger a change in the rate of growth of capital, which will change demand, output, and capacity, so that it is only over some medium-run process that the latter two will be turbulently equalized. I would argue that this slower process operates over the timescale of what was called the business cycle in earlier time. Then the classical long run is on the order of 10 to 12 years. It is also important to recognize that the fast and slow processes are both operating at each moment of time. Their speeds are different because the adjustment of output can generally be accomplished more rapidly than the adjustment of plant and equipment. Third, the short-run fluctuations of actual demand and supply and the longer-run fluctuations of the latter around capacity generally take place in a growth context. So while we are justified in saying that the average level of sales corresponds to the average level of output over the short run, we would not be justified in taking the capital stock as given in the short run. Once we think of the short run as a process rather than a Marshall-Lien state, then it is evident that a growing economy implies a growing capital stock. Indeed, even if the economy is not growing, a change in economic conditions will generally spark investment or disinvestment and hence change the capital stock. These same considerations apply with even more force to the longer run over which average realized output matches average capacity. 3. Level of output. Making use of the approximation that for any variable, small growth rates can be expressed as, and allowing for the fact that actual output, y, fluctuates around capacity output, yn, we can use equation 13.37 to get where and the forcing term may exhibit jumps due to temporary or sustained shocks, and substantial serial correlation due to reflexive fluctuations of actual output around the normal capacity, no rational expectations here. 19. Now consider the illustrative special case in which constant. Starting from some initial net output, we get, and so on, so that if the error term in equation 13.42 was pure white noise, the path in equation 13.43 would be a random walk with drift, that is, a unit root process. Nelson and Plosser 1982, Enders 2004, 186. In that case, equation 13.43, LNYT will have a linear deterministic trend and a stochastic trend, and over long time spans, the deterministic trend will dominate the overall time path. Enders 2004, 186 to 187. We can also approach the issue from the other side, because according to the classical argument LNYT will fluctuate around the trend term which represents the path of economic capacity, so that it is which is determined by the adjustment processes. Then even if in equation 13.42 is indeed white noise, implies that is, the error term in equation 13.43 would exhibit first-order serial correlation. In actual practice, the deterministic trend will vary over time, and the error terms may exhibit higher-order serial correlation, but the central point remains, given that the growth rate of actual output fluctuates around the equilibrium rate, output will have both deterministic and stochastic trend components. Since the slope of the path of is the growth rate of output, a constant growth rate implies a constant slope, i.e., a straight line path. Figure 13.7 depicts the log of actual output around one equilibrium path. As indicated by the other dotted lines, lines parallel to this one also have the same slope and hence represent the same growth rate. What then determines the operative equilibrium path of actual output? At an algebraic level, the answer is that each different initial output y0 will generate a different parallel path. But the real question concerns the economic forces that determine the equilibrium level of output around which actual output fluctuates. Figure 13.8 depicts the effects of a drop in the rate of growth due to a persistent drop in net profitability and or a fall in the capacity, capital ratio, equations, 13.41, and 13.42. This changes the trend of output. But once again, the question is, why these particular path levels and not others? The first clue to the determination of path level comes when we consider a temporary increase in the growth rate. Figure 13.9 depicts a situation in which the growth rate rises for a few periods because the net profit rate and or the non-random component of rises and then subsides back to its original level. The result is that the level of the output path is permanently raised because a rise in the growth rate raises the level, and the return to the original growth rate maintains this new level. The dotted line represents the original path of LNYT without shocks, the dashed line the altered theoretical path also without shocks, and the solid line the actual path under the added influence of shocks. This is the classical equivalent of the Keynesian multiplier. It was noted in section 2.2 that in the Keynesian framework, it is the level of investment, that responds to expected net profitability, so that if the latter is stationary investment and hence equilibrium output will also be stationary. In this case, a temporary rise in expected profitability will only induce a temporary rise in output and employment, as previously indicated in figures 13.1 and 13.2. Under the classical hypothesis, it is the growth rate of capital that responds to expected net profitability, in which case even a temporary rise in net profitability in response to buoyant expectations and or accelerated infusions of purchasing power will permanently raise the levels of capital, output, and employment. This would be so even if the profit rate first rises above its original level and then falls below it, as long the former phase outweighs the latter one. All of this leads us back to the point that the expected profit rate is the immediate and volatile driver of the rate of accumulation, equation 13.25, and the expected rate is only regulated by the actual profit rate over some reflexive temporal process, equation, 13.34. From that point of view, even a credit-fueled surge of animal spirits that temporarily lifts the expected rate over the actual one would give rise to a higher level for the output path. The very same effect arises from private, public, or foreign injections of purchasing power that create excess demand in the commodity market. Leaving aside price level effects for now, these will raise output and capacity utilization. Since changes in the level of any variable, even a stationary one, can only come about from a local rise in its growth rate, UK must exhibit a positive growth rate, which means that the non-random part of must become positive. Insofar as demand and supply and capacity return to turbulent equality, will again return to be fluctuating around zero. From the point of view of the output path described by equation 13.43, it does not matter whether the temporary rise in the term comes from the first or second component. Hence, an episode of injection of purchasing power will also lead to a higher level of the output path, as in figure 13.9. It follows that there will be hysteresis in path levels even if the growth rate is not affected by the change in path. But, of course, the growth rate may well be affected. If the output path rises to a new level, the employment rate is also likely to rise. This will tend to raise the path of real wages and reduce that of the profit rate, so that output will grow more slowly. We then face the possibility that while animal spirits and excess demand can raise the level of the output path, they can also lower its growth rate. This is a standard outcome at the peak of a business cycle, but it can equally well apply to the long-run trend. The latter situation, which is a combination of those in figures 13.8 and 13.9, is depicted in figure 13.10. The boom lifts the output path level to a new height but also lowers its trend to that depicted by the heavy dashed line. By way of comparison, the dotted lines depict the slope of original path. It should be said that the opposite may also occur if, say, a shortage of labor led to an influx of workers or an acceleration of productivity that more than offset the pressure on the labor market. 5. Summary of the classical theory of growth. The preceding argument is built on the notion that capitalist growth is regulated by the net profitability of accumulation enhanced through injections of aggregate purchasing power. What matters in the latter case is the total creation of new purchasing power, not the particular sources such as budget deficits or trade balances. But debt is the counterpart of credit, and debt-financed expenditures have limits even though modern credit and fiat money systems can postpone them for a long time. Household and non-bank business debt have their limits in the ability of borrowers to make payments and in the willingness of lenders to keep extending credit. Banks in turn have more distant limits arising from their liquidity, which can be greatly extended if the state is willing and able to keep repairing the breaches in balance sheets. Local governments have similar borrowing limits in terms of their debt levels and their prospects of aid from the national government. And the nation-state has its limits in the domestic and foreign reactions to its sovereign debt levels, and in economic consequences such as inflation and exchange rate depreciation. Chapter 15. A growth perspective leads quite naturally to the distinction between deterministic and stochastic time trends. It has become well established in the theoretical and econometric literature since Nelson and Plosser, 1982, that many economic time series were better described as unit root processes. Prior to that, Keynesian, monetarist, and new classical economics alike tended to think that output could be described by a smooth deterministic time trend whose level was independent of the fluctuations around it. Snowden and Vane 2005, 300-302. Monetarist and new classicals treated these fluctuations as short-lived and self-correcting, so that state intervention was not needed, and given the potential time lags between intervention and consequences, not useful. The notion of output as a unit root process gave rise to the possibility that a temporary rise in the drift term would permanently raise the level of an output. Snowden and Vane 2005, 308-309, 320. But in orthodox models,
Real equilibrium output is fixed at the full employment level for any given level of productivity, and given the presumed neutrality of money, aggregate demand shocks cannot permanently affect real output. From this point of view, the only persistent supply-side effect can come from changes in shocks to the trend of productivity growth. Snowden and Vane 2005, 303-304. Keynesians have always emphasized that deviations from full employment could be severe and prolonged and therefore justify need for corrective action, and that demand-side policies can have long-lasting effects on output. Snowden and Vane 2005, 335. The emphasis here is on demand stimulation through policy. The classical model that I have outlined generalizes the Keynesian point: private, public, and foreign injections of purchasing power can drive the system to new heights until consequences such as rising debt and possible wage and price increases exert their influence to bring things spiraling back down. Fiscal policy can certainly stimulate the system, provided these policies do not produce an offsetting squeeze on profit of enterprise. In the latter regard, the state can support business efforts to reduce the real wage relative to productivity, and it can act to directly reduce the interest rate. In conjunction with a general credit-based stimulus, this can keep a boom going for a long time. With a decline in profitability held in abeyance and the interest rate reduced to its lower reaches, private debt and sovereign debt burdens become the critical factors. Then when these reach their limits, the whole system shudders and various parts fall off. The global crisis of 2007 was just the latest instance of this recurrent problem, Chapter 16. But first, we turn to the analysis of the feedback between wages, profitability, and employment which comes in the next chapter. 14. The theory of wages and unemployment. Introduction. The classical model developed in the previous chapter demonstrates that private, public, and foreign injections of purchasing power can affect the level of output and employment as well as the profit rate and the rate of growth. The linkage between the first and second sets of variables depends on the interactions between employment and wages. As always, the intervening variable is net profitability. Classical theory recognized from the start that unemployment exerts downward pressure on wages. Ricardo initially thought that the displacement of workers by more mechanized technology would be temporary, but he subsequently recognized that mechanization reduces the domestic demand for labor and lowers the real wage, although some of this could be offset if lowered production costs spurred accumulation by raising the rate of profit and/or making products more competitive on the world market. Solfatis 2010, 72-75. The connection between mechanization, unemployment, and the real wage also plays a critical role in Marx's argument that capitalism generates and maintains a pool of, involuntarily, unemployed workers, a veritable reserve army of labor subordinate to the needs of accumulation. Marx 1967, ch. 25. But the distinction between nominal and real wages was not central to the classical discourse for two reasons. First, at a theoretical level, in classical theory the general price level was not determined by the level of money, wages or other costs, Chapter 5, Sections 3, 4. And second, despite known episodes of hyperinflation in the American and French revolutions, generalized persistent inflation is a relatively recent phenomenon. We saw in figures 5.3 and 5.4 of Chapter 5 that from 1780 to 1940 the price levels in the United States and the United Kingdom displayed long waves but no overall trend. It is only after 1940 that prices began their relentless upward march. Even here, the great leap in the rate of inflation took place between the late 1960s and the late 1980s at a time when unemployment paradoxically also rose, Chapter 12. Figures 12.5 to 12.8. The present chapter is concerned with the interactions between employment and wages, one result of which will be a sustained rate of involuntary unemployment. The labor supply is not the ultimate limiting factor for production precisely because involuntary unemployment is normal. Here I will also address the effects of inflation on real and nominal wages. but the causes of inflation will be analyzed separately in Chapter 15 in terms of the interaction of a credit-fueled demand pull and a profitability-rooted supply resistance. 2. Wages and unemployment in economic theories. In classical theory, firms within any given industry set prices and competition forces prices of similar products to be roughly equal. In order to determine the particular level of this common price, we have to turn to the equalization of profit rates brought about by the mobility of capital between industries. The analysis of wage rates follows the same logic insofar as competition creates roughly equal wages for similar types of labor. See Chapter 17 for a discussion of the resulting distribution of wages. But now the difference between labor capacity and other commodities becomes paramount. An ordinary commodity is both produced and used by capital, so there will be a particular price which will reflect a normal rate of profit on its production. Labor capacity is used by capital but is not produced by capital. Moreover, it is an attribute of an active subject, the worker. So the particular level of the real wage is a subject of contention between employers and employees that serves to bring about a particular division of value added available within each firm. Chapter 4. Capital pushes down on this dividing line, labor pushes up. At an aggregate level, wage struggles are contained by their feedback on the level of employment. 1. Neoclassical and post-Herodian wage theory. By contrast, neoclassical theory assumes that all agents are price takers. In terms of the labor market, workers are assumed to passively offer a schedule of potential hours of labor supply in the prospect of various alternative prices, to which firms respond with a corresponding schedule of potential hours of employment. In the Walrasian parable, an imaginary auctioneer is assumed to instantaneously change prices to make demand offers match supply offers, the offers themselves emanating from unchanged demand and supply schedules. Trading is forbidden except at the balancing price, an edict that even real dictators would not dare to mandate. In perfect competition, even the ghostly auctioneer disappears. Prices are now set by the market, an activity to which there are no agents attached. Roberts 1987, 838. But the Walrasian rules remain in force. Prices must respond only to discrepancies between demand and supply, the corresponding schedules must stand in place until quantity demanded equals quantity supplied, and false trading is strictly forbidden. Snowden and Vane 2005, 72. Hence, competitive relative prices have only one aspect: they are market clearing variables. This attribution is carried over to the labor market, so competitive real wages are also assumed to only serve as labor market clearing variables, their sole function being to maintain full employment. Workers admittedly bargain for real wages in order to achieve a standard of living, but in the end, the living standard they get is the one which ensures their own full employment. In a perfectly competitive economy, the struggle between labor and capital plays no role in the determination of the equilibrium real wage. Shaikh 2003a, 129-132. Keynes also based himself on competitive markets. Yet in his case, wage bargains and labor struggles play a big role. He was well aware of the neoclassical claim that unemployment would reduce the real wage, increase profitability, and thereby move the system back toward full employment. He advanced a variety of objections to the underlying arguments that unemployment would reduce real wages, but in the end, he conceded that persistent unemployment would indeed have this effect. Bhattacharya 1987, 276-279. He felt that this would be a slow process, and in circumstances of high unemployment, it would be socially devastating. Hence, his prescription for such times was to have the state intervene to directly increase aggregate demand and employment. Chapter 12, Section 3.2. By implication, Keynes's vision of the negative relation between the real wage and the unemployment rate implies a temporal process of significant duration. No rational expectations jumps here. The Phillips curve, of course, came later, but if it could be deemed applicable to Keynes's argument, it would be a slow real wage Phillips curve. See Section 7 of this chapter. It seems plausible that Keynes would have recognized that the shape of any such curve would reflect the underlying institutional structure and that it might change under certain circumstances. Real wages and profitability do not play a direct role in Harrod since growth is determined by a given savings rate and capacity, capital ratio, Chapter 13, Section 2.5. This poses a problem because the warranted, normal capacity, growth rate will be generally different from the full employment growth rate, which Harrod calls the natural rate of growth, see equation, 14.9, for the Marx, Goodwin equivalent. One way out of this difficulty was to make the average savings rate a variable which adjusts to make the warranted rate equal to the natural rate. The Calder-Vicinity solution was to assume that workers and capitalists have different savings propensities, in which case the aggregate savings rate depends on the division of value added between wages and profits, Calder 1957, Vicinity 1962. But then the balancing savings rate implies a particular wage share, or equivalently a particular profit share, Chapter 12, Section V, Equation, 12.19. As in neoclassical theory, workers have no influence on their real wage, which is entirely determined by the full employment condition at any given level of productivity, Shaikh 2003a, 135 to 137.1. 2 Kaleckian and post-Keynesian wage theories. In Kalecki, money prices are proportional to money wages at given levels of unit material costs, productivity, and the degree of monopoly. As a result, the real wage and wage share are generally determined by the degree of monopoly. Yet Kalecki was uneasy with the implication that the working class was powerless to determine its own real wage. Hence, he subsequently modified his argument to allow for the possibility that wage increases can reduce the degree of monopoly. It follows that a reduction in the unemployment rate which permits workers to demand higher money wages could also lead to a higher wage share. Kalecki's later theory is therefore consistent with a Phillips-type curve involving the rate of change of the wage share, Section 4 of this chapter. Post-Keynesian theory is notably eclectic, but almost all models rely on some form of monopoly markup pricing, Lavoie 2006, 44. The issue is not one of price setting, which is also a characteristic feature of the classical theory of real competition, but rather of profit determination. In post-Keynesian theory, firms are assumed to determine their own share of profits in total costs, individually and collectively. Hence, they also set the wage share, and at given levels of productivity, the real wage. Then unemployment can only affect the wage share if it affects the monopoly markup as in Kalecki, or if it affects productivity growth as in the post-Goodwin models to be discussed shortly. Godley, 2007, 274 to 275, 302 to 304, 341 to 342, is an example of the pure post-Keynesian position that the wage share is determined by the average monopoly markup. He explicitly rejects the notion that inflation depends on the level of employment, so he rejects any kind of money price Phillips curve, let alone the vertical curve claimed by narrow theorists. Since his prices are determined by markups on money wages, he also implicitly rejects the original money wage Phillips curve as well as any real wage and wage share counterparts, Chapter 12, Section 6.3. 3 Goodwin and post-Goodwin approaches. Goodwin's path-breaking growth cycle model, 1967, formalized Marx's argument in which wages, profits, and unemployment interact so as to maintain a persistent pool, reserve army, of unemployed labor. This became the fount of the modern classical and post-Keynesian approaches on the subject and has generated a vast literature. Desai, Henria, Masaya, and Pemberton 2006, 2662, Harvey, Kelmanson, and Knapp 2006, 53-54. Goodwin's own model will be discussed in some detail in this chapter, but the subsequent theoretical and empirical literature is far too large to encompass here. I will therefore restrict myself to commentaries on 3 key themes: 1. The relation between wages and unemployment, 2. the relation between accumulation and profitability, and 3. The treatment of technical change and labor supply growth. Goodwin's model is built around four main elements. On the assumption that savings come only out of profit and that all profit is saved, the short-run equality of savings and investment, demand and supply, implies that the rate of accumulation is equal to the profit rate. Capacity utilization is also implicitly at the normal level. Note that these last two assumptions make this a special case of a savings-driven model in the Calder-Vicinity tradition. In Goodwin's case, the savings rate of workers is equal to 0 and the saving rate of capitalists is equal to 1, which makes the rate of accumulation equal to the profit rate. The profit rate, and hence the accumulation rate, is linked to employment through a real wage Phillips curve in which the rate of change of real wages rises or falls as the employment rate moves above or below a critical level. Finally, both productivity and labor force growth are taken to be exogenously given constants. Since the rate of change of the wage share is the rate of change of real wages minus the rate of change of productivity, Goodwin's assumption of a real wage Phillips curve implies a wage share Phillips curve of the same shape but displaced downward by the constant rate of productivity growth. The beauty of Goodwin's formulation lies in its predator-prey dynamic that generate a recurrent cycle, a dynamical center, in the wage share and the employment rate. With time as the third dimension, this traces out a spiral of the sort shown in figure 14.9. As in the Calder-Vicinity extension of Harrod, the wage share is entirely determined by the conditions for an equilibrium rate of unemployment. So we have a persistent reserve army of labor in the sense of Marx. On the other hand, labor struggle plays no role whatsoever in the determination of the wage share. Indeed, an increase in labor strength expressed through an upward shift in the real wage Phillips curve will only decrease the equilibrium employment rate, that is, increase equilibrium unemployment, Shaikh 2003a, 137 to 138. One way out of this difficulty is to treat the natural rate of growth as wholly or partially endogenous. Thus, a rise in the rate of accumulation may induce a rise in labor force growth rate through increases in the participation and/or immigration rates, and in the rate of growth of productivity may rise through accelerated technical change and/or accelerated diffusion of new techniques, Shaikh 2003a, 119 to 122. In the extreme case, the natural growth adapts to maintain a given rate of profit and a corresponding rate of accumulation. This is similar to the solution suggested by some post-Keynesians in which the natural rate of growth adapts to the exogenously given rate of growth of effective demand, Chapter 12, Section 6.4. But in the classical case in which capacity utilization fluctuates around some normal rate and output growth is regulated by the normal net rate of profitability, it is sufficient that the natural rate of growth be partially endogenous, just as was sufficient earlier to have a partially endogenous savings in order to explain the tendency toward normal capacity utilization. We will see that the particular form of the endogeneity of the natural rate of growth will be important. Section 3. I post-Goodwin post-Keynesian models. In what follows, I will group post-Goodwin models according to whether they treat long-run capacity utilization as a free variable as in post-Keynesian theory, or as gravitating around normal capacity utilization as in classical and Harrodian theory. One could also count Keynes in the latter camp, given his rejection of Kalecki's paper on the grounds that its assumption of long-run excess capacity was not credible, Sawyer 1985. In the post-Keynesian group, Wolfstetter, 1982, modifies the Goodwin model with its real wage Phillips curve by appending a government sector and by allowing capacity utilization to be a free variable so that output is demand determined, 376. His Keynesian extension of the model is three-dimensional in the wage share, the rate of employment, and the rate of capacity utilization and can be either stable or unstable. Volupila, 1983, provides an early and sophisticated synthesis of classical and post-Keynesian concerns. Money wages are driven by an inflation-augmented Phillips curve, equilibrium prices are created via markups on unit costs, observed prices adjust to equilibrium prices, productivity growth is linked to the growth in the capital-labor ratio via a Kaldorian technical progress function, and capacity is proportional to capital so that the normal capacity-capital ratio Rn is implicitly constant, 456 to 457. Of particular importance is the post-Keynesian assumption that whenever employment is less than full, the amount of non-utilized capacity is positive. This means that capacity utilization is generally below normal in the long run because unemployment is not generally zero, 459. The overall model yields a reduced form relation in which the rate of change of the wage share is a function of both the wage share and the employment rate. In Goodwin, it is solely a function of the latter. The rate of change of the employment rate also ends up being a function of the same two variables. Two properties are striking. Unlike Goodwin, there is no critical level of employment around which the wage share begins to rise or fall, and no explicit assumption about the nature of labor force growth is needed because the endogeneity of the rate of productivity growth is sufficient to endogenize the Herodian natural rate of growth, which is the sum of the growth rates of the labor force and productivity, 460 to 464. Finally, there is a Keynesian assumption that an increase in the share of wages, through demand effects, will stimulate investment so that in modern terminology growth will be wage-led, and that productivity growth is also stimulated by increases in the wage share, 461 to 463. Four regimes obtain high wage/high employment that many social democratic governments seem to have as their aim: high wage/low employment, low wage/high employment, and low wage/low employment, 469. Glomboski and Kruger, 1988, 427, 431 to 435, retain the real wage Phillips curve, the constancy of the normal capacity/capital ratio, and the exogeneity of productivity and labor supply growth. They allow for differential savings rates from labor and property income, and in post-Keynesian fashion they treat capacity utilization as a free variable. The resulting model is cyclical and the equilibrium wage share depends only on savings rates and the investment share in profits, not on class struggle. Still, an increase in working class strength, signified by an outward shift in the real wage Phillips curve, does not lower the equilibrium employment rate. Taylor, 2004, 284 to 292, has prices determined by markups on wage costs. At the most abstract level, this implies that the wage share is entirely determined by the monopoly power of firms. But his elaboration of the concrete adjustment process leads to more contingent outcomes. Workers have a target real wage in mind when they bargain for a money wage, firms have a target profit share in mind and they set their prices, and each side adjusts in light of actual outcomes. The ongoing process then yields particular paths for money wages, real wages, and the wage share. Taylor explicitly models the interactions of the growth rates of real wages, productivity, and capacity utilization in terms of a modified Goodwin growth cycle model which he takes to represent a short-run cyclical process. Under certain specific assumptions such as profit-led growth and a dynamic Keynesian multiplier, Taylor ends up with a relation in which the rate of growth of the wage share can respond either positively or negatively to the level of capacity utilization. In the former case, it is similar to a wage share Phillips curve with capacity utilization in place of the employment, rather than the unemployment rate. In the latter case, it has the reverse slope of a Phillips curve. Point 2. Taylor's version of a Phillips-type curve is generally a short-run relation between the growth of real wages and the rate of capacity utilization. Taylor 2004, 136, 293. It is plausible that in the short run, capacity utilization is positively correlated with employment utilization, the employment rate, hence negatively correlated with the unemployment rate. This means that at least one of the two possible relations in Taylor would look like the standard real wage Phillips curve assumed in Goodwin's growth cycle model. Yet Goodwin assumes normal capacity utilization, whereas Taylor and post-Keynesian theory generally treat the capacity utilization rate as a free variable divorced from any normal level. Chapter 12,
Section 6.3. 2 Post-Goodwin Classical Models. Shaw and Desai's, 1981, influential extension of the Goodwin model retains its real wage Phillips curve, savings-driven accumulation with a capitalist saving rate of 1, capacity utilization fixed at the normal level, and a constant growth of labor supply. But now technology is assumed to change when unit labor cost, the wage share, changes so that capacity-capital ratio becomes endogenous. Technology is optimally chosen to yield the lowest unit costs so that the resulting capacity-capital varies during disequilibrium dynamics but is constant in equilibrium and constant over time, Harrod-neutral technical change. The flexibility of technical coefficients makes the model locally stable around the equilibrium point, 1006 to 1008. As they put it, the original Goodwin model is built around the implicit assumption that each side in the class struggle has only one weapon. Workers can bargain on strength of their employment and capitalists can determine the growth of employment by their investment decision. Now we have given capitalists one more weapon, the choice of the induced rate of technical change along the technical change frontier, 1008 to 1009. Van der Ploeg, 1987, 2-4, 10, introduces differential savings rates into the Shaw and Desai model and modifies the real wage Phillips curve to allow productivity growth to partially influence the rate of change of real wages. The resulting model is three-dimensional in the wage share, the employment rate, and the cost-minimizing output-capital ratio. If the worker savings and productivity growth effects are strong enough, the model gives rise to a stable limit cycle so that from any initial point in the basin of attraction of the limit cycle, the model converges to single stable orbit around the equilibrium point. Sportelli, 1995, 40-44, retains constant growth rates of productivity and the labor supply and a constant normal capacity/capital ratio. But he returns to the original specification of the Phillips curve, Phillips 1958, 283-284, in which the rate of change of money wages depends nonlinearly on both the level and the rate of change of the unemployment, on the argument that in a period of rising business activity, with the demand for labor increasing, firms are more agreeable to trade union wage requests. Conversely, for the same unemployment rate, in a period of falling business activity, with the demand for labor decreasing, firms are less inclined to grant wage increases and trade unions are in a weaker position to press for them. Sportelli 1995, 42-43. Since actual prices are assumed to respond in some degree to unit labor costs, the rate of change of real wages depends on the workers' money wage response to unemployment and the capitalist pricing response to changes in unit labor costs. Accumulation is taken to depend on a weighted average of past demand changes conditional on the output-capital ratio and expectations about labor costs determined by employment levels. Hence, increasing employment raises expected labor cost and depresses profit expectations, 44, which will in turn reduce accumulation. The model reduces to a generalized predator-prey relation in which certain values of the parameter that determines the sensitivity of prices to costs can give rise to stable limit cycles, 46, 52-56. This is a hybrid model in that its assumption of long-run normal capacity utilization puts it in the classical camp while its assumption of markup pricing puts it in the post-Keynesian camp. Finally, two innovative recent papers address the fact that the Goodwin model is capable of generating of a wage share and/or employment rate that fall outside the feasible 0 to 1 economic bounds. Desai, Henrya, Masaya, and Pemberton, 2006, begin by making the real wage Phillips curve nonlinear, which is what Goodwin himself pictures before he linearizes it to simplify the analysis. Their second modification is to assume that accumulation is driven by the difference between the actual rate of profit and some desired reservation rate. Desai et al. 2006, 2665-2667. If the reference rate was the normal rate of profit, and if we were to subtract the interest rate, either actual or normal, from both sides, this would be formally equivalent to assuming that accumulation is driven by the gap between actual and normal net rates of profit. In any case, the assumption is that accumulation is profit-driven as in Marx and Keynes as opposed to savings-driven as in Harrod and Goodwin. Harvey, Kelmanson, and Knapp, 2006, also address the out-of-bounds problem, as well as a related difficulty that the Goodwin model fluctuations are symmetric as opposed to the well-documented asymmetries found in actual business cycles. The Goodwin model reduces to two nonlinear dynamic relations, between the rate of change of the wage share and the deviation of the employment rate from some critical value, and between the rate of change of employment and the wage share. Harvey et al. Introduce barrier functions into each of these so as to keep the relevant values within bounds. The forms of these functions are then tuned to permit asymmetries. Productivity growth and labor supply growth are assumed to be constant in equilibrium, but can vary over the cycle. 68. As in the original Goodwin model, the resulting equilibrium is a global nonlinear center. 60 to 61, 65. 3. Object of this chapter. Keynesian and post-Keynesian models tend to treat capacity utilization as a free variable in order to permit accumulation to be profit-driven and output to be demand-determined. On the opposite side, those who follow Harrod and Goodwin in assuming normal capacity utilization generally end up with accumulation being savings-driven. The impasse arises from the shared assumption that the savings rate out of each type of income is exogenously given. I have previously argued that savings undertaken out of profit by individual businesses has to be linked to the investments they undertake. This makes the savings rate endogenous and permits profit-driven accumulation to be consistent with capacity utilization fluctuating around some normal level. The connection between real wages and profitability is of concern to all sides. In neoclassical theory, workers get the real wage that will ensure their own full employment. In Keynes, workers struggle for a money wage and get the real wage they can sustain in the face of inflation and unemployment. Kalecki has workers receiving the wage share that results from the monopoly markups of their employers, but then allows for some degree of agency by workers through the possible effects of their power to limit markups. Harrod has no explicit role for the influence of wages on savings rate-driven accumulation, but Calder and Pacinity extend Harrodian theory to make the normal capacity, warranted, growth rate adjust to the full employment, natural, rate of growth. The adjustment comes through the dependence of the aggregate savings rate on the division of value added into wages and profits, so that it takes a particular wage share to give the savings rate which will align warranted growth to the natural rate. In the end, the full employment condition ends up determining the wage share and the real wage. Post-Keynesian theory rejects full employment as a necessary connection, but its vision of worker agency is just as problematic since workers are assumed merely get the share of output that firms choose not to keep as monopoly markups. Goodwin follows Marx by demonstrating that the feedback loop between real wages, profitability, and employment can generate a particular rate of employment which is generally below full employment. Yet as in Calder, Pacinity, this requires a particular wage share to generate the aggregate savings rate needed to line up the warranted rate with the natural rate. Worker agency plays no role in the determination of real wages or the wage share. Indeed, an increase in labor strength will only generate more unemployment. My aim is to show that one can use these elements to develop a framework capable of accommodating the Keynesian and post-Keynesian understanding that accumulation is driven by profitability and that aggregate demand has a central impact on output and employment, along with the classical recognition that labor struggles play a significant role in determining the real wage and that accumulation maintains a normal rate of capacity utilization alongside a persistent pool of unemployed labor. I will endeavor to illustrate the mechanisms involved in the simplest possible manner so as to keep the focus on the basic correspondence between the analysis and observed patterns. 3. Dynamical interactions between the wage share, unemployment rate, and the Harrodian natural rate of growth. 1. Theory of the real wage, from stochastic micro to macro. The classical economists always understood that the real wage had a social and historical component. Dobb 1973, 91-92, 152-153. The history of labor struggles around wages and working conditions certainly bears this out, Chapter 4, Section 4. The conflict between labor and capital brings about a particular division of the money value added received by the firm. On one side, capital pushes labor to the lowest limit it can achieve, which is a historically determined minimum wage. On the other side, labor pushes back toward an upper limit that depends on the effects of wages on the profits and viability of the firm. Botwinick 1993. The abstract upper limit to the real wage is the real value added per worker, that is, the productivity of labor, YRT. The socially achievable product wage, the real wage measured in terms of the price of the product, lies between upper and lower limits. While the standard of living of workers depends on the purchasing power of money wages over consumption goods, the money wage relative to the consumer price index, it is the relation between productivity and the product wage that is relevant to business, the difference between being real profit per worker. We can arrive at a relation between the achievable real wage and productivity from the microeconomic level in the manner previously developed in Chapter 3, Section 3, during the derivation of market laws such as downward sloping demand curves, Engels curves, and aggregate consumption functions. In the present case, the real value added per worker of the average, not necessarily representative, firm implies a Sraffian trade-off between possible real wages, WR, and profits per worker, ML. From this point of view, productivity sets the abstract upper limit to the real wage while some general minimum real wage sets the lower limit. The latter is itself linked to the historically determined productivity of labor as shown in equation 14.2. It will be recalled that the productivity of labor depends not only on the historical path of technology but also that of the length and intensity of labor. Where the historically determined linkage. Figure 14.1 depicts the wage-profit trade-off of the average firm, along with the feasible range of the real wage, the heavy line, between the minimum and the maximum. We may suppose that there are many sets of workers and firms with different strategies and different rates of success whose continued interactions produce a stable distribution with particular average normal real wage and profit per worker in the feasible range, say at point A. As in Chapter 3, Section 3, point A can be characterized by the ratio of the average discretionary wage to the maximum discretionary real wage. Figure 14.1 average real wage per worker. So that, combining this with the expression for the minimum wage yields a relation between the average real wage and productivity. In effect, disparate individual capital, labor struggles in a particular social climate lead to a particular ratio between the two. It should be apparent from Chapter 3 that many different micro-models of the relations between workers and their employers are compatible with this macro outcome. As long as the underlying processes produce a stable distribution of outcomes, the aggregate result is robustly insensitive to the micro details. Where and since. 2. Responsiveness of labor strength to unemployment. Any particular social historical level of labor strength in equation 14.4 will keep real wages rising over time in line productivity. The relation between the actual and sustainable real wage is in turn mediated by the degree of unemployment. When the labor market is tight and unemployment is low, workers are in a position to raise their actual wages relative to productivity. In the opposite case, they fall behind productivity growth. We may capture this notion through the hypothesis that the rate of change of the linkage coefficient in equation 14.4 increases when the labor market is tight, meaning that the unemployment rate is below some critical rate, and decreases in the opposite case where the labor market is loose. 3. The classical curve. If we define the wage share as, then equation 14.6 implies that the rate of change of the wage share is a negative function of the unemployment rate. This classical curve is depicted in figure 14.2. Such a curve appears as one of the two dynamic relations in Goodwin's elegant formalization of Marx's theory of the reserve army of labor, RAL. As discussed in section 2, Goodwin's own derivation is predicated on the assumption of a real wage Phillips curve coupled with a constant rate of growth of productivity, Goodwin 1967, 55. It is also interesting to note that it implies an aggregate log linear wage curve similar to that hypothesized by Blanchflower and Oswald, 1994, and well supported by a considerable body of empirical evidence, card 1995.3. The classical curve in figure 14.2 implies a stable wage share at an unemployment rate that will generally differ from the effective full employment rate. Note that a downward shift in this curve implies a reduction in the reactive strength of labor, since any given level of unemployment would then elicit a slower rate of growth of real wages relative to productivity. The same thing applies to a counterclockwise rotation of the curve that lowers the point at which the curve intersects the horizontal axis. Either or both would lower the central rate of unemployment. Yet we can see from equation 14.4 that such a rate would be consistent with a higher or lower real wage relative to productivity and hence with a higher or lower strength of labor in that dimension. The level of the wage share and the reactiveness of labor are two distinct dimensions of labor strength. I will return to this issue in the discussion of the empirical evidence, section V. For now, it is useful to note that if the actual wage share were to rise over some given time interval because, say, an acceleration in aggregate demand decreased unemployment, this would show up as an upward movement along the classical curve. A subsequent deceleration in demand would create a corresponding downward movement along the curve. We will see that the Vietnam War boom from 1960 to 1968 and the subsequent slowdown from 1969 to 1973 represents one such 13-year round trip in U.S. post-war history. A similar round trip of 10 years will be evident during the dot-com bubble and subsequent deflation over 1993 to 2003. These events highlight the crucial issue of the speed of adjustment along the curve, which is addressed along with other empirical evidence in section 6. 4 Determinants of the unemployment rate. The classical curve is a relation between the rate of change of real wages relative to productivity, i.e., the rate of change of the wage share, and the unemployment rate. The determinants of the latter then become crucial. Point 4 Let, the product of the labor supply and the participation rate, and normal capacity productivity. Then the unemployment rate and its rate of change are given by where is what Harrod calls the natural rate of growth. We can then see that the unemployment rate is constant whenever the output growth equals the natural rate. Harrod assumes that the corresponding rate of unemployment rate is because he implicitly assumes that full employment obtains. But in Marx and Goodwin, the constant unemployment rate is generally greater than the effective full employment rate, as in figure 14.2. In either case, the equality of the actual growth rate with the natural growth rate defines a particular normal rate of unemployment. As noted in Chapter 13, Section 3.3, Equation 13.37, classical output growth may be expressed as, where the first term reflects the influence of normal net profitability, which drives accumulation, and the second a series of factors arising from the equalization of expectations, actuals, demand, supply, and output, capacity, all of which are affected by injections of purchasing power fueled by consumer debt, government deficits, and export surpluses, as well as internal and external influences on the interest rate. This formulation allows us to distinguish the forces that influence the path of the normal net rate of profit from those which generate upturns and downturns around this path. The profit rate is a function of the wage share, the dual of the profit share, at any given capacity, capital ratio, so the normal profit rate is the normal interest rate being itself a function of the normal profit rate. We can write output growth as 5 effects of productivity and labor force growth. In order to simplify the exposition, I will initially abstract from changes in the capacity, capital ratio. In Chapter 13, we analyzed the general effects of the stimulus term on output growth at a constant normal net rate of profit, except at the end in figure 13.10 where we considered the feedback of a stimulus onto the net rate. We now make that feedback central. It is useful to begin with a static system in which, due to the circumstance that end. Now suppose there is a temporary rise in demand fueled by a rise in government and/or investment spending which causes to rise and then fall back to zero. We saw in Chapter 13, Section 3.4,
that this will give rise to a permanent increase in the level of output with no change in the growth rate as long as the normal net rate of profit is not affected. Hence, the level of employment will increase and the rate of unemployment will fall. From the classical feedback loop in equation 14.7, we know that the fall in unemployment will lead to an increase in the real wage relative to productivity so that unit labor costs will rise. What occurs after this point depends on the subsequent effects on productivity and the labor force. A rise in unit labor costs will provide a strong incentive for firms to raise productivity and to increase the labor force by importing workers and/or raising the participation rate. So it is salutary to consider two polar cases. At one extreme is the case in which firms are completely unable to offset the consequences of an increase in the real wage, so that wage share rises and the profit rate falls, which lowers the rate of growth of output and hence may mitigate or even eventually negate effects of the original expansionary impulse. This was the situation depicted in Figure 13.10 of Chapter 13. At the other extreme is the case in which firms are entirely able to offset the negative consequences of an increase in real wages so that the profit rate ends up being unchanged. Two outcomes are possible here. If productivity rises sufficiently to offset the increase in real wages, the wage share and hence the profit rate are left unchanged. Then despite the fact that the rise in aggregate demand was temporary, it will have raised output, employment, lowered unemployment, and raised the real wage but left the wage share, profit rate, and normal growth rate unchanged. Alternately, if firms are able to increase the labor force to the degree that they bring the unemployment rate back to its original level, then while the original impulse to aggregate demand will have raised the level of output and employment, it will not have changed the unemployment rate, the real wage, the wage share, and the profit rate. It should be obvious that a combination of responses in productivity and labor force changes could underpin increases in output, employment, and the real wage and lead to a lower unemployment rate without changing the wage share, profitability, or the growth rate, Table 14.1. The potential reactions to a demand stimulus hypothesized in cases B, D permit output and employment to rise while maintaining the profit share and profit rate by preventing an increase in the wage share. All such outcomes would be beneficial to aggregate capital in the sense that an increase in real output with a given profit share implies an increase in the amount of real profit, and also beneficial to labor because both employment and the real labor income rise. Case B, in which productivity rises to offset any increase in the real wage, is the best from the point of view of aggregate labor because the level of employment rises, the real wage rises and the rate of unemployment falls. Case C, in which a fresh influx of labor absorbs the increased demand for labor, is the next best for labor, since total employment rises and the real wage is maintained so that total labor income once again rises. In both cases, individual sets of workers would still have strong incentives to resist productivity increases through speed up and mechanization and to resist labor supply increases through an influx of workers. Note that all the results provisionally take the capacity, capital ratio Rn to be constant. Over the long run, this variable will itself follow a path determined by the creation and adoption of new lower-cost methods of production, Chapter 7, Section 7. The preceding exercise highlights the implications of even partial endogeneity in productivity and labor force growth. It serves to remind us how sensible it is to assume that these two key variables respond positively in some degree to increases in unit labor costs, the wage share, and/or to tightening in the labor market expressed through reductions in the unemployment rate. The notion that productivity and labor growth are responsive to economic incentives is not new. What is distinct in this case is that these responses make the natural rate of growth, the sum of the productivity and labor force growth rates, endogenous in this particular manner. This is different from the argument of some post-Keynesians that the natural rate merely adapts itself to some exogenously given rate of growth of demand, Lavoie 2006, 120-121. All interactions here are two-way. Equations, 14.11, and 14.12, summarize the aforementioned responses, with signs beneath the variables to indicate the direction of the effect. Adding the classical wage curve in equation
14.7, the unemployment response in equation, 14.9, and the output growth equation, 14.10, yields the general classical dynamical system. Since natural rate of growth in the sense of Harrod is the sum of the rate of growth of the labor force and of productivity, its adjustment has the same general form and we can substitute it for either one of them in the overall dynamical system, say labor force growth. Keep in mind that the equality between the actual and natural growth rates defines a constant level of unemployment. In order to proceed further, it would be useful to specify the exact functional forms of the preceding three equations. The simplest case is one in which the functions are linear, which I will call the simple classical model. Like Goodwin's classic predator-prey model, Goodwin 1967, the overall dynamical system is nonlinear due to the interactions between equations, 14.7, 14.9, and 14.10, and its general patterns are similar to those of Goodwin. Indeed, the latter obtains as a special case when neither productivity growth nor labor force growth responds at all to a rise in unit labor costs or to a tightening of the labor market. Growth is the normal outcome in both models. For any single displacement from equilibrium, the Goodwin model exhibits endless orbits of the wage share and unemployment rate around the equilibrium point, whereas the simple classical model spirals in toward this point. Both models exhibit sustained endogenous growth cycles in the face of random shocks, but the Goodwin model is structurally unstable. And in both models, the equilibrium value of unemployment is given at, which is the point at which the curve in figure 14.2 intersects the horizontal axis. For any given reactive strength of labor, this point of normal unemployment will generally be different from the effective full employment rate of unemployment. The normal rate is one of involuntary unemployment, as opposed to Friedman's natural rate, which is really effective full employment. As in the Goodwin model, it takes a decrease in the institutional strength of labor, as expressed through an inward shift in the curve, signifying a weakened ability to raise real wages relative to productivity at any given unemployment rate, to lower the normal rate of unemployment. This turns out to have great practical and historical importance. There is one major difference between the Goodwin and classical models. In Goodwin, the growth path of the real wage and the level of the wage share are completely independent of labor strength, since they are determined solely by the parameters of accumulation and the exogenously given natural rate of growth. Similar results obtain in neoclassical theory and in the Keynesian long-run models of Calder and Passanidi. In all cases, this is due to the assumption that the natural rate of growth is impervious to changes in unit labor costs or labor market conditions. By contrast, in the classical model, even a temporary rise in the growth of aggregate demand arising from state deficits, export booms, or from an acceleration in investment spending due to higher animal spirits, will permanently raise the growth path of output, employment, productivity, and the real wage without affecting the wage share, the profit rate, or the growth rate. In addition, in the classical model, a persistent growth in demand at a rate above the long-term equilibrium growth rate based on, i.e., a persistent positive level of, will lead to a persistently higher growth rate and wage share, even though the higher wage share will lower the normal capacity profit rate. This negative effect on growth is more than offset by rise in as long as the latter is kept up. Lastly, a fall in the interest rate will raise the rate of accumulation by raising the net profit rate, but the latter effect is attenuated by the fact that a lower interest rate raises the equilibrium wage share and hence lowers the equilibrium profit rate. Appendix 14.1. All of these effects pertain to a given classical wage share curve equation, 14.7, that reflects a given strength of labor. In this light, forces that shift the curve downward by lowering the strength of labor can suppress any increase in the wage share and thereby maintain or even raise the profit rate. We will see that this is exactly what happens during the neoliberal era that began in the 1980s. One of the striking features of the classical model is that wage share depends positively on the initial values of the wage share and unemployment rate, and negatively on the initial values of productivity and labor force growth. Hence, an autonomous rise in the wage share will increase the equilibrium wage share, it will self-propagate.
An autonomous rise in the employment rate will also increase the equilibrium wage share. These two effects speak to a different facet of labor strength from the reactive one embodied in equation 14.7 and figure 14.2. On the other side, an autonomous rise in productivity or labor force growth will lower the equilibrium wage share. To put it differently, local actions that raise the current wage share or employment rate will raise the long-term wage share, while local actions that raise productivity or labor force growth will have the opposite effect. Labor and capital are therefore each justified in thinking that local actions do matter in the long run. However, none of these will affect the equilibrium employment rate. Appendix 14.1 derives these and other generic properties of the simple classical and Goodwin models. Figure 14.3 shows that a temporary acceleration in aggregate demand initially raises the wage share, reduces the normal capacity profit rate, though the realized profit rate may rise for a while due to excess demand, and reduces the unemployment rate. But in the end, all three variables return to their normal values. Figure 14.4 shows that in this same case output growth initially rises despite the initial fall in the profit rate because of the associated demand boost. We also see that the combined effects of a rise in the wage share and initial fall in unemployment will serve to raise the rate of growth of productivity and of the active labor force, so that the natural rate of growth rises also. In the end, output, growth, and the natural growth rate stay in rough balance with each other, that is, unemployment returns to a stable level. The mutual adjustment between output growth and productivity growth produces a positive association between them which has come to be called Verdun's law, McCombie and Thirlwall 1994, 155-226, Lavoie 2006, 121. Finally, Figure 14.5 shows that while the temporary demand boost affects only a temporary increase in the growth rates of output, real wages, and productivity, it causes a permanent rise in the levels of the paths of these variables relative to the baseline of no shock having taken place. The patterns in the case of a sustained increase in exogenous demand are quite different. Now we see in figure 14.6 that the wage share remains at a sustained higher level and the profit rate falls correspondingly. The unemployment rate falls for a longer time than in the previous case, but still returns to its normal level per the classical curve summarized in equation 14.7. Figure 14.7 indicates that the growth rates of output 5 productivity and the labor force, the natural growth being the sum of the latter two, all rise to new levels. Once again, we find the correlation associated with Verdun's law. The most striking effect shows up in figure 14.8, where now both the level and the growth rate of real wages and productivity rise as a consequence of the sustained increase in excess demand fueled by new purchasing power. The rise in the wage share and in the rate of growth of employment could be viewed as genuine successes for Keynesian fiscal policy, while the fall in the rate of profit could be viewed as the real basis of the hostility of the business class. In this context, the stubborn reversion to a persistent normal rate of unemployment would be a puzzle for the Keynesian side and would seem to provide a basis for a Friedman, Phelps natural rate of unemployment, except that here the normal rate is derived from competition itself, not from its absence. The distinction between temporary and sustained boosts to aggregate demand is hard to pin down in real time. The essential point is that the growth rate of output can be stimulated by a variety of factors that cause the expected net profit rate to differ from the normal capacity net rate, including endogenous and autonomous injections of purchasing power and even state interventions to lower the market rate of interest. Such stimuli can therefore raise the paths of output, employment, and real wages, and even raise the overall growth rate despite a fall in the normal net rate of profit so long as the stimulus is sustained. This is the real basis by Keynesian and post-Keynesian claims that appropriate policy can suspend the rule of profit-led growth. The catch is that then there are limits which come into play. In the preceding charts, I have abstracted from the effects of random fluctuation in order to bring out the character of the effects induced by systematic changes in the driving variable. Adding random noise would make the various paths similar to those already seen in Chapter 13, figures 13.7 to 13.10. Here, it is useful to look at a three-dimensional portrait of the typical theoretical path of the wage share and the employment rate over time, the vertical axis, in the face of the temporary demand boost whose effects were previously depicted in figures 14.3 to 14.5 and are shown here with some noise added. 6 The resultant path is an upward spiral with a clockwise movement in x, y, t space where the x-axis equals the wage share, the y-axis equals the unemployment rate, and, Flaskell 2010, 435, 448. Actual data will be examined in the next section. Two further points are important. First, the dynamics of the system imply that, and the aggregate accounting identity tells us that net output equals the sum of wages and profits, so that, in the face of a stable wage share, the identity can be shown to yield a pseudo-production function, where the so-called Solow residual is simply a weighted average of the time rates of change of the real wage rate and the profit rate. 7 While this looks just like a Cobb-Douglas aggregate production function with the marginal product of labor beta equal to the wage share, it is merely an artifact of a stable wage share. This is a law of algebra, not a law of production. I have previously shown that even when the underlying technology is non-neoclassical, one can always construct an aggregate production function that yields an excellent fit with estimated coefficients equal to factor shares, smooth technical change, and good residuals as long as the data exhibits roughly constant wage shares. Moreover, one can generate an infinite number of such fits, each of which gives a different reading of the rate of technical change. It follows that even when aggregate production functions appear to work at an empirical level, they provide no support for the neoclassical theory of aggregate production and distribution. On the contrary, the best of fits can utterly misrepresent the true underlying mechanisms of production, distribution, technical change, and growth. Shaikh 1974, 1980b, 1987b, 2005. Second, the fact that a sustained stimulus raises the rate of accumulation and lowers the rate of profit means that it raises the ratio, which is simply the investment share in normal capacity profit. It was pointed out in Chapter 13, Section 2.11, that the normal profit rate is the maximum sustainable rate of accumulation, so that the ratio of the actual accumulation rate to the profit rate can be viewed as a measure of the degree to which the growth potential of the economy is being utilized. So in addition to the traditional labor utilization rate, employment over the labor force, and the traditional capacity utilization rate, output over capacity, we now have a growth utilization rate. If the economy creates and maintains a pool of unemployed labor, labor supply cannot be binding in the long term. Neither can the capacity utilization rate, since capacity can always be added or withdrawn. This leaves the growth utilization rate, in which profit rate appears in the numerator as the determinant of accumulation and in the denominator as the limit to accumulation. Chapter 15 will build a classical theory of inflation on this foundation. For now, it is important to note that a sustained stimulus tends to raise the growth utilization rate, making the economy tighter from a growth perspective and hence more prone to inflation, other things being equal, such as the degree of the demand pull created by the purchasing power used to fuel excess demand. For normal versus natural rates of unemployment. The classical argument is that the feedback between the wage share, the rate of profit, and the rate of growth gives rise to a normal rate of unemployment. This was central to Marx and Goodwin. As in Goodwin, the normal unemployment rate is lowered if the balance of power shifts against labor. As in Keynes, but unlike Friedman and Phelps, this is involuntary unemployment that obtains from real competition itself, not from restrictions to, or imperfections in, so-called perfect competition. However, as in neoclassical theory but not Keynes, pumping up aggregate demand will not simply eliminate existing unemployment because there are internal mechanisms that restore some normal unemployment rate even in the face of a sustained stimulus to aggregate demand growth. It follows that it would take an increasing growth stimulus to maintain an unemployment rate below the normal rate. This is, of course, the foundation of the Friedman-Phelps claim that any efforts to maintain unemployment below the natural rate will lead to accelerating inflation. Chapter 12, Section 4.
Modern macroeconomics has enthusiastically adopted this notion. But the classical argument is different. First, unemployment is genuine because except for those in transition from one job to another, the rest of the jobless are involuntarily unemployed. Second, in the classical case, the endogeneity of productivity and labor force growth means that output growth can rise to meet a sustained stimulus to demand growth. Hence, while the normal rate of unemployment may be given for a particular state of the balance of power between labor and capital, the rate of output growth is not. Third, the endogeneity of productivity and labor force growth frees accumulation from the limits of the available labor supply, though, of course, the unemployment rate continues to influence growth through its effects on the wage share and profit rate. Note that a stimulus will raise the total number of employed workers, which is politically very important, even though it also raises the labor force through a combination of changes in the participation rate, immigration, and technological displacement. Table 14.2 compares the three main theoretical approaches on the theory of unemployment. Once it is accepted that internal forces create and maintain a pool of involuntarily unemployed workers and that productivity growth rate is partially endogenous, the limit to output growth must be sought outside of the natural rate of growth. The preceding identification of a growth utilization rate will permit us to explain how an economy can get tighter from a growth perspective even as the unemployment rate rises. This will lead us to an explanation of inflation which does not depend on the shared neoclassical and Keynesian assumption that inflation occurs in the vicinity of effective full employment. It was precisely the latter assumption encapsulated in the Phillips curve that undid Keynesian theory during the great stagflation of the 1980s and permitted neoclassical theory to wrest away the mantle of general theory. Chapter 12, Section 4. V. The relation of the classical wage curve to the Phillips curve. The original Phillips curve was about wages, not prices. In this context, we must distinguish between Phillips's general question and Phillips's particular answer. Phillips's question was about the effects of unemployment on wages. Phillips's own answer was posed in terms of the effect on the rate of change of money wages. This was very much in keeping with the Keynesian money-wage perspective, although Keynes's focus was on the short run while the Phillips curve spanned almost a century. Friedman and Phelps correctly pointed out that workers struggle for a standard of living, i.e., for a real wage, not a money wage. From their point of view, the correct Phillips-type relation was in terms of money wages relative to expected inflation, i.e., expected real wages. In the classical tradition, it was understood that real wage struggle is conducted in the context of the general level of development, i.e., relative to the level of productivity. This means that the classical Phillips-type relation curve should be in terms of the rate of change of nominal wages relative to inflation and productivity growth. A second issue arises on the unemployment side. Phillips himself argues that one should further include the rate of change of unemployment in the relation because it indicates the direction of the unemployment rate. Phillips 1958, 283 to 284. I would argue that the average duration of unemployment is preferable as a second variable because it captures the cumulative effect of the unemployment path. This will turn out to play an important role at the empirical level. A third issue is that a Phillips-type curve is meant to be a structural relation. In order to remove cyclical effects, Phillips fits his famous curve to just 6 average values of the rate of change of money wages in unemployment brackets, 0%, 2%, 2%, 4%, and so on from 1861 to 1913, 285, 290.8. 1. The general Phillips curve. In light of the foregoing discussion, the general Phillips curve may be defined as some structural relation between the cyclically adjusted rates of change of nominal wages, prices, and productivity, with both unemployment rate and the duration of unemployment taken into account. The unemployment rate is the ratio of the number of employed to the labor force. The duration of unemployment is the number of weeks of unemployment for the typical unemployed worker, which can be converted to a duration rate relative to the unemployment duration in some base year chosen to represent the normal duration. Then the product of the two rates has a simple meaning,
the total months out of work of unemployed workers relative to normal number of months expected even if the whole labor force were employed. I will call this the intensity of unemployment. With this emendation, a general Phillips type curve would be. Then we would expect the Phillips curve to shift in the face of structural changes in inflation and productivity growth. Indeed, Phillips himself discusses the possibility that money wage growth may not be able to fully account for rapid price increases, which indicates that inflation played a role in wage struggles. Phillips 1958, 283 to 284. He also points to the influence of the crisis in 1893 to 1897, which caused wage growth to be slower than normal in relation to unemployment rate, 292. 2-3 answers to Phillips's original question. If the general curve was homogeneous in the rate of change of nominal value added, i.e., in the sum of inflation and productivity change, then we would get the previously developed classical curve in which the rate of change of the wage share was a function of unemployment intensity alone. If the general curve was homogeneous in the inflation rate while productivity growth was stable over time, we would get the real wage Phillips curves that is explicit in Goodwin 1967, and implicit in Phillips. And if inflation and productivity change were both stable over the time period in question, then we could get the original Phillips curve in terms of unemployment intensity alone. It should be understood that the specific functional form f may be different in each case. So we end up with three competing answers to Phillips's question, depending on institutional conditions and historical circumstances. If the classical curve pertains in some era, then the real wage curve would shift when the productivity growth changes its trend, and the conventional, nominal wage curve will further shift if the inflation rate undergoes a major change. We will see that this is exactly why the original Phillips curve fell apart in the stagflation crisis beginning in the 1970s. It has already been said that the shape of the curves can also change if there is a substantial shift in the balance of power between labor and capital. We now turn to the empirical evidence. 6. Empirical evidence on growth, unemployment, and wages. Appendix 14.1 details the sources and methods for data utilized in this chapter. In what follows, the term H.P.N. indicates Hodrick-Prescott filtered data with a fitting parameter equals n, where n is some number, e.g. 100, so on. Figure 14.10 displays the actual growth rate of nominal output, a proxy for aggregate demand, and the level of the wage share in the U.S. economy from 1948 to 2011, along with their respective HP filtered values. A broad concordance between the trends of the two variables is evident. Figure 14.11 looks at the unemployment rate, the index of unemployment duration, 1948 to 1951 equals 100, and the previously defined unemployment intensity, which is a product of the two, along with respective HP values. The unemployment rate roughly doubles over the interval, but the unemployment duration quadruples. The unemployment intensity, which is their product, rises to 10 times its original value. I would argue that this is a much better indicator of the downward pressure of unemployment on wage changes. 9. The interaction between the wage share and the unemployment rate is central to the classical approach. A higher wage share leads to a lower profit rate, which lowers the growth rate and raises the unemployment rate. The higher unemployment rate in turn lowers the wage share, which raises the profit and growth rate and lowers unemployment. A theoretical spiral path in the face of a temporary acceleration of purchasing power was previously depicted in Figure 14.9. The empirical equivalent shown in Figure 14.12 is in terms of quarterly HP 100 filtered data for the U.S. wage share and unemployment intensity from 1948 to 2011. It is strikingly similar to the theoretical path of the classical model despite major disturbances from the Vietnam War boom in the 1960s, the Great Stagflation of the 1970s, the neoliberal anti-labor campaign of the 1980s, the dot-com bubble of the 1990s, and the global crisis beginning in 2006.10. The wage share, unemployment connection leads directly to the issue of the three possible Phillips type curves in equations,
14.15, 14.17. Figure 14.13 displays the scatter diagram of the rate of change of the wage share versus unemployment intensity. Unlike the conventional nominal wage Phillips curve displayed previously in Chapter 12, Figure 12.8, the wage share curve clearly displays a negative slope. The question then becomes, how does one extract the signal from the noise? The Phillips type curve was meant to be a structural relation. Phillips himself collapses the 1861 to 1913 data into just 6 averaged points to which he then fits his famous curve. Others since then have used econometric techniques on the raw data to arrive at similar curves, Desai 1975, Gilbert 1976. Gilbert in particular tries a variety of functional forms and finds that a discrete version of equation, 14.17, using the same function form as Phillips provides a good approximation to Phillips's own estimated coefficients, Gilbert 1976, 56. On the other hand, Gilbert's other estimates give different results. The point is to distinguish between structure and fluctuations. In modern times, various methods such Kalman or HP filters are easily implemented. The latter is a widely used technique for separating cycle from trend. It has been shown that the HP filter is optimal if fluctuations, cycles, have a zero mean and constant variance, the trend has a second derivative with the same two properties, and the two associated variances are known, Reeves, Blythe, Triggs, and Small 2000, 4-5. Strictly speaking, only a linear trend will have a zero second derivative. Hence, for the wage share scatter diagram in Figure 14.13, an HP filter will be appropriate if the underlying slope of the structural curve is not too nonlinear. Figure 14.14 displays the dramatic effect of a simple HP, 100, filter applied to the scatter data in Figure 14.13. The arrows indicate the direction of travel, and the dashed lines represent two fitted curves of the form used by Phillips himself, 11 corresponding to the two distinct eras 1949 to 1982 and 1994 to 2011. The observed patterns in the preceding chart are entirely compatible with the classical argument presented in Section 2 of this chapter. In 1949, the U.S. economy is coming off the huge demand boost associated with World War II, and the economy starts moving steadily down the curve. But then it gets pumped up again in the Vietnam War era from 1960 to 1968, which moves it back along the same curve. As the Vietnam boom gives way to the Great Stagflation beginning in the late 1960s, the economy once again moves down the curve until in 1977 it reaches the point of a stable wage share. The theory in Section 2 implies that it would linger around this point in the absence of further shocks. But in the late 1970s, the economy is in the throes of the Great Stagflation, in which unemployment is rising, Figure 14.11, so it moves further down the curve for a few more years. In the meantime, the neoliberal era so aggressively implemented by Ronald Reagan and George H. Bush has begun, unionization is drastically reduced and labor support mechanisms are systematically dismantled. We will see in Chapter 16 that the net rate of profit rises dramatically in this period because a lowered wage share stabilizes a previously falling rate of profit, while a steady fall in the interest rate substantially raises the net profit rate. The resulting boom moves the economy back toward the balance point, but no longer along the original curve because the curve itself has been shifted down by the decline in the strength of labor. This is visible in the 1984 to 1993 transition from the original curve to a new lower one upon which the economy lands in 1993. In keeping with the credit boom associated with the dot-com era of the 1990s, the economy first moves up the new curve as the bubble expands until 1999, and then moves back down into 2003 and beyond as the bubble deflates. Then, of course, comes the global crisis beginning in 2007 to 2008. Several things are remarkable about this six-decade pattern. First, there are only two Phillips-type wage share curves of this whole period. Second, booms move the economy up a curve, and busts move it down the same curve, as in 1960 to 1973 and 1993, 2003. Very much in keeping with the theoretical analysis presented in section 14.2 and figures 14.3 to 14.8. Third, a successful attack on labor-supporting institutions shifts the curve down and lowers the corresponding normal rate of change of the wage share at any given rate of unemployment intensity. On the first curve, the critical unemployment intensity is around 9%, as indicated by the point at which the first curve crosses the horizontal axis in 1977. On the second lower curve, the critical unemployment intensity is lower, between 5% and 6%. As indicated in section 2, this is theoretically compatible with the wage share curve in equation 14.7. There is no direct mapping between unemployment intensity, which is the product of the actual unemployment rate and the actual index of unemployment duration, and the unemployment rate itself. We can see from figure 14.11 that each of the two critical points correspond to multiple unemployment rates. However, if we were to assume that a stable wage share corresponded to low unemployment duration, we can extract the lowest unemployment rate associated with each critical point. Then the first curve would have a critical unemployment rate of 5.9% while the second would have one of 4.2%, both being largely involuntary. One can see why policy intervention might be considered even under these best of circumstances. Fourth, the movement toward these critical points is fairly slow and is constantly offset by the historical factors that reverse directions. The economy begins at an unemployment intensity of 4% in 1949 and hits the critical intensity of 9% in 1977. Even if one takes out the 13-year Vietnam-era loop from 1960 to 1973, it would have taken the economy 16 years to move from 5% to 9% unemployment intensity. Translated back into the corresponding actual unemployment rate, it would have taken 16 years to move the HP filtered unemployment rate from 4.3% to 6.9%, 0.16% a year. Marx and Goodwin are therefore right to insist that the unemployment rate has a normal center of gravity different from the rate at which effective full employment obtains. And Keynes is equally right to say that the movement from a high unemployment rate to a low one is far too slow to be left to market forces. Snowden and Vane 2005, 66-68. Both sides are correct in understanding that unregulated capitalism is generally accompanied by involuntary unemployment. The crucial difference comes in the interpretation of this normal pool of the unemployed. On the classical interpretation, a normal rate of unemployment is intrinsic but can be lowered through a reduction in the strength of labor. On the Keynesian interpretation, unemployment is probable but can be largely eliminated through appropriate state intervention even if this strengthens labor. In this context, Friedman and Phelps are correct in their insistence that the normal rate of unemployment can be reduced by weakening labor. This point is implicit in Marx and Goodwin because the degree to which wages respond to unemployment depends on the strength of labor relative to capital. The brilliance of the Friedman and Phelps argument lay in its interpretation of observed unemployment as voluntary, induced by wages being held above the market clearing rate or by institutions that provided lucrative incentives for not working. Blanchard and Katz 1997, 53-54. This permitted them to incorporate persistent, pseudo-unemployment into orthodox theory and to correctly anticipate that weakening labor would serve to lower the normal rate of unemployment. 59. They themselves recognized that adjustment processes would take time, although it is doubtful that they perceived how slow the actual speed of adjustment would be. In any case, the subsequent Lukashian rational expectations revolution did away with the temporal dimension by reducing the adjustment time to the blink of a theoretical eye. The wage share is the ratio of the real wage to productivity, and the real wage is the ratio of the money wage and the price level. Hence, the rate of change of the wage share can be algebraically decomposed into the rate of change of real wage, the Goodwin component, plus productivity growth. The change in real wages can in turn be written as the sum of the rate of change of nominal wages, the Phillips component, and the rate of change of prices. Figure 14.15 displays the paths of inflation and productivity since 1948 and figures 14.16 and 14.17 depict the corresponding HP, 100,
real wage and nominal wage Phillips curves. Given the empirical strength of the classical curve, it is clear that the real wage curve in equation 14.18 would be parallel to the two segments of the classical wage share curve only if productivity growth was stable. Yet we see from figure 14.15 that productivity growth begins to fall from 1960 until the late 1970s and then gradually rises back to its original level by 2000 or so. This is precisely the reason that the real wage curve in figure 14.16 departs from 1948 to 1982 fitted wage share function in 1960 only to end up back on the new 1994 to 2011 fitted function in 1999. The nominal wage Phillips curve in equation 14.19 is then pulled downward by the decline in productivity growth and pulled upward by the rise in the inflation rate depicted in figure 14.15. Since inflation initially rises more than productivity growth falls, the net effect is to raise the nominal wage Phillips curve above the first fitted function from 1960 to 1977. However, as the inflation rate falls and productivity growth rises thereafter, the curve falls until the sum of these two is back to its initial levels in the 1950s and the curve becomes parallel to the second fitted function after 1999. This explains the pattern in the nominal wage Phillips curve in figure 14.17. The Friedman, Phelps reformulation of the inflation Phillips type curve changed it from the relation between the unemployment rate and the rate of change of prices to one in the change of expected real wages, i.e., nominal wages relative to expected inflation. Since expected inflation is an unobserved variable, this gave plenty of scope for imaginative explanations of the observed path of nominal wages. In Friedman's famous construction, the nominal wage Phillips curve shifts upward in steps until inflation expectations have caught up to unexpected changes in the inflation rate, see Chapter 12, Section 4.2, and Figure 12.9. Hence, nominal wages are supposed to fall short of actual inflation when the latter changes in unexpected ways. In Lucas's case, nominal wages catch up immediately so that the corresponding Phillips curve literally leaps to its new correct level. In the classical tradition, real wages respond to inflation and productivity growth depending on the strength of workers relative to their employers, so that a reduction of this labor strength is likely to weaken both responses. We can address these various propositions by regressing excess money wage growth, the excess of the actual, HP filtered, rate of growth of money wages over the money wage growth predicted by the fitted unemployment intensity functions, against inflation and productivity growth. Table 14.3 shows that both variables are highly significant, as indicated by the standard errors in parentheses. What is particularly striking is that from 1948 to 1982, which encompasses the great stagflation of the 1970s, the coefficient on inflation in the first period is only slightly below 1. This implies that nominal wages were almost able to keep up with inflation in this period. On the other hand, the coefficient on productivity growth is 0.82, which means that nominal wages lost substantial ground relative to productivity growth, i.e., unit labor costs continued to decline over time. Both of these might be considered normal responses in good times. But in the second era from 1999 to 2011, the nominal wage growth of a weakened labor force lost ground relative to both inflation and productivity. Details of the regression appear in Appendix 14.2. Had Phillips answered his own question in classical rather than Keynesian terms, i.e., through a wage share relation rather than a nominal wage one, there might not have been a theoretical crisis concerning the Phillips curve during the stagflation era of the 1970s and 1980s. Keynesian theory would still have required an explanation of inflation, and even if it had retained a markup theory of inflation based on nominal wage, the shifts in the underlying nominal wage curve would have been entirely comprehensible, figure 14.17. Hence, there might not have been the same theoretical disarray on the Keynesian side and a consequent opening for a neoclassical attack on Keynesian policy. Of course, the political attack aimed at weakening labor and raising the profit share may well have won the day in any case. 7. Summary and implications of classical macro dynamics.
The classical model developed in this chapter has several characteristic features. First, the rate of growth of capital is driven by the expected net rate of profit, i.e., by the difference between the expected rate of profit on new investment and the interest rate. This proposition is central in Marx and Keynes. Second, the rate of growth of capacity is driven by the rate of growth of capital, subject to any trend in the capacity, capital ratio Rn. In the short run, actual output growth deviates from capacity growth due to factors that cause the expected net profit rate to differ from actual rate and the actual rate to differ from the normal capacity rate. These factors include bursts of optimism and pessimism, injections of private and public purchasing power, and state interventions to influence the market rate of interest. The important point here is that bursts in aggregate demand alter the levels of output and employment even if the growth rates of these variables are only temporarily affected. Third, over the longer run the actual rate capacity utilization fluctuates around a normal rate through mutual adjustments in capacity and demand. Neither Say's law nor Keynes' law is required here. A key role is played by the fact that business savings is intrinsically linked to business investment, so that the overall savings rate is endogenous, and the multiplier thereby dampened. This is what permits accumulation to be driven by profitability even with capacity utilization regulated by its normal level. In contrast, post-Keynesian theory consistently treats savings propensities as constant and capacity utilization as a free variable. Fourth, the gravitation of actual capacity utilization around its normal rate implies that the actual rate of profit gravitates around its normal rate. Hence, even if an autonomous increase in the wage rate happens to fuel aggregate demand and perhaps even raise the actual rate of profit in the short run, wage-led growth, as capacity utilization returns to normal, this effect will peter out and growth will once again be profit-led. This is clearly visible in figure 14.14 in movements up and then down the wage share curve in 1960 to 1968 and again 1993, 1999, the first being linked to the Vietnam era and the second to the era of the dot-com bubble. Post-Keynesian theory presents these two outcomes as alternative possibilities, but in classical theory, they are phases of the same temporal process. Fifth, the relation between the money wage and the profit rate depends on the manner in which the former affects the wage share under given production conditions. In classical theory, the price level is determined by macroeconomic factors, chapters 5 and 15, so that a rise in the money wage at a given price level generally translates into a rise in the real wage. The same thing applies under changing price levels if struggles over money wages can successfully take inflation into account. Real wage struggles are in turn motivated by a relative target, i.e., by a real wage relative to productivity, the latter depending on technology and the length and intensity of the working day. The actual real wage lies between the maximum defined by labor productivity and some historically determined minimum also linked to productivity. Individual shop floor struggles in a particular social climate leads to a particular ratio between the real wage and productivity. Many different micro-models of these struggles are compatible with a stable relation between the real wage and productivity. Sixth, it was argued that the parameter linking the aggregate real wage to productivity itself changes in response to the medium run rate of unemployment. This leads to a wage share Phillips curve whose shape depends on socio-historical conditions and institutions. The rate of change of the wage share rises when unemployment is below a certain critical rate and falls in the opposite case. An acceleration in aggregate demand would decrease unemployment and raise the wage share, which would show up as an upward movement along the curve. The subsequent deceleration would reverse that path. It is important to keep in mind that the curve can also shift if there is a substantial change in the balance of power between capital and labor. An important implication is that a real wage Phillips curve will not generally obtain when productivity growth undergoes a change in trend, and a money wage Phillips curve, the original one, will not obtain if productivity growth and/or inflation change their trends. Seventh, changes in the wage share affect growth through their effect on the profit rate, and this in turn affects the unemployment rate at any given growth of productivity and of the labor force.
but the latter rates are not fixed because employers have an economic incentive to speed up productivity growth if the wage share, unit labor cost, rises or if the labor market tightens, unemployment falls. For the same reasons, they will also have an incentive to foster an increase in the labor participation rate or in the immigration rate. Hence, we can generally represent the natural rate of growth, which is the sum of productivity and labor force growth, as responsive to increases in unit labor costs and the scarcity of labor. In other words, the natural rate is partially endogenous. Eighth, the preceding elements produce two different types of responses to changes in aggregate demand. A temporary rise in the growth of aggregate demand will temporarily reduce the unemployment rate but permanently raise the level of the path of output, employment, productivity, and the real wage without affecting the long-term wage share, the profit rate, or the growth rate. On the other hand, a persistent increase in the growth of demand above the long-term equilibrium growth rate determined by normal net profitability will lead to a sustained increase in the actual growth rate as well, at least until the fall in profitability undermines the stimulatory effects of increased demand growth. Hence, the levels of output, real wages, productivity, and employment will continue to rise for some time above the paths they would have otherwise followed. The wage share will rise and the normal rate of profit will fall correspondingly. Unemployment will fall for some prolonged period, but will still return to its normal rate, attended by now higher growth rates of productivity and of the labor force. In general, the pathway from higher output growth to higher wage shares to higher productivity growth automatically produces a positive association between the growth rate of output and that of productivity. Verdun's law. Ninth, persistent unemployment in the classical system is largely involuntary and obtains from real competition itself, not from restrictions upon or imperfections in so-called perfect competition. Keynesians believe that the unemployment rate can be maintained at a socially desired minimal level. The classical argument implies that at any given balance of power between labor and capital, the normal unemployment rate will reassert itself, so that only a shift in this power balance would change this normal rate. The similarity with the Friedman, Phelps conclusion is that pumping up aggregate demand will not permanently eliminate unemployment because there are internal mechanisms that replenish the pool of the unemployed. Hence, it would take an increasing growth stimulus to maintain an unemployment rate below the normal rate. But in the classical argument, the long-run growth rate is not tied to the normal unemployment rate because the endogeneity of the natural rate of growth means that output can accelerate to meet a sustained demand stimulus. 10th, since the normal rate of profit is the maximum sustainable rate of accumulation, the ratio of the actual accumulation rate to the profit rate is a measure of the degree to which the growth potential of the economy is being utilized, a growth utilization rate. Then the fact that a sustained stimulus raises the rate of accumulation and lowers the normal rate of profit means that it tends to make the economy tighter from a growth perspective and hence more prone to inflation. This appears similar to the Friedman, Phelps, narrow argument that a sustained stimulus leads to inflation. Yet it is not the same because there is no automatic link between sustained demand stimuli and actual inflation, since the latter depends also on the pull of credit-fueled excess demand. This supply resistance/demand pull approach has the further implication that a fall in the profit rate can slow growth and raise unemployment while still making the economy tighter if the rate of accumulation falls less rapidly than the profit rate. Chapter 15. Then inflation and unemployment may simultaneously rise, a phenomenon of the 1970s that initially confounded both Keynesian and neoclassical theorists. Chapter 12, sections 3.5, 4.2. Empirical evidence provides considerable support for the foregoing arguments. The trend of the wage share clearly rises with the trend of the growth rate of aggregate demand, proxied by the growth of nominal GDP. The actual time path of the wage share with respect to unemployment intensity, the product of the unemployment rate and an index of unemployment duration, is similar to the theoretically expected spiral path. Most important, the HP filtered values of the rate of change of the wage share versus unemployment intensity displays two strong and clear Phillips-type curves, one in the capital, labor accord era from 1949 to 1983,
a transitional episode in the Reagan-Bush era from 1984 to 1993, and a new lower curve in the 1993 to 2011 neoliberal era. At the start in 1949, the United States is coming off the huge demand boost associated with World War II, so it starts high up on the first curve. It moves steadily down that same curve for the next 11 years, until the Johnson Great Society boom pushes it upward along the curve from 1960 to 1968. As the boom dies out and the system enters into the Great Stagflation, the economy resumes its downward movement along this same curve, so that by 1973 it is back to where it was in 1960 before the double movement. By then the economy is in the grip of the Great Stagnation and continues to move down the curve past the 1977 point of a stable wage share well into an era of negative wage share growth, i.e., of real wages rising more slowly than productivity. By this time, unionization and labor-supportive institutions are under attack. Labor loses that battle, and from 1983 to 1993 the economy ends up on a new lower curve. Here the dot-com credit boom from 1993 to 1999 initially moves the economy upward along the new curve until 2003 and then back downward as the bubble deflates under the influence of ever-rising unemployment, the intensity of which rises even more when the global crisis begins in 2007. These patterns are very much in keeping with classical theoretical expectations. The empirical stability of the wage share Phillips type curve in any given state of labor strength explains why the real wage curve shifts when the productivity growth changes substantially, and the money wage curve further shifts when the inflation rate changes. We are therefore fully able to account for the structural shifts in the money wage Phillips curve in both the early post-war period of labor, capital accord, and the subsequent neoliberal era. In the earlier, 1948 to 1982, period in which the shifts in the money wage Phillips curve were being attributed to changes in expectations, we find that once unemployment intensity and productivity growth are taken into account, money wages almost entirely keep up with prices. In the second, 1994 to 2011, era, after accounting for these same two factors, we find that money wages fall considerably behind actual inflation and productivity growth due to the shift in the social balance of power. We have no need for the hypothesis of an expectation-augmented money price Phillips curve, and could not resort to one in any case since the price level is not determined by money wages. Finally, the shift to a new lower curve lowers the normal rate of unemployment intensity, the rate at which the wage share would be stable. On the first curve, the normal rate of unemployment intensity is almost 9%, but on the lower second curve it is a little more than 5%. If we were to posit that a stable wage share also corresponds to the lowest of the unemployment durations associated with the corresponding unemployment intensity, then the first curve's critical unemployment rate would be 5.9% and the second's would be 4.2%. Neither one of these would have been acceptable to early Keynesian policymakers. It is also evident that the movement along these curves is quite slow. Leaving aside the up and down Vietnam War era loop, the change in the unemployment rate averages 0.16% a year. Keynes is therefore quite right to say that market responses are far too slow to be socially tolerable. This does not validate his claim that fiscal and monetary policy can essentially eliminate unemployment. Nonetheless, the state can have a major positive influence on macroeconomic outcomes. First of all, even a temporary acceleration in demand can permanently raise the levels of the output, employment, and real wage time paths. This is of no small moment to any government. Second, interventions that accelerate productivity growth can raise the level of the productivity path. If the productivity response is sufficiently vigorous, the unit labor costs, the wage share, may even fall, thereby increasing domestic profitability and international competitiveness. This would have the important effect of validating the rise in the real wage path. Third, the state can intervene in financial markets to lower the interest rate relative to the profit rate, thereby raising the net profit rate relative to its normal market path and possibly even relative to its previous levels. The obvious limit in this case is that the interest rate cannot fall below zero, Chapter 16.
Fourth, restrictions on the degree to which money wages can rise relative to inflation and productivity can effectively shift the wage share curve downward and thereby reduce the normal rate of profit. The state could accomplish this by participating in the widening of channels linking domestic capitals to cheaper foreign labor. It could also intervene in more malign form by suppressing and repressing labor as in the early days of Japan and South Korea and in a host of dictatorships ranging from Chile to Indonesia, or by reversing the gains of well-established labor institutions as in the United States and the United Kingdom in the 1980s. Alternately, it could instead help create a Swedish pact in which real wage increases are tied to productivity increases in the context of employment training and maintenance, Valicki 1992, Chang 2002a, XX. All of these forms of state intervention are historically well known and can provide varying degrees of benefit to domestic capital and labor. At a theoretical and political level, conservative economists proclaim that most social interventions lead to economic inefficiencies. But this is based on their irrational faith in a theoretical vision of near-perfect markets attended by near-ideal social outcomes. They are more pragmatic in practice, pushing the state to roll back labor gains while supporting all sorts of benefits to capital. In this tug of war, the state is hardly socially neutral. It is important to understand that fiscal and monetary policy can have positive effects, but only within certain limits. One of these limits is the prospect of inflation, to which we turn next. 15. Modern money and inflation. Money, markets, and the state. Money arises slowly out of proper exchange, and the historical path from private money to state money is long and tortuous. Exchange arises out of social interactions among humans. When and where exchange becomes sufficiently extended, its structure requires codification. Money arises as the physical expression of this need. The state did not invent money, coins, payment obligations, or debts. On the contrary, humans have repeatedly invented and reinvented exchange, money, coins, credit, banks, and even the state itself. The historical path from money objects to coins, convertible and inconvertible tokens, bank credit, and eventually fiat money is quite complicated. Chapter 5. Once money has been established, the state is impelled to expand its base beyond compulsory payments in labor and in kind, to payments in money. Governments have typically imposed poll taxes, property taxes, and taxes on commodities, import, exports, tolls, and harbors, and more recently, on income. In addition, they have resorted to sales of public lands, the ransom of prisoners, and seizures of foreign ships, goods, and treasuries. During times of war and public emergency, forced loans from the private sector were especially useful because they could be incurred at artificially low interest rates, repaid in a depreciated currency, or repudiated altogether. Morgan 1965, 17, 59, 104-105. This long historical practice serves to remind us that a debt is only a promise of repayment, which, like many promises, may be broken. Sovereign default is an age-old story. At some late stage in history, the state monopolizes the creation of coins and tokens. This is merely a takeover of a previously private function, and private banks continue to create the vast bulk of the medium of circulation and medium of payment. The state also comes to exercise some degree of control over banks, a control whose intrinsic limits are periodically exposed during recurrent financial crises. The general global crisis of the early 21st century is a stinging refutation of textbook fantasies of the left and the right, in which a wise and benevolent state supposedly controls money and finance for the common good. History makes it abundantly clear that all is not best in this not best of all possible worlds. The eventual state monopoly over certain types of money is matched by its monopoly over taxation. A tax is an enforceable claim by the state on some portion of private revenues, and its payment by the private sector is a settlement of this enforced obligation. Taxes are payment obligations, but they are not debts any more than the protection money that restaurateurs pay the mafia is a debt. They are promised nothing in return except a temporary suspension of threat. A debt is a transaction in which you promise to return something for something else you are about to receive. It is a repayment obligation. History reveals that tax claims are not always enforceable, and where they are only enforceable only within limits. Force, or at least the threat of it, is extremely helpful but not always sufficient. Fiat money, forced inconvertible token money, is the characteristic form of modern money. The English colonists in North America invented fiat money precisely because the various states did not have the power to tax their easily infuriated populations. The printing of fiat money was an alternative method for financing state expenditures, paying state debts, and ultimately for funding the American Revolution itself. This creative application of the printing press was enthusiastically adopted by the French, Russian, and Chinese revolutions, among others, Galbraith 1975, 46, 51-53, 62-66. Early American fiat money was backed by the promise of redemption in gold or silver, and circulated at par for some 20 years. It was also declared to be legal tender for transactions including the payment of taxes, although taxes were the one thing the states hardly dared collect. As more notes were issued and redemption repeatedly postponed, commodity prices specified in paper rose, as did the paper price of gold and silver. After 50 years the colonists' paper was worth about 1/10 of their original promised value in gold, Galbraith 1975, 46-52. Nonetheless, these money tokens continued to circulate throughout. Why did these inconvertible tokens continue to circulate even after it became clear that they would never be redeemed? The history of money reminds us that private circulation gives rise to money tokens which are accepted as long as they are deemed able to perform certain functions as money. New coins become ghosts of themselves through the frictions of commerce. Yet these light coins continue to function alongside their heavier comrades within certain limits. Their designation by the state as legal tender within certain ranges of transactions, forced convertible tokens, can enhance their usage but cannot abolish their limits. Their acceptance is conditional on the costs of conversion, on the locality and range of their use, and of course on the continuity of the spinning wheel of commerce. At a later stage, the deposits receipts from gold storehouses gradually begin to function as a means of payment, their approval being conditional on the trust in the bearer and in the goldsmith banker. Still later, when fractional banking permits the issue of deposit receipts called banknotes, these money tokens are accepted because they are deemed convertible into something of a higher generality. Local banknotes were accepted because they were supposedly convertible into notes of city banks, state money, or gold, city banknotes because they are deemed convertible into state money and gold, and state money because it was deemed convertible into gold, directly or via foreign currency. In all of these cases, the token was backed by some money of a higher order. It is crucial to understand that convertibility is a matter of faith, something which functions best when it is not tested too severely. The open secret of private and public fractional reserve banking is that most of the money is not there. One salient purpose of capitalism's regular financial crises is to remind us of this objective fact, to suddenly reveal that a supposedly convertible token is inconvertible in practice. What this really indicates is that the promised fixed rate of exchange between a given token and money of a higher order has given way to a rapidly varying one. The thirst for city banknotes makes them more valuable in relation to local banknotes, and the thirst for gold makes it more valuable in terms of city notes, and so on. Fiat money, forced inconvertible tokens issued by the state, replaces convertibility at some preset rate with convertibility at a variable market rate. People accept inconvertible tokens for the same reason that they accept convertible ones, because they believe that they can continue using them as money. Convertibility and laws of legal tender enhance this conviction only as long as the economy functions reasonably well. As for the backing of paper money by the majesty and integrity of the state, history has shown these to be exceedingly dubious assets. Galbraith 1975, 46. When the will of circulation falters, or when inflation causes it to spin too rapidly,
the belief wavers and national fiat money gets converted at escalating rates into more secure foreign currencies and into supranational assets such as gold. From this point of view, while legal tender laws may be useful in establishing a currency, and legal restrictions on foreign currency and gold holding useful in suppressing recourse to alternatives, they cannot prevent private agents from seeking more secure monetary forms. When in the fullness of their power in 1880 the British colonial administration in southern Nigeria sought to make British currency dominant, it took them the half-century to accomplish it. Pre-colonial Nigeria was a beehive of local production, inter-regional trade, and international trade. Markets as far away as the Caribbean, the Americas, and Europe were linked with the local producers, grafted upon the extensive regional trade. Indigenous capital markets existed, specialized bankers and money lenders catering to merchants, and a futures market existed in the main staples of long-distance trade. Families held their savings in hoards of local currencies of manillas, brass rods, and cowries. Mexican, Peruvian, Brazilian, and Chilean dollars circulated freely alongside gold dust and gold nuggets, as well as gold and silver British, Spanish, South American, American, and French coins used for foreign remittances. In 1896, 16 years after the British pound had been nominally established in Nigeria, the dominant currency was still the cowrie, even though some coercion had been applied to encourage the local population to accept British currency, Afanagaro 1979, 623, 633. Unlike British currency, which was centrally minted and distributed by the colonial government, native Nigerian currencies were privately supplied, endogenous, and outside direct British control. What is striking is that despite the huge variety of currency, trading and banking systems operating in Nigeria when the British took control, most colonial officials continued to view these same activities as forms of barter. Thus they perpetuated the notion that currency was non-existent in the country, and that in introducing British currency they were merely improving a system which was previously based on barter, Afanagaro 1979, 636. They saw what they needed to see, they said what they need to say. The British colonial government tried repeatedly to drive out both local currencies and competing foreign ones, in the face of active and passive resistance from the population. Decrees were passed and punishments meted out to encourage the use of British currency. Yet British coins were simply not regarded as money by the local population, Afanagaro 1979, 648. Paper money was introduced into Nigeria during World War I, and its acceptance was equally slow. In the end, it took 50 years of repeated attempts by the capitalist hegemon to finally devalue pre-indigenous Nigerian currencies and to destroy the wealth of many Nigerian families and businesses in the process. The fiat money of the American colonists also existed alongside many other forms of money such as gold, silver, foreign coins, tobacco, and wampum. Interregional and international trade was present from the start. Fiat money, when it was invented, was accepted as one among a multitude of currencies. It was certainly not accepted in order to pay non-existent taxes, or even because it was declared legal tender alongside tobacco, rice, grain, cattle, whiskey, and brandy at various points, Galbraith 1975, 48-50. Finally, in both ancient and modern times, the vitality of black market currency operations testifies to the fact that there is always an alternative to any existing currency, even if it has to be invented. For instance, after World War II in Germany the amount of paper money was 4 times higher than its pre-war level, while the war had greatly reduced the annual supply of goods. The incipient inflation was suppressed by price controls, which meant that the holders of commodities would have to sell them at artificially low prices. This they often refused to do. Money practically ceased to serve as a means of payment. Private goods were exchanged for other goods, and cigarettes rose to prominence as a widespread means of payment. Private commodity money reappeared and displaced state-mandated money. The only remedy for this breakdown of the old currency was its replacement in 1948 by a new currency, Morgan 1965, 30-31.
In the end, money functions because it is convertible in practice. If one type of money is not, another type will become so. There is no such thing as a money of no escape except in textbooks. Two cardinalist and neo-cardinalist visions of money. Accounts of the historical development of money sometimes conflate reciprocal gift-giving with barter, simple exchange, payment obligations with debt, and debt with money. An immediate consequence of such reductions is that money appears to exist from the very start of society. For instance, in his justly acclaimed book on the long cross-cultural history of money, Davies, 2002, lauds Einzig's account of primitive money as the most authoritative, stimulating, and comprehensive account to which he himself is greatly indebted. Nonetheless, Davies finds Einzig's definition of money as a general equivalent to be too involved, and proposes to replace it by a simpler typology. Davies labels everything prior to coins as primitive money. Since he treats blood payments, bride payments, and all reciprocal gifts as exchanges, one exchange becomes as old as society. And since he treats all objects used in such activities as forms of primitive money, money too is considered to exist from the start. Davies 2002, 11, 14-15, 23-24.2. This is, of course, in accord with the neoclassical way of looking at economics. As Davies himself makes clear, economics is the logic of limited resource usage, and money is the main method by which that logic is put to work. 34. The whole point of Chapter 5 was to demonstrate that this is not a good way of looking at money. 1. Money, banking, and Babylonia. Borrowing and lending are known to have existed in many agricultural civilizations and to have taken a particularly complex form in Babylonia going back to 3000 BC. Morgan 1965, 57. Davies believes that the Babylonian evidence points to sophisticated banking systems that preceded the earliest coins by 1,000 years or more. Davies 2002, 23, emphasis added. He comes to this conclusion because there is little record of anything we recognize as coins among surviving Babylonian artifacts. But he is careful to note that the evidence on Babylonia itself is quite sketchy, so that there remain legitimate doubts concerning how to interpret even the most cast iron of facts. He goes on to say that, as Joan Oates disarmingly concedes, any study of Babylonian civilization is, and will remain, an amalgam of near-truths, misunderstandings and ignorance. 49. We know from other historical accounts that commodity money generally arises long before metallic money, that privately coined money comes after that, and state coins later still. Davies, 2002, 34, himself notes that in Britain, whose monetary history is well recorded, coins arise thousands of years after commodity money, and banking 1,000 years after coins. Davies and Davies, 2002, date human domestication of cattle to 9000 to 6000 BC and list cattle as one of the earliest form of money in many societies. Davies, 2002, 44, mentions the monetary use of cattle in Mesopotamia but does not provide a date. But Morgan, 1965, 11, points out that Babylonian records, around 3000 BC, show a legal distinction between exchangeable goods, which could be transferred at will, and non-exchangeable goods for which a formal transfer deed is required. Exchangeable goods included gold, silver, lead, bronze and copper, honey, sesame, oil, wine, beer and yeast, wool and leather, papyrus rolls and arms, all of which probably served, in varying degrees, as means of payment. The absence of evidence on coins in this time in Babylonia does not give us any reason to exclude the development of commodity monies ranging from cattle to exchangeable goods long prior to the development of the Babylonian banking system. If grains, honey, sesame, oil, or yeast served as money, like salt did in many areas and tobacco and wampum did 5,000 years later in the American colonies, then we would have no physical method of distinguishing their existence as useful objects from their uses as money objects. Even metals took a long time to become state-issued coins. Finally, Davies's own definition of primitive money,
which includes everything used in bride and blood payments, implies that commodity money exists from the start and therefore far predates both banking and coinage even in Babylonia. So at best, the Babylonian evidence is consistent with two possible accounts of the development of money, commodity money, coins, and then banking, just as in many other societies for which we have good records, or commodity money, banking, and then coins, as Davies concludes. On either reading, even in Babylonia, commodity money long preceded banking. 2. Innes. Davies's sophisticated discussion of the historical development of money stands in sharp contrast to the pronouncements of cartelists. Innes, 1913, starts by dismissing the claim that money developed out of barter, that coins were first privately developed, and that the state only subsequently took over coinage. There is, he says scornfully, scant historical evidence for such beliefs. On the contrary, modern research in the domain of commercial history and numismatics, and especially recent discoveries in Babylonia, have brought to light a mass of evidence which was not available to the earlier economists, and in the light of which it may be positively stated that none of these theories rest on a solid basis of historical proof that in fact they are false. Innes 1913, 1. One has to admire his confidence, if not his historical acumen. The massive amount of evidence on money spanning many societies and times is dismissed as scant, while the, truly scant, evidence on Babylonia, in which commodity money precedes banking on any reading, is considered decisive. However, Innes's reference to Babylonia is hortatory. His real difficulty is that his own study of monetary history reveals no fixed relation between the monetary unit and any metal. Innes 1913, 1. Coins of a given metal circulate as equivalents even though they are of different weights. Coins of base metals seem to do the same. Over time a given denomination such as a denarius, livre, or sol contains progressively less and less silver and yet seem to continue to function just as well. The money price of precious metals rises despite the strenuous endeavors of the government to prevent it by law, the common use of large quantities of private metal tokens against which the government made constant war achieves little success. 3-4. This is, of course, a resume of the historical development of money. But whereas others are able to identify particular laws at work, see Chapter 5, Section 2.2, Innes only sees confusion. He finds the notion of money as medium of exchange too clumsy a device to be taken seriously. The notion of money as means of payment strikes him as a far better candidate for the essence of money. In his own time, the credit system is a dominant institution, and Innes simply projects debt and credit back to the dawn of time. By buying we become debtors and by selling we become creditors. Unlike real-world debt, his schema does not require balances to be settled with hard currency. Instead, if someone owes more than is owed to him, the real value of these debts to his creditors will fall to an amount which will make them equal to the amount of his credits. 5. This is where Babylonian banking assumes mythic importance for Innes. The absence of contemporaneous evidence on Babylonian coins is taken as a sign of the absence of money. Then Babylonian banking would have had no means of settling net balances in cash, so the necessary balance between credit and debts must have come about through some other mechanism, one which Innes helpfully fills in. Needless to say, he provides no evidence for this deductive claim. Innes conflates money with coins, private coins with state coins, payment obligations with debt obligations, and all transactions with debts and credits. We know that in ancient India, if a man injured another man, he had to pay 100 cows, Quiggin 1949, 7. This is a payment obligation but not an exchange because the injured party is to receive 100 cows in recompense for a wrongdoing, not for some other use value. Nor is it a debt, since the 100 cows are not repayment for something previously borrowed. However, had these ancients been followers of Innes, the injured party would simply have recorded a credit and the wrongdoer a debt of equal amount. According to Incheon logic, the latter could also have handed over a tally of an obligation to him incurred by a third party, the third party the same, and so on. But the cow is the thing. In the end, someone has come up with 100 cows to settle the balance of payments in use values, or if cows happen to be money, in cash on the hoof. Otherwise the original injury would be settled in the ancient manner, eye for eye, in which case it is the wrongdoer who is depreciated, not merely his debt instrument. Barter presents the same difficulty for Innes's logic, because in the end each party has to end up with equivalent use values. More important, Innes considers means of circulation and means of payment to be different definitions of money, rather than coexisting functions. Marx points out that a money purchase in which a commodity, C, is handed over for money, M, is different from a credit transaction where the two poles of the transaction are separated in time. The latter type evolves spontaneously out of the former. In the latter, money functions as means of payment, in the former it functions as means of purchase, medium of circulation. Simple credit in turn gives rise to relations of creditor and debtor among commodity owners, which can be fully developed even before the credit system comes into being. This evolution causes money to function increasingly as means of payment to the detriment of its function both as means of purchase and even more as an element of hoarding. Marx 1970, 142-143. Then arises the notion that money is only a means of payment, Arnon 1984, 566, an illusion cruelly dispelled when the difference between means of purchase and means of payment becomes very conspicuous, and unpleasantly so, in times of commercial crises. Marx 1970, 141. Innes does not pause to consider such details, because his real concern is to oppose the idea that money should be backed by anything. If money is just an accounting entry, and entries simply cancel out, then the long history of the relation of money to commodities is just a strange delusion and a huge waste of social resources. Innes 1913, 10. From this point of view, fiat money is the ideal money precisely because it is not backed by anything. This in turn raises a crucial question within his own argument: why would anyone accept a token backed by nothing? Innes suggests that it is because the government obligates them to pay taxes in these tokens. 7. He does not elaborate. 3. Knapp, 1924, also focuses only on the aspect of money as means of payment. Rist 1966, 358-359. Among civilized peoples in our day, he says, payments can only be made with tokens which he labels carta. Hence, civilized money is cardal. The material used for money may be coins, banknotes, or paper. But they gain their validity through proclamation, by which he means through the law. Hence, money is a creation of the legislative activity of the state. Indeed, civilized money always signifies a cardal means of payment. Every means of payment we call money. The definition of money is therefore a cardal means of payment. Furthermore, the specific legislative activity which gives money its validity is by defining what is accepted in payments made to the state's office. If the state accepts coins and banknotes as payments to itself, then they too are cardal tokens. State acceptation delimits the monetary system. Ray 1998, 24-25, all quotes are from Knapp. Point 3. This is Capitalism. Money is defined as anything the state accepts in payment of taxes, fines, and fees. Hence, money is a creation of the state. One can see why knowledgeable monetary historians would find these syllogisms irritating. Rist, 1966, 355-356, quote on 359, comments that when the state changes the system of weights from time to time, example from pounds to kilograms, the names are changed but the content, the mass, remains the same. But in the case of money, the money names are retained while the content, its purchasing power, is changed because this serves a powerful purpose in enhancing the debt repayment capacity of the state. Imagine, he says sarcastically, how a creditor to the state might react to the explanation that when you made an agreement in francs, your agreement, without your being aware of it, was made in abstract francs. you undertook to receive abstract francs, and you were not concerned with what you could buy for those francs, gold or goods or foreign bills of exchange. Rist, 1966, 355 to 356, adds that Knapp is more concerned with the validity of money than its value, and that his elaborate and complicated classification of money does little to explain actual monetary phenomena. Canons, 1925, 216, 213, scathing review of Knapp's book points to its claim that the supply of a currency has no effect on its purchasing power, and that changes in this purchasing power are in any case secondary to the fact that the soul of money is breathed into it by the state. Canon find this almost charming in its naivete, albeit a bit puzzling since in practice Knapp explicitly favors a gold standard over fiat money. Finally, Davies, 2002, 26, notes that while many economists have traced the role of the state in spreading the use of particular monies, neither ancient money nor even banking can be viewed as a mere creature of the state. He goes on to say that Knapp carries the state theory of money to an absurd extreme. Davies notes that in the face of such criticism Knapp defends himself by arguing that a theory must be pushed to extremes, or it is valueless. Innes and Knapp cling to the many instances in which the state holds the money name of a coin or a piece of paper constant while changing its metallic backing until at some point state backing is eliminated altogether. They fail to notice that money is always convertible in the market, so that convertible tokens represent, periodically adjusted, pegged exchange rates between money and gold, while inconvertible tokens represent fully flexible ones. They also fail to notice that debasing or devaluing the currency always favors the debtor, in which capacity the state has functioned throughout history. Instead, they conclude that money was always an abstract unit created by the state, albeit in a changing form such as silver, gold, paper, and accounting entries. Rist 1966, 355 to 356. Finally, they attribute an extraordinary passivity to private agents, who appear to have little to say about the forms of money or the terms on which they are accepted. Von Mises calls Chartalism an etatist theory of money, von Mises 1971, 63. Marx would have called it state fetishism. For modern Chartalism, Cartelists extol the economic powers of the state, and Keynesians share this inclination. Neoclassicals argue that a capitalist economy automatically tends toward full employment, so that from their point of view the best state is one which does not to meddle in the economy. Keynesians argue that full employment can only be maintained under a wise state. It is not hard to see why Cartelist claims that money has always been a creation of the state, that sound money does not require metallic backing, that people must accept whatever amount of fiat money the state issues, and that the price level ultimately depends on wages and incomes rather than the quantity of money may be appealing to Keynesians. Indeed, Keynes explicitly lauds Knapp for defining state money as anything which is accepted by the state in payments to it. From this point of view, gold coins, convertible tokens, and fiat money become state money when the state accepts them, which it has been doing for thousands of years. This is perfectly consistent with the private invention and reinvention of money, to which the state sometimes accedes, as in the case of bullion, banknotes, etc. Unlike Knapp, Keynes does not claim that the state invented money, but only that it invented fiat money for, Scaffold 1987, 54. Nor does Keynes attempt to reduce money to its function as money of account. On the contrary, he only says that under a fully developed credit system the money of account function becomes primary. As he points out, credit balances still have to be settled in something other than themselves in the thing that functions as money. Ray 1998, 29-31, 2003 b. 94. In most respects, Keynes is closer to Marx than to Knapp. Neo-Cartelist arguments are greatly structured by their opposition to neoclassical economics. Goodhart, 2003, begins with a solely neoclassical representation of money he calls M-theory, metal list, which he attributes to Jevons and Menger. Rational agents make optimal choices subject to budget constraints, and money, seen primarily as medium of exchange, which facilitates trade by reducing costs. Within M theory, money is a creature of the market. The state serves to vouch for the quality of money. Sound money requires metallic backing, and the economy as a whole is normally self-stabilizing at an optimal level. On the other side stands C theory, cartelist. As in NAP, money is a creature of the state, issued by the government for its purchases and accepted by the private sector because it needs the media to pay taxes. In keeping with Keynesian and classical theory, capitalism is seen as subject to recurrent cycles, booms and crashes. Fiscal policy is therefore needed to stabilize the system, since monetary policy, defined as interest rate stabilization, is unlikely to be sufficient in crises. The essential focus is on fiat money, which is deemed to be viable if the state is strong enough and its continuity assured. Bell and Nell 2003, x. 12, Goodhart 2003, 1. Goodhart's arguments contain familiar cartelist features. He says that the state has generally played a central role in the evolution and use of money. But since he distinguishes between currency and money, the latter being defined as coins or monetary instruments issued by the state, the claim of state involvement in state money is tautological. Goodhart 2003, 1. Goodhart does not claim that the state invented money. 5 He explicitly admits that metallic money and banknotes originally came from the private sector, as did some mints and even whole monetary systems. 5-9. He notes that some national currencies have functioned as international money without the involvement, and even against the wishes, of the issuing governments. And he even says that if the state were to abdicate its role as issuer of money, the gap would be filled by the private sector. He argues that people accept a move from metallic currency to fiat money because state money has been associated with legal tender and taxation. Goodhart 2003. He says that taxes raise the demand for state money, which, of course, implies that there are other reasons for accepting state money. Yet when he comes to pre-industrial societies, he reverts to the colonial fantasy that pre-industrial societies are non-monetary, so that taxes payable in monetary form serve bring non-monetary actors into a monetary relationship with a capitalist economy. Ray and Bell, 1998, also reach back to chartalism in an attempt to ground their opposition to neoclassical theory and to conservative notions about sound government finance. As Keynesians, they believe that underemployment is normal in unregulated capitalist economies. Hence, persistent government deficits are generally necessary to maintain a socially desirable level of employment. 6 They propose that the state should directly employ all the labor which the private sector is unable to absorb, at some fixed money wage. This program of employer of last resort, ELR, would generate effective full employment at stable prices. Ray 1998, 8-9, 13, 108, Bell 2000, 2001, Ray 2003b. Since this part of their argument depends crucially on the properties of fiat money, its further consideration is postponed to Section 3. There are, however, several aspects of the argument which should be addressed here. First of these is the attempt to go back to Innes and Knapp for a cartelist story of the history of money. Bell, 2001, follows Goodhart's lead in reducing monetary history to an opposition between vulgar, metalist and sophisticated cartelists, M theory and C theory. A key Keynesian motivation is that the state is secondary in the former but central in the latter. Bell 2001, 151-155. Ray says that he only intends to add a few anecdotes and alternative interpretations of well-known folklore regarding the origins and evolution of money. He concedes that it might have been sufficient to stick to the discussion of fiat money, but chooses not to because, as Keynes argued, cartel money is at least 4,000 years old, and it is our proposition that the analysis contained in this book is not merely of a special case to be applied only to the US at the end of the 20th century, but rather, to the entire era of cartel, or state, money. Ray 1998, 40. Bell, 2001, 1, Preface and Text, argues that chartalism is a general theory of money that can be applied convincingly to the entire era of state money, consisting of a hierarchy of monies in which the state's money is at the top. Their unfortunate decision to try to extend their analysis of modern fiat money back into the mists of time ends up entangling their core argument in a series of dubious propositions drawn from Innes and Knapp, that virtually all commerce from the very earliest times was conducted on the basis of credits and debts, that money, coins, arises from credits, and that the key to money is the ability of the state to impose a tax debt on its subjects. Ray 1998, 46. In a typical cartelist fashion, they conflate payment obligations with debt, so that blood price, bride price, and even taxes become debts. Then debt is central from the start, and when the state takes over coinage, state money is treated as a form of debt. Ray attempts to shore up the cartelist claim that money is accepted in order to pay taxes by resorting to a parable about a simple economy in which households, for which term one must read natives, initially have neither markets nor money. Bell 2001, 149-156, Rochen and Vernon Go 2003, 65, Ray, 2003b, 92-96. Point 7. A government then spontaneously arises, and in the interest of benefiting the population, imposes a monetary tax on them in order to get them to work for the fiat money which the government is helpfully printing on their behalf. Since this is fiat money, the government can spend as much as it likes, and taxes only serve the purpose of getting the natives to work for their own improvement. In the end, the natives accept whatever money the state wishes to issue, dutifully pay their taxes, and end up better off in the bargain. This is a most revealing fantasy: passive populations, no classes, a benevolent and neutral state, and both money and taxes imposed for the common good. But we know that states arise after money, are never neutral and rarely benevolent, and that taxes are resisted at every stage. Merling 2402, not just in America and southern Nigeria in response to their colonial states but also within every nation in response to its own state. In Ray's parable, the state is at first the only buyers of the commodities it has induced the natives to produce for sale, so it is free to set their prices and hence to set the national price level. Ray admits that the matter is more complicated when an independent private economy is considered, because then government's buying decisions only affect, but no longer determine, the purchasing power of the currency. Ray 1998, 155-175, Rochen and Vernon Go 2003, 63-64. This whole unpersuasive and inconclusive line of argument is puzzling until one recalls that he is trying to extend back some 4,000 years the particular claim that the modern fiat money issuing state determines the national price level because it sets the money wage via the ELR. Ray 1998, 40. Even the analysis of the modern era depends crucially on the claim that the government can fix the money wage in the private sector, i.e., that the private wage consists of a fixed premium over the ELR wage, and that the price level is a function of the money wage, rather than demand and supply. These are contestable claims even within the Keynesian tradition. In apparent attempt to hedge his bets, Ray elsewhere admits that a tax is an involuntary payment, a fine not derived from any corresponding crime. He also says that the existence of national fiat monies does not necessarily tell us anything about the origins of money. Indeed, some nations do not even establish a national unit of account, but rather choose to adopt foreign currencies as their own. Finally, he notes that Keynes does not go so far as to claim that money originated as a state-designated money of account. Ray 2003b, 93-94, 98, 104. If one strips away the cartelist claims, Ray's statement is that government deficits in service of the ELR need not cause inflation nor raise interest rates. This requires a more detailed discussion of the operations of fiat money, to which we turn next. 3. Modern governmental finance. Fiat money potentially frees the state from its budget constraint. It successfully fueled the American, French, Chinese, and other revolutions. And it led to the failures of the corresponding national currencies. The latter events and their modern counterparts have left a deep impression on monetary theory and practice. As a result, the treasuries of most advanced countries are now inhibited from creating money to finance the excess of their desired expenditures over incoming tax and borrowing revenues. Ritter, Silber, and Udall 2000, 347-350. This does not mean that they must first borrow or raise taxes in order to spend. On the contrary, even private agents are always able to spend funds independently of incoming revenues so long as they have a stock of money, cash, bank deposits, at hand. They can then finance their expenditures by running down this stock and replenish it through income and/or borrowing. Treasuries are the same in this regard. They fund their expenditures by drawing down their stocks at the central bank, and these stocks are replenished by revenues derived from taxes and further borrowing. Therefore, in both private and public cases, it is formally correct to say that in most cases current spending does not directly come out of current income or borrowing. Individual private agents may also be able to draw upon the funds of friends, relatives, and unsuspecting strangers in order to maintain a desired lifestyle. Since this only shifts the burden, aggregate private expenditures must eventually be linked to income. Bank debt seems different, but it too is linked to current and future income. It is therefore substantively correct to say that private spending is ultimately constrained by income. This is where a modern state treasury can be different. It happens to have a particular relative with the Midas touch, a central bank which has the ability to create money at will. In the heady early days of fiat money, certain states did indeed print money by the square yard, Galbraith 1975-67. Modern states have an even greater capacity, since any mandated sum can be created at the stroke of a key. The central bank can then transfer this to the treasury by buying the latter's newly issued bonds, thereby providing fresh funds for government expenditures. One branch of the government then creates money and lends it to the other branch to spend printing money through the back door to finance government expenditures by monetizing government debt. Ritter, Silber, and Udall 2000, 412. It is precisely because modern central banks have the capacity to act as printing presses for government finance that they are often politically restrained from doing so. Hence, central banks are given an ostensibly different mandate from the Treasury. Ritter, Silber, and Udall 2000, 347-350. The history of early fiat money has already been noted. But even modern fiat money provides ample evidence on the consequences of not heeding these limits. The fact that the central bank can finance government spending does not make such financing an automatic outcome. Ritter and Silber 1986, 215-216. 268-269. Even printing presses have governors. For instance, in the late 1980s the government of Argentina found it increasingly difficult to borrow funds on the open market. The central bank therefore began to create money to pay the interest and then eventually even the principal owed on the outstanding debt of government. Beck-Ehrman 1995, 665-673. As the funds involved ballooned, inflation rose from 385% in 1988 to over 3,000% in 1989 before slipping back to over 2,000% in 1990, IMF. The natural response among the citizens of Argentina was a flight to the US dollar and to gold. US dollars became the currency of choice, the real medium of safety, and the austral price of gold skyrocketed. The government in turn was forced to abandon the peg of its official exchange rate against the dollar. By 1991 the austral was repegged to the US dollar at a greatly reduced rate, and citizens were given the assurance that they could withdraw bank funds in dollars, at a new paltry exchange rate, if they so chose. This dollarization of the Argentine economy aimed to codify the existing practice and prevent further deterioration in the currency for a while. It also aimed to reassert the mandate of the Central Bank of Argentina, which was now supposed to pay attention to the effects of its powers on key monetary variables such as interest rates, exchange rates, and the inflation rate. Argentina's subsequent current account deficits and increasingly large budget deficits once again prompted its nationals to convert pesos into dollars and send the latter abroad, leading to a run on the banks. By 2001, the economy was back in full-blown crisis. In the midst of the current global crisis that unfolded in 2007, the worst since the Great Depression of the 1930s, a similar issue has arisen in many nations. In the United States in May of 2009, the Federal Reserve Bank declared that it would pump an additional $1.15 trillion in the economy by monetizing Treasury long-term debt. On one hand, the Fed is living up to its commitment to do everything in its powers to deal with the crisis. This is effective life support, keeping things from getting a lot worse, Hilsenra 2009. On the other hand, this action was undertaken by the Fed only after a ferocious internal debate. Richard Fisher, president of the Dallas Federal Reserve Bank, and the Fed's leading hawk, was a fierce opponent of the original decision to buy Treasury debt, fearing that it would lead to a blurring of the line between fiscal and monetary policy and could all too easily degenerate into Argentine-style financing of uncontrolled spending, Evans Pritchard 2009, emphasis added. Mr. Fisher's concerns remind us that while modern states can in principle create any indicated sum, the first restriction on such actions arises from the fact that the mandate of the central bank is different from that of the Treasury. Central bankers must always have Argentina's on their minds. Once this is recognized, then it is clear that in practice treasuries are also budget constrained. Within the limits of their existing stocks of funds, they can spend more than they are currently taking in. To replenish these funds, what they cannot coax from a central bank whose job it is to resist their entreaties, they must cover through additional borrowing from the private sector, bond sales, and/or additional taxes, a portion of which may arise simply from the multiplier effects of government deficits. 8 It is here that a second set of limits arises. Borrowing from private lenders requires their consent on the terms and amounts, as the case of Argentina attests. And taxation always requires the grudging consent of taxpayers, for whom they appear as a direct reduction in disposable income. Every government knows that taxes can only be raised within certain limits, beyond which the officials held responsible run the risk of being remanded to honest labor. Finally, history clearly shows us that government spending can have inimical effects on prices, interest rates, and exchange rates. The question of how far we can go without producing such effects is one about which there is considerable, sharp disagreement. This is where the core neo-cartelist propositions come into the picture. The standard Keynesian prescription for maintaining full employment is to pump up aggregate demand and private production to the point that the private sector employs all willing and able workers. The risk is that inflation would occur, or perhaps even accelerate, well before that point. Modern cartelists therefore propose a different procedure to the same end. They argue that the state should directly employ all the labor which the private sector is unable to absorb, at some fixed money wage. The state as employer of last resort, ELR, would thereby generate effective full employment. 9 They also claim that fixing the money wage through the ELR would create a stable anchor for the national price level, so that there would be little risk of inflation. Ray 1998, 8-9, 13, 108. The ELR is the driving force for the neo-cartelist argument and markup pricing is its crucial hypothesis, Merling 2000, 400. That leaves the question of how government deficits necessary to maintain an ELR policy are to be financed. Standard theory says that increased government spending must ultimately be financed either by increased taxes or increased government debt. The first would reduce the incomes of the private sector, in which case the concomitant drop in private spending could counter the effect of increased government spending. See chapters 12 to 13 for debates on the relative sizes of these two effects. The second would raise the interest rate and crowd out private investment. It would also raise the money supply and could thereby cause inflation. Ray 1998, 74 to 75. Ray and Bell claim that none of these outcomes would follow if the state were to follow three policy rules. First, that the government meet any increased financial needs by printing new money, which they claim it does in any case. Second, that it should raise taxes only when it wishes to rein in private spending, and third, that it should borrow money, i.e., sell government bonds, only if it wishes to reduce the money supply. Notice that these rules can interact. If the government needs to sharply increase spending, wars do come to mind, but is concerned about overstimulating the economy, it can raise taxes to reduce private spending and borrow to reduce the money supply. Then it might appear as if the state financed some or all of its increased spending by taxes and debt, when in fact the latter two were invoked to cool off the economy rather than to finance government expenditures. But they argue that there is no necessary connection between the finance of state expenditures and taxes or debt. Ray 1998, 75-77. In the United States, government expenditures are made by drawing upon the Treasury account at the Federal Reserve Bank, TFA, while government receipts from taxes and borrowing, bond sales, are deposited in the Treasury's tax and loan account, TLA, held in commercial banks. The Treasury can then shift funds from the TLA to the TFA to replenish the latter. Ritter and Silber 1986, 215-216. In order to expand the spending capacity of the Treasury beyond these limits, the Federal Reserve can create new funds with which to buy new Treasury bonds, old ones being already in the hands of private agents, thereby providing the Treasury with newly created purchasing power. This is similar to the older method of simply printing money, except that the newly created funds are recorded as part of the government debt to itself, owed by the Treasury with formal interest obligations to the Fed, formal because in fact the Fed returns all its revenues in excess of expenses back to the Treasury. Ray and Bell emphasize that the Treasury spends money to purchase goods and services from the private sector by drawing on its checking account, TFA, at the federal 10. Suppose the government spends an extra $1 billion in this manner. As the money flows into the bank accounts of the private sector, the reserves of commercial banks increase by $1 billion. The resultant increase in liquidity would tend to lower the interest rate at which commercial banks lend excess reserves to one another, overnight rate. But since the Treasury must maintain the TFA at a more or less constant level, Bell 2608, it must replenish it by transferring $1 billion from its tax and loan accounts held in commercial banks, TLA, to its account with the Fed, TFA. This would remove the excess reserves from the commercial banks and maintain the bank overnight rate more or less at some desired level. Ritter, Silber, and Udall 2000, 417-426. But, of course, the TLA would then be down by $1 billion. So now the Treasury has to fill the gap in the TLA. If it did this by selling new Treasury bonds to the private sector, the additional supply of bonds would lower the price of bonds and hence raise the Treasury bond rate of interest. But if it was able to persuade the central bank to buy these bonds, i.e., to monetize the debt, then the new bond supply from the Treasury would be matched by a new bond demand from the Fed fueled by newly created money. The price of Treasury bonds would therefore stay the same, so that the bond rate of interest would also be stabilized. The original increase in government expenditures of $1 billion was to fund the ELR at a fixed money wage, which it was argued would in turn provide a stable anchor for the price level. Arguments are then advanced that this expenditure could be consistent with a desired overnight bank rate, desired level of commercial bank liquidity, and with a desired Treasury bond rate of interest, both of which could be adjusted through other central bank operations. It follows that within the neo-cartelist theoretical structure, the state can maintain full employment, stable prices, and stable interest rates precisely through an accommodative central bank. 11 There would be little risk of overheating the economy, because if it happened to arrive at a stable full employment, the ELR-based government deficits would no longer be necessary. The neo-cartelist core argument rests on several crucial assumptions. First, that the state can set the money wage in the private sector by fixing the ELR wage at which it provides employment.
This implies that the private sector wage is a fixed markup over the ELR wage. Second, the price stability argument assumes that the price level is determined by the money wage in the private sector, which implies that commodity prices are fixed markups over costs. Third, that the state can maintain both private bank liquidity and treasury bond interest rates at desired levels. Implicit in this is some theory of the relations between various interest rates, i.e., of the determinants of the yield curve. Finally, the overall paths of output and employment, particularly in a dynamic context, are not addressed at all. Classical theories of the national price level were discussed in Chapter 5, Section 3, the theory of the interest rate was discussed in Chapter 10, the theory of growth in Chapter 13, and the theory of wages and unemployment in Chapter 14. The present chapter develops a classical approach to fiat money inflation. For growth, profitability, and the price level. One classical competition theory only establishes relative prices. In the classical theory of real competition, firms set prices according to their estimates of what the market will bear. Under normal conditions, such prices result in positive profits for most capitals, and over the longer run competition between industries enforces prices with roughly equal profit rates on regulating capitals. The resulting profit margin on costs, the so-called markup, is a reflection of this competitive process. Moreover, there are always some non-regulating capitals with low or even negative profit rates and margins. In lean times within a particular industry, there may be many such capitals. And in hard times in the economy as a whole, even the aggregate rate of profit may be negative, as was the case in the Great Depression. The firm proposes but the market disposes. From this point of view, the equalization of profit rates establishes determinate relative prices. But the absolute price level is another matter altogether. In a commodity-based money system such as the gold standard, the absolute price level in gold is determined by the relative costs of commodities to gold, and the absolute price level in local currency is determined by the exchange rate between gold and the currency. The exchange rate may in turn be set by the state at a periodically revised pegged rate, convertible currency, or at a rate determined in the gold market, inconvertible currency. The convertible and inconvertible labels are entirely misleading, since functioning money is always convertible into the chosen standard, say gold. The only question is whether the currency to gold exchange rate is pegged or flexible. And even in the former case, the peg is revised when it proves unsustainable, Chapter 5 Sections 3.3, 4.1, 2. 2. Pure fiat money in classical, monetarist, Keynesian, and post-Keynesian approaches. Under pure fiat money, relative prices continue to be regulated by the equalization of profit rates, but now the price level is determined by the relation between aggregate demand and aggregate supply. The growth in aggregate demand is fueled by new purchasing power, Chapter 13, Section 3.3. The striking feature of a modern credit system based on fiat money is that it can drive virtually unlimited growth in aggregate demand, as was established in practice right from the start by the American colonists, Chapter 5 Section 2.4. The issue then becomes one of the limits to the growth of supply. In the classical QTM, velocity is taken to be institutionally determined and the price level is taken to depend on the stock of money relative to the flow of output, as in Chapter 5, Equation 5.7. The modern textbook version of the QTM takes real output as being fixed at the full employment level, so that an increase in the money stock of money ends up raising the price level in the long run. In a growing economy, this translates into the proposition that inflation occurs when the growth of the money supply exceeds the growth of real full employment output, Brum 2005, 661. This was always understood as a long-run proposition, since it was well known that in the short run an increase in the money supply would also affect interest rates, profits, and production, Ebeling 1999, 472. Part of the appeal of the original QTM was its apparent generality, since it was claimed to apply to the total quantity of money, independently of any admixture of gold coins, deposits, or fiat money. In the case of fiat money, the crucial feature of the modern QTM is the assumption that inflation is a full employment phenomenon and that the growth of output is determined by the sum of the growth of the labor supply and the growth of productivity, that is, Harrod's natural rate of growth, Chapter 14 Sections 2, 3. The Friedman, Phelps innovation was to redefine existing long-term unemployment as effective full employment and the corresponding inflation rate as the only one that could remain stable, narrow. In Keynes, and in Marx, a change in the money supply affects interest rates, not the price level, Harrod 1969, 182. Keynesian theory therefore typically focuses on the ratio of flow of demand flow to real output, and the price level is said to rise only when aggregate demand exceeds the full employment level of output, Harrod 1969, 166 to 167. Full employment growth in turn requires the actual growth rate to approach the Harrodian natural rate of growth. Both monetarist and Keynesian approaches believed that in practice prices would begin to rise as the economy got tighter in terms of employment, i.e. as the unemployment rate fell. It is true that monetarism typically takes the money supply as determined by the state while Keynesians emphasize the endogeneity of money due to the operations of the credit system. But this aspect is secondary because in both schools the theory of inflation is centered on full employment. Post-Keynesian theory locates itself in the endogenous money camp. But its theory of inflation is cost-driven, stable markups translate increases in costs into increases in prices. Costs in turn include money wages, import prices, and at least for some theorists, interest rates. Markup approaches lead quite naturally to conflict theories of inflation, in which the markup set by firms determines the real wage of workers, who may then react with additional wage demands if the real wage falls below their targets. This will reduce the effective markup, the profit share, which then may provoke a response from firms, and so on. Chapter 12, Section 6.3. 3. Determinate versus path-dependent price levels. In the textbook monetarist story, the price level is determined by given quantities of money stock, full employment output, and the institutionally given velocity of currency. Of course, the quantity of money may vary, so that the price level will ultimately depend on the relative path of the money supply, Snowden and Vane 2005, 51. The textbook Keynesian story is somewhat different, because a given level of demand determines a given level of nominal output. If real output is below the full employment level, the price level remains as it was historically, but if real output is at the full employment level, the excess of aggregate demand over the nominal value of full employment output will be accommodated by a higher price level. Hence, the Keynesian theory of the price depends on the paths of demand and real output, Snowden and Vane 2005, 61. Once the Phillips curve enters the picture, both sides adopt the notion that the price level accelerates or decelerates, i.e., the inflation rate rises or falls, in reference to some critical level of unemployment. Insofar as post-Keynesian theory adopts the money, wage Phillips curve, it says the same thing since the rate of change on money wages rises or falls in relation to some critical unemployment rate and prices follow suit. 4. Maximum rate of growth. My own argument is classical/Keynesian in the sense that the growth in aggregate demand is fueled by the creation of new private and public purchasing power and that individual commodity prices rise, market by market, when individual market demand is greater than the corresponding market supply. Hence, a fiat money regime will have a path-dependent price level. The crucial difference lies in the identification of the limits to output growth. Ricardo's corn model already implies that the maximum growth rate of a system is when the corn surplus is fully plowed back into additional seed inputs and the corn consumption needed by additional workers. Since the ratio of the corn surplus to the corn capital advanced is simply the rate of profit, the maximum rate of growth is equal to the profit rate. A similar conclusion follows from Marx's analysis of the schemes of reproduction, this time in a two-sectoral context. Maximum expanded reproduction obtains when the entire, now two-dimensional, surplus product is reinvested. Marx's advance makes it clear that growth rate limit applies to self-reproducing sustainable growth paths, that is,
to balanced growth, Shaikh 1973, 142 to 147. Finally, the same limit subsequently appears in Calder and in von Neumann's multidimensional generalization of balanced growth, Vicinity 1974, 104N1, Coors and Salvadori 1995, 383 to 384. 5. Labor is not the constraint. In the preceding framework, labor is the sole input whose reproduction is outside the direct control of capital. If the labor supply and technical change were given exogenously and if there was a determinate long-run rate of unemployment, which need not be zero, then the growth of supply would be completely determined by the natural rate of growth as in Harrod and Goodwin. But once the natural rate of growth responds to pressure on unit labor costs, output growth is no longer limited by the growth in labor supply. The latter may rise through immigration and/or a rise in the labor participation rate, while the growth in the demand for labor may be blunted by a rise in productivity growth. Then even if there is a given normal rate of unemployment, there will be a variable level of employment determined by the level of output, Chapter 14, Section 4. 6. Growth utilization rate. Since the profit rate is the maximum balanced rate of growth, the ratio of the actual accumulation rate, which is simply the share of investment in profit, is an index of the utilization rate of the growth potential of the economy, a growth utilization rate. Note that if we divide all terms by price of capital, this leaves R unchanged and converts the growth rate into the rate of growth of real capital, where N. This immediately raises a key question: given that the rate of accumulation is driven by the net rate of profit, how can this accumulation rate also be limited by the maximum rate of growth? The answer is, in the same way as the Keynesian theory of real output is limited by full employment. In the most abstract Keynesian case, aggregate demand determines real output until the point of full employment, after which real output is fixed so that additional demand only raises the price level. In the most abstract classical case, the growth of real output is profit-driven up to the maximum rate of growth, after which point further growth translates into inflation. Of course, in practice, there is no hard separation between real growth and inflation, so we may say the economy becomes more inflation-prone as the actual growth rate approaches the maximum rate, that is, as the growth utilization rate approaches some critical value. Then modern inflation is the balance between a demand pull generated by new purchasing power and a supply response depending on profitability and the degree of growth utilization. In what follows, I will begin with the logic of the demand pull side, move to that of the supply response, and then bring the two together into a theory of inflation. The next section will present the empirical evidence and the final section will summarize my inflation theory and compare it to the narrow model of inflation which dominates the current literature. As always, it is useful to keep in mind that the object of investigation is the actual history of prices. With that in mind, Figure 15.1 displays the actual path of the consumer price level in the United States from 1774 to 2012, with the shaded area corresponding to the period after 1933 when the United States is said to have effectively gone off a national gold standard and become subject to the laws of modern fiat money, Jastrom 1977, 51. Similar patterns exist in all advanced countries. The question at hand is the nature of these laws. 7 determinants of the growth rate of real capital. The rate of accumulation depends on the net rate of profit, the difference between the profit rate and the interest rate, Chapter 13, 3.3. At a concrete level, the relevant profit rate is the rate of return on new investment as approximated by the current, real, incremental rate of profit. The returns on new investment motivate intersectoral investment flows, and these flows in turn serve to equalize the corresponding returns, Chapter 7, Sections 3, 4.4. Net profitability is the difference between the real rate of return to new investment and the interest rate, which requires some elaboration. Let real gross profit and real gross investment. Then the current incremental rate of profit is. In the year T, nominal gross investment is the measure of current new capital.
Then for some interest rate I the corresponding nominal interest equivalent is, and for any investment price index pi the corresponding real interest equivalent is. Hence, the net real incremental rate of profit is V demand pull. 1. Excess demand and injections of purchasing power. Chapter 12, Equation, 12.2, showed that aggregate excess demand in the commodity market can be expressed as three sectoral balances. The present chapter focuses on the net addition to new aggregate purchasing power created through the financing of these three balances. In this regard, it is useful to analyze the corresponding flows in terms of uses and sources of funds. I will begin by assuming a closed economy, so that all uses and sources are initially domestic. Households use their money for consumption, additions to money balances and the acquisition financial assets, purchases of new equities and bonds from the business sector and government bonds, which they fund from household income and bank loans. Businesses make investment and additions to money balances, financed from private bank loans, retained earnings, and sale of equities and business bonds. Government uses its funds derived from central bank loans, tax revenues, and sales of business bonds on government spending and additions to money balances. In a growing economy, which is the normal case, this implies some corresponding growth in the money supply. The question of new purchasing power can be stated in terms of the three aggregate balances. Household savings, household income minus consumption equals purchases of equities, business bonds, and government bonds minus net additions to household debt in excess of additions to household money balances, new loans minus amortization on existing loans in excess of additions to money balances. Investment minus business savings, retained earnings, equals sales of equities and bonds plus net new bank loans in excess of additions to business money balances. And government spending minus taxes equals sales of government bonds plus net new government credit from the central bank in excess of additions to government money balances. The sum of the first two relations is and the last is. If we consolidate these, the transfers of funds from one, non-financial, sector to another cancel out, as do their respective changes in money balances at a given money supply. This leaves net new domestic credit from private and central banks. However, only part of this goes into the purchases on new goods and services and new equity and bonds. The other portion goes into purchases of existing financial assets, homes, valuable objects, and so on. Since we are concerned here with the production of new goods and services, only the portion of new domestic credit that goes toward commodity expenditures is relevant. In a closed economy, it is this portion which constitutes new purchasing power. In the case of an open economy, net income from abroad is a direct addition to household and business income, which I will take as going largely to commodity expenditures, and the trade balance is a direct net injection of purchasing power into the commodity market. The sum of these two is the current account balance, CA. On top of this, households and businesses may engage in net borrowing from abroad, net purchases of foreign securities, and net depletions of their foreign money balances, each individual items being positive or negative. Once again, only part of this net financial inflow from abroad will fund commodity purchases rather than purchases of existing financial and real assets. Hence, the general source of excess demand in the commodity market is the portion of new domestic and foreign credit directed toward expenditures on commodities plus the current account balance of the external sector. Keynesian theory has long argued that the rate at which credit is issued governs the growth in effective demand, Moore 1988, 291. But the term credit must be understood here to encompass private and public creation of purchasing power, even though in the latter case the electronic printing of money is formally treated as new debt owed by the state to itself. The important point is that private banks have been able to create new aggregate purchasing power long before the advent of fiat money, within the limits of their ability to acquire the necessary backing. Fiat money frees the state from this technical constraint, so that it is not only able to greatly increase its own contribution to new purchasing power but also able to provide private banks with the necessary means to do much the same. Sraffa notes that in the classic cases of hyperinflation, both monetary and bank inflation have created new purchasing power without a corresponding increase in the quantity of goods. On the contrary, while the quantity of goods probably declined, the result could not fail to be such a large price increase as to re-establish the balance between the total purchasing power and the quantity of available goods. In fact, in all countries a roughly proportional increase in the price level corresponded to the expansion of circulation, Sraffa's dissertation, cited in DeSico 1993, to new purchasing power and the change in nominal output. An increase in purchasing power directed at commodities will manifest itself in additional production, price increases, undesired inventory depletion and or backlogged orders. Over some process in which demand and supply balance, the latter two will balance out. So we may posit that the growth rate of nominal output is a function of relative new purchasing power. 12 This is consistent with both monetarist and Keynesian approaches, Lucas 1973, 326-327, Solfatis 2010, 308. 6. Supply response. Chapter 13 emphasized that net profitability motivates the growth of capital, which in turn regulates the rate of growth of capacity and over the longer run regulates the rate of growth of actual output. It was also demonstrated that persistent excess demand can raise the growth rate within the limits arising from possible negative feedback effects on profitability, Chapter 13, Section 3.4. The fact that the rate of profit is the limit to the rate of accumulation raises the further consideration that the effect of profitability and excess demand on real growth could be increasingly muted as the actual growth rate approaches the maximum, that is, as the growth utilization rate approaches some critical value. This is similar to Keynes's notion that as the employment rate approaches some critical value, new demand has a progressively smaller effect on real output and hence progressively larger effect on inflation. When a further increase in the quantity of effective demand produces no further increase in output and entirely spends itself on an increase in prices fully proportional to the increase in effective demand, we have reached a condition which might be appropriately designated as one of true inflation. Up to this point, the effect of monetary expansion is entirely a question of degree, and there is no previous point at which we can draw a definite line and declare that conditions of inflation have set in. Every previous increase in the quantity of money is likely to spend itself partly in increasing prices and partly in increasing output. Keynes 1964, ch. 21, 303, 13. The very same issue arises in a growth context. Marx notes that when additional capital is produced at a very rapid rate and its reconversion into productive capital increases the demand for all the elements of the latter to such an extent that actual production cannot keep pace with it, this brings about a rise in the prices of all commodities. Marx 1968, ch. 17, sector 16, 494. Ehrlich, 1967, 609-610, uses a numerical example to illustrate the point that a transition to a higher growth rate takes time and will likely face bottlenecks in industries with particularly high capital, output ratios and long gestation periods. 14 Pacinity, 1977, 208-216, provides a formal analysis of this problem. 15 Let the matrix B represent the matrix of material and wage good inputs and X a particular gross output vector. Then each element of the vector represents the portion of the JTH commodity that enters into the economy's surplus product, while each element of the vector represents the total portion of the JTH commodity that enters into the production of various commodities including its own. We can then define a set of physical rates of surplus for each sector J in the economy. 208. In actual growth, which is of course generally unbalanced, the sectoral rates of physical surplus will all be different, and the industry with the minimum rate of surplus represents the growth bottleneck of the system. It represents the maximum rate of growth at which the economic system can grow, given the proportions which have been chosen. Pacinity 1977, 212. It is possible to increase the growth potential of the economic system by changing its proportions so as to change the rate of physical surplus in the bottleneck sector, but this reallocation of the surplus will imply a decrease in one or more of the other rates of physical surplus,
211. With the previous bottleneck removed, the growth rate can rise and the lowest rate of physical surplus in this new constellation will now be the bottleneck. Since removing any given bottleneck by raising the bottleneck sector's rate of surplus will lower the rate of surplus of one or more other sectors, it follows that the range of possible choices of rates of surplus open to the system is progressively narrowed down. Hence, as the growth rate rises, all rates of surplus are bound to move closer to one another. In the limit, they all become equal to one another. At this rate, the economic system can grow at its maximum rate of growth. At the same time, the closer the system is to this maximum rate of growth, the narrower the range of possible output proportions, and in the limiting case of maximum growth, the output proportions become rigidly determined by the technology of the economic system. 211. The general rate of profit is therefore the maximum sustainable rate of growth. It follows that as the average growth rate rises toward the profit rate, that is, as the growth utilization rate rises, variations in actual output proportions and in actual growth rates will run up more and more frequently against the increasing rigidity of the required proportions and growth rate. In other words, bottlenecks will become more and more frequent as the actual rate of growth approaches the theoretical maximum rate. The growth utilization rate can therefore be viewed as the strain gauge of growth. This is a different issue than traverse analysis, in which the focus is on bottlenecks in the transition from one state of balanced equilibrium growth to another. Hagemann 1987, 346.16. Actual growth is, of course, never balanced. In the short run, individual industries have stocks of inventories and imports to draw upon and can increase the intensity of the working day and the number of shifts. This allows them to grow at different rates according to demand for their products. However, as inventories dwindle and import supply stagnates, industries fall back toward their intrinsic growth rates, i.e., their growth rates determined by output limits. Imports ease local input pressures but, of course, increase them abroad. Over the longer run, technological change can reduce the use of some inputs, but it can increase the use of others. Since the growth of any given industry requires concomitant growth in its inputs, no major industry can wander off on its own for long. This is evident in Figure 15.2, which displays the growth rates of real output for major U.S. sectors from 1987 to 2010 in comparison the economy-wide average rate, in bold. 7. The theory of inflation under fiat money. The preceding arguments imply that actual output growth responds positively to net profitability 17 and to new purchasing power, insofar as it is in excess of existing output growth, but negatively to the growth utilization rate at least when it goes beyond some critical level. It is clear from the logic that the interactions will be nonlinear. By definition, the rate of inflation is equal to the difference between the growth rates of nominal and real output. The hypothesis in equation 15.5 is that the growth of nominal output is a function of new purchasing power relative to output, while that in equation 15.7 is that the growth of real output is a function of net profitability, new purchasing power, and the growth utilization rate. The combination of these two provides a general theory in which fiat money inflation responds positively to new purchasing power because the portion of the latter which is not absorbed by current supply spills over into price increases, negatively to net profitability since this raises real output growth, and positively to the growth utilization rate insofar as the latter inhibits real output growth. Since under fiat money it is the inflation rate which is determined, the price level becomes path dependent. Without a commodity money anchor, there is no normal price level. The growth utilization rate is similar in spirit to the capacity utilization rate and employment, as opposed to the unemployment rate. In order to make a parallel with the Phillips curve, which is based on the unemployment rate, it is useful to rewrite the preceding equation in terms of. Then, as in the Phillips curve, a higher level of unutilized growth capacity would imply a lower rate of inflation, other things being equal. When new purchasing power is growing sufficiently to offset the negative impact of falling profitability, we would have a Phillips-type inflation curve in terms of Vs. From this point of view, The other two terms appear as potential shift factors. This leads to the question of the theoretical relation between and the unemployment rate UL. Since sigma is the ratio of the rate of accumulation to the rate of profit, it is possible that a falling rate of profit may lower growth and hence increase the unemployment rate. But if the growth rate fell by a lesser amount than the profit rate, say because of an accelerating stimulus from newly created purchasing power, then the economy would become more inflation-prone due to a rising rate of growth utilization. In other words, it becomes possible to have rising inflation alongside rising unemployment, the dread phenomenon of stagflation that led to the overthrow of Keynesian theory described in Chapter 12, Sections 3, 4. Third, while the net rate of profit and the growth utilization rate can only vary within certain limits, there is no such constraint on new purchasing power in a fiat money system. For example, during the Hungarian inflation from 1944 to 1946, in comparison to the base year of 1944, the note circulation was 3,000 times higher in 1945 and 3 trillion higher in 1946. By the end of these 2 years it took 100 quintillion pangos to acquire 1 sterling, Davies 2002, 19. When the rate of creation of new purchasing power is relatively low, one would not expect any direct relation between it and inflation because other factors would be decisive. But as newly created purchasing power gets larger and larger, one would expect such a relation to emerge, and at very high rates one would expect the rate of inflation to be roughly equal to the rate of new purchasing power. This is similar to the theoretically expected nonlinear relation between a country's relative inflation rate and its nominal exchange derived in Chapter 11, Section 6, and empirically illustrated in Table 11.4. Finally, insofar as net profit and the growth utilization rates are positively correlated, it would be possible to treat the latter as a proxy for the former, which leads to the more restricted hypothesis in equation 15.11, in which the sign on sigma is ambiguous because the two variables in question have opposite influences on inflation. We now turn to the empirical investigation of the primary and secondary hypotheses. 8. Empirical evidence. 1. United States. I. Growth in nominal GDP as a function of relative new purchasing power. The first hypothesis in the classical theory of inflation is that the growth of nominal output is a function of new purchasing power relative to GDP, equation 15.5. This is entirely consistent with the notion that the portion of new purchasing power created by private banks is endogenous in the sense that it responds to the demand for private credit. We are concerned here with the impact of the sum of the private and public creation of new purchasing power, and the latter of course need not be endogenous in this sense. Figures 15.3 and 15.4 show that there is indeed a strong correlation between the nominal GDP growth and new purchasing power. 1951 to 1952 is the Korean War, and Table 15.1 confirms a robust econometric relation between the two with dummy variables for the Korean War, the Volcker shock, see Chapter 16, Section 2.5, and Figure 16.6, and the global crisis, respectively. 18 Sources and methods and data tables are provided in appendices 15.1 and 15.2, respectively. 2. Real output growth, profitability, purchasing power, and growth utilization. The second key hypothesis of the classical theory inflation, or deflation, is that the rate growth of real output responds to purchasing power, net profitability, and the growth utilization rate, equation 15.7. The appropriate measure of net profitability is the real net rate of return on new investment as proxied by the net real incremental rate of profit. Figure 15.5 shows that there is a strong positive correlation, 0.65, between the growth rate of real output and the net real incremental rate of return, driven in good part by the correlation shown in Figure 15.6 between changes in real output and changes in 0.46. The latter correlation is expected because as the collectivity of individual firms respond to an increase in the net rate of profit, this will raise aggregate real output and real profits simultaneously.
3. Inflation in the United States. Since the rate of inflation is the difference between the rate of growth of nominal output and the rate of growth of real output, the preceding two hypotheses imply that the rate of inflation is a function of relative new credit, net profitability, and the degree of unutilized growth capacity, the last term being similar in spirit to the unemployment rate in that a lower value would imply a higher rate of inflation. Equation 15.10. From this point of view, the other two terms may be viewed as turbulent shift factors to the underlying relation between inflation and unutilized growth capacity. Figures 15.7 to 15.9 display the scatter between inflation and for the whole post-war period 1951 to 2010 and for sub-periods 1951 to 1981 and 1982 to 2010. For the sake of comparison, the conventional Phillips curve in terms of the unemployment rate is also depicted. 19. The differences are striking. The classical curve in the upper part of figure 15.7 displays a clear downward slope, as expected from the theoretical argument. On the other hand, even if we allow for the Volcker shock and global crisis outliers, the conventional scatter displays either no relation between inflation and unemployment or at a best a weak positive one, which is precisely why the standard Phillips curve was abandoned. Chapter 12, Section 3.5, and Figure 12.8. One can only speculate about the theoretical and political consequences had the classical price curve, like the classical wage share curve developed in Chapter 14, been available in the 1980s during the critical debates between the Keynesians and the neoclassicals. The contrast between the classical and conventional Phillips curves becomes even starker when we look separately at the pre- and post-neoliberal eras of 1948 to 1981 and 1982 to 2010, respectively. In order to facilitate a comparison between the two eras, both charts for the classical curves are drawn to the same scale, with a 45-degree line, not a regression line, superimposed on them. We see that in the earlier period the classical curve is strikingly linear except for outliers associated with the Korean War and post-oil shock period. By contrast, the conventional curve displays a counter-theoretical positive scatter. In the second period, the classical curve retains its downward slope even after allowance for a possible extreme point in 1982, and the points are shifted down with respect to those in the first period. On the other hand, the conventional scatter displays no shape if one leaves out the indicated extreme points and a weak positive, counter-theoretical, slope if one leaves them in. An interesting feature of the classical charts is that all the points in the pre-neoliberal era from 1951 to 1981 are entirely above the 45-degree line, whereas, most of the ones in the post-neoliberal era are below that reference line. In effect, a given level of unutilized growth potential elicits a lower rate of inflation in the second period. This same drop-off can be seen from a different perspective in Figure 15.10, in which we see that the later era has relatively lower normalized inflation rates in comparison to the corresponding normalized growth utilization rates. 20. What factors might account for such a downward shift in the classical inflation curve? The visibly linear scatter of inflation with respect to inflation in 1948 to 1981, Figure 15.8, suggests that at least in the United States the general inflation hypothesis in equation 15.10 could be usefully represented as a linear relation in which the two other components act as intercept shift factors. 15.12. From 1948 to 1981, relative new purchasing power rises and then stabilizes, Figure 15.3, while the HP 100 trend of the net real incremental rate of profit falls in that same period and then rises thereafter, Figure 15.11. This implies that in the first period the two effects would make a net positive contribution to the shift term. On the other hand, in the second period, PP is falling and is generally rising. This implies a net negative contribution to the intercept term, other things being equal. Hence, on these grounds alone we would expect the points in the latter period to be shifted down in the second period, just as we find in figures 15.8 and 15.9. Moreover, we know that other things are not equal because the second period is the neoliberal era initiated by Reagan.
We already know from Chapter 14 that the successful weakening of labor and of the welfare state lowered the intercept of the wage share Phillips curve and made its slope less steep, figure 14.14. From an econometric point of view, this would suggest the use of both intercept and slope dummies for the entire second period. Econometric estimations by Handfas, 2012, are discussed in the next section. 2. Inflation in 10 countries, Handfas. An earlier version of my argument was developed and tested by Alberto Handfas, 2012, in his path-breaking PhD dissertation. His analysis centered on the inflation hypothesis in equation 15.11, with a special focus on possible nonlinear effects of the growth utilization rate. As previously noted, it is plausible that when sigma is sufficiently high would it begin to inhibit the response of real output growth to new purchasing power and net profitability. 21 After some theoretical groundwork, Handfas concludes that a sufficiently low level of sigma may even induce deflation. In effect, it would make the growth of new output so responsive that it would overshoot the relative new purchasing power, 51, 54, 78-84. To this end he posits a nonlinear long-run relation, 90. 15.13. Where so that there might exist a range of sigma in which even when new purchasing power is positive. Handfas tests this model using an error correction representation of an autoregressive distributed lag, ARDL, model from which he can estimate the long-run coefficients. He constructs an annual database for 10 countries, 7 OECD countries, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, South Korea, United Kingdom, and United States, and 3 developing ones, Brazil, Mexico, and South Africa, which are only meant to be illustrative due to small sample sizes, as well as a quarterly database for the United States and France, 91-99. Each country is examined in some detail, and the predicted values of inflation show good correspondence to the actual values. In all OECD countries, the long-run relations are significant and have relatively good fits. The fits were not as good in Brazil and South Africa, and Mexico did not give satisfactory results. A striking result is that in all countries the coefficients of have the expected signs suggesting a U-shaped functional form with a negative region for some values of sigma. The average sigma of the United States puts it in the positive, inflationary region, of its estimated curve. On the other hand, the significantly higher sigma of Japan falls within the negative, deflationary, region of its curve. Finally, Handfas also checks to see if in US data either the capacity utilization or the employment rate would perform as well as the growth utilization rate within his chosen nonlinear specification and finds that the 2 standard variables perform quite poorly, 165 to 177. This is, of course, a reflection of the fact that the inflation Phillips type curve ceased to obtain in all major countries by the 1980s. Table 15.2 presents Handfas's own Table 5.1 in which he uses the term, also used in my earlier work, of the throughput rate, tau, for what I now call the growth utilization rate, sigma, 165.22. Note, countries were ordered in this table according to their regression sample size. The higher the number of observations, the more reliable tends to be the test's results. The results for the 3 developing countries, Brazil, Mexico, and South Africa, are illustrative only. They are based on a too small sample size and cannot be regarded as reliable. Brazil's model variables are multiplied by their variance, weight. Since Mexico's ECM, Model 1, coefficients are not significant, there is no way to ensure the existence of the long-run relationship predicted by the theory, at least for this small sample. 3. Inflation on a world scale. There is yet another way to observe the nonlinearity implicit in the classical inflation hypothesis. Since the net rate of profit and the growth utilization rate only vary within narrow limits while the creation of new purchasing power is technically unlimited under fiat money systems, we would expect that inflation would not be correlated with new purchasing power when the latter is relatively low, because in that situation net profitability and the growth utilization rate would play a significant role. but as the growth of new purchasing power gets larger, we would expect its influence on inflation to get larger, and when purchasing power growth gets very large we would expect the relation to be very strong, even though an increasing amount of purchasing power may then also flow out of the country through currency flight. Harberger, 1988, Table 12.11, 223, was concerned to explain inflation as a consequence of private and public credit induced by fiscal deficits. To this end, he collected three explanatory variables averaged in various periods within 1972 to 1988 for 29 countries ranging from Argentina to Tunisia. Of his variables, the one that comes closest to relative new purchasing power is his measure of the growth of domestic claims, public and private credit. Figure 15.12 with shaded areas delineating according to his three inflation ranges shows precisely the expected pattern. At rates of inflation roughly below 20% there is no relation between inflation and the growth of total new credit. At moderate high inflation rates between 20% and 40% a correlation emerges, and at inflation rates above 40% credit growth provokes inflation rates of roughly the same magnitude. 23 Figure 15.13 displays an updated version of Harberger's data for an extended sample of 39 countries over 1988 to 2011, 24 produced by Ramamurthy, 2014, ch3. The upper range of the two variables is 10 times higher in the second chart, but the two charts still display remarkably similar patterns. For Argentina, in 1982 to 1984 appears at the high end of Harberger's sample with an average inflation rate of 255% and an average growth of total credit of 312%, 1988, Table 12.1. Even this was modest compared to Argentina in 1989 when inflation was 5,380% and total, public and private, credit growth was 3,058%. Since current account data needed to construct new purchasing power was not available on a consistent basis and official figures for inflation ended in 2006, the charts for Argentina compare total credit growth, also used by Harberger, to nominal GDP, inflation, and the rate of depreciation of the foreign exchange rate, expressed in national currency per US dollar, so that an increase signifies depreciation, respectively, for 1960 to 2006. The 1982 to 1984 inflation spike that appears in Harberger's data is clearly visible, as is the much higher one in 1989. Two further patterns are striking. First, at their peaks the growth of nominal GDP and of the price level in figures 15.14 and 15.15 is substantially less than the growth of total credit. Part of that gap can be accounted for by purchasing power going into asset price increases and part by money flowing abroad through currency flight, both phenomena being well known in such circumstances, Cohen 2012, 13. Second, we see in figure 15.16 that at the peak the exchange rate depreciates by even more than inflation as expected by the combination the equilibrium classical effect of inflation on exchange rates, Chapter 11, Section 6, and Table 11.4, and currency flight. 9. Summary and comparisons to the non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment. The classical theory of inflation is derived from three hypotheses. First, that nominal GDP is driven by new relative purchasing power, which is the main source of new demand. Second, that real output growth is motivated by net profitability and excess demand, and negatively influenced by the growth utilization rate. Because inflation is the difference between nominal and real output growth, we arrived at the inflation hypothesis in equation 15.9, which was tested econometrically in table 15.2. Since net profitability is positively correlated with the growth utilization rate, it may be possible to proxy the former by the latter terms as in a long-run relation in equation 15.13. In addition, the growth utilization rate is likely to have nonlinear effects, as in Handfas's specification. Keeping in mind that a linear relation between and provides an extremely good fit in the period 1948 to 1981, figure 15.8,
One can make a useful comparison to standard narrow specifications by expressing the classical inflation hypothesis as: here the unutilized growth potential is the analog of the unemployment rate and its critical level is algebraically, but not economically, analogous to the natural rate of unemployment. Note that the term in equation 15.14 now acts as a shift factor. The non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment, narrow, hypothesis dominates modern discussions of inflation. It is based in the Friedman, Phelps argument that inflation expectations drive actual inflation, and its simplest form is that the change in inflation, the acceleration of the price level, is a positive function of the degree to which the unemployment rate is below the natural rate of unemployment, Chapter 12, Section 4.2. The simple version depicted in equation 15.15 assumes that actual inflation reacts to expected inflation, proxied by past actual inflation, and to the degree to which the actual unemployment rate is below the natural one. More complex models can be constructed to accommodate various lag structures, time-varying coefficients, and so on. Fair 2000, 64, Ball and Manka 2002, but the simple formulation is sufficient for the present purpose. One similarity is that both hypotheses link inflation to departures from critical values of a key variable, NL, respectively. It would certainly be possible to allow for nonlinear specifications in either case. Indeed, Handfus uses the same nonlinear form to successive test the significance of growth utilization, employment, and capacity utilization rates, Handfus 2012, 165 to 177. A second similarity is that both approaches expect the system to return to some normal level of unemployment. However, in the classical case this is a rate of involuntary unemployment not directly related to the inflation rate, Chapter 14, whereas, in the narrow it is the effective full employment rate. From a classical perspective it is possible to lower the normal rate of unemployment by reducing wages relative to productivity, either through neoliberal attacks that seek to lower the growth rate of real wages by weakening labor or through Swedish policies that stimulate productivity growth in excess of real wage growth, Chapter 14, Section 7. Other differences are equally substantial. First of all, the critical growth utilization rate is not an equilibrium rate because there is no presumption that the economy sticks at this rate, whereas, under the narrow hypothesis the natural rate of unemployment is exactly the rate to which the economy returns in the absence of sustained efforts to prevent that. Second, in the classical case, inflation can be zero as long as the growth utilization rate and the rate of creation of new purchasing power are not too high. Inflation can even be negative, i.e., there can be deflation, under appropriate circumstances. From this point of view, the inflation rate is determinate but the corresponding price level will be path-dependent, i.e., it will display hysteresis. By contrast, the narrow hypothesis can only say that the rate of inflation will be constant at the natural rate of unemployment, but its particular value will be path-dependent. Hence, under narrow, it is the inflation rate that exhibits hysteresis, precisely the basis for the policy conclusion that inflation must be wrung out by maintaining unemployment above the natural rate for some period of time, Ball and Manka 2002, 121. Third, in the classical case, the proximate causes of inflation are declines in the growth rate relative to the profit rate and/or increases in the creation of new purchasing power, with hyperinflation arising when the state takes the latter to extremes as in Argentina in the late 1980s. This is consistent with the historical record in which hyperinflations seem to arise from a combination of reckless government printing of money and a decline in output due to civil war and social unrest, Capi 1991, X. In the narrow argument, hyperinflation comes about from persistent attempts by the state to maintain unemployment below the natural rate, because this sets up an unstable expectational spiral. One difference between the two approaches lies in the fact that in the classical case there is an independent term driving the classical inflation equation, whereas there is no such term in the narrow formulation. Finally, the classical theory of inflation is rooted in the practices of real competition.
The Nehru hypothesis, like much of modern macroeconomics on both neoclassical and post-Keynesian sides, is typically based on the absence of perfect competition arising from various imperfections, Chapter 12, Section 4.2. 16. Growth, profitability, and recurrent crises. Great Depressions recur. Kindleberger 1973, 20. Introduction. The current economic crisis that was unleashed across the world Indiana 20071 is the first Great Depression of the 21st century. It was triggered by a financial crisis in the United States, but that was not its cause. On the contrary, this crisis is an absolutely normal part of a long-standing recurrent pattern in capitalist accumulation in which crises occur once long booms have given way to long downturns. After the transition, the health of the economy begins to deteriorate and shocks can trigger general crises as in the 1820s, 1870s, 1930s, and 1970s, and as the collapse of the subprime mortgage market did in 2007.2 in his justly celebrated book The Great Crash 1929. John Kenneth Galbraith points out that while the Great Depression of the 1930s was preceded by rampant financial speculation, it was the fundamentally unsound and fragile state of the economy in 1929 which allowed the stock market crash to trigger an economic collapse. Galbraith 1955, chs 122 and 182, 192. As it was then, so it is now, Norris 2010. Those who choose to see each such episode as a singular event, as the random appearance of a black swan in a hitherto pristine flock, Smith 2007, have forgotten the dynamics of the history they seek to explain. And, of course, they also conveniently forget that it is the very logic of profit which drives this recurrent pattern. Galbraith himself was ambivalent about the possibility of a recurrence of an event like the Great Depression of 1929. As a policymaker, he hoped that the lessons learned would be used to prevent another episode. But as a historian, he was only too aware that financial cycles of euphoria and panic accord roughly with the time it took people to forget the last disaster. Galbraith 1975, 21. He noted that these cycles are themselves the product of the free choice and decision of hundreds of thousands of individuals, that despite the hope for an immunizing remembrance of the last event, the chances for a recurrence of a speculative orgy are rather good, that during the next boom some newly rediscovered virtuosity of the free enterprise system will be cited, that among the first to accept these rationalizations will be some of those responsible for invoking the controls, who then will say firmly that controls are not needed, and that over time regulatory bodies become, with some exceptions, either an arm of the industry they are regulating or senile. Galbraith 1955, 4-5, 171, 195 to 196. His intellectual pessimism turned out to entirely justified by the great stagflation of the 1970s and subsequently to by the current global crisis. Capitalist accumulation is a turbulent dynamic process. It has powerful built-in rhythms modulated by conjunctural factors and by specific events. Analysis of the concrete history of accumulation must therefore distinguish between intrinsic patterns and their particular historical expressions. Business cycles are the most visible elements of intrinsic capitalist dynamics. A fast, 3 to 5 year inventory cycle arises from the perpetual oscillations of aggregate supply and demand, and a medium, 7 to 10 year fixed capital cycle from the slower fluctuations of aggregate capacity and supply. Shaikh 1987a, Vanduigen 1983, chs 1-2. Underlying these business cycles is a still slower rhythm consisting of alternating long phases of accelerating and decelerating accumulation. Mondale 1975, 126 to 127. Capitalist history is always enacted upon a moving stage. After the Great Depression of the 1930s came the stagflation crisis of the 1970s. In the latter case, the underlying crisis was covered up by rampant inflation. But this did not prevent major job losses, a large drop in the real value of the stock market index, and widespread business and bank failures. There was considerable anxiety at the time that the economic and financial system would unravel altogether. Shaikh 1987a, 123. For our present purposes, it is useful to note that in countries like the United States and the United Kingdom, the 1970s crisis led to attacks on labor and poor people, and to high inflation which rapidly eroded both real wages and the real value of the stock market. The shift in the U.S. wage share curve in the 1980s is directly linked to these events, Chapter 14, Figure 14.14. Other countries such as Japan maintained low unemployment and resorted to gradual asset deflation, which stretched out the duration of the crisis but prevented it from sinking to the depths it did in the United States and the United Kingdom. A new boom began in the 1980s in all major capitalist countries, greatly enhanced by a sharp drop in interest rates which raised the net rate of return on capital, i.e., raised the net difference between the profit rate and the interest rate. Falling interest rates also lubricated the spread of capital across the globe, promoted a huge rise in consumer debt, and fueled international bubbles in finance and real estate. Deregulation of financial activities in many countries was eagerly sought by financial businesses themselves, and except for a few countries such as Canada, this effort was largely successful. At the same time, in countries like the United States and the United Kingdom, there was an unprecedented rise in the attacks on labor, manifested in the slowdown of real wages relative to productivity. As always, the direct benefit was a great boost to the net rate of profit. The normal side effect to a wage deceleration would have been a stagnation of real consumer spending. But with interest rates falling and credit being made ever easier, consumer and other spending continued to rise, buoyed on a rising tide of debt. All limits seemed suspended, all laws of motion abolished. And then profit rates began to fall, and the whole edifice came crashing down. The mortgage crisis in the United States was only the immediate trigger. The underlying problem was that the global fall in interest rates and the rise in debt which fueled the boom had reached their limits. Krugman 2011, 31-31. The current crisis is still unfolding. Massive amounts of money have been created in all major advanced countries and funneled into the business sector to shore it up. But this money has largely been sequestered. Banks were understandably reluctant to increase lending in a risky climate in which they might not be able to get their money back with a sufficient profit. Businesses such as the automobile industry had a similar problem, saddled with large inventories of unsold goods which they needed to burn off before even thinking of expanding. Therefore, the bulk of the citizenry received no direct benefit from the huge sums of money thrown around, and unemployment rates continue to remain high for a long time. It is striking that so little was done to expand employment through government-created work, as was done by the Roosevelt administration during the 1930s. This brings us to the fundamental question: how can the capitalist system, whose institutions, regulations, and political structures have changed so significantly over the course of its evolution, nonetheless exhibit recurrent economic patterns? The answer lies in the fact that these particular patterns are rooted in the profit motive, which remains the central regulator of the system throughout its evolution. Capitalism's sheath mutates constantly, but its core remains the same. In what follows, I will focus on United States because this is still the center of the advanced capitalist world, and this is where the crisis originated. But the real toll is global, falling most of all on already suffering women, children, and unemployed of this world. 1. Depressions recur. Profit drives growth, and growth proceeds through fluctuations, cycles, long waves, and periodic crises. Van Duygen 1983, ch. 5. The history of capitalism over the centuries reveals recurrent patterns of long booms and busts. In the latter domain, economic historians speak of the crises of the 1820s, 1840s, 1870s, and 1930s, the stagflation crisis of the 1970s, and of course the current global crisis which broke out in 2007. The hypothesis of long upturn and downturns in capitalist accumulation is associated with the work of Nikolai Kondratiev, 1984, 39, Chart 1, whose famous charts pointed to the existence of long waves in national price levels. We saw in figures 5.3 and 5.4 of Chapter 5 that his price wave ceased to obtain after 1939 when prices began to rise without cease. One effect of this new pattern was to discredit the notion of long waves. This is ironic because Kondratiev actually had two different expressions of price levels in his data: price levels expressed in national currency, which were the ones he chose to display graphically, and price levels expressed in the terms of gold, which he chose to list in tabular form in the back of his book, Kondratiev 1984, 134-135, Table 1. Up to 1925, which is when his data ends, both sets yield similar patterns, Chapter 5, figures 5.5 and 5.6. But after 1939, only the golden price series continues to display long waves. Had Kondratiev chosen to instead graph the golden wave, his argument might have continued to hold sway. Two depressions are denied. The history of capitalism is also a history of proclamations that each crisis was a one-off event, that it would be over soon, and that in any case it would not recur because the underlying problem has been solved. David Ricardo, patron saint of modern supply-side economics, said at the start of the severe 1815 crisis that the European economy would quickly bounce back, and said so confidently in each succeeding year, thereby remaining continuously wrong. Stigler, cited in Davis 2005, 32-35, 39. On October 17, 1929, less than 2 weeks before the stock market crash, the renowned Yale monetary theorist Irving Fisher stated that he expected to see the stock market a good deal higher than it is today within a few months, and he too continued to repeat this statement for some time as the Depression unfolded. McNally 2011, 63. In 1969, just at the start of the stagflation crisis of the 1970s, the enormously influential MIT economist and Nobel laureate Paul Samuelson famously said that the business cycle was a thing of the past. Gordon 1986, 1-2.5. And in 2003, only a few years before the 2007 global crisis, the Nobel laureate and celebrated proponent of rational expectations Robert Lucas declared that the central problem of depression prevention has been solved. Lucas 2003, 1. In 2004, Ben Bernanke, chairman of the Federal Reserve System from 2006 to 2014 but at the time only a member of the Board of Governors, said that prosperity would be everlasting because the state and its central banking branch had perfected the art of modulating the business cycle and smoothing the natural bumps and grinds of free market capitalism. Stockman 2013, 15, 16. The economic orthodoxy remains obdurate to this very day. In 2012, 5 years into the crisis, Stephen King, group chief economist of the multinational bank HSBC, noted that when the recent university graduates in the large pool recruited by HSBC were asked how much classroom time had been spent on the financial crisis, most admitted that the subject had not even been raised. Davies 2012. 3. Outline of the chapter.